Chapter 226, Take 20 Years of Detours. On the other hand, Leon, who returned to the farm, waited for a while on the farm and found that Abigail had not come back. While breathing a sigh of relief, he also began to prepare for dinner. Dinner is relatively simple. Wash the thawed pork in water, flatten it, wrap it with breadcrumbs and fry until golden brown, then cut it into pieces and add it to the rice. This is how the fried pork chop rice is done. Meat food always brings great satisfaction, much more comfortable than eating fish. As a carnivore, Leon now regrets why he didn't go to the butcher John to buy meat earlier. After eating and drinking, taking a shower and watching TV, the day ended like this. The sunshine of the next morning dispelled Lion's sleepiness as usual. When Leon walked out of the wooden house, he saw the green fluorescence representing the ripening of the crop again. Ripe potatoes, harvable state. Mature cabbage, harvable state. Ripe tulips, harvable state. There are 3 areas in the ground that belong to this system marking prompts, especially those of tulips. Even if the mature markings of these systems are not needed, Leon can be seen because it has bloomed. I saw that these tulip buds didn't even pull out yesterday, and they bloomed today. Looking at these tulips with different colors and flowers, Leon couldn't help but sigh. After all, compared to the growth of other plants, the changes in tulips are the most intuitive case that allows Leon to see the growth rate of crops in Red Star Farm. However, after only a few seconds of appreciation, Leon began to prepare to add some small help to the graduation ceremony of these mature crops. The first thing to pick is tulips. These flowers with red, pink, yellow, and orange colors are harvested from the roots. Leon originally planned to uproot the roots, but he was surprised to find that he could not pull them. However, using the sickle provided by the system, you can easily cut the complete flower stem from the root and put it in the backpack. After all the tulips were harvested, there were 50 of them in total, 20 of which came from the seeds I bought from Pierre. The remaining 30 were gifts given to me by Grandma Evelyn before. And these tulips also occupy more than half of the space in Lion's system backpack. Both are tulips, but because of the different colors, these tulips that are not the same color cannot be summarized into a storage compartment. Moreover, tulips in the same color also have special existences that cannot be merged, which is the characteristic of high-quality crops. But unlike high-quality parsnips, high-quality tulips have no obvious characteristics. Leon compared ordinary quality tulips with high-quality tulips in his hands. Found the size of the 2 flowers and the length of the stems. There is basically no difference in degree, blade, etc. After looking carefully for a long time, Leon probably distinguished some subtle differences. The stems of high-quality tulips are harder, and the number of petals and stamens is also higher than that of ordinary tulips. The shape of the flowers is more symmetrical and the fragrance is stronger. Unfortunately, Leon is not a flower lover. After collecting these tulips, Leon threw most of the tulips into the shipping box, leaving only the largest number of pink and purple ordinary quality tulips. A total of 8 were left in the backpack, and a high-quality pink tulip was left. This high-quality pink tulip was a gift that Leon planned to give to Grandma Evelyn, because Grandma Evelyn provided him with seeds. In return, Leon wanted Grandma Evelyn to see the tulips she harvested, which was also a reward for her. Of course, there is also the idea of helping Grandpa pay off his debts. After all, listening to Grandma Evelyn's chat, the two seemed to have a short story about painful literature. If you meet such a good grandson as me, just have fun secretly, Grandpa. Leon, who looked up at the sky, muttered, and then returned to the fields again to start harvesting cabbage. The cabbage is also used to harvest cabbage. The leaves of these cabbage are wide and spoon-shaped, with closely intertwined leaves in a rosette-like shape, with smooth and hairless leaves, and have fine wavy wrinkles on the edges. Unlike the cabbage that looks very much like cabbage, it belongs to the horticultural variant of kale. However, I was not interested in these lions because he didn't like the taste of kale and didn't like cabbage, so these kale were only regarded as a commodity in Leon and could not be kept at all. These 20 cabbages have also been born with high-quality crops, 1 silver star quality and 1 Venus star quality. It is easy to distinguish, and you can easily distinguish them by looking at the size. After harvesting the cabbage, Leon focused on the harvest on the potatoes. These potatoes are different from kale tulips. They cannot use sickles and have to be harvested manually, because the edible potato tuber of this thing is buried under the soil. Normally, digging potatoes requires turning over the soil, but because the soil of Hongsing Farm is soft and the stems and leaves exposed to the soil of the potatoes are relatively strong, Leon can pull it out directly from the soil. It's quite interesting to pull potatoes. It feels very good to use these oval tubers from the soil. What's even more exciting is that Leon originally thought that it would be good to have 1 or 2 potatoes for each potato, but the potatoes that Leon can pull out are all even numbers of tuber numbers. Most of them are 2 potatoes under the stem and leaves of a plant, and occasionally 4 of them can be encountered, and there are no uneven sizes caused by plundering nutrients from each other. They are about the same size as the fist. Of course, this is not absolute. Some of the potatoes also had 2 to 3 small potatoes the size of fingernails next to the tubers. Leon originally thought that this was a potato that had not grown up, but after reading the system notes, he realized that he had misunderstood. High-quality potato seeds. The high-quality potato seeds born under the blessing of cooling down under the grass. The growth cycle is the same as that of ordinary potato seeds. It requires 18 days of growth cycle and has a very high chance of producing high-quality crops. The system labeling of this seed immediately made Leon understand why his potato yield was so high. It turned out that he enjoyed the doubled yield of specific crops under the grass to cool down. Originally, Leon thought that raising the grass under the shade was only suitable for rice, but today's discovery made him realize that perhaps this skill is not that simple. Thank you for your kindness. I didn't expect that if I changed the world, I could still enjoy your blessings. Leon, who happily put these potato seeds in his backpack, folded his hands and bowed to the land in front of him. He didn't worship the sky because he felt that the old man was the god of agriculture and that the land was his true nature. With the blessing of the old man, Leon pulled out all the remaining potatoes. 20 potato seedlings brought Leon a 68 potato profit, including 16 high-quality potatoes, 11 silver stars, and 5 Venus stars. Leon is also judged by its size. There are also many potato seeds attached to these high-quality potatoes after digging them out. A total of 41 high-quality potato seeds were put into Lion's backpack, waiting for the next planting. At the same time, Leon also had some idea, that is, after these high-quality potato seeds are planted and harvested, potatoes that also grow into high-quality crops should also be accompanied by these high-quality potato seeds, and because of the increase in the number of high-quality potato plants, the number of harvested seeds will also be greatly increased. In addition, potatoes can also enjoy the double effect of crops under the grass. Leon dare not imagine how exaggerated the scene of the harvest will be. Old man has shown me a clear way. Thanks to Sunflower for her 100 starting point coins from the boss who loves to eat melon seeds. The boss is in good health. I didn't persuade me anymore, I was tired. Chapter 227 Potatoes. Potato. Potato. If everything is as Leon guessed, then cauliflower will become a past, strawberries will be dull, and potatoes will eventually become crowned king. Although the unit price of potatoes may not be as high as that of strawberries and cauliflower, the probability of high-quality potatoes with high-quality potato seeds is very high. The price of a high-quality parsnips is 200 times the value of the seeds, which shows how exaggerated the market value of high-quality crops is. Leon doesn't think that a large number of high-quality potatoes can't beat strawberries and coconut at the price. The yield of vegetables, especially potatoes, enjoys the special effect of cooling under the grass. Whether in terms of quantity and quality, it is enough to form the conditions to crush strawberries and cauliflower. After this idea, Leon began to turn over the ground after harvesting the mature crops and planted all these high-quality potato seeds. As for whether you can witness the counter-attack of potatoes in the future, it depends on the actual situation when you harvest the potatoes next time. The so-called practice brings true knowledge. Everything is still theoretically possible, but Leon is quite confident. Because he felt that his speculation was reasonable, and as long as the snowball rolled, Leon felt that he could build Red Star Farm into a Siberian Devil's Happy Park. However, the number of 41 high-quality potato seeds is still too small to fill all the free land after harvest today. If you don't want these lands to be empty, Leon still has to go to Pierre to buy seeds. He did it right away. At the same time, when passing by the delivery box, Leon threw all the cabbage without leaving any left in the delivery box. For potatoes, Leon left 5 ordinary quality and 1 Venus quality, and all other potatoes were thrown into the shipping box. The 5 ordinary quality potatoes reserved are used as side dishes, and the beef contained in the treasure chest in the house is the best companion of these potatoes. And that high-quality potato was designed to taste it by Leon. After all, he is also a farmer who can grow high-quality crops. He always hears others talk about the benefits of high-quality crops, so he, as a producer, must try it. In this way, when others ask about Leon in the future, he can also describe the edible experience of high-quality crops. After all, it would be a miserable scene if there was a scene where people with silkworms were not silkworms. After clearing his backpack, Leon rode his bicycle and rushed towards the town leisurely, a serious idiom, not a typo. It would be meaningless to hurry up. It would be a while before Pierre's groceries were opened. When I arrived at Pelican's town, Leon first looked at the aisle grocery store, but it didn't open the door. So he turned the front of the car and headed towards Grandma Evelyn's house. When he arrived at the door, he took out the reserved high-quality tulip and hid it behind him. Leon? So early? Alex, who opened the door for Leon, was quite surprised to see that it was Leon knocking outside the door. Well, I'm here to find Grandma Evelyn, is it convenient? Leon asked. Grandma is in the kitchen, come in first. Alex moved away and signaled Leon to enter. Leon walked sideways by Alex, looking at Alex with a puzzled look. He didn't know that it was Leon who was guarding him. After all, it is definitely not a wise move for Leon to expose his back to Alex even though he knows that Alex is bisexual. If Alex finds that Leon has a butt that is no less than Captain America, then Leon cannot guarantee whether he will find a chance to bury Alex for the dark and windy month, and he can guarantee that no one will find Alex's body. After bypassing Alex, Leon came to the kitchen and saw Evelyn, who was busy in front of the oven. He immediately came over and said, "Grandma, what delicious food to cook." "Haha, Leon, you're here just in time. I'll wait for a while and the cookies I'll be baked out." Seeing Leon's appearance, Evelyn smiled happily. "I gave it to you." Seeing this, Leon took the tulip hidden behind him and handed it to Evelyn. "The seeds you gave me last time have bloomed, and I have selected the best one to bring to you." "Oh, what a beautiful tulip, the quality is excellent, the overall plant is healthy, fresh, and full of vitality. This is a high-quality tulip." Grandma Evelyn raised flowers all her life, and naturally she could tell the preciousness of this tulip at a glance. "It's a waste to give it to me, an old and beautiful woman. Keep it yourself, Leon, give it to the girl you like, maybe this can become the first step in your beautiful relationship." Listening to Evelyn's words, Leon was a little embarrassed and quickly explained, "I have prepared other tulips. This one is specially picked out for you, so you can accept it." "Is it also a tulip of this quality?" Evelyn asked. "Yes," Leon replied without blushing. "After all, it is a lie of kindness, so you will naturally feel guilty if you say it." Okay, it seems that you have a high talent in gardening. It is indeed the best choice for your grandfather to entrust the farm to you. Then I will accept this precious tulip. It is such a happy gift." Evelyn felt that Leon should not lie to him, so he accepted the tulip. After receiving it, Evelyn immediately found an empty vase to insert it, and used water and nutrient solution to provide a better environment for the tulip to ensure that it can bloom longer. During this period, Evelyn also shared some tips on flower planting, preservation, and even flower arrangement with Leon, which made Leon nodded repeatedly. Although he is not very interested in flowers, he has always been willing to accept knowledge. "Do you want to have a meal together at noon?" After finishing the tulip, Evelyn invited Leon again. "No, Grandma, thank you for your kindness. It's just that I came to the town to buy seeds. There are still a lot of work on the farm that needs me to deal with, so I can only refuse." Leon explained. He did not lie this time. Because there are really many things on the farm that have not been finished. Even daily watering was not completed because he planned to plant all the open space with seeds and then water them uniformly. "Okay, but when you are busy with farm work, don't forget to socialize. Life is not just about work." Evelyn reminded Leon with regret, then took out the baked biscuits from the oven, put them in a small cloth bag, and handed them to Leon. "Take it on the way." "Okay, thank you, Grandma." Leon took the bag of biscuits, said goodbye to Evelyn, and left the villa. He met Alex again in the middle of the way, and Leon still walked through him sideways, making Alex even more confused. Although he didn't know what Leon meant to walk like this, he could feel that this action was full of defense against him. Chapter 228. Am I not an ordinary person? After leaving Grandma Evelyn's house, Leon went to Pierre's grocery store again and finally saw Pierre opening the store. "Good morning, Mr. Leon. Seeing Lion's appearance, Pierre accelerated the door opening, and then greeted Leon the moment he opened the door. "Mr. Pierre, come some potato seeds." Leon, who had decided to grow potatoes, said to Pierre immediately. "Well, of course it's okay, how many packs do you need?" Pierre asked. "2 packets are enough," Leon replied. The 2 packets have 40 seeds, enough to fill the rest of his open space. Chinjui 100G. Pierre, who handed to Lion's seed, rubbed his hands and smiled at Leon. After taking the seed, Leon took out 100 banknotes and threw them to Pierre, then ran away. He didn't have time to chat with Pierre, and the farm was waiting. When I went back, Leon basically rode a bicycle standing, so the speed was amazingly fast. After entering the farm, Leon immediately began to turn over the soil. What's amazing is that the land where tulips were originally planted should have the remaining roots of the main plant cut off. During the process of turning over the soil, it was swallowed up by the soil. However, he was used to the magical aspects of Stardew Valley, and Leon didn't care. After planting the potato seeds, he began to water all the crops. After the work was over, the sun was already hanging above his head. A morning passed, and it was time to have lunch. After washing the high-quality potatoes, Leon cut them into fast, then added them to the stewed beef, covered with a lid to reduce the flame in the earthen stove. Leon did not forget to wash his hands while waiting. When the pot of beef stewed with potatoes had already been filled with juice, Leon couldn't wait to use a fork to insert a piece of potato sucked in beef soup and put it into his mouth. The potatoes were stewed soft and crispy, and they melted directly as soon as they sucked their tongue. The taste is a bit like ice cream, and the flavor of beef does not conceal the taste of potatoes, and the sweetness brought by starch is just right. In general, potatoes are delicious, but the specific taste is not as good as Leon, and the taste experience is no different from ordinary potatoes. At most, the taste is a bit special. Leon, somewhat disappointed, looked at the pot of beef stewed with potatoes in the pot, thought for a moment, put it in a bowl and put it in the system backpack, and then finished the rest of the rice without even letting go of the soup. After eating, Leon felt warm in his stomach. Although he did not eat the special potatoes, the beef in this pot of stewed beef is extremely delicious, and the beef is full of flavor and very delicious. After the full Leon washed the tableware soup pot, he rode his bicycle through the remote forest and headed straight to the camp in Lena's in the northern foothills. In front of Lena's camp, he saw Lena's grilling fish. "You guys can't eat anything else? Eat fish every day." As soon as they met, Leon sat beside Linus without hesitation and complained. "The fish in this season are very plump and are a rare and good ingredient. Moreover, I am a homeless man, and some of them are good to eat. How can I have so many opportunities to pick and choose?" Linus replied without blushing. "Okay, I'll bring you a bowl of delicious food. Do you want to try it?" Leon shrugged, not believing Linus's statement at all. At the same time, he brought out the bowl of beef stewed with potatoes from the system backpack in advance. Due to the particularity of the system backpack, this bowl of beef stewed with potatoes was still steaming when it was taken out, which was no different from the one that was just out of the pot. "Oh, you actually remember to give me food." Linus put a bowl in surprise and sniffed it in front of his nose. "The fragrance is very strong, I don't see that you have such a good cooking skills." Listening to Linus sigh, Leon urged, "Let's talk about it before you try it. Are you so anxious? Is it poisoned inside?" Linus teased Leon. "I guess ordinary toxins should not poison you," Leon complained without hesitation. "Ha ha ha, it turns out that you can't stimulate you by the way you speak. Okay, then I'll try it." Linus laughed and complained to Leon, then he didn't know where to find a bit old meal spoon and began to taste this bowl of beef stewed with potatoes. Linus's eating movements are very slow and his dining behavior is also very elegant. If it weren't for the clothes and messy hair on his body, it would be difficult for people to believe in his identity as a homeless man just by looking at his dining movements. After taking a few bites, Linus put down the spoon and stared at him intently. Aang asked, "What's wrong? Haven't you eaten? You stared at me like that." "I just want to hear your comments," Leon explained. "I think you want to hear my evaluation of the high-quality potatoes here," Linus complained angrily. "Have you discovered it?" Leon scratched his nose awkwardly when he heard this. "Since you discovered it, let me tell you. High-quality crops are actually not much different from ordinary crops. The main reason for being sought after is the natural energy contained in them, that is, vitality." Linus continued to eat beef stewed with potatoes, and at the same time did not forget to give Leon popularity. High-quality crops are the condensation of vitality, which is a force that ordinary people can also intake. Therefore, ordinary people pursue the effects of high-quality crops, but in fact, no one cares about the taste. "I don't feel any strength is improved either." Leon, who thought that he had eaten most of the high-quality potatoes but had no feelings, complained. "Are you an ordinary person?" Linus asked back. "Am I not an ordinary person?" Leon asked in confusion. Linus looked at Leon speechlessly, then quickly finished the beef stewed with potatoes in the bowl, and then threw the bowl to Leon. "I'm too lazy to talk to you, go back, there are people waiting for you on your farm." "Oh!" Leon, who was originally planning to chat with Linus, heard what Linus said, and immediately nodded and left with the bowl. He believed that Linus did not make up this reason specifically to make him go, so it proves that there are really people waiting for him on the farm. As for who it is? Leon didn't know either, but he would know the answer when he went back. When Leon returned to the farm, he looked at the strong woman in the sunshine on the farm and spoke in surprise. "Robin? Why are you here?" "I'll build a chicken coop for you." Robin looked at Leon and complained speechlessly. "I've finished my work in the Eastern Mine and I've come to see you after lunch. You won't forget about this matter yourself." Recommend this book, the article on cultivating immortals and farming, the title of the book, Fairy, Don't Look Back, I'm the City Lord. If you like this type, go and read it. If you don't force it, it shouldn't be on the shelves yet. Chapter 229 Robin's Proposal. Leon waved his hand and explained, "I didn't forget, I just didn't expect you to come so quickly. I thought it would take you a few days." "There is not much work there, and I don't want to delay your plan to raise chickens," Robin explained. "Is it started now?" Leon asked. "It depends on your own thoughts, but you first choose a place and prepare the materials I need. I have to go back and get the tools," Robin explained. If you want a place, please come here. Leon, who had already made plans, immediately took Robin to the pond below the center of the farm. I plan to build it here, what do you think, Robin? Robin looked around. The place was very empty and could do whatever he wanted. He nodded and confirmed, I have no objection. Well, don't you tell me what the harm is to build by the water? For example, animals may drown. Leon was stunned when he heard this. Robin did not play according to the routine, which made him very embarrassed. Ordinary poultry may be stupid, but the animals in Marnie's ranch do not. You don't need to worry about this. Robin said to Leon with a smile. Unless you buy all the poultry you raise from outside, I might ask you to build an extra circle of fences. Oh? The animals in Marnie's ranch are very smart. Leon asked after hearing this. Well, Marnie is an animal expert and a pet training master. The animals she trains are basically worry-free. Robin confirmed. There will always be shortcomings, right? Leon asked. Is it a disadvantage? It's a bit expensive to buy cubs, Robin added. I see. Leon nodded, then confirmed to Robin, it's built here, leaning against the pond. Okay, then you prepare the materials first. I'll go back to get the tools. It will take about 2 days for me to build this time. Robin nodded and explained the time of the project to Leon, then quickly left Lion's farm. Leon returned to the house and took out the 150 pieces of wood and stone needed for Robin to build the chicken coop, and all piled up on the edge of the pond. There is actually no special idea to choose this place. Leon is simply used to planning this way. In the game, this area is a must-choose breeding area for Leon to use standard farm templates. Because he wanted to see the ducks go into the water, and it was built nearby, he could use less hardwood fences to save materials. Before Robin came, Leon returned to the house and washed the bowl that had previously stewed beef for Linus, and threw it into the cabinet. Then he turned on the TV and found Velvik's Today's Divination channel. Of course, it's not that Leon wants to know his fortune, because when she met Wervik yesterday, she said that her fortune was not very good during this period. Leon opened this show just to see if Wervik has gone back. When the scene of Velvik was broadcast on TV, Leon was stunned because he saw from Velvik's background that the fortune teller was now in Stardew Valley. Because the background behind her is no longer dark, but the grey-blue stone wall of the Lasmedes Mage Tower, which is very familiar to Leon. Oh, audiences from Stardew Valley, the elves that belong to you today have no emotional fluctuations, and fate is in your hands. Velvik's voice came from the TV, and then Leon heard Velvik's voice again. Your fortune has been like this recently. I don't recommend you to open this show in a short period of time. If you want to change this situation, you can come to me and you know where I live now. After saying that, the TV channel automatically switched back to local news. Leon stroked his chin and complained, Do you live in the house of Master Rasmedes? There is a story. As soon as he finished saying this, Leon felt the wooden house shaking, and he was so scared that he hurried out of the house, thinking it was an earthquake. But seeing the calm outside and the wooden house standing intact on the farm, Leon patted his forehead. I forgot that Rasmedes is a petty person, and this is a warning again. Of course, Leon didn't say this sentence directly, otherwise he wouldn't be sure how he would be scared. After this little episode, Leon had nothing to do, so he sat on the steps of the wooden house and was a salted fish. It was not until Robin drove the familiar pickup truck into the farm that Leon woke up from his daze. I originally thought your farm life would be very busy. Do you seem to be quite leisurely? Robin joked at Leon after parking his car next to the wooden house. Isn't this what I should be done in the morning? Leon stood up and answered Robin, why don't you drive the car to the area where the chicken coop is built? I'm afraid I'll crush your crops, and my driving skills are not good. Robin explained, and pointed to the simple temporary kitchen behind the wooden house in Leon. You can do it yourself. Well, I used to use a fire pit, but it was not convenient to cook when it rained, so I built a temporary kitchen that could shelter from the rain. Leon explained. It's quite simple. If you pay 1,000 G more and provide 100 parts of wood and 100 parts of stone, I can help you rebuild this kitchen. Robin complained without hesitation. Is 1,000 G? What can it look like? Leon asked curiously. It can help you connect the tap water pipes, connect gas pipes, and help you create some cabinets and sinks. Of course, the chimney and surrounding walls also need to be renovated. This three-sided air-permeable wall may make you lose the desire to cook in winter. Robin explained to Leon in detail. Do you only need wood and stone? Leon was a little moved when he heard this. After all, it's okay to use this kitchen temporarily, but it is absolutely inappropriate to use it for a long time. The place where I live is almost tolerated by Leon, but he must get the place where I cook. Well, if there are pipes, I have ready-made ones there, and I can use them directly, because this farm is originally laid pipes, and I just need to replace them. Robin replied. Oh, where is the gas pipeline? Leon asked. That one is quite simple, just take it from outside. Anyway, you don't have to worry about this. Just nod and give the money and materials, and I can help you solve all the problems. You have to believe in my professionalism. Robin complained to Leon. Okay, I'll follow you, change it. Leon waved his hand and decisively handed all these questions to Robin. Then should we build the chicken coop or transform your kitchen? Robin asked back. Kitchen, how long will it take? Leon asked. It can be done in one afternoon, after all, it's not a big project. Robin replied with a smile. Okay, then can I watch? Certainly. Chapter 230 Realism and Idealism. With Robin's approval, Leon followed Robin and wanted to see how she worked. But Robin got into the car unexpectedly. Didn't you agree to renovate the kitchen? Leon asked in confusion when he saw this. I'm not going to remodel your kitchen pipes, so I have to go back and get them, Robin explained. Okay, I'm stupid, I'm going to be smooth sailing all the way. Leon replied awkwardly when he heard this. Don't worry, soon, I'll have this kind of material in the warehouse in Pelican Town. After all, if the things are kept at home, it will be too troublesome to get in and out. Robin said and drove away. Leon waited on the farm for about 20 minutes before hearing the sound of the car engine. "Leon, can you extend your gentlemanly hand to help?" Robin, who got out of the car, opened the rear cabin of the pickup truck, and joked at Leon. "It is my honor to serve you, ma'am." Leon naturally cooperated with Robin's joke. While saying whispers, he also came to the pickup to help carry the pipes one by one. "I was quite envious of your storage ability before. If I had this ability, I wouldn't have to drive this old and broken car around." After unloading the goods, Robin complained to Leon without blushing. Lion's face was also dull, and neither of them could see each other's fatigue. It didn't look like he had removed dozens of pipes of different diameters. "So, what is your family's genetic ability?" Leon asked back while shrugging his shoulders. "Hehe, you'll know later." Robin blinked and smiled mysteriously, then took out a hammer from the car and brought to the box of nails began to work hard. "Leon, prepare the wood and stone for me, I have to tear down your pile of rags first." Robin, holding the hammer, stood in front of the makeshift kitchen and shouted at Leon. Leon nodded, and the 100 pieces of wood and stones that were ready were neatly divided into 2 piles and placed on the open space next to Robin. "It's true that he is a good ability." Robin sighed again, then walked into the temporary kitchen with a hammer and began to dismantle the wood pieced together by Leon. The process is very simple, no different from ordinary carpenters. They are both removed one by one, but Robin is very fast. He knocks on the hammer and then reaches out and pulls, and a piece of ordered wood is removed. The nails that were originally used to fix 2 woods fell off automatically like self-consciousness, and there was no link to raise nails at all. Magnetic manipulation? Magneto. Leon couldn't help but complain. "No, it's just a command of building materials." Although Robin couldn't understand what Magneto meant, he understood the previous sentence and shook his head and explained, "It's just that I can adjust the position and status of all building materials according to my own ideas." "Then why don't you let these wooden boards be taken apart by yourself?" Leon asked. "Of course it's because it's not necessary. It's very tiring to use this ability. Why do you need to use extra expenses for problems that can be solved manually?" Robin complained. "Is it energy or physical fitness consumed?" Leon asked. "I have both physical fitness and energy, and I haven't paid attention to these details. Anyway, if you use this ability to be lazy, you will be very tired in the end, but you will recover after a break and eat more," Robin explained. "I've learned a lot." Leon couldn't help but give Robin a thumbs up when he heard this. This is a natural carpenter's holy body. Then Leon watched Robin clean up the temporary kitchen he had spent all afternoon building, and he didn't even let go of the floor. This is not a transformation, Robin is completely planning to demolish and rebuild. "I'll help you connect the pipes first. Don't get too close to me, otherwise I won't care if you hurt you by chance." Robin, who had dismantled the temporary kitchen, reminded Leon and then started to work hard. Those pipes were as if they were alive in Robin's hands. As long as Robin put them on the ground, they would automatically merge into the soil, with unknown wherever they were, but Robin should know. The pipes brought by Robin were almost used, and the last few pipes were spread on the ground by Robin, under Lion's gaze. These pipes are directly connected together, one end is raised high and stands on the soil, and the other end is integrated into the soil. Then, with this pipe as a circle, Robin began to lay a foundation with stones. Under Robin's command, these independent stones merged into a hole, and a small half of them sank into the soil and connected to the earth. This outrageous scene made Leon stunned. Later, Robin started to build the floor on the foundation with wood. This time it was laid by hand, with hammers and nails, but Robin's movements were very fast and smooth. A 4*6-meter floor quickly covered the stone foundation. I think you can handle the work of an engineering team alone. While Robin was building the wall again, Leon couldn't help but complain. I'm fine with a small-scale construction alone, but if it's too large, I may not be able to bear it. Robin shook his head, and I can't get that kind of project. Hoja's engineering group basically monopolizes the entire market in this regard. Including Pelican Town? Leon asked. That's not. I'm basically doing small projects in Pelican Town, because Hoja's engineering team only takes on large projects, which only accounts for half of the construction market and will not be boycotted or cause trouble by the Craftsman Association. Robin explained. Yes, if the construction market is included, Hoja will probably be angry. After all, if such a large cake is eaten by a group, the other things that have not been eaten may be overturned. Leon nodded and complained. That's the reason. It's true that he is from the city and has a good vision. Robin teased Leon. I hear more and see more, and I will naturally know that the basic rules of society are. Leon shrugged his shoulders and replied. By the way, are there construction workers in the Hoja family team with special abilities? No, they all rely on large machinery and professional workers to complete the construction. There are not many people with special abilities in this world, and even fewer people are related to construction. These are basically carpenters or stonemason families, and it is impossible to work for others, such as me. Robin shook his head and complained. The Hoja family once recruited me and gave me an annual salary of 15 WG, but I didn't want to leave Stardew Valley, nor did I want to join Hoja's business group full of interests and no humanity, so I refused. 15 WG, Hoja has invested a lot. Leon was surprised to hear this price. After all, the world's currency purchasing power is still very high. Without freedom, what's the difference between working and going to jail? No matter how much money you have, no family, and no way to do what you want, there is no meaning. Robin replied. That's because you have a skill. Ordinary people don't have such good conditions. They can only choose repetitive work in exchange for some cowardly expenses to support their families. Leon sighed. This is really not something that a farmer like you can say. Robin looked at Leon and complained, you farmers are basically at the forefront of the professional chain, and their social status is much higher than that of us carpenters, stonemasons, and blacksmiths. But before coming to Stardew Valley, I was just an ordinary person to make a living. Leon explained. His words are true, because before he came to Zinged Valley, whether in his previous life or in this life, he was an ordinary cattle and horse. In his previous life, he was an employee of a large company, and in this life he was an employee of the logistics department of the Hoja family, and he was all top social animals who went from 5 to 9. If there was no choice to inherit Red Star Farm, Leon might still be working hard to get a job at Hoja's headquarters. Of course, he is qualified to say this. Well, this chapter is a bit realistic, and it is a feeling of being expressed. If you don't like it, I will delete it for him. Chapter 231 Chopsticks. Even if you say that, I won't give you a discount. Realizing that the atmosphere was a bit solemn, Robin immediately made a joke. Ha ha ha, that's right, that's a pity. I'm so hard-working. Leon laughed and complained. As for whether the words he just said were true or sympathy, it didn't matter. After skipping this slightly realistic topic, Robin continued his work. Leon was not idle either. It was getting late, it was time to prepare supper. However, before leaving, Leon asked Robin, "Can it be done before dinner?" "It should be no problem." Robin did not stop what he was doing. At this time, she was strengthening the kitchen wall of Leon. "Then I'll prepare a dinner for you too," Leon suggested. "Okay, then I'm not polite." Robin happily accepted Leon's kindness. After hearing this, Leon returned to the wooden house and began to prepare dinner. Because Robin is there, he has prepared more ingredients this time. After all, he is quite edible now. Moreover, depending on Robin's physique and his stated ability to use and build requires a lot of physical energy. Leon doesn't have to worry about not being able to finish these things. After Leon prepared the dishes, he left the wooden house and looked at the kitchen that was still under construction. At this time, the kitchen had already begun to take shape, and Robin also reserved 2 windows and a door frame. Looking inside from the window, Robin was building the kitchen infrastructure for Leon. Including sinks and gas stoves, it is hard for Leon to imagine that these finished kitchen facilities bought from home improvement stores were actually rubbed out by Robin's hands. Stardew Valley is indeed a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Leon, who sighed again, entered the kitchen and watched Robin's magical craftsmanship. With the lessons of the gas stove and sink, Leon got used to it after watching Robin knock out a cabinet within 2 minutes. Finally, when the afterglow of the sun completely disappeared into the sky and the night was shrouded in the farm, Robin wiped the sweat beads on his forehead and straightened his waist and spoke to Leon. "Okay, the basic facilities have been completed. I even connected you the power supply and installed a socket. You can move the mini refrigerator in your hut to use it. This will be your kitchen in the future. If there is natural damage within 10 years, you can ask me to help you with free repairs." "Is the warranty period so long?" Leon was a little surprised when he heard this. "Of course, but as long as you don't light a bonfire in the kitchen, I guess there will be no damage in 20 years. Robin replied carefully. "Then can I use this stove to cook now?" Leon asked. "No problem, I'm here to watch this time." Robin nodded and replied. Leon immediately returned to the wooden house and got the side dishes he had prepared. The cut whole chicken is thrown into a soup pot and cooked in the soup. The large pieces of beef that are cut again combine with the potatoes. At the same time, the individually shredded potatoes can also become the protagonist. Just a simple oil, salt, and vinegar are needed to make a refreshing stir-fry. Looking at Leon's skillful cooking techniques, Robin was not idle either. Originally, she just took an order to a kitchen. Apart from the essential furniture in the kitchen, she didn't have any idea to add. Now seeing Leon treating herself so enthusiastically, Robin felt that she should give Leon some small gifts. For example, using the remaining materials to create a dining table and a few chairs in the kitchen is nothing to Robin. When Robin finished his work, Leon was almost done. Looking at the brand new long dining table and 4 sturdy wooden chairs in front of him, Leon teased, "There is no extra charge for these, right? It depends on your dinner and whether it matches my appetite." Robin was sitting on the chair at this moment, lying on the table with his upper body very tired, but he still didn't let Lion's words fall to the ground. "As long as you are not a serious foodie, there should be no problem." Leon presented the familiar stewed beef and vinegar shredded potatoes. The shredded potatoes were actually not authentic. Because Leon did not have chili in his hand, he used pepper powder, but Leon tasted it before the pot, and the taste could only be said to be okay. Although there are only 2 hot dishes, Leon will never treat himself and Robin badly in terms of portion size. There is no problem even if the portions of 2 dishes are eaten by 4 people. "It looks pretty good, but I didn't expect potatoes to be eaten like this. Usually, Demetrius either stews potatoes and makes them mashed potatoes. Add the sauce and stir, either fry it into fries or roast it directly. The first time I saw potatoes cut into this." When the dishes were served, Robin looked at them curiously. Regarding Lion's novel cooking method, she was very curious about what the flavor of potatoes cooked like this. "Let's talk about it after tasting it." Leon went to serve 2 more plates of rice, handed it to Robin, and prepared a spoon and a fork for him. He took out a piece of wood and asked Robin, "Can you help me a little?" "What's wrong?" Robin looked at the wood in Lion's hand and asked in confusion, "Where does it need to be reinforced? If so, can I wait until I finish my meal before dealing with it? I'm so hungry now." "No, I just want you to make this piece of wood into a small wooden stick. It's probably like this, but it's rounded up and down." Leon went to pick up a little water and wet his fingers and drew a chopstick shape on the table and explained to Robin. "That's it, it's simple." Robin took the wood, then pinched it hard, and a complete piece of wood was divided into chopsticks that perfectly met Lion's requirements. Looking at the handful of chopsticks grasped by Robin, Leon nodded. Robin's ability is really strong. If she gave Robin a design drawing of a mushroom egg, she didn't know if she could complete the feat of rubbing mushroom eggs with her hands. "What are you going to use these small wooden sticks?" Robin asked Leon curiously after putting down the chopsticks in his hand. "It's for eating." Leon took out 2 chopsticks and held them in his hand. Then he showed Robin how to use the chopsticks, which made Robin amazed. "This is really a good tableware. It focuses a lot. Simple finger combination can be used for various shapes of ingredients. It looks elegant and light, which is so interesting." Although it was the first time I saw chopsticks, when I saw Leon picking up thin potato shreds with chopsticks, Robin quickly understood the characteristics and advantages of this unique tableware composed of 2 wooden sticks. "I'm idle and thinking about it. After all, there were always a few naughty beans that were hard to scoop up with a spoon, and I couldn't get the fork, so I got this one," Leon said perfunctorily. "It seems that your physics is very good. These 2 small wooden sticks are a laborious leverage," Robin teased. Stop discussing this, it's just a tableware." Leon did not talk much about chopsticks. After all, the more you talk, the easier it is to make mistakes. His original intention was not to show off. He just felt that chopsticks were more in line with his habits than knives, forks, and spoons. "It's just that I made it a bit thorny, and it's easy to break, let alone look good, just like 2 wooden sticks of varying lengths and uneven thicknesses. It is not as good as the chopsticks made by Robin, and it has no burrs and is beautiful. The length, thickness, and thickness of chopsticks are all standard, which is not much different from the mass-produced in the assembly line. Today is the last day of the new one that was previously listed on the shelves. In fact, it was 30 days yesterday, but May is 31st, so today it will continue to be 10,000. Finally, I don't have to rack my brain to write 5 chapters every day. I can be a little more leisurely in the future, but I promise that the update will not be interrupted, and the minimum update will be 2. The status will be updated. It will be difficult to control the quality of 10,000 yuan a day. I believe everyone can understand it. He. Chapter 232. It is difficult for a clean official to make a decision. Unlike Abigail when he was having dinner, Leon maintained the habit of separate meals when he was having dinner with Robin. After all, this is the mainstream dining etiquette in this world. So basically Leon uses public chopsticks to pick up dishes and put them on the plate, and then eat with another pair of chopsticks. The same is true for Robin. He adds vegetables to his plate with a fork and uses a spoon to eat, so as to avoid the dishes that his saliva-contaminated tableware encounters the dishes. But these are all small things, and neither Leon nor Robin cares, and Robin even makes himself stir-frying rice with potatoes and beef soup, which makes him look so excited. Leon, I didn't realize that your cooking skills are so good. It seems that you will be a good family husband in the future. While eating, Robin did not forget to praise Lion's craftsmanship. Are all men cooking in Stardew Valley? Leon asked subconsciously after hearing this. No, why do you ask that? Robin looked at Leon in confusion and asked. Then you don't listen to what you just said. Leon complained speechlessly. Robin laughed and replied, I just felt it. Actually, I'm not good at cooking, so Demetrius took over the kitchen. Oh. Leon nodded, and said nothing more. He was afraid of being punched. So, do you have a goal? Leon stopped talking, but Robin couldn't bear it anymore, and the topic jumped straight into Lion's emotional state. Not yet. Leon was stunned for a moment and then replied. Then it's early. Robin reminded Leon seriously, after all, the single girls in the town won't be patient to wait for you. Why do you all like to pay attention to my emotional issues? Is it a tradition to urge marriage in Pelican Town? Leon looked at Robin speechlessly and complained. From Gaswilly to George Lewis, now with Robin, he seems to be very concerned about his relationship, which makes him feel familiar with being besieged by neighbors in the village. Isn't this trying to completely settle in Pelican Town? Most young people nowadays don't like to stay in rural towns. There are many people going out, but there are too few people coming back. I can't even imagine Pelicans in more than 10 years later. Can the town still be as lively as it is now? Robin explained. The problem of population loss should be because of the small number of employment opportunities in Pelican Town. If Pelican Town is a bustling town and is full of a large number of job opportunities, those young people should not leave, Leon analyzed after hearing this. After all, this problem is the case no matter which world it is in. Do young people really yearn for the prosperity of big cities? That may not be true, it is just because there are many opportunities in big cities, high wages, and good employment, and good public conditions. If you can get a stable and high-paying job in your familiar hometown and the infrastructure is not bad, most people will probably give up the idea of going out to work. Robin sighed when he heard this. This is the truth, but Pelican Town's development is really not very good now. In addition to the fact that some festivals each year can attract tourists, the economic industry in the town basically relies on our old merchants who have lived in Pelican Town for generations. If the mining in the east ends, the population of Pelican Town may drop by half. Speaking of this, Robin couldn't help but complain. Lewis has complained to me more than once, and has also wanted to increase taxes for us merchants several times to accumulate funds to build public facilities in Pelican Town to attract more tourists, without considering our current income situation at all. Did you agree? Leon asked. Of course not. After all, who doesn't earn money from hard work? We understand Lewis's idea, but we also have families who need to maintain expenses. Robin replied, asking casually. By the way, what is the tax on your farm? I don't need to say if it's inconvenient to answer. Halfway through the question, Robin suddenly realized that this question was a little sensitive and quickly changed his words. It's not that I can't say it. Do you really want to know? Leon asked Robin with some confusion when he heard this. Well, I'm quite curious. Robin nodded repeatedly. It should be similar to you, but I don't need to pay taxes in the first 3 years after I inherited the farm. Leon hesitated for a moment and answered truthfully. It's normal for 3 years to be exempted from tax. After all, you're just a new arrival. This farm is still wilderness before you take over. If Lewis still has to collect your taxes, then Pelican Town may have fallen on the verge of bankruptcy. After hearing Lion's answer, Robin was not as indignant as Leon imagined, but instead answered as if he was taken for granted. Then Robin encouraged Leon, so you have to make good use of these 3 years of farm development. Perhaps your farm can bring some vitality to Pelican Town and make Pelican Town more lively. You are very concerned about the development of Pelican's Town. Can you tell me the reason? Leon asked curiously when he heard this. After all, Robin's 3 words cannot be separated from the Pelican's Town's problem, which made him very curious. Is Robin planning to run for the position of mayor after Lewis retires? Or do you think about waiting for Pelican Town to develop and create more opportunities for her to make money? It's personal reasons. Robin said slowly after swallowing the rice in his mouth, this is about my son, Sebastian. Yet. Leon echoed, showing an listening state. Robin continued to explain, he has mentioned to me more than once that he wants to leave Stardew Valley, but I have stopped him. I know that I am very selfish, but I am just a child, and I don't want to separate from him. Speaking of this, Robin sighed, I know the reason why he wanted to leave Stardew Valley is more from his stepfather's pressure, besides his work. Do you know that Demetrius and I are reorganized families? Demetrius is devoted to his scientific research, and his care for his children is basically on Maru. I often can't stay at home due to work reasons, so Sebastian always feels that he is redundant, so he basically stays in his room to play games every day, becoming more and more withdrawn. Yet. Leon nodded, making no remarks, and quietly listening to Robin's complaints. So I thought, if Pelican's Town got better, maybe Sebastian would find a job that suits him in Stardew Valley to stay, so that even if he moved out, he wouldn't be too far away from me, Robin continued. Yet. Leon still nodded and agreed without saying a word. This made Robin's eyes blankly. Leon, can't you say anything other than What are you talking about? This is your family matter, and it is not convenient for me to get involved. Leon explained helplessly. Of course you can. Robin immediately said when he heard this, or why would I say this to you? Ah! Leon looked at Robin in confusion, not understanding what special value he had to make Robin have such an idea. Chapter 233 Businessman from the Chamber of Commerce. Robin cleared his throat, then whispered to Leon, "In fact, I don't want Demetrius to know about this matter, so even if you refuse, I hope you don't expose what I said. Is it okay?" So what are you trying to do about me?" Leon looked at Robin with a cautious look on his face, always feeling that this old lady was not at ease. "You promise me not to inform Demetrius first?" Robin repeated. "Okay, let's talk about it first." Leon himself had an average relationship with Demetrius, so he didn't have any psychological burden on what he helped Robin conceal. "Actually, this matter is with Malu is related. Leon, how do you feel about Maru?" Robin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then he began to consult Leon. "A smart girl." Leon gave a standard answer. "Don't you feel anything else?" Robin asked. "No." At this moment, Leon understood Robin's idea, but he couldn't say it directly, so he started to pretend to be confused because this is the best way to deal with it and respond to changes in the same way. Robin obviously intends to divert the contradictions and tries to persuade himself to pursue Maru, and then let Demetrius focus on himself to relieve the pressure on Demetrius to Sebastian in his current family. Leon is not stupid. Why do such a thankless thing? If he hadn't needed Robin's carpenter craftsmanship to build the farm, he would have kicked Robin out of Big Feet long ago. "Why?" Robin asked back with some disbelief. "She is obviously pretty good looking, too." "Not everyone likes to eat chocolate," Leon hinted obscurely. "Ah!" Robin was stunned for a moment, then realized, looking at Leon speechlessly, completely silent. "Okay, go back and rest when you have enough. Don't mention such things." Seeing Robin shut down the engine, Leon immediately urged Robin. Robin had his eyes turned white and then left angrily. After watching Robin leave, Leon realized that it seemed that his kitchen renovation had not been paid. "But this is not a big problem. I won't run away. It's not too late to check out together when Robin comes to repair the chicken coop tomorrow." Leon just didn't know if Robin was willing to come to repair his chicken coop because of the conversation tonight, but it is highly likely that Robin will come. After all, it is impossible to get along with anyone and not be able to get along with money, right? Back in the kitchen, I washed the dishes and chopsticks with the newly installed sink. At this moment, Leon realized that the chicken soup had not been served yet, but Robin had run away and had not drunk the chicken soup, so I kept it for cooking noodles tomorrow to eat. After washing the dishes, Leon went to take a shower and went to bed. As soon as it was dawn, Leon got up, washed up and cooked a bowl of noodles with the chicken soup from last night. He still used pasta. Although it looked strange, it tasted okay. I also ate a lot of chicken. I ate it so greasy in the early morning, but Leon was not uncomfortable. When I was full, I went to water the crops in the field, and then rode my bike straight to Pelican Town. Parked the car at the door of Gus' Star Bar, and Leon pushed the door open and didn't see Gus at the front desk, so Leon shouted twice. "Here, come, "Leon, are you here for breakfast?" After a while, Gus walked out of the private living area behind and asked Leon. "I've eaten it, just come and see how you recover now." Leon replied. "Haha, actually it's much better after I came back and slept for a while." "Thank you for your concern." Gus replied with a smile, obviously very happy that Leon was so concerned about his physical condition. "If you're fine at noon, I'll treat you to a meal. Let's call Willie and have a good meal to make up for the last time I went to sea to agree to you." "No problem, but before that, I have something to bother you." Leon agreed to Gus' dinner appointment and explained his purpose. "I want to ask if you have any free wine bottles here? I've been collecting resin recently, but I don't have a suitable container on my hand, so I want to buy some here." "Yes, but if you are loading resin, it is not suitable, because those bottles do not have bottle jams and are not convenient for you to store them, and they also need to clean the remaining alcohol in them many times, which is quite troublesome, so I recommend you to find a special supplier to buy a suitable container," Gus explained. "Who should I buy it?" Leon asked. "There are no merchants in this area in the town, so I recommend you to find the UNC Chamber of Commerce," Gus said, then pulled Leon's arm, entered his room, and came to a landline phone call. "I can help you contact the businessmen of the UNC Chamber of Commerce. You will meet and discuss in person. What do you think?" "Okay." Leon had no objection. After all, he really had a demand, not only a container for collecting resin, but also a plan for brewing wine in the future. The situation of the sap collector is probably also suitable for small barrels for brewing wine, so if you fill wine in the future, a batch of containers will be required. And Leon is also quite curious about the long-distance Chamber of Commerce. It is not a bad thing for Leon to think of meeting this huge businessman organization members. With Leon's consent, Gus called a phone number, then explained the situation after the phone was connected, and hung up the phone. "I have arranged for you to meet at Starfruit. They will send the closest members to talk to you. You shouldn't have to wait too long." "Then let's go out and wait first." Leon nodded, then came to the business area of Starfruit with Gus. He found a chair in the hall and sat down. Before the merchants from the Chamber of Commerce came, he chatted with Gus for a while. When talking about the gold coins that you gained from this adventure, Gus asked, "By the way, have your gold coins taken? If not, you can wait to meet with the people from the Far Travel Chamber of Commerce and entrust them to help sell them. As long as it is a valuable product, they can find the right one for you." Buyer. Before Leon could speak, the bar door of Starfruit was pushed open, and a short-haired guy in a business suit interrupted, saying, "We don't accept all goods. Contra-indicated goods are explicitly prohibited in our business regulations." After saying this, the young man in suit quickly walked to Leon and Gus and bowed slightly, shook hands with the two and introduced himself. "I am Django from the UNC Chamber of Commerce. I have received the assignment from the headquarters to discuss business cooperation. Who do you have the intention to trade?" "Gus, the owner and chef of Starfruit Bar. I basically ordered my drinks from you. I also called the previous phone number. The young handsome guy who wanted to make a deal from you." Gus also introduced himself. "I know, you are Rhodes' client." Django nodded and replied, looking at Leon and smiling. "I'm very happy to see you, Mr. Leon. Although it may be our first meeting, you and your Red Star Farm have already become famous in our long-distance Chamber of Commerce. It's so fun to see you this time. I should be the first businessman in the Chamber of Commerce to see you. I have another capital to brag about with my colleagues when I go back. Chapter 234 Just a Scene. It's an honor to see you, Mr. Django. Leon nodded and expressed his kindness with Django, then invited Django to sit down and spoke. I want to order a batch of standard resin containers and standard-sized empty wine bottles with your Chamber of Commerce. I wonder if the UNC Chamber of Commerce can provide it. Of course there is no problem. As long as you want and can pay the right price, we can meet any shopping needs. Django nodded and replied confidently. What if I want a batch of arms? Leon couldn't help asking when he heard this. After all, he was really greedy for this thing. He had this plan when he met the travel merchant Iger for the first time, but he was convinced by Iger, but he never gave up the desire to hoard some of this thing, even if these things were not easy to use for monsters. Django's originally confident smile froze. Even Gus couldn't help but close his eyes and covered his ears after hearing this, leaning on the chair, saying that he had seen nothing and heard nothing. This is a contraband, and we cannot meet your requirements. Fortunately, Django had seen the world, so he immediately adjusted his expression and smiled again, and explained to Leon. Okay. Leon shook his head with a little regret, then let's talk about the serious business. What is the offer from the Chamber of Commerce for the transaction of resin containers and empty wine bottles? It depends on how much you need. Django replied. For resin containers, let's get 100 first. As for empty wine bottles, there is no need for them for the time being, but we will definitely order them in the future. Leon was embarrassed to speak, and he was destined to collect sap on a large scale, so he could also use it in the future. Are you 100? Django repeated the words and thought for a moment, then quoted, each container will charge you 10 G. The capacity is 1.5 liters, which can be reused, and we can ensure that the texture of the glass container is hard and not easy to break. It's a bit expensive. Leon compared the prices he knew when he heard this and couldn't help but complain, after all, 10 G can buy most of the chickens. There are also cheap glass containers, 2 G and 1 liter capacity, but they are too easy to break, and they need to be cleaned if they are reused. The 10 G container has good technology. No matter what liquid is filled, there will be no wall hanging after pouring it out, eliminating the problem of cleaning before reusing it. Django immediately gave an example and added. And this price is definitely a preferential price. After all, you are one of our important suppliers. We will give you the greatest discount and logistical support if conditions permit. Okay, then you need a 10 G container. Leon didn't care about Django's good words when he heard that the 10 G container could be used directly without cleaning. Leon had basically given up on the idea of buying bargains. The deposit is 300 G, and this batch of containers can be delivered to your farm within 2 days at most. Django's smile became even brighter after confirming the order. Although this order was just a small business for him, he did not dislike it. Leon took out 300 G and handed it to Django. After receiving it, Django also wrote a receipt, signed his name and stamped the seal of the Long Travel Chamber of Commerce, and handed it to Leon. After taking it, Leon looked at the seal. It was a businessman holding a horse with no words. This pattern was quite consistent with the name of the Changxing Chamber of Commerce. You just hand over this order to the merchant coming to deliver the goods. After filling in the remaining 700 G, you can get the container you ordered. Django added. Yeah. Leon nodded and said that he understood. Then he watched Django get up and leave, and immediately grabbed his arm and asked, "By the way, has Louis ever mentioned to you about the speed up of my farm's shipment payment?" "Of course, and all the goods you shipped yesterday have been purchased in advance by our UNC Chamber of Commerce at the market price and paid the payment for the goods. They mailed them to you personally. Didn't you check your email address in the morning?" Django looked at Leon in confusion and asked. There is really not, sorry." Leon smiled awkwardly when he heard this. "It's okay, Leon firstborn." Django couldn't help but sigh. "After all, I have also seen the agricultural product catalog you shipped yesterday. I have to say that your talent for agriculture is really amazing. An abandoned farm that has just taken over has recovered output in such a short time and can also cultivate high-quality crops. I have foreseen a rising star who can occupy a strong market in the agricultural market. It is absolutely understandable that you are busy without caring about these small details." Leon was a little embarrassed by Django's rainbow farts. He subconsciously felt that the email should not arrive so early, so he forgot to check the email address, not because he was busy. However, Leon would not say these things directly, but just waved his hand calmly. "It's too much, I still have to thank the UNC Chamber of Commerce for its trust." This thank you was sincere to Leon. After all, the UNC Chamber of Commerce could not dump all these goods in one night. UNC Chamber of Commerce purchased the goods shipped by Leon at market prices, which was equivalent to advance payment. If these goods fall into the hands of UNC Chamber of Commerce, they will be the ones who lose, not Leon, the shipper. It is conceivable how trust and value UNC Chamber of Commerce trusts and values it. It's mutual benefit. After all, not all farms can produce high-quality crops like your Red Star farm. For us, your farm is definitely a high-quality supplier." Django replied with a smile. "There is nothing else. I need to go to the eastern mining area to discuss the metal ingot business with the boss there, so I'll take a step forward." "Let's go slowly, the road is good." Leon stood up and sent Django. After watching Django leave, Leon returned to the Star Fruit Bar and sat with Gus. "Although the reputation of the UNC Chamber of Commerce is very guaranteed, I still think you should not get too close to them. After all, they are essentially a group of merchants. As long as there are generous returns on interests, they will flock to them. But once you act too kindly, they may become more and more demanding to compress the value of your goods." As soon as Leon sat down, Gus reminded Leon earnestly. "It's just a scene. As long as they don't lower the price and help me ship and pay according to the price I should get, then we can live in harmony. But once they play tricks, I can change to a dealer, such as Hoja's house." Leon comforted Gus with a smile. Chapter 235 Rich. Leon is not panic at all and the Chamber of Commerce is playing tricks with him. As long as he can still cultivate high-quality crops, this is the biggest bargaining chip that he can guarantee his own interests. After all, the world's commercial organizations are not only traveling chambers of commerce, but also Hoja families. As long as they are not monopoly-type markets, the high-quality crops in Lion's hands will not have to worry about being underpriced. Not to mention the information from the information of the Fart-Ravel Chamber of Commerce that Linus learned from Linus, it was obvious that the boss and Linus in the Fart-Ravel Chamber of Commerce knew each other. When it really reached that point, Leon could ask Linus to help deal with it. So Leon was not afraid of Gus' concerns at all. Don't ask, just because he had food in his hand, he was not panicked. Yes, it's strange that your intelligence is fooled by them. I'm too worried. Gus, who heard Lion's answer, also patted his legs and sighed. Thank you, Gus, after all, you really care about me. Leon thanked Gus. Ha ha ha, they are all friends, so of course we have to help you think more about the issues. Gus replied with a smile, by the way, order whatever you want at noon, I'll prepare it. We must have a good meal to celebrate. Just eat normally, I believe in your skills. Leon answered with a thumbs up at Gus. Okay, I'll arrange it. You can go and do your business first. Just come here directly when the meal is at dinner. Gus nodded and then instructed Leon. Don't I need to inform Willie for you? Leon thought that there was nothing wrong with the capital I now, so he immediately suggested to Gus. No, there is a phone number. Last time I was not convenient to see the charts, so I went to find Willie's in person, just ask him to have a meal and just make a phone call. In fact, you can also install a phone number on the farm in Leon, so that it is convenient to contact everyone. If you install a phone number, remember to leave me the number. Gus explained. Well, I will. Let's go back first, see you at noon. See you at noon. After Gus smiled and said goodbye to Leon, he entered the kitchen and started preparing. Leon rode his bicycle back to the farm. Before he could search for his email, he noticed that Robin had already started to work in the previously assigned chicken coop location. Leon, who was not in a hurry to open the email address, came to Robin's construction site and greeted him. Good morning, Robin, I thought you were not here today. Why don't you come? After all, you have agreed on the job in advance, and your kitchen repair fee has not been paid yet. Robin stopped the work in his hand and complained to Leon, I just remembered it halfway. You won't plan to pay for it? Not, after all, a farm as big as mice is here, so you can't run away from the monks and the temple, right? Leon replied with a smile. Sometimes I really don't understand what you mean. It's because I'm older and have a generation gap with you young people. Robin, who looked puzzled, thought about Lion's second half of the sentence, completely unable to understand what a monk is and what the temple means. Leon he shrugged and realized the cultural differences, but he did not explain much, so he directly took out 1,800 G of cash and handed it to Robin. Thank you, Leon, remember to find me next time you have this kind of construction work. I like customers like you who pay with ease. Robin, who happily accepted the money, enthusiastically promoted Leon. Let's talk about it. After paying this money, I don't have much money left. Leon complained that in addition to the 1WG farm support funds left by Louis, the money he earned was almost spent. Now Lion's poor pocket is only more than 1,000 G of deposit left. There are still some real estate, such as pearls that have not been sold out. But these are not problems. The money for tulip potatoes and kale that I released yesterday is now waiting in my email to collect it, and Leon is not worried that he has no money to use it. It doesn't matter, your farm is just starting out. I believe you will definitely become the most wealthy man in Pelican's Town in the future. Robin encouraged Leon. Well, I'll not disturb your work if I lend you a good word. I have other things to do. By the way, I need me to bring you a lunch? Leon nodded and asked. I brought the food, so you don't have to worry. Go and do yours. Robin waved his hand and then continued his work. After Leon said hello to Robin, he went to open the email address. In the email address, Leon found a small package and a letter. The letter was very dry, there was only a price catalog of goods inside, and it did not contain the money as before. But Leon would not worry, because after the small package with the letter was opened, there were a full of stacked $100 denomination banknotes. After a brief look, Leon was a little uncertain whether he was dazzled. Only when Leon looked at the price catalog could he understand the reason. In addition to the crops sold yesterday, the bulk of this money actually comes from the essence of the void sold by Leon before. 165 void essences, with a total price of 52,800 G. On average, the unit price of one void essence is 320 G, which is 20 G more than the 300 G priced by Ma Long. It should be the result of the Yuan-Xing Chamber of Commerce waiting for the void essence to be sold at the highest price. Compared with the exaggeration of the essence of the void, the prices of those crops are much more stable. The average potato is 8 G per unit, the tulip is 6 G per unit, the most expensive cabbage is 15 G per plant, which is not as outrageous as parsnips, but it is also doubled compared to the cost, and the potato is a little embarrassing. The cost of 5 G is only 8 G, which is a bit sluggish. But the prices of high-quality potatoes are different. The unit price of potato Silver Star quality is 80 G, while the unit price of Venus quality potato is 300 G. This price makes Leon unable to help swallowing his saliva. If he really completes the mass production of high-quality potato seeds, he can't even imagine how much money he can make with high-quality potatoes. The price of high-quality crops of tulips is a bit embarrassing. Silver Star quality is 40 G and Venus quality is 80 G. It can only be said that it is better than nothing. On the contrary, the price of Silver Star of cabbage can reach 100 G, and Venus quality is 420 G per plant. The output of these crops, the income from the essence of the void, and the support funds given by Louis, now Leon has a deposit of nearly 80,000 G. After half a month since he came to Stardew Valley, Leon actually completed the year-on-year GDP when Willie's market was not good, which made Leon feel deeply moved. I received a monthly salary of 2,000 G at Hoja's house a month ago. Compared with this income, it is really embarrassing. Today's new relationship is over. I went to the cafeteria for dinner and said goodbye. Chapter 236 We Are Friends. I'm making money, I don't know how to spend it. I buy a Nokia with my left hand and a Motorola with my right hand. Leon, who put the money in his pocket, couldn't help humming a small song, rode his bicycle and headed straight to Pelican Town, parked the car next to the cemetery, took back his backpack, and Leon took out the rusty key to open the lock of the sewer, lifted the manhole cover and jumped down. Korobs, are you there? Entering the sewer, he found the station of Korobus. Leon did not see the short and fat black winter root, so he shouted. As soon as he finished shouting, the darkness began to spread towards Leon, overwhelming the torch lighting in the sewer, and then Korobus walked out of the darkness. Hello, Leon. As soon as he showed up, Korobs squeezed out his smile and greeted Leon. Long time no see, Korobus, I'll buy a sun essence and a void essence. Leon also greeted Korobus, explaining his purpose. 1 each? Okay. Korobus took out 2 different essences from his body and handed them to Leon. The sun essence is already warm, but the void essence only has a cold touch. The fear that was subconsciously generated when it came into contact with the void essence was gone. Leon didn't know whether it was because he was used to it or because of the improvement of his strength. The fear and deterrence contained in the essence of the void had no meaning to him. He took out 180G from his body and handed it to Korobus. After completing the transaction, Leon complained to Korobus, "Have you forgotten something?" "Did I forget anything?" Korobus looked at Leon in confusion. "I bought 40 void essences from you last time, but I haven't paid for it yet," Leon reminded. "Oh, I didn't forget, but you didn't take the initiative to mention it. I thought you hadn't raised enough money yet," explained Korobus. "Really, I can't let you trust me in vain." Leon punched and touched Korobus' chest, then took out a stack of money. After counting 40 $500 bills in front of Korobus, he handed them to Korobus. "You only owe me 4,000G. Korobus, who pulled out 5 of the money and handed it to Leon, reminded. "The previous 50G was a bug, and it has been corrected. I don't like to take advantage of my friends, and you have seen it. I made a lot of money, but now I'm not short of money." Leon stuffed 5 more money to Korobus' back. Korobus was not worried and accepted the money. "Do you still need the essence of the void? Do you still have it?" Leon became interested when he heard this. After all, he didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to get a fleece. He did not take advantage of his friends, but he didn't know anyone in the mermaid clan except Anya, who is his friend, and he didn't know the other mermaids. Anya is obviously not an internal staff member who manages the mermaid's finances, so Leon highlights a clear conscience when pulling out the mermaid's wool. There are not much left. The recent transaction of void essence has tripled due to the mermaid clan's reward order. There is no need to buy it at such a high price, so I have no intention of stocking up. The one I gave you before is still in stock. If you need more than 10, I can't get it," Korobus explained. "Do you know the price of the void essence, and you still sell it to me at the original price?" Leon made a move and planned to make up the difference of 200G, but Korobus refused directly. "My trading code is not bargaining, but it will not increase prices," explained Korobus. "Okay." Leon did not continue to stuff money. He is not short of the 200G now, but as a friend, he respects Korobus' trading rules. "I think you should make money by reselling these void essences." Seeing Leon recovering the money, Korobus laughed and then asked in a chat. "Yeah. There is nothing to hide in this kind of thing." Leon nodded and confirmed Korobus's guess. "You have business talent, Leon. I'm happy for you when I seized this opportunity." Korobus praised Leon. "I'm also very happy that you can make money. In this way, maybe you can buy my most precious goods." "What is it?" Leon was stunned for a moment when he heard this and asked subconsciously. "The return wand is a magic prop with 3 space anchors. The holder can teleport to the set location of the 3 anchors at will, without any consumption or cooling time," Korobus explained. Of course, Leon knew about the return wand, but the return wand he knew was the wand that could only return to Stardew Valley Farm in the game. However, according to Korobus' description, the return wand seemed to be able to teleport 3 places. How much do you plan to sell? If it were just a simple return wand, Leon might only consider buying it when he couldn't spend his money. After all, he had more time, and there was also a teleportation totem that could be used as a cheap substitute. But when this return wand can have 3 teleportation points to choose and use, Leon is really moved. 200 WG. Korobus quoted the price as in the game. When Leon heard this, he waved his hand and said, "I can't afford it, I can't afford it at all." "I know, I just told you that I have this thing, but unfortunately this return wand cannot be lent to you. Otherwise, you can use it first and then replenish it when the money is enough." Korobus replied helplessly. "It's understandable. I could take away the essence of void on credit before because this thing is actually not uncommon, and it's not too valuable. However, if it were Leon, it wouldn't be willing to go out on credit directly on credit. Because this wand was entrusted to me by a friend, it was considered consignment. In fact, the wand is still in his hands. I can only bring the wand back after taking the money. Sorry." Korobus seemed to be worried that Leon was misunderstood and was stingy, so he quickly added, "What, apologize to me? How could I blame you?" Leon looked at Korobus speechlessly, always feeling that this guy seemed a little inferior and had a bit of a flattering personality, and immediately said to Korobus, "We are friends, aren't we? Friends are people who are like-minded, have friendships, and respect each other and understand equality in identities. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand what you mean, Leon, but I'm not a human." Korobus nodded and reminded with some emotion. "Just know the meaning. It doesn't matter if it's human beings. You just need to know that we are friends. You are not human beings. Are we not friends?" Leon looked at Korobus speechlessly and complained. "Regarding the issue of adding updates, I can tell my brothers and sisters that there is no rule for adding monthly tickets and rewards. In addition to spending time on my writing, I also want to make money. Therefore, when I can do enough time, I will add updates on my own without these external stimulations. And what I said is serious. It is better to keep the money to subscribe if you give me rewards. If one day you feel that you don't want to read it, you can just abandon the book. I won't blame you. After all, it is definitely my problem to let you abandon the pit. I just hope that the brothers before the pit can tell you what the reason is. I also want to make more money, and writing more can make more money, so I won't be a salted fish. Brothers can rest assured that 2 updates are just a guaranteed guarantee. I don't know if there is more or less a day. Sometimes when the state comes, I have free time, and I can even 20,000 yuan a day, so don't worry. That's all I have said. I hope my brothers and sisters can continue to support me in the future, thank you." Chapter 237 Repair the Vault. Korobus nodded repeatedly, without saying a word, but judging from its exaggerated expression, this guy should be quite happy and moved. "Okay, I have to escape. I have to go to dinner at noon. At that time, the smell of sewer on my body is easily disliked. You should also be careful to be concealed. The recent price increase of this void essence is not very friendly to you Shadowman." Before leaving, Leon did not forget to remind Korobus. "Well, it's okay." Korobus nodded, then hesitated for a while, but stopped Leon. "What's wrong? Leon asked in confusion as he looked at Korobus who was standing in front of him. You have a good relationship with the mermaids, right? Korobus asked back. It's just like the mermaid clan, but there are also my friends in the mermaid clan. Leon explained. Then I hope you will bring this news to your friends, that is, shadows will not sit and wait for death. This reward order has caused many shadow people to be attacked. The priests in the parliament intend to use assassination to intimidate the mermaids to cancel this targeted reward order and are ready to start implementation. Korobus said to Leon with a serious face. Tell me this, aren't you afraid of being regarded as traitors by the shadows? Leon looked at Korobus in amazement and asked. After all, this news seemed to be a secret operation of the Shadowmen. Korobus, an insider, broke the news directly, and the consequences would be a bit serious. I am not bound by the rules of Shadowmen, and they do not welcome me. I am Korobus, the bridge passer, the lone walker free from the shadow of darkness and light. I live only for myself. Korobus shook his head and replied. Thank you, this information is very important. I would like to thank you for the mermaids, Korobus. Leon nodded, and from Korobus' answer, he understood Korobus's will. Yet. Korobus nodded, go and do it, Leon. Yet. Leon nodded, then climbed out of the sewer along the wall ladder, took out his bicycle and rushed towards the beach. The next moment he arrived at the dock, Leon took out the mermaid horn and blew it. The familiar magic circle, familiar long blue hair, and familiar face. This time I came to Anya, but this time Anya came alone. Leon, are you going to play at the gathering place of the mermaids? Anya asked when she saw Leon. No, why do you think I can't be in trouble, so I ask you for help? Leon complained. You are in Stardew Valley, where you are protected by powerful guardians. The fact that you and the guardian visit the queen have long been spread throughout the mermaid clan. Everyone knows that your relationship with the guardian is extraordinary, so you cannot encounter danger in Stardew Valley. Anya analyzed. It makes sense, okay, I won't make a fuss with you. I'll share with you this time. Leon nodded, and then his expression immediately became serious. I know a special Shadowman friend. It told me an information, that is, the Shadowman clan. In order to respond to your mermaid clan's reward order, I plan to put pressure on you by assassinating the mermaid clan to force you to recover the reward for the acquisition of Shadow Essence. I understand. Anya's expression became solemn when she heard this. Thank you for your information, Leon, this is very important to us. I must go back and notify the elders and the queen immediately. I'm sorry I don't have time to reminisce about you. Well, go, I wish you a good journey. Leon nodded, and then saw Anya diving directly into the sea and disappearing, then got up and left the dock. He has done everything he should do. As for how the mermaids and shadow men fight next, it is their own problem. Leon is a fighter who eats a fruit, and he is not qualified or desire to participate in this dispute. After looking at the time, it was just 11 o'clock, and lunchtime was still a while before Leon rode back to Pelican Town and headed straight to the old community center. Pushing open the gate of the old community center that had corroded moss and vines, Leon bypassed the broken floor of the hall that was hurting, passed the bulletin board, and entered the old furnishing warehouse. The dirt can be seen on the ragged floor, and the rusty vault safe seems to be blasted by C4. Half of the vault door is missing. The table, which has been corroded and only half of it is covered with moss, and the whole room is fully interpreting a broken word. The only thing that is quite intact is the basket made by vines next to the vault. Leon looked around and didn't see the little guy's Zunimo appearing, so he walked directly to the basket and started throwing money in it. 42,500 G of money was thrown in. Lion's heart was trembling. The little money that had just been obtained was gone, and it was uncomfortable. As the last bill fell into the basket, the sound of puffing and puffing and puffing and puffing and puffing and puffing sounds were coming one after another around Leon. Of all colors the Zunimos were jumping around Leon. 4 of them raised their baskets and ran towards the hall. The rest of Zunimo raised his bean sprout-like little hand, shaking his body and making a chirping sound. Then Leon witnessed a grand magical decoration scene. The brand new wooden floor replaced the floor that had been severely damaged. The mottled wall tiles on the wall were also cleared, replaced by red bricks and sky blue wallpaper. The rust in the vault was also fading away quickly, and it began to return to its original appearance as light flowed backwards at the same time. At the same time, a huge carpet was added below the vault, and even a large leaf green potted plant was added between the vault and the corner. On the other side of the vault, a brand new desk suddenly appeared, a large soft leather sofa that matched the work of Eben, and a filing cabinet appeared on the wall next to it. All this happened too quickly, in just 4 or 5 breaths, and the originally ragged vault turned into a new standard office decoration. The sunlight shone into the house through the shiny metal glass windows, not a trace of dust. This is really good. If I can cooperate with you to open a decoration company, I guess Robin will be unemployed. Leon squatted down and looked at Zunimos gathered beside him and joked. The Zunimos didn't say anything, but just danced strange dances around Leon happily, looking very happy. After jumping for a while, the group of Zunimo disappeared directly. When they appeared again, these cute little things were holding things. A gift? Leon asked. Chirp chirp. Zunimos jumped happily, as if answering Lion's questions, and at the same time put the things they carried together in front of Leon. There are 4 types of gifts. The first is 3 THRELAE or structure chocolate cakes. The plate-sized base is stacked in turn with chocolate cakes smaller than the bottom, and a cherry is dotted at the top. Chocolate cake, dish sweet and soft, and thick fudge icing. There is a glass cover outside these chocolate cakes to protect them. Leon can pick them up directly. After looking at them for a while, he handed one of them to the Zunimos who had not left. Do you want to eat them? Thank you for the reward of Yaya's boss's 100 starting point coins, I almost forgot it. Sorry, thank you for your support. Chapter 238 Blue Moon's Wine. After hearing this, Zunimos took a step back and shook their little hands, as if expressing their rejection. Don't you like it? Leon realized that these little guys seemed to have no feelings for chocolate. He couldn't help but maliciously guessed whether it was because the chocolate contained a lot of cocoa alkali, which these little guys couldn't bear. After putting these 3 chocolate cakes into the backpack, Leon looked at the small bag of grey-black powder in another big bag. Advanced fertilizer. Chemical fertilizer improve soil quality and increase your chances of growing high-quality crops, and add them to plowed land when used. High-quality fertilizers that are more efficient than ordinary fertilizers, totaling 30 packs, which came a little late. If they came yesterday, Leon would sprinkle them all in the land where they grow potatoes, but it would not be too late to keep them for later use. After entering the backpack, Leon focused on two big guys, one of which was half a person tall, similar to a drum washing machine, but covered with fluorescent lights, which looked very technological. Gem replica, put your gem and it will be copied. The other is a 2-meter metal cylinder, with a uniform part of the metal ring on the cylinder, a metal ball at the top, a large base at the bottom, and a triangular plug-shaped iron sheet under the base, which seems to be convenient for fixing in the land. Lightning rod, collects the energy of the storm and converts it into a battery. Good thing. Leon was very happy about the lightning rod and gem replica machine, because these two things were high-tech products that he could not make at this stage. The lightning rod attracts the power of lightning to convert it into a battery pack. The battery pack is an important resource, and it is a basic material for creating an iridium sprinkler. The gem replica is even more of the black technology. You only need to invest a template gem, so put it in the farm and just wait for it to be replicated. You can repeatedly obtain the gem replica as the template, and the value is the same as the template gem. It can be said to be a steady source of gemstones. Leon once built 50 gem replica machines in the game to copy diamonds. Although the initial cost is quite high, as long as the time is long enough, the cost can be recovered sooner or later. The only pity is that this thing cannot copy the colorful fragments, otherwise Leon only needs to get a colorful fragment and spend some time waiting to get the 7 colorful fragments that have been upgraded to the 36 grid backpack. Happy to put the lightning rod and gem copy machine into the backpack, Leon squatted down and touched the Zunimos and said, "Okay, the vault has been repaired, and I have to rely on you to repair the bus next." Sure. Zunimos jumped and spoke to Leon, saying words that he could not speak at all, but looking at the state of Zunimos, Leon knew that they would really help him repair the bus. Originally, he thought that he would be in harmony. In reality there are differences in the game. Now I have tried it and found that the Zunimos still maintained the special benefits of repairing the vault area with the bus, which made Leon breathe a sigh of relief. Then Leon stood up, left the repaired vault, and moved to the basement boiler room. This place is also broken, with pipes broken on the ground, cracked and exposed soil to grow small mushrooms. The melting pot is also rotten like the iron lumps in the scrap purchase station. Ignoring this dilapidated scene, Leon took out a sun essence and void essence from his backpack and threw it into a basket that looked like a unified area to be repaired. Watching Zunimo, who was carrying, took away the essence of the basket, Leon was waiting quietly. After a while, a dark Zunimo appeared in front of Leon and threw out a ring of the same style as the small magnet ring worn by Lion's finger, and disappeared. Well, another small magnetic ring, it's not bad. Picking up the ring and putting it on his hand happily, Leon tried the coverage of the 2 small magnetic rings. The final conclusion was that the effects of the 2 rings were perfectly superimposed, and the original 2-meter-long diameter was transformed into 4 meters, and the weight of objects that could be ingested from the air was also increased. Now Leon can rely on the special abilities of these 2 small magnetic rings to go to the streets and alleys, disguising himself as a superpower with impulse power to perform a show. It's a pity that this is not the Earth. Leon feels that he has really done this. Apart from fooling some ordinary people who have never seen the world, if he meets a guy who knows what he knows, it will be embarrassing. After completing the sacrifice, Leon left the old community center. In addition to the vault that has been completely repaired, the door to the old community center still looks like an abandoned building. Leon is not sure if anyone will find out in advance that the vault office has been repaired. He rode his bike to the Starfruit bar, put the bike aside, and Leon entered the house. At this moment, in the bar hall, Willie and Gus could be seen sitting on a dining table, and the table was empty except for Kaifeng wine. "We are still discussing when you will appear, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly." Gus saw Lion's appearance and called Leon to come and sit down, leaving the seat and entering the kitchen. "Can you drink some?" Willie picked up the bottle and asked Leon. "Wine. Leon doesn't like drinking, but he can drink some wine." "Well, Gus is a wine produced in Blue Moon Vineyard that he spent a lot of money to buy, which is a good thing." Willie nodded and explained, the posture of stroking the wine bottle was just like stroking the treasure. "Is it expensive?" Leon asked. "Yes, it's very expensive. The highest quality of ordinary wine is only 6700 G, but they are all old wines. Even if it's fresh wine, it takes 300 G to get the next bottle. The ordinary wine in other vineyards is only 50 G. Willie sighed. "So we usually don't want to drink this wine, which is to celebrate our dinner this time, so Gus took out such a bottle of good things." "Oh, why are the wines in that Blue Moon Vineyard so expensive?" Leon became even more curious when he heard this. After all, he would also follow the winemaking process in the future. Let's get to know his competitors first. It is fully handmade, without impurities and odors. The wine after the grapes are fermented has a strong aroma. It is said that those who drink Blue Moon wine will have good luck in a short period of time. Although it may be a gimmick, as far as the wine itself is concerned, Blue Moon wine is definitely a fine product. After Willie finished speaking, he saw Gus coming back with the dishes. He immediately opened the wine in the blue wine bottle, filled the 3 goblets on the table, and spoke to Leon, "You will understand if you taste it." Chapter 239 The Mysterious Female Farmer. "Haha, I knew you, an old alcoholic, couldn't help it." Gus, who came back with the food, looked at Willie who had already started pouring wine and cursed at Willie. "Isn't wine used for drinking? And you can sober up if you pour it out early," Willie replied with confidence. "Oh, you actually poured a glass for Leon. Are you planning to drink something today?" Willie put down the dishes, sat next to Leon, and asked at the goblet in front of Leon. "You can try it, the wine should not be of high degree," Leon explained. "Well, indeed, this is Blue Moon's wine. Their wines are said to be made by a little girl themselves, but the taste is too much beyond the wines on the market. If it weren't for the insufficient production, the wine market might be the dominant one," Gus said to Leon Kopp. "It is because she maintains handmade production that she has such high quality. If she is really mass-produced, then the wonderful wine brought by this exquisite craftsmanship may have no advantages." "Is she very famous?" Leon asked after hearing this. After all, he had never heard of the Blue Moon Vineyard in the game, nor had he seen any Blue Moon wine. "Of course, she just didn't show up in public. Most of the interviews with her were interviews by phone. I heard that she was a young girl, and there was basically no other information," Gus added. "It's interesting." Leon stroked his chin when he heard this, and was quite curious about what was going on with the owner of the Blue Moon Vineyard. After all, the other party is a fellow traveler. Leon is planning to taste what her wine tastes first, considering others. If Blue Moon's wine is really outstanding, Leon would have to change the track. Anyway, Leon doesn't like to make wine with grapes. The brothers in the winemaking genre basically start with hops. After the funds came up, they finally planted ancient seeds in large quantities as soon as Jiangdao opened. The ancient fruits were full, and the dream of a millionaire was easily realized. In Lion's view, a single wine estate was not a big threat. What he was mainly curious about was the problem of the farmers of this vineyard. After all, he has never met any other farmer yet. If there is no one else, let's have a meal. Leon looked at the dazzling array of dishes in front of him and raised the goblet in his hand. Let's go first, celebrate our safe return and have some adventures. Ha ha ha, okay. Willie and Gus also raised their glasses and touched them gently, then began to taste the wine. Leon took a sip, and the rich grape fragrance hit the nose when the wine entered his mouth, and followed by the unique sweet and sour taste of the slightly sweet grapes. The taste is very soft, a bit like juice, with a little sourness, but it is not obvious under the cover of alcohol, which instead improves the taste experience a little. In terms of taste, Leon could not find wine comparable to it from his memory. I'm worthy of this price. Feeling the residual aroma of wine in my mouth, Leon nodded and sighed. Yes. Gus nodded and echoed, that's why I'm sorry that it produces too little and cannot be purchased in large quantities. With wine of this quality, the price is really not a problem. There will be gourmets who know how to taste wine to pay for it. How much inventory do you have here, Gus? Leon asked curiously when he heard this. If Gus had extra money, he really planned to buy 2 bottles and bring them back, and have a cup before going to bed. Just 1 bottle, after all, Blue Moon's production is not high. Every month's wine shipment is divided up by wine lovers, so it's hard to buy it. Gus complained. Every month? Isn't grapes only grown in summer? Planting in greenhouses for Blue Moon? Leon asked after hearing this. I don't know that except for the Fart-Ravel Chamber of Commerce, basically no one knows the location of the Blue Moon vineyard. We also bought the Blue Moon wines from the Fart-Ravel Chamber of Commerce. Gus explained. Yet. Leon nodded without saying anything, thinking about the situation of the farmer of the Blue Moon vineyard. Leon can only think of 2 possibilities for the time being. One is that the grapes of Blue Moon are planted in greenhouses, and the other is that this female farmer is also a special person and has the ability to hold grapes related to them. This made Leon more interested in the Blue Moon vineyard farmer. However, these have nothing to do with Leon for the time being. Leon put these ideas away and devoted himself to this dinner. Gus' cooking skills are as outstanding as ever, and when paired with the color of this top wine, the meal was very perfect. After the dinner was over, Gus sent Leon and Willie out of the starfruit. Leon looked at Willie's shaking appearance and suggested, I'll send it back to you, Willie, it's not safe for you to go back alone. It's okay, just take 2 steps. Willie waved his hand and rejected Lion's proposal, I'm not as bad as I need someone to give it to you. Now I'm only 7% drunk, don't worry about me. Leon recalled the scene where Willie and Gus opened 2 bottles of rum and a bottle of whiskey after drinking Blue Moon wine, and couldn't help but sigh and asked. Are you sure? Of course. Willie replied confidently, patting his chest. Then Willie walked towards the beach with swaying steps. Seeing Willie's 3 bends in one step, Leon rolled his eyes speechlessly, then stepped forward to raise Willie, carried him back to the cottage at the dock, and threw him on the bed in the loft room above the house. He was relieved. Throwing the key on Willie's nightstand, Leon left the dock and rode his bicycle back towards the farm. When she returned to the farm, Leon glanced at Robin, who was still working, and no longer paid attention to her movements. Instead, she found a remote and empty location and began to set up lightning rods. This thing looks quite tall, but the weight is not heavy. Interestingly, as soon as Leon put it on the ground, it automatically began to sink, completely inlaid the iron sheets underground into the soil, revealing only the cylinder and most of the base. As for the gem replica machine, Leon chose to put it in the wooden house. After all, this thing looks quite expensive. It is put outside. Leon is worried that the wind and sun will be wiped out. Anyway, there is still space in the house. A small drum washing machine-shaped gem replica machine really doesn't occupy much space, so it is located in the bed in Leon, and a piece of amethyst is stuffed into Leon. Because this is the most expensive gem on hand in Leon now, if you want to copy diamonds, you have to work hard at the mine. With the recent fortune, Leon really doesn't want to waste time in the mine. Chapter 240 Women's hearts are hard to guess. After putting down the gem replica machine, Leon left the wooden house and went to the cave. The mushrooms are still growing, and you can already see small umbrellas. The fruit bats that were focused on this trip still had no trace, which made Leon leave disappointed again. "Hi, Leobin, have you eaten?" After leaving the cave, Leon walked to Robin, who was setting up the frame of the chicken coop, and greeted him. "Thank you for your concern, I've eaten it," Robin replied while working hard. "I'll ask you something. Can I set up a phone number for Red Star Farm?" Leon asked. "Of course." Robin nodded with a smile. "I didn't expect you to actually install a wired phone. I thought you young people all like to use mobile phones." "That thing is too expensive to afford," Leon complained when he heard this. In fact, except for black technology, the technological level of this world is basically maintained around the 1990s. Of course, there are mobile phones, but it is not the kind of smartphone that Leon is familiar with, but the old Nineki brick version of the old man machine, and the lowest price is around 6,000 G, which belongs to the ranks of luxury goods. Anyway, Leon himself is reluctant to buy it. Indeed, wired phones are cheaper. Setting up a telephone line and providing a landline phone will only cost 1,000 G. Robin nodded and agreed. 1,000 G is not cheap either. Hearing this price, Leon couldn't help but complain. That's because these 1,000 G include account opening fees and telephone charges for annual use services. Robin explained. That's okay. Leon knew it immediately and asked Robin, "When can it be installed?" "Wait until I finish your chicken coop, I'll install it for you the day after tomorrow," Robin said, looking at Leon and asked back, "You're not curious at all, have I mentioned the additional improvements for your chicken coop? Didn't you say that after building the chicken coop, I asked me to find it myself?" Leon looked at Robin helplessly and complained. Leon had asked before, but Robin pretended to be mysterious, and now he took the initiative to ask why he was not curious. It is indeed difficult for women to think clearly. Okay, it's my problem, but I still want to tell you now. Robin smiled awkwardly when he heard this, and then added. Actually, I plan to add a defecation tank to your chicken coop, so that you don't need to take the initiative to clean the feces in the chicken coop every day. How about it? Do you feel that I'm very considerate? Oh, that's really considerate, but will those chickens really gather in one area to excrete? Leon was quite satisfied with the improvements attached to Robin, but was a little worried that Robin's defecation pool might not be cared for by the chickens raised in the chicken coop. Did you forget what I said about the animals in Marnie Ranch are very smart? As long as your chickens are bought from Marnie's side, you don't need to worry about this problem. I have tried this kind of defecation pool in Marnie's chicken coop. It was very successful and it was very convenient to clean it up. Robin explained. Why do you feel like you are tricking me? Leon couldn't help but complain when he heard this. After all, Robin has been selling animal cubs from Marnie's farm to him, and has kept emphasizing that Marnie's animals are very smart, and even the added transformation projects are reproduced according to the breeding model of Marnie's farm, which makes Leon suspicious. It's not a routine, it's really for you. You probably haven't eaten eggs produced by Marnie Ranch, otherwise you will definitely understand why I admire Marnie Ranch so much. Robin looked at Leon speechlessly and complained. What do you mean? Leon asked curiously. I won't say it anymore, so as not to think that I will sell Marnie again. Robin was so angry this time that he turned his head and refused to look at Leon. He started to work on the construction of the chicken coop. No matter what Leon said, she chose to ignore it. Seeing this, Leon could only leave the neighborhood in shame, and sighed in secret that the woman was in the underwater needle. After the conversation with Robin ended, Leon did not need to stay on the farm. After all, he had done almost all the work he could do on the farm, so he simply left the farm and went to the coal forest to cut wood. When the busyness came, Leon took back his axe and walked back slowly towards the farm. After entering the farm, Leon saw from a distance that the main frame of the chicken coop had been built and Robin was also packing his tools. You're going back? Leon leaned over and asked. Yes, today's work is over. Robin nodded, then joked to Leon, What? I want to invite me to dinner tonight. Yes, do you eat noodles? Thinking that there was still half a pot of chicken soup left in the morning and Leon did not waste it. Robin had this idea, so let's have some chicken soup together. Noodles? Forget it, I've been busy for a day, I have to eat something good. Robin waved his hand in disgust. Leon looked at Robin speechlessly, sighing that the middle-aged wife's way of saying this is really direct, she is a cheerful person. Robin, who observed Leon's expression, covered his mouth and smiled and comforted Leon. Okay, I'm kidding with you. Demetrius and I have already greeted you. I'm going back to dinner tonight, not to dislike your noodles. By the way, if you're fine, you can go back and have dinner with me. I believe Demetrius won't mind preparing a pair of tableware. No need, I'll just eat something. Leon refused directly after hearing this. If someone invited him, Leon would have shamelessly gone. But if the guest is the family dinner where Demetrius is located, then it is considered now. Leon doesn't want to have a meal and has to be threatened with ice. Okay, I won't advise you anymore, I'll take a step first. Robin didn't care too much when he heard this. After waving his arms, he said goodbye to Leon, and followed the northern exit of the farm and embarked on a journey back. Leon went to the newly built kitchen to cook a large bowl of noodles for himself with the remaining chicken soup. I ate the soup and chicken cleaned up. After cleaning the kitchen with satisfaction, I returned to the wooden house and watched TV. Recently he discovered a good TV channel, and the TV series Cowboys on the Prairie Island played on the channel is quite in line with Lion's appetite. Although the plot development is a bit old-fashioned and belongs to the traditional story of heroes fighting bullies, the background of the story and the scenery of the shooting location both stunning Leon. And if Leon remembers correctly, there is an arcade game called Grassland King Adventure in the entertainment area of Gus Star Fruit Bar. The background story of this game is said to be adapted from real events. Perhaps it may be the same derivative IP as this TV series. There are a lot of things today, and there may be less updates, sorry. Chapter 241 The old man who is afraid of the world will not be in chaos. When the time was almost over, Leon turned off the TV and went to bed. He opened his eyes again and could see the sun the next day. The routine watering of washing, eating and drinking was about 8:20, Leon completed the daily watering work. After returning to the house and looking at today's fortune, Velvic's divination channel has turned into a black background. It seems that he has left Stardew Valley and has returned. The elves today are very happy. You are going to have good luck. It's finally a lucky day. Leon, who came to this conclusion, breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't gone to the mine for a long time. After confirming that his fortune is good today, Leon began to prepare for the mine, prepared water and food, cleaned up the items in his backpack, and Leon turned around and left the house. Robin will come to build the chicken coop today, but Leon thinks she won't behave like a person who follows the rules. Yesterday, he just started working on the Red Star farm and had no intention of saying hello to him at all, so Leon doesn't need to wait for her here. Starting from the north of the farm and passing through the remote forest, Leon also looked at the sap collector, and the barrels for collecting resin were already full. But no sap overflowed outside the barrel because there was a float piston at the outlet where the barrel collected the resin. This kind of piston is the same as the toilet flushing device. As long as the liquid covers the piston, the port will automatically close, avoiding the embarrassing scene of continuing to collect and lead to waste. It's a pity that Leon doesn't have a suitable container on hand for the time being, otherwise he would have collected a portion of maple syrup and sent it to Brother Xiong. However, Leon is not in a hurry. The order has been handed over to the merchants of the Yuanxing Chamber of Commerce. They should be able to get the 100 large-capacity container they ordered by themselves tomorrow at the latest, and it will not be too late to deliver it when the time comes. He headed straight to the entrance of the mine, and went straight to the 20-story mine through the elevator. Facing the huge and deep underground lake on the right side of the mine, Leon hesitated for a moment, and finally gave up the urge to throw 2 shots. The usual way to take out a pickaxe and knock on the stone, find the stair hole leading to the next floor and go straight down. Leon, which has rich mining experience, will give priority to mining ore-bearing rocks with obvious differences in appearance in ordinary rocks, which can ensure profits while maximizing its efficiency. When encountering a dense rocky area, Leon is not stingy with the cherry bombs in his hand. The efficiency of blowing up one piece also greatly increases the speed of Lion's mine downs. In addition, today's fortune is good, Leon soon arrived at the 30th floor before 12 o'clock and opened an elevator in the mine. Unfortunately, there are no treasure chests on the 30 floors, and there is not even stones. The space is much smaller than other mineral layers. There is no need to knock on stones to find the stairs and mines, and they are located openly in the corner. Leon, who was not in a hurry, took a simple lunch on this floor and took a short rest. After all, he got down 10 mines in one morning, and the competition was not only about physical fitness, but also about energy. After all, the abandoned mine cave is not a serious mine cave. There are monsters inside. After deducting the mineral income of copper, coal, stones, gems, etc., Leon also harvested additional monster spoils such as slime mud, insect meat, etc. If the Galaxy watermelon knife had its own cleaning function and the blade would not be contaminated with the remaining organs and body tissues of the monster, Leon would probably have to clean it up more than 2 times. It is enough to show how many monsters Leon has killed along the way. Just as Leon had just finished eating the pancakes and drank a bottle of mineral water. While resting next to the rock wall, he found that the elevator he had just opened had actually started to move by himself, and the indicator light next to the elevator was lit up from the button on the 30th floor and gradually lowered. When the elevator button was on the 0th floor, that is, the surface, the elevator began to get off again. Finally, when the indicator light arrived at the 30th floor where Leon was located, the elevator door opened, and a girl wearing casual jeans and leather jacket and holding a long sword in her hand tiptoed out of the elevator. Don't even look at the face, just look at the long purple hair, and Leon will know who is coming. Abigail, why are you here? He stood up and greeted Leon, who was walking towards Abigail. But what greeted him was not Abigail's smiling face, but the cold sword blade. Seeing this, Leon subconsciously took out the Galaxy watermelon knife, and he pressed himself in front of him, picked the long sword aimed at him and flew away. At the same time, he complained to Abigail, who was attacking, "What's wrong? Do you want to kill someone to silence me here?" I'm sorry, I didn't notice you, Leon, you suddenly started calling me and scared me." Abigail realized at this moment what stupid things he had done and hurriedly apologized to Leon. At the same time, he leaned towards Leon and hurried beside Leon. He didn't care about his sword that was picked up by Leon and lay quietly on the ground waiting for its master to pick it up. "Sorry, I didn't expect that the mine was so dark and the air was so depressing. I was a little scared." Looking at Leon's puzzled look, Abigail explained stutteringly. "Have you come down the mine before?" Leon asked subconsciously after hearing this. "No, this is the first time. I am just curious. I was just going to take a look outside." Abigail shook his head and explained, "But I met Linus outside the mine, which should be called this name. He told me that you are also in the mine, and encouraged me to come to you and say that you can take risks with you. Did you come down with me?" Leon couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. He didn't understand what the old man meant. He actually fooled Abigail to come down to find him. Is he disliked that he was too fast to go down the mine? Give yourself some weight-bearing training? Are you not afraid of Abigail's danger because of his deception? Although the probability is slim and the old man dares to instigate Abigail, it proves that he is confident that Abigail will see him safely. As for the confidence that he is a petty mage, it is unknown where he is. Thinking of this, Leon glanced at Abigail, who had subconsciously grasped his sleeves at some point, and couldn't help but sigh and suggested, "Why do I send it back to the surface of the ground? This layer is a special layer, so it looks very safe, but the next layer is different. Do you dislike me and cause trouble for you?" Abigail muttered aggrievedly when he heard this. "Actually, I also have the power to fight against monsters. I'm worried about your safety." Leon emphasized, "After all, monsters don't have any gentlemanly demeanor. In their eyes, humans are enemies. As long as they find traces of humans, they will rush over to launch an attack as soon as possible. It should be no problem. Before I came down, Mr. Linus gave me a talisman and said that I could protect me from seeing you safely." Chapter 242 You're really laughing. Abigail's answer was not corrected by Leon. Originally, what Leon guessed was that Mr. Linus was observing secretly, or Mage Rasmides monitored the entire process to ensure that Abigail could successfully meet with him. But Abigail said that Linus gave her a talisman. Judging from Lion's ability to disguise Linus, this big guy is probably an ordinary old homeless man in the eyes of the residents of Pelican Town. The only one who knows his special features is probably himself, the Mage Rasmides, and Malone Gill of the Explorer Guild. Judging from this cognition, Abigail would actually believe that the amulet given by an old homeless man could ensure her safety, and then he went into the mine to find him. Should she be naive or a big heart? Just facing the pitiful Abigail, Leon was not very convenient for her to complain about her lack of confusion in a scolding tone, and then asked Abigail, "Take that talisman to me." Upon hearing this, Abigail obediently took out a purple mark in an inverted triangle shape, and it was quite heavy to buy it. Strong Magic Defense Talisman. Treasure. A precious amulet with a large amount of magic metal and gem essence is added, and the Olympian magic power contained in it will provide the most powerful protection for the holder. Because it contains special magic rules, this amulet can only be used by the designated person. Seeing the annotation obtained by this amulet in the system identification, Leon understood why Linus was so relieved that Abigail came to find him. Moreover, this kind of thing is obviously not like Linus's work, but it is very similar to the abilities of a small-minded mage. This made Leon reach an evident conclusion in his heart that the romantic affairs of a certain little-minded mage did not seem to be groundless. Things are good things, but unfortunately only Abigail can use them, so Leon returned the amulet to Abigail and told him seriously, "This amulet is very precious, you must carry it with you." "I originally thought it was just a small prop used by Mr. Linus to comfort and encouragement." Abigail carefully took the amulet and complained, "This talisman can really protect you." Leon shook his head, then asked Abigail, "Do you really want to go to the mine with me?" "Yeah." Abigail nodded. If she was the only one, she might have taken the elevator back, but with Leon, she was quite confident. After seeing this amulet, Leon also confirmed that Abigail already had a trump card on his body to protect her own safety, so he would have no worries to take her to the mine. Leon is sure that this amulet is not only protective, but also the spatial coordinates set by Rasmides, so that he can use teleportation magic to send Abigail to a safe position when Abigail is attacked. After all, among Rasmides's magic, what impressed Leon the most was his teleportation magic. He did not believe that the function of this amulet was just a defensive turtle shell. "Then you have to listen to me, and don't leave me too far." After giving Abigail instructions, Leon took Abigail to the stairs and said, "Sounds This is a staircase leading to the next floor, which is usually hidden under the ore. Only by finding such a staircase can you enter the mine cave on the next floor. Yet. Abigail nodded like a good baby who taught honestly. His eagerness to learn made Leon unable to help but want to praise her. We will climb this staircase later. The staircase is about 4 meters high. You should not be afraid of heights. Don't be afraid of heights. Will we go down now? Do you go down first or I go down first? Listening to Lion's words, Abigail immediately asked Leon excitedly. Before you go down, don't you think you should bring your weapon? Leon pointed to the long sword lying not far away, the one he had knocked away before, and had been lying on the ground for a few minutes. Oh! Abigail ran over and picked up the sword awkwardly, hung it on the special belt buckle around his waist, and then returned to Leon. Leon shook his head, walked to the stairs pit first, climbed down first, and then looked down below the stairs, looking at Abigail climbing the stairs to prevent the girl from sliding down with one hand and unable to catch her. Fortunately, Abigail had exercised after all, and the stairs were getting up smoothly. After landing safely, Abigail first looked at Leon, then looked at the mine cave, and couldn't help but sigh, it's so dark. Starting from the 31st floor, the ground is no longer soft brown soil that occupies most of the ground area, but rocky ground with the same color as the walls. At the same time, the light source on this floor has also been significantly reduced, resulting in low visibility in this floor. Follow me, be careful. Leon reminded Abigail, then took out his pickaxe and started knocking on the stone. The sound of ding-dong echoed in my ears. Abigail looked at Leon knocking off a large rock in 2 or 3 times. He couldn't help but lean over and asked with some curiosity, why did these big rocks merge into the ground when they were broken? And only a few small stones were left. The rules of the mine are like this, I don't know either. Anyway, this is how I mine. Leon replied confused when he heard this. After all, he has never seen anyone else mining yet. Without a reference, he does not know what it is like for ordinary people without system tools to mining. Can I try it? Abigail, who was curious about everything after going to the mine for the first time, couldn't help asking. Come on. Leon did not refuse after hearing this and handed the mine pickaxe to Abigail, just in time to try whether the system tools can be used by others. After Abigail took the pickaxe, he chose a bronze-colored ore-bearing rock and knocked it hard on it. Ding! A crisp sound was made, and the ore-bearing rocks were not turbulent. Instead, the force of knocking and recoiling made Abigail unable to help but let go of his hand holding the mine pickaxe and grinned in pain. Seeing this scene, Leon picked up the pickaxe speechlessly, silently smashed the ore-bearing rock, and picked up 2 pieces of copper ore that fell to the ground, pretending that he hadn't seen anything. Just laugh if you want to laugh. Looking at Lion's expressionless look, Abigail muttered with a red face. I don't want to laugh, I just think you may not be suitable to be a miner. Leon complained. Although Leon said that, his mouth that could not help but raise upwards still made Abigail notice and protested angrily. You're really laughing. Chapter 243 A fresh graduate of college students? No wonder. However, Abigail did not give up his pink fist because Leon laughed at her. After all, in the mine cave full of dangers, she didn't want Leon to be attacked by monsters for a while because of the nonsense. Abigail is still very clear about what occasions to do. Fighting and other things are more suitable in a safe place. After Leon knocked on the stone near the stairs, he did not see the stair pit leading to the next floor. Leon took Abigail toward the mine. It's so dark. The further away from the stairs, the darker the environment in the mine cave. After Leon and Abigail walked dozens of meters away, they could only see the range of about 1 meter around the two of them. Don't worry. Seeing this, Leon was not panicked at all, so he took out a torch from his backpack and lit it. In an instant, the light of the torch illuminated the range of 5 or 6 meters near the two, and the field of vision suddenly became widened. You're actually ready for a torch. Abigail looked at Leon in surprise. If the light of the torch was shining, she wouldn't be so panicked. Well, after all, no one knows what is going on in the mine. Be prepared for any more accidents, and be more prepared and feel more secure. Leon explained. Of course, the main reason is that he knows that the 3,139th floors of the mine are too dark. If you don't have a glow ring or a torch in the game, you really can't see your fingers. Maybe you knocked out the stair pit. You may not notice the hole. Not to mention when he first came to the mine, Malone had clearly told him about the situation on floors 3,139. The correct information was placed on Lion's face. How could Leon not prepare lighting tools? When Abigail heard this, he covered his face with embarrassment. He didn't take anything except weapons this time. He was in the mine for a loss and thought about being an explorer all day long. It seemed that she was still far from it. Leon didn't want to care about Abigail's embarrassment at this moment. He held up his ears and listened for a while, then directly stuffed the torch in his hand to Abigail and told him, "Catch it and hold it up." Abigail hurriedly took the torch and raised it high, without thinking that holding the lighting source high might become the first choice target for monsters who hate light. Sure enough, while Abigail was holding the torch, Leon keenly caught the slight wings flaming sound in his ears, and the sound became much more obvious, and the sound was still approaching him. Leon took out the Galaxy watermelon knife directly. While extending its length, he stepped stagnantly and in place, holding the hilt of the Galaxy watermelon knife tightly. Accompanied by a sharp explosion, a black shadow swooped down from above his head, attacking Abigail, who was holding the torch. However, Leon, who had been waiting for a long time, jumped up and cut the black shadow into 2 pieces. Until the body landed, Abigail noticed something Leon had just cut. It was a large bat with a wingspan of more than 1 meter long. The incision in the center of its body was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been cut into a piece of stone. So amazing! Abigail stared at Leon with wide eyes and sighed, "How did you find out, and you move so quickly?" "I've heard it long ago. After all, except for the 2 living people in the mine, only monsters can make noises. Just hear some wrong sounds, so be more alert," Leon explained. "Why is that? Then how do you know where it will come from?" Abigail asked. "What I heard was the sound of wings shaking, and I knew that the other party could fly, and the monster that could fly would definitely not attack from the ground, but could only come from the sky. I asked you to hold the torch high to expand the visibility above. Moreover, if you hold the torch high, it will become an obvious target in the monster's eyes. I just need to wait quietly." Leon continued to explain, looking at Abigail, wanting to see what her expression was. Abigail did not realize that he was being baited by Leon, so Leon directly explained his plans. In order to teach Abigail a lesson, don't trust anyone easily in dangerous environments. Abigail may not listen to reasoning, but as the saying goes, it is better to slap in the face than to say good things 3 times. Only lessons learned by witnessing them can make her remember them deeply. But what made Leon speechless was that Abigail didn't care about Lion's use of her as bait. Instead, he happily held the torch and said to Leon, with perfect cooperation, "I know I will definitely help you." Then Abigail noticed Lion's strange expression and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Am I wrong? Have you graduated from college?" Leon asked back. "Ah, not yet, what's wrong?" Abigail replied subconsciously. "That's understandable." Leon shook his head and sighed, then retrieved the torch from Abigail's hand. Continue. If you encounter such a big bat next time, you can try to fight it. Are you tired? Abigail asked immediately after hearing this. Why do you ask that? Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly and complained, just a cave bat, a guy who was killed with one knife, how could he be tired? Then why did you let me deal with monsters? Abigail asked back. Leon sighed and explained, you are here for an adventure, so you can't follow me all the way and do nothing. Don't you think this adventure is in vain? Ha ha ha, that's right. Abigail replied with awkward smile on his face. Then he showed a nervous expression and said with certainty, can I really deal with a monster alone? You have to be more confident in yourself. You have to go through actual combat tests that you have practiced for so long, right? These monsters are not terrible. In addition to being weirder, they will also be injured and will be killed after suffering fatal injuries. Leon comforted Abigail. And I'm still by your side to give you a guarantee, don't panic. Abigail nodded seriously and his expression became much more confident. She didn't listen to the previous words, but she still understood the last sentence. If Leon has the best support, there is no need to panic. She believes that Leon will protect herself. After being injected with chicken blood, Abigail walked in front of Leon this time, but it was not too far from Leon. The two of them kept a distance of about half a meter. During this period, the Galaxy watermelon knife in Lion's hand was never taken back, and he focused on him to avoid any accidents. Of course, it was not to protect Abigail, but to avoid himself from overturning. After all, Abigail has the protection of magic talismans. In addition to having the sharp Galaxy watermelon knife, he is essentially a physical body. If he is attacked by a sneaking, it will feel bad. There is no meaning of disrespecting college students, it is just to make fun of it. I'll forgive friends who are still in college or just graduated. By the way, this chapter is a lunch break at noon. I wrote it in time, and then I have to start working seriously. I don't want to work overtime anymore, so this is the last chapter of today. I have to play save when I go back in the evening and think about how to reasonably and interestingly integrate into the current Stardew Valley. Chapter 244 I'm not kidding. While moving forward slowly, Leon did not forget to look at the rocks around him. After all, he came to mine this time. So every time I encounter a copper-containing rock, I have to take out a pickaxe and knock it off, and at this time Abigail will automatically stop and wait for Lion's mining work to be completed. When Leon knocked out the stairway tunnel leading to the next floor, Abigail still did not see the second monster appear, and he was suddenly dissatisfied. Why are there so few monsters in the mine? If the mine cave monsters are dense, how can you dig? Leon complained. That's it, Leon actually knows the reason why monsters are rare because of luck. This is also the reason why Leon has to come to the mine when he is lucky. It is not only easier to harvest gems, find a large amount of copper-containing ore, and easily find stair pits, but also has the idea of avoiding encountering a large number of monsters. After all, the first time he went to the mine, Leon remembered it deeply. He came to mine, not to fight, so things that affect mineral returns are a problem for Leon today. Abigail stuck out his tongue in disappointment. She was so excited that she forgot that the purpose of Leon coming to the mine was mainly to mine. Go down the stairs, the 32nd floor underground is still so dark. Fortunately, there is a torch lighting, so you won't touch the stones directly. Leon still came down first, and the torch was also in Lion's hands, so before waiting for Abigail to come down, Leon looked around the area where the torch light source could shine. On the edge of a rock, the rock formation on the ground has a not very harmonious bulge, and the color is also different from the rock formation on the side. Leon raised his eyebrows, and then after Abigail came down, he spoke to Abigail, "Go ahead." "Oh." Abigail nodded and then walked into the mine. Under Lion's intentional or unintentional guidance, Abigail approached the raised position of the obviously problematic ground step by step. As the distance between the two became closer and closer, Leon looked at Abigail's carefree appearance and sighed. Just as Abigail's right foot was about to step into the raised area within half a meter, Leon finally couldn't help but cough and reminded. "Please pay attention to your feet." "Ah." Abigail was stunned when he heard this, and then immediately reacted. While taking several steps, he also drew out the long sword hanging from his waist. After Lion's reminder, she noticed the problem in the area she had just moved forward. The bulge that was completely incompatible with the surroundings could be discovered with just a little snack. But Abigail's previous attention was all on his head. After all, she and Leon had encountered a big bat before, so she subconsciously thought that the danger would only come from the top of her head, and ignored the threat from the ground. Thinking of this, Abigail looked a little embarrassed and didn't dare to see Lion's expression. "The monster you want to look for is right in front of you. Don't you try its strength." Seeing that Abigail avoided a distance, there was no movement, Leon couldn't help but urge. "Oh." Abigail came to his senses and walked forward steadily with his long sword. Then, when the tip of the sword could touch the bulge, he poked it out. Seeing this, Leon couldn't help but sigh. If it were him, he would have taken all his strength. No matter whether it was an ambush or a special rock formation, he would first cut hard. If it was a monster, it would be a special rock formation. It doesn't matter if it was a special rock formation. Anyway, Leon would have no losses. Abigail's poke was soft and weak, and it was more like a test, so even a wound did not leave the bulge. At the same time, due to the stimulation of the sword tip, this raised rock formation began to grow, and a monster of the same size of humans began to condense. Its body was covered with grey-brown rock structure, its facial features were a little blurred, and only its eyes were flashing with strange green light. This thing, Leon knew, was a characteristic monster from the 3139th floor, the Stone Demon. Ah! This sudden change made Abigail subconsciously take 2 steps back, and the stone demon that had already condensed into shape slowly moved his legs and chased Abigail, with his arms raised in front of him. The action template was very similar to the zombie. Cut it! Seeing Abigail retreating repeatedly by the stone demon, Leon pushed Abigail behind him, who had already retreated in front of him, and shouted, "Oh oh oh!" Abigail passively took a step forward by such a push, responding to Leon's words in a daze, but there was no movement in his hand. Seeing this, Leon couldn't help it, so he went forward and grabbed Abigail's right hand holding the sword, and manipulated Abigail to stab the first sword towards the stone demon. Ding! With the crisp sound of collision, the tip of the sword seemed to pierce on the stone, with great resistance, but the sharp tip of the sword still penetrated the stone demon's chest, but it only sank into 1 inch of length. Pulling Abigail's arm and pulling out the tip of the sword, Leon raised Abigail's arm again, stabbing the tip of the sword into the shining eyes of the stone demon. This time, he went straight to the opposite without any obstacles, directly extinguishing the stone demon's vitality. Looking at the stone demon slowly weathering and melting into the earth, Leon glanced at Abigail, who was confused, and complained, "It's slow to move, and its physical strength is a bit high. In fact, it's just a turtle. You just need to pay a little attention to pulling the distance away and you can kill it. Guy, why don't you dare to take action? Do I like small animals? I don't want to hurt the turtle." Abigail's answer made Leon roll his eyes. "But do you think it looks like a turtle?" "Not like it." Abigail shook his head, then lowered his head silently. "Sorry, I was a little scared. I didn't know what I was doing just now, and my mind was a little confused." Leon didn't say anything, but just reached out and put his hand on Abigail's head and gently rubbed her purple hair. He can understand Abigail's situation. After all, he is a girl, and he is still an ordinary person. This is the normal reaction of a normal person when he encounters a monster for the first time. But if Abigail cannot overcome this instinctive fear of unknown creatures and dare not take action, then Abigail will tell Leon that she wants to take risks in the future, and Leon will use the most vicious language to let her understand what the truth is and the meaning of the fast knife. Abigail was a little nervous and happy at this moment. She originally thought that Leon would mock herself because of her weakness, but Leon did not. Instead, he comforted herself by touching his head. Although it felt strange, Abigail enjoyed this kind of comforting behavior. "This guy is quite gentle," Abigail thought to himself, but Lion's speech dispelled her just comment about Leon. "Next time I encounter this kind of monster, if you are still so timid, I will knock you out and send it to the monster's mouth as a snack to chew it. I'm not kidding." Chapter 245, Okay, I'm vain to praise you. "Are you sure?" The cruel and ruthless threat made Abigail unable to help but leave Lion's side, and said with a strange expression, "Confirm, anyway, there are only 2 of us in the mine cave. If something happens to you, I just don't explain the reason. No one knows how you died." Leon nodded and replied, "Okay." Abigail shrugged his shoulders when he heard this. She knew that Leon was joking, but she didn't plan to shrink her shell like this. After all, she is determined to become an explorer, so how could she not even have the courage to attack monsters? Next time she encounters such a monster, she must let Leon know that she is not a vegetarian. After cleaning up the stone demon, Leon took out his mine pickaxe and started his career in mine knocking. When you go down to the ore below 30 layers, the chance of copper ore appearing has increased significantly. You can basically see a piece of copper ore with a few steps. Sometimes you can even see a whole piece of copper ore. At this time, Leon will take out a cherry bomb. "You're actually carrying a bomb!" Abigail shouted in surprise as he watched the cherry-sized bomb clear a large area of copper ore stones instantly. "Is there any problem?" Leon looked at Abigail in confusion and asked. "Aren't you afraid of burying the mine cave and burying yourself underground?" Abigail asked. "Don't worry, this is where you go. You underestimate the strength of the rock wall inside the mine." Leon waved his hand. In fact, Leon had also worried about this problem before. But when he used the cherry bomb for the first time, it could damage exposed rocks and copper-containing ores. It had basically caused no damage to the rock walls and rock foundations of the mine cave, so he put this problem behind him. "Oh." Abigail nodded when he heard this, then stretched out his hand and asked with a thick face, "Can you give me one? I want to try it too. Next time I encounter a copper mine group, I will ask you to do it. I don't have much inventory on hand, so I must ensure that every bomb is used for the best use." Leon quite appreciates Abigail's idea of trying to use a bomb, so he doesn't mind Abigail's request to experience it. "Wow, thank you, Leon, I love you." Abigail didn't expect that Leon agreed so simply, and clenched his fists excitedly and cheered. "I treat you as a brother, do you actually want to sleep with me?" Leon couldn't help but tease him when he heard Abigail's cheers. "But, I love your bomb, not you," Abigail hurriedly explained. Yeah. Leon nodded without refuting. Abigail's clenched fist could not help but hit the damn guy's eyes, but it finally stopped. After all, this was a dangerous mine cave, so I wouldn't mess around anymore. Continuing to explore, Leon harvested an amethyst under a gem mine and found a staircase pit leading to the next floor. Just as he was about to put the amethyst into his pocket, Leon noticed a pair of longing eyes behind him staring at the amethyst in his hand. Lifting the amethyst in his hand, Leon asked Abigail, "Want?" "No." Although Abigail shook his head, his longing eyes still betrayed her heart. Leon threw the amethyst to Abigail. "Take it, just treat it as a commemoration of the first time I went to the mine." It's just an amethyst, but it's just an ordinary product for Leon today. During his trip to the mine, he had already encountered 7 gems of gem mine. There was not much more than one piece, and it didn't matter if there was less than one piece. After taking the amethyst, Abigail said to Leon with some anxiety, "When you go back, you can go home with me. I have saved some pocket money, and I can pay for it." "No, it's not worth much." Leon waved his hand and rejected Abigail's proposal. "Okay, I'm going to the next floor. Remember, if you live before me, if you encounter a monster and you can't get hard, this amethyst will be your burial object." Upon hearing this, Abigail stuck out his tongue and vented his dissatisfaction, and then climbed down the stairs with Leon one after another. "Oh, it's so much fun." Looking at the 4 square and 4 positive spatial layout of this mine cave, and looking around, Leon knew that he had encountered the monster layer again. Why is there no ore on this layer? Abigail then looked at the empty mine cave and asked in confusion. "And it's so bright, I didn't see the lighting equipment, where did the light source come from?" Don't use the mindset of ordinary people to figure out the situation in the mine. Take your weapons and prepare for battle. Leon complained to Abigail, and then took out the galaxy watermelon knife. Squeak. As soon as Leon finished speaking, a sharp roar penetrated the eardrums of the two people. A large bat flapped his wide wings and attacked Leon, but with just one knife, the bat turned into a corpse, leaving only two curly bat wings indicating that it had come to this world. The monster layer is a mineral layer full of monsters, and it belongs to a special area. If you want to go down to the next level, you have to kill all the monsters on this level, so we are a little busy to reach the next level. This bat is just an appetizer. Leon has seen a large number of stone demons rushing towards the two of them. Because the speed is very slow, it is not a threat. Instead, the bats hovering in the sky are Lion's main focus. Too many, Abigail couldn't help but swallow his saliva and sighed as he looked at the stone demon who was slowly approaching not far away. Don't be too far away from me. Please pay attention to intercept the stone demons. I'll deal with these big bats. Leon patted Abigail on the shoulder and instructed him, and encouraged him, I believe you can deal with it, and don't forget that I'm still by your side. Yeah. Abigail nodded, then stood up straight, recalling the sword technique he had contacted, and headed towards the direction where the stone demons were. After all, the stone demons are slow but large in number. If you wait for them to come, Naoan and Abigail will be surrounded. Instead of waiting passively to get into trouble, it is better to kill them directly and break up the gathering of these stone demons. This time, Abigail did not hesitate. After approaching a stone demon, he learned Lion's previous operation and stabbed the sword tip into the stone demon's eye socket. He also twisted the hilt with a very spiritual backhand, causing the sword tip to rotate half of the stone demon's mind, shattering half of its head. When Leon saw this cruel scene, he nodded in praise, not bad, that's it. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him. Maximizing the damage can ensure that there are no hidden dangers. You are very good at it. Abigail's eyes were turned and Leon complained, I felt that the sword was stuck. I wanted to pull it out and I accidentally made it like this. Okay, I'm so proud of you. Leon shook his head speechlessly, then extended the length of the Milky Way watermelon knife. The 3-meter-long big sword directly cut the 4 stone demons in front of him in half. At this moment, the sharpness and high damage of the galaxy weapon were fully displayed. Faced with these tortoises with very similar body structure to stones, Abigail's long sword could only pierce, but Lion's galaxy watermelon knife could cut the body of the stone demon like butter with a hot knife. This made Abigail mutter enviously, I would have such a powerful weapon. Chapter 246 Dig Your Mine. Just wait until you get the colorful fragments and go directly to the forging platform in the desert to sacrifice. Leon replied, and at the same time, he killed a flying bat. The colorful fragments are so rare, how easy to obtain. Abigail pierced the head of a stone demon again, and turned the sword blade from his heart to smash the stone demon's head, highlighting a cruelty. Then I have extra colorful fragments to prepare for you in the future, but you have to pay. After all, brothers have to settle the score clearly. Remember to save money in advance. Leon suggested taking Abigail to avoid a stone demon who suddenly rushed over. How much is it? You can report the number and let me see if I save enough money now. Abigail's long sword blocked in front of him and bounced off a bat flying out from behind the stone demon and asked at the same time. Friendly price, 3,000 G. Leon took the opportunity to kill the sneak attack bat and gave his own offer. It's so expensive, but I should be able to raise all the money. Abigail sighed after piercing a stone demon's head again. It seems that your little treasury is quite rich. Leon kicked away one stone demon and slashed the other stone demon to death and teased him. Of course, after all, my father will pay me a salary when he works at home. Abigail avoided the attack of a stone demon. Just as he was about to draw his sword, the stone demon was split into 2 pieces by Leon. How can you steal the monster? What do you think you're playing games? Clean up these monsters early and go to the next floor early. After driving the 35th floor elevator, we have to go back. Leon complained speechlessly, then looked at the stone demons that had been cleaned up, took a deep breath, rushed directly towards the remaining stone demons, and cut all the surviving stone demons to death along the way. Done. When the last stone demon fell down, the stair mine appeared at the location where the body disappeared, which meant that this floor was completely gone. Monster. Long-term combat makes you stronger, and your combat level is increased by 1 level. During the battle, you are fully aware that the damage suffered by the battle will make you lose your combat effectiveness. For this reason, you have mastered the production of the life potion and can heal your injuries at critical moments. You have received the blessings of the God of War and your physical fitness has been improved. Life potion, dish completely healing the physical injuries. Required for making: red mushroom *1, purple mushroom *1, morel *1, chanterello *1. Leon didn't expect that this battle would actually upgrade himself, and the unlocked life potion was different from the values in the game. It completely healed the body and the effect was greatly enhanced. It's just that the ingredients are a little difficult. Leon has never encountered red and purple mushrooms. There has been one chanterelles, but it was eaten with stewed chicken soup. However, these subsequent mushroom holes in the farm should be produced. All Leon has to do is wait. Moreover, there is also a chance to obtain red and purple two-color mushrooms when going to the mine. You can pay attention to the existence of the 2 mushrooms in the future. After glanced at the upgraded recipe, Leon began to collect the fallen items of these monsters, and at the same time, he did not have the praise of Abigail's performance in combat just now. This battle was good. Not only did you take action more and more decisively, but you can also think of using your sword body to resist the impact of monsters. It seems that your sword skills are not in vain. It's because the combat power of these monsters is not as strong as I thought. I used to think that monsters are all very difficult strong people. Abigail replied proudly. That's because this is just an ordinary monster. Leon reminded Abigail, as far as I know, this abandoned mine has a depth of 120 floors. The further down, the stronger the monsters are. Don't come to the mine alone in the future, especially when the elevator is not used randomly. Monsters above the 40th floor will not pose much threat to you, but when it reaches below the 40th floor, it will be different. Oh! Abigail nodded obediently when he heard this, then watched Leon collect the fallen objects on the ground, and couldn't help but say, "Can you give me a crystal ball? I want to keep it for collection." "Take it." He took out a crystal ball dropped by the stone demon and threw it to Abigail. It was just a crystal ball, not a big deal. Even the amethyst Leon could give it as much as he could, and he would give it to him if he gave it to him. "Thank you." Holding the slightly rough crystal ball, Abigail asked Leon with a smile, "Do you think I can get colorful pieces out of it?" It's okay in the dream. Leon complained without hesitation. After all, the crystal ball that Leon gave Abigail was the most ordinary crystal ball, and the things that could be opened inside were ordinary minerals. If you want to open the colorful fragments, you must at least be the Vientiane crystal ball. Abigail was not angry either, holding the crystal ball happily. She did not have the convenient storage ability of Leon, and it was not easy to stuff such a large crystal ball into her pocket. Seeing this, Leon retrieved the crystal ball. I will pretend for you first, and I will return it to you when I go back. After saying this, Leon was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that only those who had married and had children would say this, and those who had received New Year's money would be given. Now that he said this, it felt quite inconsistent. Abigail didn't pay attention to Lion's stunned expression, but climbed down the stairs pit. After all, the battle just now made her excited. Even without Lion's lead, she had the courage to explore the next level alone. When Leon came to his senses, Abigail had already gone down. Seeing this, Leon hurriedly followed him. When he arrived at the next floor, he saw Abigail huddled under the stairs, blocking his face with his sword in his hands. Seeing Abigail's appearance, Leon sighed, "Why are you showing off? I forgot that the mines on these layers are so dark that they can't see their hands." As he said that, Leon lit the torch, and with the light of the fire, Abigail immediately stood up and approached Leon. "Didn't I forget this? Are you afraid of the dark?" Leon asked curiously as he looked at Abigail's completely different state from before. "How is it possible? I dare to go to the cemetery to practice swordsmanship in the middle of the night. How could I be afraid of the darkness?" Abigail replied stubbornly. "That's because of the moonlight and street lights. Leon has been to Pelican Town at night. As long as the weather is clear, the intensity of the moon's light that is not covered by industrial waste gas and light pollution is no less than that of street lights. Dig your mine." Leon exposes the reason why he dares to go out at night. Abigail complains at Leon in anger, and then snatches Lion's torch. "I'll give you all, now you can continue to be your miner. All the upgraded unlock formulas are based on 1.5, so I can check the information, which is considered to be lazy, but the effect is based on 1.6, I hope to understand. As for new players, it is based on the game. Just refer to the reference for what I wrote. Don't believe it all." Chapter 247 Different Answers. Leon was happy to be idle. With Abigail all over, he could pay attention to the surrounding situation while knocking on the mine. I don't know if it was luck playing a role or if the previous layer was too fierce to kill. Leon did not see any trace of monsters on this layer. After knocking out the stair pit leading to the 35th floor, Leon and Abigail went down together. Connected to the elevator power supply and watching Leon board the elevator directly, Abigail asked in confusion, "Don't you continue mining? Almost it's time to go back. Besides mining, I have other jobs." Leon complained to Abigail speechlessly. After all, today is the last day of the chicken coop construction, and he still has to go back and see Robin's progress. If time has been enough, the chicken coop here will be built and Marnie's ranch is still open, so he will have to buy a few little chickens to come back. Although Abigail was reluctant to leave, he still got on the elevator with Leon. After all, without Leon, she was really panicked in the mine alone. When the elevator arrived at the surface, the two left the mine one by one. Before leaving, Leon consciously blocked his eyes with his hands, while Abigail walked out in a big way. Then there was a scream. After learning from one mistake, you will gain wisdom. If you are in a dark environment for a long time, you must prevent the sudden damage of strong light. The old god Leon preached to Abigail, but what responded to him was not Abigail's humility in his teaching, but Bang Bang's 2 punches. The fist was not strong enough, and the hammering on his body was almost the same as tickling it, but Abigail was obviously in a good mood after venting it. Say this kind of thing in advance next time. Then you have to give me a chance, you can't stop me even if you run so fast. Leon complained. Then did you stop me? Abigail asked back. Leon replied with confidence, no. 2 more punches hit Lion's chest, and the strength of these 2 punches was a little stronger, but it still had no effect on Leon. When Leon adapted to the sunshine outside, he put down his hands that were covering his eyes, moved his wrists, and pinched his finger bones. Is it a great hit? Why don't I give you 2 punches too? Haha, do you want to kill me? Looking at Lion's look, Abigail complained angrily. She knew the strength of Leon, the beast. If he really punched him twice, it would be a question whether he could still stand back today. As for whether this guy will let go, Abigail thinks it is highly unlikely. I'll go back first, so I won't cause you any trouble. Goodbye. Watching Leon approaching him slowly, Abigail hurriedly set a short distance away from Leon, then waved his hand to say goodbye to Leon. Wait, your crystal ball. Seeing Abigail running, Leon hurriedly took out the crystal ball that promised to Abigail to take it out and threw it towards her. The strength he threw was not too strong, and was easily caught by Abigail. Abigail, who had received the crystal ball, smiled at Leon, and then ran away with a smile. It's great to be young. Leon just watched Abigail leave when he heard Linus' voice. Looking in the direction of the sound, Leon found that the old man Linus was sitting on an oak branch. When did you like to peep so much? This is not a good habit. Leon raised his head and complained to Leonas. I just had lunch break here and accidentally saw you appear together. Linus said, jumping out of the tree and throwing a large cloth bag to Leon. You have cut down a lot of trees recently. Although the growth conditions in Stardew Valley are excellent, it naturally takes time to recover. You are the holder of forest magic and stand with nature, so in order to compensate the forest, take this bag of seeds back to the farm and plant it for me. Listening to Linus' reminder, Leon opened the big cloth bag and found that there were acorns inside, about 30. Acorn, seed you can plant an oak tree. Thank you, old man. Although I don't know whether what Linus said is true or not, these acorns are raining in time for Leon. He is worried that there are too few oak trees planted in the farm to collect oak resin. The old man's move can also solve Lion's urgent need. Okay, pay attention to cutting trees in the future. Cut down one tree to plant one by one to ensure balance, to ensure a future of sustainable development. After Linus said that, he planned to leave, but was stopped by Leon. My grandpa, I have to ask you about some things so that you won't do anything randomly in the future. Hi. Linus looked at Leon in confusion, not quite understanding what Leon meant. Do you give me a reason for fooling Abigail into the mine? After all, this girl is just an ordinary person. Don't you worry about her being in danger in the mine." Leon asked Leon seriously. Of course, this was just an excuse to get some information from the old man. As long as she carries that talisman, even Ma Long may not be able to hurt her. Didn't she tell you about this when she met you? Linus explained after hearing this. Tell me, but is this talisman so powerful? I thought it was just an ordinary magic prop. Leon asked in surprise when he heard this. After all, Rasmades worked hard to get it. How could the effect be bad? Linus also cooperated and complained, "You don't know how precious the material for creating such a talisman is." Seeing Linus speaking like this, Leon immediately asked, "Oh? Since it is so precious, why did Master Rasmades give you this thing to you and pass it to Abigail?" "Oh, how do you know that Rasmades gave me the transfer?" Linus asked back with his eyes narrowed and looked at Leon. Looking back at him with his face there was a jokey smile on it. "Analytical," Leon replied. "Okay, don't I know what you guys think? If you are so curious, come with me." Linus rolled his eyes with Leon, and then took Leon to the archfire in front of his camp. "Rasmades can't hear what you say here. If you have anything you want to ask, hurry up and go back to the farm. A group of people are waiting for you at the door of your farm," Linus urged Leon. "It's still the same question. Why is Master Rasmades willing to hand over such a good thing to Abigail? Is there anything special about this girl?" Leon repeated the previous question. Although he already had the answer, he still wanted to make sure. But Linus's answer made Leon stunned and shook his speculative conclusions. Because this girl has the talent to learn magic, Rasmades has long had the idea of accepting disciples, and this girl is the inheritor he chose. Isn't it normal for her to provide some protection methods for her future students? It's still the 4th update, and don't think about it at the 5th update. Recently, people who are busy have fainted. They really can't take time to get out of the big explosion. They said goodbye and didn't proofread it much. The brothers who found the typo helped to correct the mistakes and get rid of their brothers and sisters. Chapter 248 The Significance of Restoration of the Calico Desert Bus. That's it. You seem to be disappointed. Looking at Lion's curling expression, Linus asked in confusion, "Or what do you think is the case?" "It's nothing." Leon waved his hand. Since the facts were different from what he thought, and there was no gossip to listen to, he didn't plan to stay. "Old man, didn't you say that there are many people waiting for me on the farm? Then I'll leave first." After saying that, Leon took out his bicycle, entered the remote forest along the west of the northern foothills, and entered from the northern entrance of the farm. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the farm, I saw Robin and Louis standing outside the house, and there was a small cart next to Louis, filled with transparent glass jars. "Leon, you're finally back. I'll wait for you for a long time." "Leon, the chicken coop has been repaired. You have to check it and make sure there is no problem before I can finish the work." Seeing Lion's appearance, Louis and Robin spoke at the same time. "Wait, come one by one, don't worry, whoever has the most urgent matters will say first." Leon hurriedly made a pause gesture and suggested, "Let's come first, I'm not in a hurry. Robin took the lead in making concessions. Louis was not polite and said directly, "The first thing is, Leon, I have paid the final payment for the batch of glass containers you ordered. You don't need to give me this money. It is my personal thanks to you. I am waiting for you here to discuss with you the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the repair of the bus leading to the Calico Desert." "Has it been repaired?" Leon asked after hearing this. He thought it would take several days. It seemed that Zunimos were still so efficient and could do it in one night. "Well, it's better to say that it's a new one. If someone hadn't found me in the morning and told me to inspect the bus, I wouldn't have expected you to do such a big thing without saying a word." Louis' expression was very happy and surprised, his beard was rising, and the smile on his face had never stopped. "It's fine if it's done. As for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, I don't think it's necessary. Just contact Pam directly to prepare to start work. I don't know how to operate the specific situation. Louis will arrange it." Leon was quite curious why someone would notify Louis. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be from Zuni's Moxio. Could it be that it was Louis who were informed by the little apples? That shouldn't be. "Are you sure? This is a good opportunity to make you famous in the town, and I can still make it clear through this ribbon-cutting ceremony. Otherwise, if Pam continues to be a driver, the residents in the town may have an objection. After all, that incident has a great impact on Pam's reputation." Louis confirmed to Leon again. "Then you do it yourself, I won't participate. There are quite a lot of things on the farm, and it's not a big deal, right?" Leon suggested, "Isn't it all done if I change my position to Pam and let her cut it on my behalf? She needs more than me to get everyone to know her again." "Listen to you." Louis didn't persuade him after hearing this. Since Leon didn't plan to show off, he wouldn't force him. But he would not let Leon suffer grievance. Leon, who had just come to Pelican's town for a month, quietly did such a big thing. He must promote Leon well. "Then I'll go back and prepare for the relevant matters first. Let's talk about the chicken coop with Robin. I'm really happy to see you so energetic. The development of Red Star Farm is much faster than I thought. I have to thank your grandpa for sending such an excellent farmer to Pelican Town." After confirming that Leon had no intention of showing up, Louis planned to leave, but before leaving, he couldn't help but give Leon a big hug. "Leon, thank you. After all, I am also a part of Pelican Town, and if nothing unexpected happens in the future, I should live here for the rest of my life." Leon patted Louis back to comfort the emotional old man. "Haha, when I can't do it, I don't think I have to worry about not having this position. The candidate is here," Louis said with a laugh, then let go of Leon and left the farm with light steps. Robin, who was listening to the whole process, covered his mouth and giggled, "I haven't seen Louis so happy for a long time. Leon, you really gave him a big gift." "It's just that the bus leading to the Calico Desert was repaired." "Why is Louis so happy?" Leon asked after hearing this. "I have also been to Leon in the Calico Desert, and I also got some information from Emily and Penny. The Calico Desert is not a tourist destination, nor a trade market. It is logical that the route to such an unpopular location will resume operation, not a big deal. Indeed, it's just a bus on the surface, but it's actually the first step in Pelican Town's economic recovery," Robin explained slowly. "You just came to Stardew Valley and didn't quite understand that when the bus was running, Stardew Valley was a famous tourist attraction because in addition to visiting Stardew Valley, tourists can also take buses to and from the Calico Desert in a short time. No one can refuse the convenience of traveling to the Calico Desert in a short time. After all, except for Stardew Valley, the journey and time required for other places to go to the Calico Desert is too long, which makes many tourists who want to experience the desert scenery discouraged because of time. It can be said that most of the tourists who have visited Stardew Valley have chosen Stardew Valley as a tourist attraction for the Calico Desert Day Tour package that is equipped with Stardew Valley travel. After listening to Robin's words, Leon understood the meaning of restoring the bus, which means that Stardew Valley has restored the Oneida tour of the Calico Desert. Then, tourists who heard this news later had a reason to visit Stardew Valley. The increase in tourists will obviously drive the economic development of Stardew Valley. Pelican Town, a representative town in Stardew Valley, is naturally the first beneficiary. No wonder Lewis is so happy. But if the bus leading to the Calico Desert is so important, why has Lewis been shelving his plan to repair the bus? With doubts, Leon threw this question to Robin. Robin sighed and replied, "You may not know much about the economy of Stardew Valley. It is already difficult for merchants in Stardew Valley to provide taxes to Lewis to maintain Pelican Town. Where can I get the extra funds to repair the bus? Yesterday, there were many people, and I noticed the recommendation above. It's not bad. Today, I'm in a good mood, so write more." Chapter 249 Cheap Gratitude. Is the finances of Pelican Town so difficult? Leon sighed when he heard this. Yes, in addition to the maintenance of community facilities and roads, Lewis also has to pay for community children's education, community elderly pensions, community medical assistance and other projects. He has complained more than once that there is not enough money. Robin introduced to Leon. I can understand the situation of educational funding. What is the pension for the elderly in the community, and what is the situation of Medicaid? Leon was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then asked curiously. Not all the elderly live in big villas like George Evelyn. The elderly living in nursing homes in the eastern part of Pelican Town are basically families of victims of the mine accident in the northern foothills. Pelican Town owes them too much, so in order to allow these elderly people to enjoy their old age, they have a pension program for the elderly in the community. Robin continued, medical subsidy is also a preferential policy introduced by Lewis for the health of the residents in the town. After all, the high medical services and treatment prices and the high-priced drugs raised by medical capital are very expensive, which makes many people afraid to see a doctor. With Lewis' subsidy, at least everyone can afford to see a doctor when they are sick. Harvey is the person in charge of Medicaid, and he is also a doctor that Lewis has spent a lot of effort to win over. Harvey himself is also a good person, so Harvey can be as cheap as possible in the town as possible. He basically doesn't care whether he makes money or not. So that's it. Hearing this, Leon understood that as long as the fiscal revenue of Pelican Town was used, he could understand why Lewis had no money to repair the travel bus. Actually, I'm very grateful to you, Leon. The restoration of the bus means more tourists and opportunities, which is also good news for our locals in Pelican Town. You did a great job. Robin couldn't help but give a thumbs up at Leon and praised. Thank you. Don't say verbally, but use practical actions to express it. Leon joked with a smile when he heard the words. Oh? Is that? Robin raised his eyebrows, a dangerous smile on his lips, and asked Leon in a charming tone, "Then our dear farmer, Mr. Leon, what practical actions do I want me to express my gratitude?" When installing a phone call for me, give me a discount. Leon didn't care about Robin's teasing at all. After all, he is a pure love party. And he also knew that Robin, the old driver, was trying to tease him, not really having that kind of idea, so Leon could not let her succeed. Tisk 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 tisk, okay, then I'll give you a 20% discount. How about the installation cost of 800 G? If the materials are excluded, I will only make 100 G, which is my biggest concession. Robin saw that Leon was not fooled, so he stopped pretending and returned to his serious appearance and said to Leon, "Is this gratitude worth 200 G? Leon looked at Robin speechlessly and complained. Or what if I do? After all, I'm a carpenter. Not a restaurant owner. Tourists can order some wooden furniture from me at most, and they don't need carpenter service." Robin retorted angrily. "Okay, 200 is 200, let's go and see the chicken coop." Leon did not bargain anymore, and immediately changed the topic and highlighted that one would stop when it was better. Then, under Robin's leadership, Leon came to the chicken coop and looked at the layout of the chicken coop. It was similar to the game, except that there was an excretion area on the edge of the chicken coop, but it was a dry toilet. The excretion of poultry in the chicken coop is also a good fertilizer for your farm. Through the sewage pipeline, it is a waste of resources. Faced with Lion's questioning eyes, Robin hurriedly explained. But it takes a long time for the land to absorb these feces. If they accumulate, won't the chicken house be smelly? Leon asked. How much do you underestimate the land of Stardew Valley? I haven't built a toilet for you, but have you ever seen the excrement you make on a daily basis left for more than a day? Robin asked directly to Leon, speaking in an extremely explicit way. This also reminded Leon that his excretion was basically carried out in the corner of the farm. He had never seen any residue. Leon had thought it was taken away by some wild animal, but it was absorbed by the farm's land. The Stardew Valley is indeed crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Even the land is so wild, I love it. How is this? Are you still satisfied with this junior chicken coop? Robin looked at Lion's thoughtful look and asked directly. No problem for the time being, but is there a warranty service? Leon came to his senses and asked Robin. If there is a natural disaster, I can help you repair it, and there is no money, but you have to be responsible for repairing materials. If you destroy it by man, you have to pay for it yourself. Robin replied. That's fine. Leon immediately pushed Robin away from the chicken coop when he heard this. Okay, Ms. Robin, your work today is completed. It's time to go back and prepare for the installation of the landline phone. See you tomorrow. Don't you leave me for dinner? After all, I've been busy with you for so long. Robin complained. I won't eat dinner anymore, so I'll lose weight. Leon lied without blushing. Tisk, stingy. Robin's eyes turned red, and then stopped staying in the farm and left Red Star Farm with big strides. After Robin left, Leon planted the acorns that Linus gave to him on the farm, with exactly 30 acorns. Looking at the wild tree planting area in front of him, Leon smiled with satisfaction. As long as this batch of oak trees grows, there will be a stable supply of oak resin in the future. Then, you can upgrade your farming skills and unlock the small keg, and you can start the winemaking industry before summer comes. After planting the trees, Leon returned to the wooden house and threw all the mineral monster spoils brought back from the mine in his body into the box. The income from the ore this time was quite good. There were 220 copper ore, 400 stones, 63 coal, 2 citron, and 4 amethyst. It was originally 5, and that one was given to Abigail. There are 16 crystal balls, some of which are mined and those dropped by the stone demon, 3 ground crystals and quartz each, 8 bat wings, and 6 iron ore dropped by the stone demon. This is the full benefit of this mine trip. After sorting out the backpack, Leon took copper ore and coal to find a furnace to smelter. In the future, if he wanted to mass-made small barrels, Leon urgently needed a large number of copper ingots to make resin collectors. There is absolutely no harm in melting more copper ingots. When the furnace began to burn, Leon quickly left the area with a rolling heat wave and took over the glass containers on the carts. Leon counted it and found that there were no more or less than 100, which was the quantity of orders placed by himself. These containers are very similar to milk bottles, with cork on the mouth. I tapped my knuckles twice, and the sound was a bit dull. It looked quite thick and should be quite sturdy. Luckily, these containers can be filled into a backpack and can be stacked, which makes Leon breathe a sigh of relief. If you cannot superimpose it, then where to place these glass containers is a big problem. After packing the container, Leon looked at the free small cart, and was a little uncertain whether this thing was given away or forgotten. However, because it was not available for the time being, Leon pushed it into the kitchen and found a corner to put it aside. Perhaps when Yuanxing Chamber of Commerce remembered it, they would come to ask for it. If Yuanxing Chamber of Commerce did not mention this matter, then the small cart could follow Lion's surname in the future. Chapter 250 Brother Xiang can handle it. If something happens, it will be really. After the cart was placed, Leon turned around and left the farm, went to the place where the resin was collected and recycled. A small bucket of resin was lying quietly in the collector, which did not condense into pieces, and remained in a liquid state. Place the container under the water outlet, unscrew the valve, and the resin in the bucket was pulled down by gravity and slowly poured into the container. When the resin was about to fill the 1.5 L capacity glass bottle, Leon glanced at the situation in the bucket and found that if all the remaining resin in the bucket was flowing out, it just filled the glass bottle. Is this container provided by Yuanxing Chamber of Commerce so suitable? Or is it the world's resin collectors are all unified standards? By the time the stack in the resin collector was cleared, Leon plugged the bottle plug with the accumulated resin and muttered to himself as he looked at the bottle of emerald green viscous liquid. Oak resin, craftsman's item, a viscous and fragrant substance extracted from oak sap. After putting this bottle of oak resin in his backpack, Leon tightened the valve and then went to collect the resin from the other 2 trees again. Maple syrup, craftsman's item, a sweet syrup with a unique flavor. Pine tar, craftsman's item, a pungent substance extracted from pine sap. 3 different resins of the 3 trees are different in color and different in smell. The maple syrup is orange and has a translucent liquid that smells a bit sweet, while the pine tar is brown and black, which smells very industrial style. These 3 resins are actually items in the collection bag of the old community center craft room, but this first bottle of maple syrup Leon was planned to give to Brother Xiang. After all, it was something I promised before, and Leon was also thinking about what Brother Xiang said, that he would teach him a magical thing. Just after looking at the sky, Leon thought it would be better to set off tomorrow. It's dark now. If you go to the secret forest, you'll be very happy if Brother Xiang is a trespasser. After making a simple dinner for myself and having enough food, Leon took a shower and went to bed directly. As soon as it dawned, the biological clock made Leon wake up on time around 6 o'clock, got up and finished washing up, and after having breakfast and watering it, Leon went to the cave to take a look. The mushrooms were ripe again. This time, the 6 mushroom cultivation tanks all grew ordinary mushrooms. Leon frowned, but he still took them all and put them in his pocket. There were still no traces of fruits in the cave, nor were there any traces of fruit bats, which made Lion's brows frown even tighter. He felt as if he had been fooled. After all, he had not seen the appearance of fruit bats for so many days. Has Demetrius really been transformed to attract fruit bats? Leon decided to give this cave 3 more days. If the fruit bats were not seen within 3 days, Leon had to go to Maru to talk, of course, in front of Demetrius. After leaving the bat mine, Leon took out his bicycle and headed straight for the coal forest. After arriving at the coal forest, Leon got out of the car and started walking. After climbing over the fallen dead tree, Leon came to the entrance of the secret forest, but it was not Brother Xiang who greeted him, but the enthusiastic slime. With one knife, he chopped the slime and picked up the slime mud on the ground. Leon shouted at the top of his throat, "Brother Xiang! Brother Xiang! Are you at home?" Accompanied by Lion's shouts, the trees in the secret forest began to tremble, and then a huge brown bear squeezed out of the woods with steady steps and walked in front of Leon. "Ha ha, Leon, long time no see, are you here to see me?" The visitor was Brother Xiang. At this time, he was in excellent spirit and his fur was shiny. With his huge body shape, he looked quite majestic. As soon as he spoke, he lost his voice. His voice was thick, but he always sounded silly, and this guy's smile looked quite silly, which made people unable to fear. "I brought you fresh maple syrup. Do you taste it or not?" Leon took out a bottle full of maple syrup from his backpack and handed it to Brother Xiang. Brother Xiang stretched out his claws and caught the maple syrup. Then he carefully picked open the bottle plug with his sharp nails, then poured out some maple syrup on his free left hand, stretched out his tongue and licked it. The smile on his face suddenly became more honest. Yeah, it's this taste, it's really sweet, it's amazing. It's good that you like it. I'll give you more in the future." Leon replied with a smile. "Haha, forget it, just try it occasionally." Brother Xiang shook his head and rejected Lion's proposal, then stuffed the bottle of maple syrup into the hair on his chest, and stretched out his claws towards Leon. "Last time I promised you that if you bring me maple syrup, I will teach you a very useful magic. Are you good at studying?" Leon asked immediately after hearing this. "No need to learn." After Brother Xiang said that, Leon heard the system prompt. "You have obtained the special ability taught by the son of the wild, the wisdom of the bear. The wisdom of bear, from now on, the blackberries you pick and the American raspberry will passively increase the sweetness and nutritional value, and the enhanced blackberries and American raspberry can be sold at a higher price." "Okay, I've taught you, it's a very useful ability. In spring and autumn, you can find raspberries and blackberries in the bushes of Stardew Valley. These fruits are my favorite snacks. For this reason, I specially developed this magic to increase their sweetness, because they are sour in themselves, and I don't like sourness. If you learn this magic, you can also taste sweeter raspberries and blackberries." Brother Xiang withdrew his claws and patiently explained the meaning of this magic to Leon. "Thank you, this magic is very interesting and has helped me a lot," Leon replied to Brother Xiang with a smile. Although American raspberry and blackberry cannot be sold at a high price even if the quality is improved, this magic only needs a bottle of maple syrup to be exchanged. Why is Leon embarrassed to dislike it? When Brother Xiang heard this, he scratched his belly and explained, "Actually, I want to teach you other magic, but the magic I learned is not suitable for humans. You can't learn it if it is suitable for humans, so you can only pick out such a lifelike magic. Sorry." "Well, I really don't have any magical talent?" Leon heard Brother Xiang's explanation and complained helplessly. "Yes, don't you know forest magic?" Brother Xiang replied in confusion. "But in addition to ensuring that I won't die suddenly and helping me find wild plants, I have not found any other uses," Leon explained. "Oh, forest magic is like this. By the way, you can still talk to animals. This is also the characteristic of forest magic." Brother Xiang comforted Leon. "I have met only you and a big snake who can talk until now, but that big snake was once a human and wanted to eat me." Leon couldn't help but complain. "Is that snake still alive? If you are alive, take me there and I will kill it for you." Upon hearing this, Brother Xiang stood up and waved his claws and greeted Leon. "No need, I've already killed it." Leon hurriedly comforted Brother Xiang. At the same time, I sighed that Brother Xiang was not in vain. Brother Xiang really dared to get on the table if he had something to do. Chapter 251 The Mysterious Benefactor. Hearing this, Brother Xiang lay down again and told him, "In the future, when you encounter such an enemy, come to me and I will help you deal with it." "Brother Xiang, you should continue to protect the secret forest. Moreover, I am also a soldier, so I still have the power to protect myself." Leon comforted Brother Xiang. Although Brother Xiang's proposal was very tempting, he was worried that he would pull Brother Xiang out to fight, and the secret forest was invaded, so the fun would be great. "Yes, I can't leave Xingd Valley for too long." Brother Xiang sighed helplessly when he heard this. After all, the desert on the forest is restless. If I leave for too long, it is easy for them to take advantage of loopholes. After saying that, Brother Xiang asked Leon again, "By the way, the big snake you mentioned is human, and it can also speak. So is it considered a human or a son of the wilderness?" "I don't know." Leon shrugged his shoulder and explained, "I asked Master Rasmades and learned about his experience. That guy was a test piece made by a witch." "Witch? No wonder most witches have bad brains. The guardian's wife was a witch, she..." Before Brother Xiang finished speaking, the two of them felt the ground trembling. Brother Xiang hurriedly closed his mouth. "Ahem, Leon, go back. I still need to patrol the forest and I won't entertain you." "Understand, goodbye Brother Xiang." Leon nodded very well and waved goodbye to Brother Xiang. "After all, I can't hear any gossip after I stayed there, and there was also the risk of being buried alive in the soil." For the sake of life safety, Leon still chose to leave. Leaving the secret forest, Leon returned to the farm, harvested the copper ingots melted from the furnace, added new copper ore and coal, and then rode his bike toward Pelican Town. Although Robin is coming to install the phone today, Lion's understanding of Robin has no meaning in whether he is on the farm or not. Robin will consciously handle everything without needing his own help. But just left the farm and rode for a short while. Leon found that there were many people gathering near the platform on the bus platform, and on the road, there was also a bus with a conspicuous wreath parked. Oh, was the ribbon-cutting ceremony held so quickly? Seeing this scene, Leon immediately understood what activities were being carried out here. However, he did not have the intention to join in the fun, because he was afraid that Louis would find out and caught him in front of the stage while watching, so he pretended not to see it and left. Unfortunately, as soon as he stepped on the pedal and was about to rush up to the town, Leon saw Panai and Panmu and his daughter walking towards him. Leon! Pani waved his arms at Leon excitedly, then stepped forward and blocked Lion's way and asked, "Are you here to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the reopening of the Calico Desert Line?" "No, I'm just passing by," Leon hurriedly denied. "So, sorry, then you can do your business." Panai quickly apologized when she heard this. "Panai, won't you introduce this handsome guy?" Panmu, who was beside Panai, said to Panai with a smile. Today, she changed her previous decadence and looked very energetic. The pilled sweater, bell-bottom pants, and regular clothes were also replaced with clean and tidy shirts and jeans. She smiled even more and looked very happy. "Oh, by the way, Mom, this is Leon, the new farmer in Stardew Valley. He is now running the Red Star farm in front of him. He is a very excellent gentleman. Last time you fell drunk at the door of the bar, he helped me send you home," Pani explained to her mother. When Pan heard this, his expression suddenly became awkward, but he still expressed his gratitude to Leon. "Thank you, Leon, I have caused you trouble before." "It's okay, they are all neighbors, so it's time to help each other." Leon waved his hand and said to the mother and daughter, "You go and see the ceremony first. I have other things to do, so I won't bother you." "Yeah." Pan and Penny nodded, then parted ways with Leon. The mother and daughter headed towards the station, while Leon headed towards Pelican Town. "That young man is good, he has outstanding conversation and looks good. He is also a farmer. You can get along more in the future." Looking at Pani walking with his head down, Pan couldn't help but speak. "Ah? Are you talking about Leon?" Panai replied subconsciously after hearing this, "Our relationship is okay." "That's good. Don't always focus on taking care of the children." Pam continued. "I am a teacher after all, and it is my responsibility and job to take care of children, and I like children too," explained Penny. I know, I mean, you should consider your future, too," Pam added. "For example, if you find a good boyfriend and then enter the marriage hall together, you and me will always squeeze in the narrow trailer room. I feel very sorry for you." "Mom, what are you talking about?" "Me?" Panai's face turned red when she heard this. She stammered for a long time without saying a complete sentence. Seeing this, Pan smiled. She knew Panai. After all, this was her daughter. Judging from Panai's performance, this girl should have some good impression of the farmer named Leon. Pan didn't say anything more immediately. Let the young people think about the matters of young people themselves. Anyway, her first impression of Leon was quite good. When the two of them arrived at the station together, looking at the familiar faces around them, all the residents of the town, Pan took a deep breath, his face full of expectations. Because she met Louis at the bar last night. Not only did she know that Louis planned to leave her position after the bus was running, but she also proposed that she would help her wash away the misunderstanding that she had been carrying for a long time. Maybe from today on, I won't need to drink alone. When Pan thought of this, he couldn't help but hold Panny's hand tightly. Panny also felt her mother's nervousness and immediately hugged her mother and comforted her. "Mom, don't worry, I believe everyone will understand your difficulties. Today, the mayor explained everything clearly, so you don't have to live so hard." "Well, I hope so, but I still have to thank the generous sponsor. I thought I would never have the chance to continue driving the bus in my life. I can't wait to know the name of this benefactor. I must thank him." Pam nodded and then sighed. "The mayor should explain in this notice that I will be with you at that time." Panny comforted Pan Mu. "Good." Chapter 252, Having special abilities means being willful. On the other side, Leon had already passed through Pelican Town, came to the sewer, opened the manhole cover of the sewer, and drilled into it. "Korobs, I'll do it." After going down the sewer, Leon shouted. "Do you want to buy something?" Korobus asked after walking out of the shadow. "No, I'm here to give you a gift," Leon said, then took out a bright and round pearl from his pocket. "The information you brought me to the mermaid last time was very meaningful, so they asked me to give this to you as a thank you for your thanks." In fact, this pearl was taken out by Leon himself. Leon didn't know what happened to the mermaid clan, but he didn't want to let Korobs suffer. Anyway, the pearls were also obtained from the mermaid clan, so there was no problem even if it was given by the mermaid to Korobus. "Oh, this is a treasure in the sea. Is it a specialty pearl of the mermaid clan? It is so beautiful, it is definitely a stunning thank you." Korobus grinned and showed a rather hideous smile. After taking the pearl, he held it in his hand and watched it carefully. "Okay, the gift is finished, it's time for me to do my business," Leon said, then took out the fishing rod and threw it into the reservoir in the sewer. "Are you fishing in the sewer?" Korobs watched curiously. "Well, I heard there is a special fish here, I want to try it." Leon nodded and replied. In addition to giving gifts to Xiaohei Korobus, he also used the special abilities given by level 2 fishing. The chances of the first 3 fish taking the hook increased greatly, and the first 3 fishing did not drag the hook to try to challenge the fish king who went down the sewer and the mutated carp. Fishing is okay, but don't take it out for food. The fish here are not clean because they live in wastewater. It is easy for humans to have diarrhea after eating it. Korobus reminded. "If you don't eat it, you won't sell it. I'll take it back for compost," Leon explained. In the game, no matter where the fish is caught, they can be exchanged for money through the shipping box or not. However, in reality, Leon does not dare to do this. If there is a problem with food, it is easy to cause trouble for yourself. Moreover, he is also a farmer. He destroyed the reputation of producing goods on his farm for a few fish in question, which is not worth the loss. However, such fish are not without utility value, such as the production formula of high-end fertilizers. If Leon remembers correctly, it requires 1 fish and 4 portions of sap. It should be no problem to use the dirty fish caught in the sewer to make fertilizer. Feeling the fishing line being pulled, the reel began to rotate, and Leon directly locked the damper and began to withdraw the line at the same time. The feedback from the water was not strong, and it should not be a mutant carp, so Leon pulled it out. Carp, fish, a common pond fish, mild contamination, not recommended. Looking at the system's notes and specifically marked the words not recommended to eat, Leon nodded silently. It seemed that the system was quite conscientious. This carp is quite big, about 1 meter long, but it doesn't look very energetic. Moreover, the gills of the fish are not bright red, they look very scary and green, and the fish's eyes are also it is dull, and the strength of struggling after dehydration is not as strong as that of a small-mouthed bass. It is worthy of being a carp. This thing is highly adaptable and has an exaggerated ability to survive. It can grow so big in this environment. No wonder it can flood the west and rage the ecology of the local waters. This kind of carp was scared to Leon to change his mind. He originally planned to keep this sewer carp as a material for high-end fertilizer making. Now it seems that the fertilizer made by this polluted carp may not be able to make fertile land, but it is highly likely to pollute the land and poison the seeds. Then Leon threw the carp aside with great disgust, not even thinking about putting it in his backpack. Seeing this, Korobus suggested, "If you don't need it, I can help you take it away and sell it to the goblins." Ah! Leon was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then complained, "Do you have a grudge with the goblins?" "No, you misunderstood. Goblins like this kind of polluted or cursed food very much. This is the natural food of their race," Korobus quickly explained. "Oh, if you want it, take it, don't have your money." Leon agreed generously to Korobus' proposal. He was not interested in this kind of polluted carp, and if Korobus wanted it, it was considered a waste to use it. Korobus did not bother with Leon about the reward. Instead, after taking the carp, Korobus handed Leon a small ball of black paste substance. "What is this?" Leon asked curiously when he saw this. "Void mayonnaise, something made from a cursed void egg, I think you should need it," explained Korobus. "What do you mean?" Leon asked. "Sometimes I will dump the void mayonnaise that is about to expire into these wastewater. Every time I can see a weird fish eating these void mayonnaise. It may be the special fish you want to catch," Korobus explained. "Oh, let me try it." Leon became interested in hearing this, and then took out the red worm, took the sticky ball of void mayonnaise that could cover the sewer's strange smell, wrapped it with the red worm, hung it on the fish hook, and threw the hook into the water. Without caring about dealing with the stinky void mayonnaise residue left on his hands, Leon clearly saw a twisted figure swimming in the water surface in the green wastewater pool and quickly approaching the position where Leon threw the fish hook. Wow! What a lot of strength! Witnessing the black shadow disappeared from the water, Leon felt an extremely powerful pulling force in the next second. This force was completely different from the carp I fished before, and even surpassed the giant catfish I fished before. It bit the hook. Korobus, who was beside him, reminded Leon, and looked at the fishing rod in Lion's hand that was pulled into a big bent bow. "Can your fishing rod hold on?" "It should be no problem." Leon glanced at the fishing rod. Although the curved curve of the pole was quite large, he did not see any damage. At the same time, Leon also stole his horse, stabilized his lower plate, and at the same time he clamped the handle of the fishing rod into the creaking nest, and began to fight with this powerful guy with all his strength. At this time, Leon didn't care about fishing skills, and how to set off the line. With the guarantee of special skills, you don't have to worry about decoupling due to dry pulling. You just need to lift the pole and retract the line, and you'll be done. And if the fishing rod line can withstand the conditions for the first 3 fish every day, Leon felt that even if he caught a killer whale, he would dare to try to pull the killer whale out of the sea. Having special abilities means being willful. Okay, the edition is over. It's time for me to enjoy my rare rest day, ha 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 ha. Chapter 253 Try It. The guy in the water seemed to have noticed that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not get rid of the fish hook that was in his mouth, and he suddenly became even more manic. The sudden burst of power made Leon unable to bear it. He was dragged and slid several centimeters in this pull. He's a tough guy. Leon sighed, taking a small step back and leaning back, increasing his competitiveness with his own strength and gravity. Seeing this, Korobus, who was standing by, couldn't help but raise his hand and prepare. As long as Leon can't hold on, it will take action as soon as possible and pull the fish in the water out of the water directly. The reason why I didn't take the initiative to help in advance was because Korobus didn't hear Leon ask it to take action. In Korob's opinion, Leon should enjoy the fun of fighting with fish, so Korobs respected Lion's interests and ideas. Leon didn't know that Korobs could help him drag the bull in the water directly to the ashore, otherwise he would have to Korobs intervene. After all, he is not a serious fisherman. If he can go to the copy net, why should he pull it out? That is, the harmonious beast wanders around, otherwise Leon would have to prepare a set of teaching aids of the same style as Professor Yang to let the fish in the water understand what it means to help me. I let myself go in my mind, but the movements in my hands did not stop for a moment. As I pulled back and forth, sweat began to gush out of Lion's neck. At this moment, Lion's hands were a little numb, and a sore feeling came from his waist. Fortunately, the fish in the water couldn't hold it anymore, and in the end it was dragged out of the water by Leon. With the help of the shiny moss in the sewer, Leon saw clearly that the fish hook was still twisting. The specific appearance of the creature. The huge head is covered with dense small thorns. Unlike the cone of an ordinary fish head, the fish's head is as round as a ball, and has an extremely exaggerated mouth. The sharp teeth in the mouth are densely packed. A pair of fish eyes are placed on the fish head, as red as blood. The thick upper body is covered with large patches of green scales, while the fish tail is extremely short and slender, and the upper and lower body proportions are extremely inconsistent. The most conspicuous thing is its golden dorsal fin, as thin as a cicada's wing, and shines with a metallic luster, like a triangular golden blade. Mutual carp, fish. The strange water in the sewer makes this carp deformed. It takes special cooking methods to be eaten, and the effect after consumption is unknown. Long-term fishing has given you a new understanding of how to catch fish, and your fishing level has been increased by 1 level. After experiencing a confrontation with the Fish King, you realize your shortcomings in the fishing field. In order to make up for your own young fishing skills, you try to find some opportunistic ways to improve yourself. Special cuisine, sea dishes have been unlocked. You have gradually gotten used to fishing, but there are not only fish in the water, so you have come up with a new way of fishing, and the crab cage recipe has been unlocked. See dishes. Dish temporarily increase the fishing level 3 within 5 hours after consumption. Required ingredients: high quality sardines *2. Potato cakes *1. Crab cage, put it in the water, put it on bait, and check if you have caught anything the next day. It can be used in streams, lakes, and seas. Required materials: wood *40. Iron ingots *3. It's so outrageous. I just upgraded to level 2 fishing some time ago, and the king of fish pushed me to level 3. Leon, who had just encountered this mutant carp, had not had time to figure out what it meant to experience the special cooking method in the special notes of this mutant carp. The subsequent system prompts made Leon couldn't help but sigh. After all, after he has been fishing to level 2, he has only dropped this fish so far, but he has caught the sewer fish king in this time and has been upgraded again. Even though I was worried about fishing before, I had not achieved a breakthrough of 0. As a result, the soaring fishing level is now comparable to wild mining, and the combat level is only level 2. On the contrary, as a farmer's main business, the farming industry is still at level 1, which makes Leon seem a little unemployed. However, unlike other skills, farming can only wait for the crops to mature before they can get experience. In addition, watering and hoeing the ground is useless. With the chicken coop, you can also improve by taking care of animals. There are fewer channels and it is not convenient to improve the level, so Leon has a clear conscience. This fish looks so weird. Korobus, who was standing aside, looked at the mutant carp in Lion's hand, which was not yet 1 meter long, and commented. It's quite strange, it's ugly. Leon came to his senses when he heard this, nodded in agreement and agreed. Its appearance reminds me of creatures in the Shadow Realm. Perhaps it was because I poured too much void mayonnaise into this pool, which made it look like this. Korobus said with a tangled expression. Maybe I should consider throwing the void mayonnaise that is about to deteriorate in the future can be thrown somewhere else. Combined with the use of void mayonnaise with fish, and with the strange water described, Leon was sure that it was the mutation caused by Korob's pouring into the sewage pool. Thinking of this, Leon hurriedly encouraged Korobus, no, just throw it in the pond, and try to cultivate a mutant carp like this. If Korob stopped feeding, the mutant carp in his hand might become a masterpiece. He also thought about relying on mutant carp to improve the level in the future. After all, this is the only fish king that does not need to wait for the season and the weather, and can be caught in the sewer all year round, disappears like this. It is really a pity. Do you like planting strange fish? Wait, you won't plan to eat it, are you? Korobus looked at Leon in confusion at first, then seemed to realize something, and immediately reminded, I'm not sure about the taste of this fish, but it grew up eating mayonnaise. This substance is not a good thing for you humans. I just think fishing this kind of fish is interesting and challenging. Leon explained, shook his head. If you eat it, Leon couldn't think of how to eat it for the time being, and this thing doesn't look like it can be eaten. However, the system specifically marked the description that it was specially marked to eat it. This aroused Lion's curiosity again, and the last sentence of unknown effect after eating made Leon feel that the system was playing hard to get with him. The system uses Lion's curiosity to seduce himself. And Leon also took the bait as the system thought. Anyway, he has forest protection. Even if this mutant carp dies after eating it, Leon can use natural protection to temporarily hold his life and wait for rescue, and he has other protective measures to deal with this situation. So Leon finally decided that as long as he found the way to cook this mutant carp, he must try what the mutant carp tasted. Thanks to the boss of the hedgehog monkey for giving the reward of 1,500 starting coins. The boss is generous and the boss is in good health. Chapter 254 Interference. Yeah. Korobs nodded. If Leon liked it, then he doesn't mind maintaining his previous habits. This may allow Leon to come to the sewer several more times. Thank you, Korobus. After Leon thanked Korobus, he chatted with Korobus for a while before leaving the sewer. After leaving the sewer, Leon headed straight to the beach. He had to show Willy the Fish King in the sewer. As a result, when I arrived at the door of Willy Fish Shop, Leon noticed the sign that had been out on the door. After thinking for a while, Leon felt that Willy had either gone out to fish or went to the bus stop to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Thinking that this ceremony would not be held all day, Leon started fishing on the dock at Willy's door with a fishing rod, and waited for Willy to come back. After all, if you catch a fish king, and don't show off to Willy, wouldn't it be a trip in the night? Others can't get the charm of the fish king. As a fishing expert, Willy must be clear about it. Moreover, Lion's fiberglass fishing rod has not been paid yet. Now that he has money, Leon naturally has to pay off the debt that he used first and then paid. In the sunny spring ocean, there are only a few fish. Sardines, halibut, and herring take turns to take turns, but the length of the fingers is basically the mainstream, which makes Leon feel a headache. Not long ago, I just experienced the struggle with the Fish King for about 10 minutes. Now some of these little guys are really like a joke to him. Another fish was pulled out. Leon put it into his backpack, skillfully hung the bait and threw it into the sea again. As soon as the hook sank to the bottom of the sea, Leon saw the reel rolling wildly, and the fishing line on the reel was pulled away by more than 10 meters in length. Have you come in big goods? Seeing this, Leon immediately became energetic. He was about to fight with this big guy, but he saw Anya emerging from the sea and holding her fish hook in his hand. Do you mermaids also eat bait? When Leon saw Anya and the fish hook in her hand, he didn't know that it was the other party teasing her, so he immediately joked to Anya. No. Anya answered seriously, then threw the fish hook aside. I am here this time to thank you for the information you provided. Because of your reminder that we have increased the alert and search efforts near the gathering place, and caught 4 shadow assassins, avoiding the possibility of the sisters' sacrifice. It's just a simple task. After all, I just told you that it was my friend who did the big effort. Leon took back the fishing line, then sat on the edge of the dock and lowered his head and replied with Anya. Is your shadowman friend? Anya thought of what Leon had said before and complained, why can you be friends with shadowmen? They are obviously extremely hostile to humans. I said it is special and lives in Stardew Valley. Leon emphasized. Okay, the shadowman who can live in Stardew Valley is indeed very special. Anya sighed when she heard this, and then added, please thank you to this special shadowman friend on behalf of the mermaid clan. Okay, but is there only verbal thanks? Leon nodded and reminded Anya. Of course not. I came to Zingla Valley this time for this matter. The Queen plans to invite you to the palace as a guest and want to express my gratitude to you in person. Anya explained. Can I take my shadowman friend with me? Leon asked. After all, Kribus made the most contribution in this matter. Leon cannot forget Kribus and swallowed this favor alone. Then I need to ask the Queen, after all, it is shadowman. Anya replied. Well, don't worry, wait until you make sure. After Leon finished speaking, he threw out the hook again. After all, he was idle and fishing for fish is considered to have something to do. Anya sneaked under the sea, and didn't know what method to use, so it quickly surfaced. The Queen agrees, you can go and find your friend to come and prepare to set off. Korobs can't leave Stardew Valley, nor can Leon. Just when Leon was about to get up to find Korobs, Razmedes appeared at the dock with a flash and explained his purpose directly. Hello, dear guardian. Anya hurriedly lowered her head and greeted her when she saw Razmedes. Why? Leon looked at Razmedes speechlessly and asked. Korobs is afraid of the sun and it is not convenient to go out during the day. As for you, you cannot go out to sea casually. Razmedes replied. So why can't I go out to sea? Leon asked. The witch had a spy in the council. She learned that she was wanted and hid in advance. As the exposer, you were also reported to the witch by the spy. Now that you are going to sea, I am worried that you will be ambushed by her. Razmedes explained. So that's it. Leon immediately understood when he heard this. Of course he knew who the witch Razmedes was, the guy who treated old Hans as a test subject. It's just that the other party doesn't reflect on himself or hates the mage who pursues her, but instead holds a grudge against him, an innocent passerby, and may also launch a sneak attack on him, which is too scrupulous. Is it true that those who learn magic are all this personality? It's no wonder I don't have magical talent. Just as Leon was thinking about it, Anya couldn't help but speak. The mermaid clan can guarantee that it can protect Lion's safety. It's better to prepare a real material reward for him than to treat him to a meal it works, and I don't trust your mermaid warrior's strength, but my queen. Razmedes complained directly when he heard this. When I go back, I tell her, put away those unnecessary little thoughts and evil things, and want to see Leon, and come to Stardew Valley in person. After saying that, Razmedes reached out and pointed at Anya in the sea from the air. The next moment, Anya disappeared directly on the sea. Don't worry, I just sent her back to the gathering place of the mermaid clan and did not hurt her. Looking at Lion's resentful gaze, Razmedes comforted. I'm not worried that you will be a thug on her, but you sent her away so fast that I can't talk to her about the rewards. Leon shook his head and complained. Don't worry, they will prepare you a gift that will satisfy you. Razmedes looked at Leon with disgust and said, if it's okay, it's better not to get too close to the mermaids. I've told you about their particularity. I don't want to see you spend the rest of your life in the sea. Chapter 255 Information on Exclusive Bait. Master Razmedes, you look down on me a little bit. Although I am very fraternal, I also understand the truth. People cannot hang themselves on a tree. Leon retorted to Razmedes with confidence. What if I tell you that polygamy can be achieved in the mermaid clan? As long as you have the ability, Razmedes reminded Leon with a calm look on his face. That maybe living in the sea is also a good choice. Leon replied, touching his chin when he heard this. Originally, he was just teasing Leon, but who knew that this guy really thought about this possibility? Razmedes instantly turned dark. Then I wish you a happy life in the sea. I just said maybe, this hasn't been decided yet. Leon hurriedly explained, and asked in a different topic. By the way, Razmedes, your daily job is to monitor Stardew Valley? Why do you come so quickly every time there is something? This is not called surveillance, it is protection. And a mermaid appeared in Stardew Valley. How could I not notice that the movement of teleportation magic cannot be detected by ordinary people, but for mages who have learned arcane, it is no less than a lighthouse in the dark. Can it be found strange? Razmedes said to Lioncop without blushing. Well, this is understandable, but when other special existences do not appear, how did you find out that we are talking about you? This question actually troubled Leon for a long time. Now that he is talking about this topic, he plans to ask clearly. Otherwise, if you are staring at anything you do in the future, it will always feel strange. The magician and the element have signed an agreement, so the name of each magician contains magic. When someone says the name of the magician, the mentioned mage will automatically hear this call. Razmedes continued to popularize the science. If I change my name, does that mean you can't hear it? Leon asked. It's true, this is what I want to tell you. If you offend a magic user, the first thing you need to do is not to call him by his name. Razmedes nodded and confirmed. So that's it. Leon breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He understood what he could do whenever he talked bad things about Razmedes or talked about his gossip, he could react so quickly. Next time he could change his name and complain, there should be no problem. Noting how Leon was thinking, Razmedes didn't need to think too much, he probably guessed what Leon was thinking. After all, Leon knows very well. If I hadn't been worried about not explaining the matter clearly, I might have been suspicious of Leon. He was monitored 24 hours a day and an unnecessary misunderstanding was created. Razmedes really didn't want to tell Leon about this. Because he told Leon, Leon could find a way to deal with it. Next time, he wanted to know whether this brave boy was teasing himself, so that he would warn him in time, but it would not be as convenient as before. However, Razmedes is now open-minded. Apart from facing special existence, Leon has basically never talked about himself in front of ordinary people in the town. As long as Leon does not reveal his own affairs, he will not bother with how this naughty boy views him. After all, Leon is the son of an old friend and is also considered his junior, so let him go. Thinking of this, Razmedes sighed helplessly and left with teleportation magic. Razmedes's departure made Leon rub his nose a little embarrassedly, because before Razmedes left, Leon also heard Razmedes's sigh and the complicated look of looking at him. The look of Leon was very familiar, just like when he was a child, his parents looked at him when he was causing trouble at home. It was so disappointing. But Razmedes is not as reckless as his parents. He just beat the elder's stick method, which made Lion's favorability towards Razmedes soar. After all, elders who know how to tolerate really add points. However, Razmedes walked too fast. Leon originally planned to ask Razmedes what he said about the Mermaid Queen's little thoughts and evil tastes, and what has something to do with him? Now it seems that I can only wait for the next time to ask, because Leon has an intuition that if he takes the initiative to go to the Mage Tower to find Rasmides, he may suffer. Rasmides leaves then, Anya was sent back, and Willie had not come back yet, so Leon continued to sit on the dock, with his feet hanging in the air, throwing his hook into the sea, and continuing to fish. It was almost lunchtime that Leon saw Willie slowly climbing to the dock. "Oh, Leon! Why are you here?" When Leon discovered Willie, Willie naturally saw Leon, and immediately stepped enthusiastically to Leon and asked, "How is it, have you gained anything?" "It's all sardines and fish." Leon pulled his fishing rod and stood up and complained, "A big guy didn't see a single one." "Ha ha ha, after all, there are many of these two types of fish. In fact, if you want to catch big fish, you may consider exclusive bait. After all, in addition to commonly used baits, there are also customized baits for certain types of fish. If you are interested, I can help you find someone to order some." Willie comforted Leon with a smile. "Oh, there is such a good thing? Is there a Fish King's exclusive bait?" Leon asked subconsciously. After all, there is a bait exclusive to the Fish King, so he is confident that he can use the special abilities of the first 3 fish every day to challenge the legendary fish on a rainy day. Faced with Lion's problem, Willie was stunned for a long time. After recovering from his senses, he spoke, "I don't know either. Anyway, the most customized baits I've seen are largemouth bass, tuna, and squid. I've never heard of any bait targeting the Fish King." "Well, okay, how do you make these exclusive baits?" Leon felt that he had asked a stupid question when he heard this, so he continued to ask Willie about the topic of exclusive baits. If he could make them by himself, then Leon would definitely not plan to buy them. That is the product of a high-tech machine. A bait that can be made exclusively for this live fish, such as throwing a tuna fish into it, and the machine will create a tuna bait. Willie replied. "Isn't this a kind of cannibalism? Can you really catch fish with this kind of bait?" Leon couldn't help but complain when he heard this. After all, there are really not many animals in nature that like to eat the same race. "It's not like that. I've read related research reports based on what pheromone attracts, and it looks amazing anyway," Willie added. "That's it, then where can I do this machine?" Leon asked. "We need to go to the Fisheries Association to customize it. The specific one is not clear, because this machine has just been released and there are still many places that need to be experimented. The exclusive baits circulating on the market are all experimental products, and the effect is not very stable. It is estimated that the Fisheries Association will complete the research before they can enter the market seriously," Willie replied. "That's it, then forget it. I'd better wait until it's launched before considering getting one." Leon lost interest immediately after hearing this. There has not been a large-scale production yet, which proves that this machine is not very reliable. Instead of spending extra money to buy exclusive bait with uncertain results, Leon is more willing to use ordinary bait to compete for luck. In fact, there is really a Fish King exclusive bait. If you unlock the bait manufacturing machine at 1.6 fishing level 6, you can try throwing the Fish King in. You can really get the exclusive bait. Just try it. Don't save it. After all, there is only one of the 5 Fish Kings a year, so you can just play it casually in the later stage. Chapter 256 The Waiting Mother and Daughter. Yes, this new technology always has various problems. I'll consider it when it's stable. Then I'll buy one first. If the effect is good, I'll tell you, or you can just use mine. Willie said generously. Okay, then you will benefit from it. Leon smiled and agreed, then took out 800 G of banknotes from his pocket and handed them to Willie. This is the money for the fiberglass fishing rod. Didn't you pay it before? I'll come to pay it back to you this time. Aren't you waiting for the auction of your giant catfish? As far as I know, the results should be in the past 2 days, you won't forget it. Willie took the money and reminded Leon. I haven't forgotten, but I guess I can't buy much money. Leon complained a lot. After all, there was a catfish in the last shipment. Although it was a little smaller than the giant catfish, the price was only 150 G, so Leon estimated that it would be the best if the giant catfish could buy 5600 G. Don't say that, after all, things are rare and expensive. I will collect the fishing rod money first. Then I will mail the money to you when the auction is over. By the way, that wave fiberglass fishing rod is very useful. Willie comforted Leon, and at the end he did not forget to consult Leon about the experience of using the new fishing rod. Speaking of this, Leon became excited. It's very useful. By the way, I'll show you a big baby. After saying that, Leon took out the mutant carp from his backpack. The moment this big fish with a very curious appearance appeared in Lion's hand, it completely attracted Willie's attention. Where did you get the fish you have never seen before? Sewer. Leon replied with a smile. Sewer? That legendary fish king? So it's true, ha ha ha, I didn't expect it to look like this, it really opened my eyes. Willie knew it immediately after hearing this, and then excitedly circled around the mutant carp, as if he wanted to record all the details of the fish king in the sewer without blind spots. I didn't expect you to take down a fish king so quickly, and it was the one in the sewer. This is amazing, congratulations, Leon. After admiring carefully for a long time, Willie Cai reluctantly withdrew his gaze and sighed at Leon. It's time to go, and it's a good idea to catch this fish. Leon replied sincerely. After all, if there is no special buff that does not dehook the first 3 fish every day, plus the void mayonnaise provided by Xiao He, Leon is really not sure if he can attract this mutant carp within the range of the first 3 fish buffs. Ha ha ha, luck is also part of your strength. Maybe you can consider going to the mountain lake to challenge the legendary fish on rainy days. Remember, that cunning guy only appears on rainy days because he likes to eat frog eggs. So if you have the conditions, you can hang some frog eggs on the bait, which may make it easier for you to attract its attention. Willie patiently explained to Leon. Try it then, don't worry. Leon wasn't sure if he could beat the legendary fish now, but Willie's proposal was quite useful. He used the food of the legendary fish to adjust it in a targeted manner. Perhaps he could have fun with the legendary fish under the buff of the first 3 fish without hooking the hook. Come on, I'm optimistic about you. When you bring other legendary fish to me, the gift I said I would give you will never disappoint you. Willie patted Lion's shoulder and encouraged. Okay. Leon nodded, then invited Willie, go to Starfruit to have a meal. I'm not hungry anymore, but if you go now, you might be able to catch up with the banquet. After all, the opening of the Calico Desert route today is a great event. Gus prepared a lot of delicious entertainment at Starfruit. The residents who went to attend the new bus ribbon cutting ceremony today. When Willie said this, he seemed to think of something. By the way, I heard from Louis that the bus was repaired by you. Why didn't you attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony? It's so troublesome. Leon waved his hand and replied, I don't like to show off, and I'm worried that someone will use this to morally kidnap me and let me do more for the community. Although I am a person with a low moral level, I also hate unnecessary trouble. You think too much. No one will force you to do anything. Although Pelican Town is not rich, the residents here are very simple. They will only thank you for your selfless help, and will not ask you to do anything. If you really encounter this situation, you can tell Louis. I think for such a resident, Louis will definitely find a way to correct his distorted thoughts. Willie explained to Leon, and also proposed a way to solve this unlikely hidden danger. Louis still cares about this? Leon asked curiously when he heard this. Of course, he is the mayor after all. Willie replied naturally. It's quite hard to be the mayor of Pelican's Town. Leon couldn't help but complain, and then said goodbye to Willie. Thank you for telling me about this and let me give up the idea of going to Starfruit for dinner. I don't want to be blocked by everyone and ask about my well-being. I will solve the lunch problem on my own on the farm first. You are afraid that everyone will send you a bar. Go back, but I still want to say Leon. You are already a member of Pelican Town. You have to get along with everyone after all. It is not a good thing to avoid social occasions. I can understand that you are afraid of trouble this time, but next time if I can't see you appear on an important festival, I will go to your farm to tie you out myself. Looking at Willie with a serious and concerned expression, Leon nodded, Don't worry, I won't miss the festival celebration in the town, so I won't bother you to go this extra time. Yet. After Willie finished speaking, he sent Leon out of the house. Looking at Lion's departure back, he couldn't help but smile and sighed, what a good young man. On Leon, after leaving the beach area, he took a long way to avoid the vicinity of the Starfruit bar. From the path Abigail took him to the bus platform last time, he was heading towards the farm. But before entering Red Star Farm, Leon saw Pam and Panny and squatted at the door of the farm. Looking at the sweat beads on their foreheads, it seemed that they had been waiting here for a long time. Leon also knew that the two of them were waiting here, and they were nothing more than thanking themselves. Thinking of this, Leon put his bicycle into his backpack and walked to the two of them and spoke. Did you eat? If you don't eat, let's go together. I'm going to make lunch. Chapter 257 Don't Care. Pam was about to say something, but Leon suggested directly. Let's have something to eat first and chat while eating. As he said that, Leon led the way back to the farm. Pam and Panay looked at each other. Pam hesitated, while Panay stroked the back of her mother's hand and took the initiative to pull her into the farm. This is the first time that Panmu has come to Red Star Farm, and Penny has the second time. Both of them are scared by the current size of the farm. Although the wooden house that attracts eyes looks quite simple, the large area in front of the wooden house is neat and arranged in an orderly manner, and the green crops are very eye-catching. The residents of Pelican Town have basically had planting experience, but they only cultivated a small piece of land near their homes. Even so, it would be a bit troublesome to take care of these crops. However, if only Leon is the only one to take care of such a large-scale planting area, it would be too hard. No wonder he didn't attend this ceremony. His work was too busy. Pam sighed at this moment. I didn't expect that he has expanded his planting area to this point now. When he came to Hongsing Farm last time, he had not seen such an exaggerated planting quantity. Penny added. Will our visit cause trouble for him? Pam asked with some trepidation. I don't know. Panai shook her head, she didn't know the answer to her mother's question. On the other side, Leon took out very fresh beef and potatoes from the treasure chest. As the main course of this lunch, he took out ordinary mushrooms and prepared to stew a simple mushroom soup. There is no way. Now the ingredients on Leon are the most delicious beef stewed with potatoes. Moreover, the beef stewed with potatoes Leon has been used to entertain Abigail and Robin. The feedback is very good, so it should not make it difficult for Pam and Penny to swallow. Leon, who had left the house, saw the mother and daughter stunned. He hurried forward to entertain the two of them and came to the kitchen to sit down. He handed them a glass of water, and took out the biscuits given by Grandma Evelyn as pre-dinner dessert. Wait for a moment, take a break, wait for us to have a meal before chatting. You don't need to be too restrictive. Penny and I are friends. I have also learned about your story from Louis. I admire your strength very much. After comforting the mother and daughter, Leon began to be busy. Fortunately, the dishes needed to be made are different, as long as the portions are sufficient, it would be fine. During this process, Penny took the initiative to get up and gave Leon a lot of help, such as washing the ingredients, helping to take care of the heat, etc., so that Leon could finish the lunch faster. Pam sat on a chair next to the dining table, observing the cooperation between Leon and Penny, with the expression on his face a little complicated. When Leon was served with a large pot of stewed beef from potatoes, Penny also served with a pot of mushroom soup. Leon served 3 plates of rice for the 3 of them and asked them to sit down. Leon said, I know your purpose, Ms. Pam. The reason why I repaired the bus was to make it easier for me to go to the Calico Desert at any time was due to my personal needs. Lion's first move caught Pam off guard. The thank you words that had been prepared for a long time were stuck in his throat. He opened his mouth and didn't say a word for a long time. When Panai heard this, she couldn't help laughing and helped her mother. Leon, actually, my mother just wants to thank you. After all, if the bus is repaired, she will have a stable job. Then I don't need to thank me anymore. Instead, I need to thank Ms. Pam. Her work will make it easier for me to go to the Calico Desert. After all, I don't know how to drive a bus. Leon said with a smile. Leon, it's okay for me to call you that. At this time, Pam finally couldn't help it. He first asked if there was any problem with his name as Leon. After seeing Leon nod, he hurriedly added, no matter what you think, I have to thank you for fixing the bus. This was once my favorite job and one of the main sources of income for the family. This job means a lot to me. I originally thought that after that incident, I might never be able to be a bus driver again. Although there were some misunderstandings about the situation, Louis helped me restore my reputation with the help of this ceremony and explained the specific reason for the accident. I heard Louis say that this was your idea, so I really thank you. Hearing this, Leon was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Louis would throw this favor on his head and shine a wave of Pam's favorability, but he soon reacted and explained. Actually, Louis also has this idea. After all, it's been so long that Louis can't bear to let you bear this injustice. This is mainly his decision. I just expressed my support. I'm very grateful to Louis, and thank you, you are a good person, Leon, thank you. Pan said, his eyes were a little rosy. Seeing this, Panai hurriedly hugged her mother in her arms, while Leon didn't say anything. He could understand why Pan is so emotionally volatile now. After all, anyone who has been infatuated for several years will be like this once he is rehabilitated. When Pam's mood stabilized a lot, Leon said, "It's time to eat, otherwise it will be not delicious when the dishes are cold." Pan wanted to say something, but Leon just smiled and shook his head. Then Panny also started to add a large spoonful of potatoes to Pam's plate. Pam didn't know what to say anymore, so he enjoyed lunch with Leon and Penny. The lunch tasted quiet. Leon didn't speak, and Pam felt embarrassed to speak. As for Panny, he looked at his nose and his heart. He waited until the three of them had enough food and drink, and then he stood up and started to clean up his dining table. At this time, Leon looked at Pam, who wanted to speak but stopped and spoke. "Ms. Pam, you shouldn't be able to drink wine during your work in the future." "No, even after get off work, I can only drink in moderation to ensure that I will not affect my work the next day because of a hangover," Pam hurriedly promised. "Then it's okay." Leon nodded, then said, "Go back with Penny. I think there should be a lot of things to say between you mother and daughter. It's obvious that this place is not a place suitable for confide in each other's sorrow." Then Leon walked to the kitchen sink to take Penny's work to wash dishes, and whispered, "Penny, take your mother back, I'll do all this work." "Are you not talking anymore?" Panai asked in confusion. "Mainly there is nothing to talk about," Leon replied. "The truth I told before, I repaired the bus for my own needs." "Okay, thank you for your hospitality, Leon, the lunch is great." Panny saw Leon's intention to send off the guests, so she did not insist on helping Leon wash dishes, and went over and pulled her mother away from Red Star Farm. Leon left the kitchen after washing the dishes and breathed a sigh of relief when he looked at the empty farm. He didn't care about Pam's gratitude at all. If it weren't for Louis' explanation and support, Leon would have directly suggested that Louis find a reliable driver. The reason for entertaining Pam and Panny for lunch was also because of Panny. Leon did not have much favorable feelings for Pam and did not intend to have too much interaction with this middle-aged aunt in the future. Thanks to the nine-tailed fox June boss Mo Xiao for the reward support for the 500 starting point coins, the boss is generous. The boss is in good health. Chapter 258 Raising Chicken. Putting the matter of Pam's visit behind his mind, Leon returned to the wooden house and brought the money, left the farm directly, and headed straight for Marnie's ranch. The chicken coop has been built, and if you don't raise some chickens inside, Leon feels like he's losing money. When he arrived at the coal forest, Leon walked along the path to Marnie's ranch. Without entering the door, Leon saw the ranch fenced beside Marnie's house. Different from the decorations of the cows in the game, there are basically cattle, sheep, rabbits, and pigs in the Marnie ranch in reality. The huge pasture is rich in grass and spacious in space. These animals stroll in the pastures in the fence, occasionally lowering their heads to eat the grass, which looks very leisurely. Leon observed the closest sheep, in excellent spirits, and there was no sign of dirtiness on the wool, and it was as clean as a plush doll that had just left the factory. Obviously, these animals were well taken care of by Marnie. After initially having a specific impression of Marnie's care for animals, Leon knocked on the door. "Oh, Leon, it's the first time I've known you for so long that I've seen you appear on my ranch. Is there anything wrong?" Marnie, who opened the door, widened her eyes in surprise when she saw Leon, and then greeted Leon enthusiastically. "I built a new chicken coop and wanted to buy some chickens from you to raise them," Leon explained. "So that's it, please come in quickly." Marnie invited Leon into the house after hearing this. The business area of Marnie's ranch was facing the door. Not only was it much larger than in the game, but in addition to the haystack, there were also various animal products sealed and placed on the shelves. Piles of eggs, large pots of cattle and goat milk, clean wool, large pieces of cheese, etc., show how rich the farming output of Marnie Ranch is. "Want to drink something, coffee or flower tea?" Looking at Leon looking at her shop, Marnie smiled proudly and did not forget to entertain Leon. "No need, I have to go back to work on other things if I buy a few chicks." Leon declined Marnie's kindness and asked, "This is the first time I have an animal breeding, so can I learn with you how to take care of these cute little guys before buying?" "Of course." Marnie nodded and then signaled Leon to follow her. Under the leadership of Marnie, the two bypassed the living room and dining room and entered the backyard. Here, Leon saw several chicken coop buildings that were completely different from the front ranch and that they had figured out on their own farm. However, these chicken coops were more than twice as big as the one on Leon farm, and they looked much more grand. "It just so happens that I have a batch of newly hatched chicks here, and I can use them as a course to show care for animals, and I hope it will be helpful to your breeding plan," Marnie said, opening the door to one of the chicken coops and taking Leon into it. In this chicken coop, there were all small chickens the size of a palm. These little guys with light yellow and furry all squeezed together, looking very pleasing to the eye. Marnie looked at these little guys with a pampered face and said, "It's very cute." "Yeah." Leon nodded. For these furry little guys, few people could withstand their charm. But it is only for cubs, and adult chickens are not so pleasing in terms of appearance. In fact, there is no difference between taking care of these small animals and taking care of children. In addition to feeding water, your caressing of them is also the main reason why they are happy. Keeping the animal's emotional stability can also be rewarded. For example, an adult hen who is very close to you can provide you with more, larger, and more nutritious eggs. Marnie patiently explained to Leon, and at the same time, she also took Leon to learn how to caress these little chicks with her actions. Under the comfort of Leon and Marnie, these little chickens who had originally gathered together to join in to keep warm began to become much more lively. They no longer gathered together to hide from Leon and Marnie, but began to surround Marnie and Leon. "It seems that besides girls, Leon, you are also very popular with small animals." Marnie looked at the little chickens gathered around Leon with some surprise. She didn't expect that Leon just gently stroked the chicken once, and the chicken that had been touched by Leon stuck to Leon, resulting in more chickens around Lions now gathering more than her, the chicken owner who had been taking care of these chickens for more than 2 days. "Maybe it's because I'm a more attractive person," Leon quipped with a smile. Of course, these are nonsense. Leon can get the answer without thinking, which is definitely because of forest magic. After all, forest magic is not a joke. Wild squirrels are not afraid of Leon, let alone these poultry that have been domesticated and raised for generations. It seems that the saddest level is no longer a problem for you, so all you need to learn is feeding. Marnie said, then stood up and showed Leon how to feed these little chickens. Unlike what Leon thought, the chickens ate not hay, but white rice. Marnie grabbed a handful of rice placed on the shelf of the chicken coop and sprinkled it on the ground. The chickens gathered themselves in the area where the rice grains fell and began to peck at the foot. While the chickens were eating rice, Marnie took Leon to a sink on the edge of the chicken coop, pointed to the sink and said, "If your chicken coop should be built, you don't need to worry about water feeding. The chicken coop built by Robin is automated, and it will help you replace fresh water every day to meet the drinking water needs of the animals. It's probably just these operations. In fact, it's very easy to take care of these little guys. After that, you just need to wait until they grow up, and then you can enter the chicken coop every day to get the eggs they lay." Marnie, who took Leon away from the chicken coop, concluded to Leon. Leon thought of the hay stored in his box and couldn't help asking, "Does the chicken only eat rice? You also eat bugs, but you don't need to catch them. You just need to open the floodgates of the chicken coop and release them out to find bugs in the land by yourself. This is also the little trick I want to tell you, that is, compared to keeping them in the chicken coop for a long time, putting them out when the weather is good and then having fun in the open space will make them feel better. On the contrary, a long-term closed life will make them unhappy." Marnie replied with a smile, and did not forget to remind Leon not to conduct closed breeding. Leon nodded and then asked, "Then do you think I should raise for the first time? How many should I raise?" "Your chicken coop is a junior chicken coop, right?" Marnie confirmed. That's the capacity of 8. I recommend you raise 8. Marnie suggested. "Can I take care of you?" Leon asked nervously when he heard this. "Of course." Marnie smiled and comforted, "Feed them every morning and stroke them once. Feeding them once in the evening is enough. Raising chickens is not difficult." "Then let me listen to you. I want to buy 8 chicks." Leon immediately decided when he heard this. After all, if he really told Marnie, it would not seem difficult to raise poultry. In this case, it would be a once-for-all to fill the number of chicks in the chicken coop early. Chapter 259 Chapter 258 Chicken and Bat. "As you wish." Marnie smiled and nodded, then entered the chicken coop with a cage. After a moment, she walked out with a cage of chickens and handed it to Leon. "I specially selected the 8 healthiest chicks, you can take them back to your chicken coop. If you have some disease problems during the breeding period, you can come to me at any time and I can help you cure them for free." "How much?" Leon took the cage and asked. "Each one is 200 G. Marnie gave the offer. Leon gasped when he heard this offer. He bought a whole broiler from John, but only 16 G each. Now, Marnie's chicken costs 200 G each. This price does meet Robin's description, highlighting the word expensive. Although a chicken is 800 G in the game, the price of other things is also very high. For example, an ordinary egg can be sold for 50 G. However, in reality, the 5 eggs bought by Leon from Hoja are only 2 G, and a little chicken can buy 500 eggs. Are you surprised? This price? Marnie couldn't help laughing at Lion's expression. I think you must have bought eggs in Hoja's supermarket, so you think this price is too outrageous, right? yet? Leon nodded. He was an honest person, and since Marnie knew that her little chicken was so expensive, she could laugh. She was obviously very confident. But do you know the price of eggs produced on my ranch? Sure enough, Marnie didn't hide it. She asked Leon very proudly and explained without waiting for Leon to ask. A5G. And it's just the most common quality egg. If you raise it well, let these hens produce larger and rounder eggs, and the price can even rise to about 10-12G. If you encounter a big egg, then a big egg can even be sold for 50G. Adult hens will produce a fresh egg for you every day. Speaking of this, Marnie said to Leon with a serious expression, Leon, it is not only farmers' high-quality crops that are sought after, but also high-quality poultry output. Although the effect is not as good as high-quality crops, eating high-quality meat, eggs and milk can also provide a good guarantee and increase in physical health. This is not comparable to the mechanized breeding model of Hoja's breeding base. After all, each chicken in Hoja's chicken farm can provide 34 eggs per day. The price is to sacrifice its nutritional value and shorten the lifespan of the hen. This inhumane output, which is stained with animal blood, and is very different from that of respect and care. So that's it. After hearing Marnie's words, Leon immediately understood what Marnie's confidence was. After all, there are high-quality crops, and it is not unreasonable to have high-quality animal products. No wonder I tried to sacrifice a big egg I bought by Hoja for sacrifice and was ignored by the zoo Nimos. As a result, the little apples looked down on Hoja's inferior products that only weighed but not the quality. So, are you still planning to buy these chicks? Marnie, who explained the value of the cub she provided, confirmed to Leon. Of course. Leon nodded, then took out 1600G of banknotes and handed them to Marnie. Marnie, who received the money, immediately handed the cage to Leon. You can also take the chicks back in the cage. When you start preparing to build a livestock shed to raise cattle and sheep in the future, I have to drive you to the farm. That's going to happen in the future. As he said that, Leon took the cage back to the farm and put down all the little chickens in his own chicken coop. Suddenly, they changed into a new environment. The moment they landed on the ground, these little chickens shrank to the corner of the chicken coop and became a bunch. Leon did not rush to comfort him. Instead, I left the chicken coop, went to the wooden house to get some wood, built a wooden fence to surround the land near the chicken coop, and then I brought a handful of rice into the chicken coop. Sprinkle the rice in the center of the chicken coop, and Leon clearly noticed that the chickens were attracted to their attention, but he didn't dare to leave the corner and come to eat rice for the time being. Seeing this, Leon was not in a hurry, and squatted beside Mealy and stared at the chicks. As time passed, these chicks seemed to have become accustomed to Lion's existence. Under Mealy's temptation, they began to slowly approach this side. When the first chicken that tried to peck off the rice grains appeared unscathed, the other chickens also plucked up their courage and began to peck at the rice grains on the ground. After the rice was eaten clean, Leon slowly began to grab the chickens and rub them one by one. Every little chicken caught was resisting at the beginning, but Leon reached out and touched it twice, and immediately became well behaved. As Lion's chicken picking movement became more and more skillful, soon, these furry little guys gathered around Leon and chattered around him. Obviously they have adapted to the existence of Leon and have begun to fall in love with their new owners. Seeing this, Leon nodded with satisfaction, then opened the door of the chicken coop, took it away, opened the gate beside the gate, and left the circle of the chicken coop that was still surrounded by the wooden fence. Next, it depends on the efforts of these little guys. After all, Leon cannot accompany them all day. After they adapt to the new environment, Leon only needs to ensure feeding and daily caressing, so there should be no need to pay attention to other issues. Leon, who had left the chicken coop, slipped into the cave, looked at the growth of the mushrooms, and confirmed that they still maintained their vitality and could maintain the harvest experience every 3 days. Leon raised his head and observed the rock wall above his head. Because before coming in, Leon heard some special sounds. At this moment, he looked up and with the help of the faint light hanging on the wall, Leon saw 3 huge black shadows hanging upside down on the railings embedded in the top of the rock formation. Fruit bats finally moved in. Judging from the size of these big guys, Leon confirmed that these guys are porters who can bring fruit to him. Fruit bats. Fruit bats are the largest bats. Some species have a wing length of up to 2 meters, much larger than those seen by Leon before. This is also the main proof for Leon to identify these big guys who are selected. But although the fruit bats moved in, they didn't see a single fruit. Leon was no longer anxious about this. After all the tenants moved in, are they afraid that they would not pay the rent? If these fruit bats want to have a free stay, Leon would not mind sending them a ride. In this way, the houses that are cleared can be waited for the next batch of fruit bats that can bring fruit to themselves and understand the rules to move in. Chapter 260 Interview Notice. Everything is moving in the direction I need, which makes Leon very happy. After all, the appearance of fruit bats means that they can obtain those special fruits. So far, Leon has not found any place to buy fruit seedlings. Originally, Leon thought that like in the game, fruit saplings could be purchased from Pierre. But Leon, who had been to Pierre's grocery store several times, did not see Pierre's list of fruit seedlings to buy options. This gave Leon a headache. After all, although the fruit trees are a bit useless, they not only need to sacrifice, but also require some later dishes. Although some sacrifices are substituted, the pomegranate needed by the mage and the apple needed by Marnie are necessary items in the reward mission in the announcement board sacrifice. Originally, Leon planned to rely on travel merchants to buy it, but now there is an additional access channel for fruit bats, which is also an extra option, and it is still the kind that doesn't cost money. Leon is naturally very happy. After visiting the cave, Leon returned to the house to sort out the materials. At the same time, an additional treasure chest was created, and more materials were accumulated. Although the same material could be stacked, it was obviously not enough for a box. While sorting out the boxes, Leon also found a travel merchant Iger who gave it to him. It's a storage box with a small space. It's a pity to eat it if you don't taste good. 2 people holding this small storage box side. This one only has 2 storage spaces, and it is a fixed-sized storage box. It is really useless for Leon because there are not many things that can be stored in the space inside. However, since it was turned out, Leon did not take back and occupy a storage compartment for the treasure chest, but chose to place it on the fireplace as a decoration. After all, the appearance of this box looks quite interesting. The hollowed out patterns on the surface of the box are very charming, and the overall pattern looks like a big tree hanging, which is very ornamental. Just as Leon was admiring the pattern of the box, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Leon walked over in confusion and opened the door, and saw Louis standing at the door. Louis, is there anything? Looking at Louis's red face, Leon knew that this guy must have had a lot of drinks at noon. That's right, the Stardew Valley local forum contacted me and planned to make a report on your farm and your story about the repair of the Stardew Valley bus this time. I think this is a good suggestion, so I'll ask for your opinion. Well, is this kind of thing worthy of special interviews and reports? Is there no news in the local city to use? Leon couldn't help but complain to Louis when he heard this. Ha ha ha, you underestimate what you do and the outside world's attention to Red Star Farm. This report needs to be recorded as a video and placed in the Stardew Valley forum and local news, so I'll ask if you would like to participate in the interview. Louis added. Can you refuse? Leon doesn't like this kind of life that shows up in public because it has no benefits, and he still has some concerns about journalism. After all, he has heard of taking things out of context selected from the story of Don't Take Things Out of Context. Who knows if this report is really just an ordinary report? You want to refuse? Louis suddenly woke up a lot when he heard this and hurriedly persuaded him, Leon, this is a rare opportunity. You can use this interview to be published in the newspaper. Maybe you can still become a celebrity. This is a good opportunity to become famous. I'm not interested in these. Leon shook his head and complained, compared with these, I are willing to be an unknown farmer to farm and make money and live my own life. But this will miss an opportunity to promote Pelican Town. I'm counting on your report to let everyone know that Pelican Town has regained the bus route in the Calico Desert to attract more tourists. Louis looked at Leon with a bitter face and said, This is a rare opportunity. Pelican Town can welcome fewer and fewer tourists on weekdays. I hope to attract more tourists to Pelican Town through this report, so as to promote the improvement of the local economy. You can accept an interview on my behalf. Leon suggested that after all, Louis is much more professional than himself when it comes to promoting Pelican's Town. But they recognize you as a farmer. Louis explained, many people in Stardew Valley are very curious about you as a new farmer. This is a good gimmick and selling point. They are professional news media that cannot let go of such good materials. This interview is really important. Leon softened his heart when he looked at Louis' eager eyes and his attitude of persuading him. After all, Louis has taken great care of himself since he came to Stardew Valley, including helping to get documents before Leon inherited the farm, renovating old wooden houses and free supply of some furniture, as well as 3-year duty-free policy and agricultural funding support, which have benefited Leon a lot. If Louis really needs to participate in this interview himself, it is reasonable and Leon will have to help. Well, Leon, I understand your thoughts, but I also want to make Pelican's Town better. Louis' expression was very entangled at this time. On the one hand, he wanted to respect Leon's choice, and on the other hand, he was reluctant to miss this good opportunity to promote Pelican's Town. Then you arrange it. I will attend the interview then. As for the interview location, you can choose wherever you don't choose the farm. Leon gave a positive answer after hearing this. I agree, but Leon is still reluctant to let outsiders visit the farm. Louis immediately smiled happily when he heard Leon agreeing. The car was raised with a high beard and looked quite funny. At the same time, regarding Leon's request, Louis patted his chest and promised, of course, I told you before that I will not let outsiders enter your farm, I can guarantee this. Even if it's the governor? Leon teased. Of course, and the governor would not make such a request. Louis assured Leon very seriously. Although Louis, you have a serious expression, but some unexpected visitors came in from my farm every few days. What do you think about this? Leon continued to tease him when he saw Louis' serious expression. Do you really don't welcome those unexpected guests? Or did you break into the farm without authorization if you clearly express your disagreement with them? Louis asked without panic when he heard this. Leon thought for a long time and seemed to be able to come in by himself or subconsciously think that the other party could come in. The only exception was Abigail. When the girl Leon met her for the first time, she was not mentally prepared. However, thinking of Razmati's concern and preference for Abigail, Leon understood why she could trespass on Red Star Farm, and there were big guys on the top of the people to pay attention. Louis also added at the right time, this farm is not as simple as you think, Leon. Hearing this, Leon couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He said so sensibly, it was because of the barrier of the farm. Chapter 261 Communication Black Technology. After all, Leon is not a fool. Combined with Louis's statement and his own observations and the special case of Abigail, we can naturally guess the reason why outsiders in Red Star Farm cannot easily enter. However, Leon originally thought that the barrier was to resist monsters that might break into the farm, but he didn't expect that even humans were within this interception range, which made Leon more aware of the particularity of Red Star Farm. Leon, I'm very happy that you can agree. Thank you for your support for Pelican Town. I have to go back and call to reply to the reporters of the local forum of the Sunset Valley. After the time has been agreed, I will invite you to participate in the interview. You can just wait for my news during this period. After confirming that Leon agreed to the interview, Louis couldn't wait to go back and do this. You go and do your business. I should be able to turn on the landline phone recently. You can call me directly to notify me of the specific arrangements, so that you can save you a little more trip. Leon nodded and said to Louis. That's good, I'll leave my phone number to you. Louis immediately took out paper and pen from his body, wrote down his phone number, and handed it to Leon. After Leon took it, he put it in his pocket and sent Louis out of the farm himself. After Louis left, Leon took out the phone number Louis had to stay and read it several times, then easily remembered the number. By the way, didn't Robin say that he could get some phone installation in one afternoon? Why haven't she seen her appear on the farm and work on this matter? It seemed that he heard Lion's call, and there was a roar of the engine outside the farm. Robin drove the pickup truck and parked outside the farm, and got out of the car and started rummaging in the truck's compartment. I thought you forgot to install the phone number for me. Leon leaned over and teased Robin. Haha, how could I forget this? After all, you paid in advance. Some other work in the morning was delayed. After lunch, I went to help you open a communication account. Now I only need to install a landline, and you can contact other people by phone in the future. Robin still had a full of vitality smile. While speaking, he also found an old landline phone and a small cabinet in the carriage and entered the farm with Leon. After entering the farm, Robin entered the house with Leon, and then Leon watched Robin put the small cabinet in the room and put the landline on it. Okay, it's done. Robin, who had done this, clapped his hands and replied to Leon with a relaxed look on his face. Leon looked confused when he heard this. That's good? Don't have any phone lines. What is a telephone line? Robin was also confused when he heard this. What do you mean is that I can call directly now? Leon pointed to the landline and confirmed. Of course. Robin nodded, then went forward and called a phone number and handed the receiver to Leon. Do-do-do. Along with the busy voice that made people miss it, a moment later, a question came from the other end of the phone. Hello, this is Harvey's clinic. I am the front desk nurse Maru. Can you please ask if there is anything that can help you? Maru, I am Leon. Your mother dialed the phone to test whether the phone can communicate normally. Sorry, I'm disturbing. Listening to Maru's voice, Leon explained the reason for making the phone. This landline phone can really contact other people without a telephone line. Lion's heart is full of desire to complain. The technology in this world always makes people feel weird. The landline phone can be dialed wirelessly. If it weren't for the larger size and inconvenient to carry, the existence of a mobile phone would have no meaning. On the other side, Maru replied after hearing the acceptance, so that's it. Leon, you contacted me. I have something to tell you that your pump has been assembled. I tried it and the power is pretty good. I have equipped you with a long hose and a pressurized nozzle. I will send it to you when I rest tomorrow. Well, thank you, please trouble you. Leon thanked Maru happily, and then said, I won't disturb you from work anymore. I'll die first. See you tomorrow. Waiting for Leon to hang up the phone, Robin then complained to Leon, how is it, I didn't lie to you, right? It's nothing wrong, I'm short-sighted. Leon said with a stiff expression. After all, he really didn't expect that the landline phone would not need a telephone line, and the common sense that he had been used to was broken again. By the way, this phone and the cabinet are indispensable, so don't think it's still useful to take this phone around. Robin reminded Leon at this moment. What if I bring the cabinet together? Leon asked back. That's fine, but no one runs around with such heavy things, instead of you might as well buy a mobile phone. Robin couldn't help but complain, and then he saw the cabinet disappearing along with the desktop phone. This scene made Robin suddenly think of Lion's special ability that can be stored and retrieved at any time. Oh, by the way, I forgot that you still have this ability. Okay, you won. It doesn't make much sense. Leon said, then took out the phone from his backpack and replied. At most, you can carry it with you. There is an additional way to contact others at any time. However, there should be no signal when the phone is put into your backpack, and you won't know even if someone calls you. Maybe if you have money in the future, you should get a mobile phone. At least you have a display screen and other things, which is easy to carry with you. Okay, my job is over, it's time to go back. By the way, I've set up a speed dial for you. You need to hold down the pound key and press other numeric keys to quickly dial someone else's phone number. If you press the phone number 1 together, it's Louis' phone number, it's Pierre's phone number, it's Gus's phone number, it's Clint's phone number, it's my phone number, it's Harvey's clinic, it's 7th the phone number between Emily and Haley's homes, it's Penny's, it's 9th Leah's, it's 0th Marnie's. Thank you. Leon was a little surprised to hear that Robin had set up these speed dials for himself. After all, these numbers are basically the phone numbers of shops in the town. In addition to Emily and Haley, Penny and Lee are also a bit redundant. I'll leave first. You can try to call someone else's phone number to talk to them. Anyway, the phone bill is for the new year, so it's useless. Robin reminded Leon again and left the wooden house casually. This time, Leon did not send Robin away, but looked at the phone in front of him, thought for a moment, and dialed Louis' number. Thanks to the boss 08 for his 100 starting point coins reward, the boss is generous. The boss is in good health. Chapter 262 Daily. Do. After waiting for a series of busy tones for 30 seconds, no one answered them. Leon confirmed that Louis had not arrived yet, so he hung up the phone. Then Leon called Gus again, and this time he didn't let Leon wait for a long time, so Gus basically answered in seconds. Hello, this is the Starfruit. Is there anything wrong? Gus' cheerful voice came from the microphone, without any distortion, as if Gus was really talking in Lion's ear. Hello, I'm from the Hoya Home Marketing Service Department. I want to ask if you need fresh ingredients here. Leon said in a low voice. Oh, there is no demand, I already have a fixed supplier. Gus really believed it after hearing this and refused politely. Don't you listen to the supplier we chose for you? It's definitely much more reliable than your current supplier. Leon continued to disguise his voice and said to Gus. The suppliers of Hoja are basically ordinary farmers. What reliable suppliers can they have? Don't harass my job, otherwise I don't mind complaining about you. Gus complained without hesitation, and did not forget to threaten the Hoja employee on the other end of the phone. The supplier we chose for you is Red Star Farm from Stardew Valley. Are you sure you are not interested? Leon continued to tease Gus and said. Red Star Farm? Leon? Will he actually cooperate with you, Hoja? Are you kidding? Gus scolded him angrily without believing him. If you want to trick me into placing an order, then I can tell you that you are thinking too much. On the contrary, I will also notify Leon and I to accuse you of the Hoja family group. Young man, you have done too much. Okay, stop making trouble, Gus, it's me, I'm joking with you. After hearing this, Leon quickly resumed his voice and explained to Gus. Haha, it's you, Leon, no wonder, I said Hoja doesn't dare to abuse the name of a farmer, you scared me. Gus was relieved when he heard Lion's voice, and his tone became much calmer. Is that? Sorry, I just want you to know that I have contact information. If you want to find me in the future, you can call this directly. Leon explained with a smile. Of course, by the way, if you are too busy in the future, you can call me to order food. I will send it to your farm. Of course, you have to pay for the errands fee yourself. Gus replied happily, and also informed the takeaway service of Leon Starfruit. Okay, I'll hang up first, I won't disturb you anymore. Well, goodbye. After hanging up the call with Gus, Leon no longer prepared to disturb others on the phone. After all, there was nothing to talk about. Leaving the wooden house, Leon went to the chicken coop. In the open space he surrounded, the little chickens ran around happily, lowering their heads from time to time, pecking at something in the land. Leon took a special glance at the pond next to the open space in the chicken coop and found that there were no struggling or floating chickens inside, and breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that these little guys would jump into the water because of curiosity. Although the chickens could swim, it was really unclear whether the chickens could swim. If they lost 1 or 2 chickens because of drowning, Leon would feel distressed for a long time. After all, this little chick is 200 G, and the price is enough to eat Leon's star fruit 7 or 8 times. After watching the little chickens having fun again, Leon left the chicken coop, returned to the wooden house, and began to prepare supper. Wait until when night fell, Leon came to the chicken coop again and found that there was no sound of chickens in the open space outside the chicken coop. When Leon entered the chicken coop, he saw that these little guys had returned. After sprinkling a handful of rice, Leon found that the little chickens did not come over and seemed not hungry. It seems that I have found a good delicacy in the soil outside during the day. Then Leon stopped paying attention to these little chickens, left the chicken coop, returned to the kitchen for dinner, then took a chair out, sat next to the kitchen in a daze, looking up at the stars. This is how life in the countryside looks like, sunrise and sunset. Without the blessing of various electronic devices, being idle is a good way to spend time, but it looks a little lonely and has the feeling of an empty nest elderly person. After sitting for a while, Leon took him back to the kitchen with a chair, took a shower, went back to the wooden house to watch TV, and when his hair had dried naturally, he honestly took off his clothes and went to bed. There was nothing to say all night. When the morning sun shone into the wooden house, Leon naturally opened his eyes and started a busy day. Wash and eat and water it. This time, Leon watering was not all finished, but a small area was slipped away. When talking to Maru yesterday, Maru said that the pump has been made and will come with something today, so Leon left such an area to experiment with the effect of the pump. Compared with the previous daily work, Leon today has 2 new tasks. One is to caress the chicken coop and feed it. One is to go to the cave to see if the fruit bats who have already settled in the cave have plans to pay the rent. The cave is relatively close, so Leon went to the cave first and looked at the mushroom cultivation tank. It has grown well and can be harvested again tomorrow. This time, Leon saw a purple umbrella among these mushrooms, which made him realize that he could receive a purple mushroom tomorrow. After seeing the mushrooms, Leon began to search for traces of fruits in the cave. After a circle, he did not receive any goods. However, when he looked up, he found that the number of fruit bats in the cave had increased by several. I will wait for you for 3 days at most. If I don't pay the rent for 3 days, I will have to physically expel it. Leon held his head upside down and threatened to these big hanging bats. He didn't care whether they understood it or not, and then left the cave after saying that. Later, I went to the chicken coop and found that the rice sprinkled last night had been eaten by these little guys, and some bolder little chickens had already run out in advance, leaving only 4 timid little chickens in the chicken coop. When they were touching each other, they didn't even let go of those who ran outside. Leon also noticed that the size of these chicks seemed to have changed. They were obviously fatter than yesterday, just like they were given hormones. After touching the 8 chickens, Leon reluctantly left the chicken coop. I guess in a few days, when these little chicks start to shed their fluff and grow serious feathers, the touch will definitely not be as furry as it is now. It is hard to say whether they can still be so pleasant at that time. Chapter 263 Is this thing really a pump? Because Maru is coming today, Leon did not leave the farm directly, but returned to the wooden house and called Robin. Hey, this is Robin. Is there anything that can help you? As soon as the phone was connected, Robin's passionate voice reached Leon's ears. "Robin, it's me, Leon. I want to ask, is Maru still at home?" Leon asked directly. "She has been out for a while, you should be able to see her after a while," Robin replied. "I understand, I'm disturbing, goodbye." Leon got the accurate answer and hung up the phone. Then Leon took a look at the divination today. After learning that his luck was stable, he poured himself a cup of hot water, sat on the steps in front of the wooden house with the cup, sucking water softly, sighing that it would be great if there was a pack of good tea at this moment. After a glass of water, Leon put the cup back and walked outside the farm. He looked at the dirt road leading directly to Pelican Town. He did not see Maru, but instead saw Pam wearing a jacket. It was just that it was too far away. Leon had a good look and could see Pam clearly. Pam seemed to have not noticed Leon. He turned a corner at the three-way intersection. If Leon remembered correctly, it was a bus stop there. It's quite positive. He glanced at the time on his watch. It was just 8 o'clock. Pam appeared here to work. Compared to Pam, who arrived at the station at 10 o'clock in the game, the bus driver's working hours were much earlier in reality. Just wait for Maru, otherwise Leon really wants to try the new bus ride experience. It's great that you can go to the Calico Desert and buy some star fruit seeds in advance and come back. Just as Leon was about to turn back to the farm and wait for Maru, Leon noticed a manic engine roar from the road to the east. Leon squinted his eyes and forgot to go past, and found that the source of the sound was a motorcycle. The person driving this motorcycle was Sebastian. The motorcycle was very fast. Without Leon waiting, Sebastian drove the motorcycle to Leon. Before he was about to hit Leon, Sebastian shook his tail in a shake and parked the car less than 1 meter away in front of Leon. It was only then that Leon noticed that Maru was sitting behind Sebastian's motorcycle and the large box in his hand. "Let you wait for a long time, Leon." Maru got out of the car with the box, first said apologize to Leon, then thanked Sebastian. "Please trouble you, Sebastian, thank you for your willingness to send me a ride. I'll leave Maru to you. I have something to do, so let's go first." Sebastian ignored Maru, but instead said to Leon, tightened the accelerator, rushed out and left with ease. Ghost Fire Boy. Leon couldn't help but sigh when he saw this, then looked at Maru, who looked a little sad, and comforted him, "You cheap brother may be a stingy. Don't be depressed because he ignored you. Didn't he send it to you specifically? It means he still cares about you very much." "Maybe." Maru shook his head helplessly, "but I feel like he is completing his mother's task more." Faced with Maru's explanation, Leon was not good at saying anything. After all, every family has difficult sutras. A reorganized family, coupled with the neglect of stepfather and the busy work of his mother, Sebastian could give this cheap sister a good face to be able to have a ghost. Leon immediately changed the topic. "Let's go to my farm, let's see the effect of your pump, I'll treat you to a meal at noon." Yet, Maru regained his energy and entered the farm with Leon one after another. Then next to the farmland, Maru began to open the box, took out the pump and hose placed inside, and began to assemble. Leon looked at the pump curiously, with a length of half a meter and a height of 30 centimeters, and the shape looked a bit like a motor. Leon specially lifted the pump, which was lighter than it looked. There was only one outlet that could be connected to the hose. The position of the pump should be under the louver-shaped patches on both sides of the pump. I didn't see the power cord interface, so Leon asked, is it a charging model? Well, because of convenience, I specially designed a solar charging mode for you. You just need to turn it on, open it and place it under the sun to complete the charging. Upon hearing this, Maru immediately demonstrated how to extract a solar charging panel hidden at the tail of the pump. Leon also saw 5 LED lights on it, and all 5 of them lit up green light. This is an internal power display. Due to the material reasons, it can only be made into such a simple style. The 5 lights are all bright in green and prove that they are full of power. If the power is insufficient, all lights will be turned off. At this time, you have to consider charging. Maru noticed the place where Leon was looking and explained with the flow. How long does it take to work with full power? Leon asked. For full power output, it will be about 2 hours. If it is fully charged, it will only take 3 hours to see the sunlight directly. If it is cloudy, it will take 79 hours. Maru replied. Sharp. Leon couldn't help but give Maru a thumbs up when he heard this. It was something Leon didn't expect, that such a small solar charging panel had such a high power storage efficiency. It's not that exaggerating. It's just a very simple solar charging device, which is much worse than the battery pack with lightning energy storage. Maru said embarrassedly. It's simple to you, but it's definitely high-tech to us laymen. Leon sighed, and then he felt relieved when he thought of the girl Maru, a good girl who was good at rubbing robots with her hands. Although the magic in this world is very powerful, those messy black technologies are also quite outrageous. Leon felt a little sad when he thought that he was just an ordinary farmer. After introducing the charging method, Maru stuffed the solar charging panel back, then pulled Leon and squatted down, pointing to the switch opening on the pump. Leon, every time you use it, remember to turn on this switch and throw it into the water, but the switch only means that the power is turned on. If you want it to work, you still need to use this. After saying that, Maru took out a round button the size of a walnut. This is the start switch. Pressing it can start pumping water. Pressing it again can stop pumping water. Rolling upwards increases the power of pumping power. Rolling downwards reduces power, which can also facilitate you to control the amount of water out. This thing has a remote control. Leon couldn't help but complain, why don't you have any other functions? Let's talk about it together. Yes, in addition to pumping water, it can also extract air. As long as there are not too many suspended particles in the air in a sealed area can be basically pumped into a vacuum state. Of course, it can also quickly fill an area with oxygen scarce, which is an additional function. Maru replied calmly. This is what I prepared for you to go down the mine. My father said that you have entered the abandoned mine cave on the other side of the back mountain many times. Although I have never been to the abandoned mine cave to investigate the specific situation, I have seen many cases in the book where miners are in danger due to lack of oxygen or flooding with toxic gases, so this function has been added specifically for you. Chapter 264, What to Eat for Lunch in the Century. Thanks. What else can Leon say? Say it? That also seems too uneducated. Maru's water pump really amazed him. It looks ordinary. Who would have thought it was full of black technology, integrating water pumping, air pumping, both amphibious and land use, and remote control and solar charging. Is this thing really something that I can make? Leon feels a little guilty now. Moreover, Maru's designs are all made for Lion's needs, and even the demands were not raised. Leon was moved by it, making Leon unable to help but want to taste the flavor of chocolate. After all, except for this beautiful skin and healthy body, he really has nothing else to repay Maru's condition. The level of technology in humans is enough to show many problems, and money should not be too short of money. In terms of knowledge, Leon should have been crushed by Maru, so this path cannot be done. When I think about it, it seems that I can only repay the other party with a child. But unfortunately, Maru didn't have this idea. After installing the hose and high-pressure spray head, she suggested to Leon, "Do you want to try it? I think you have left some crops without watering." "Yeah, okay." Leon came to his senses, stepped forward and lifted the pump, turned on the power switch, and gently placed it in the small pond located on the edge of the field. Then he straightened the hose, took the button that came from Maru, grabbed the nozzle, and pressed the button. The moment the command was received, the pump in the water began to work. The originally shriveled hose instantly expanded under the filling of the water flow. Then the clean water brought by the pump was poured out from the high-pressure nozzle and turned into a large piece of delicate silk water curtain. Drops of water like drizzle evenly sprinkle on the slightly dry land, quickly soaking the surface of the land, making the soil sticky. The extra water droplets are also sucked by the loose soil, and the reserved water nourishes the roots of the crop. Sure enough, technology changes life. Looking at the watering of this small area of about 20 crops in just over 10 seconds, Leon couldn't help but sigh, and pressed the button to stop pumping. After all, too much water is easy to drown the crops. If this were replaced with a sprinkler, it would take at least 3 minutes to water such an area, which made Leon regretted that he had been watering most of the land so diligently in the morning. "It seems that the effect is very good," Maru said as she watched Lion's use. "You are better at skill." Leon praised Maru, "With this pump, your work will be much easier in the future." "It's good that it can help you," Maru replied with a smile. "My work is over. Are you doing something? If you have nothing to do, you can stay for lunch together at noon." Leon asked Maru by picking up the pump from the pond and putting it aside. "It should be fine, but there is no need to have lunch. I have never told my family that I have to stay outside for too long. If I don't go back at noon, it may make them worry," Maru explained. "It doesn't matter, I have a phone number, just call Robin to notify you. By the way, I want to ask you some questions," Leon suggested. "Well, that's fine." Hearing that Leon had a phone call to inform his family that he would not go back for lunch, Maru agreed to Lion's lunch invitation. Under the leadership of Leon, Maru entered the wooden house in Leon, called Robin, told him about having lunch in Leon, and quickly slipped out of the wooden house when he hung up the phone. "What's wrong?" Leon, who followed him, looked at Maru in confusion and asked. He didn't understand why Maru left the house like a run after calling. Although his house was a little smaller, there was no unbearable strange smell. "Nothing, I'm just the first time I've entered a boy's room, I'm a little shy," Maru explained with her head down. But there was another sentence she didn't dare to say enough, that was when Maru saw Lion's men's underwear placed in the bed in the room, which was why she didn't dare to keep it. Don't think that only men will have strange ideas about women's underwear, as are women. Oh, that's it. Leon suddenly realized when he heard this. Although there were many people entering his room, he could feel that there were only one other man and woman. Robin Lewis won't say that Abigail, a girl of the same age, has no concerns about this at all, and can even lie in her bed and sleep peacefully, highlighting that one of them does not regard Leon as a man, so Leon treats her as a brother because of this reason. Didn't you say you have any questions to ask me? Maru obviously didn't want to continue talking about this topic. Because of her skin color, her blushing was not so easy to detect, but only Maru herself knew that her face was so hot that she could fry eggs. Well, it's about the cave renovation. There is no problem with the mushroom cultivation trough of the cave, but there is no movement for the fruit bats. Even though they have moved in, they have not brought me a fruit so far. Leon immediately explained his problem when he heard this. I'll go and have a look with you. Maru stood up and said to Leon after hearing this. Leon had no trace of ink, so he took Maru to the cave. After entering the cave, Maru first observed the mushroom cultivation trough and confirmed that there was no problem. Then she raised her head and looked at the fruit bats hanging on the railings of the rock formation above her head, as well as some devices on the surrounding rock walls. There is no problem with the installation, and the fruit bats are also very healthy. Maybe it's because they just moved in and it will be fine after a while. After observing it, no problems were found, and Maru gave his own answer. Is this true? I understand. With Maru's analysis, Leon was not so anxious to saw the gift from the fruit bat. After all, the answer given by professionals is still worthy of respect. It seems that it still takes time to settle down. By the way, has your meteorite not been dealt with yet? After leaving the cave, Maru couldn't find any reliable topics for a while. She could only think of the meteorite falling on the Leon farm, so she just started chatting with Leon. No, it's too hard, I can't break it. Leon explained. Yes, that meteorite has a high iridium content and its material is very special. Normal tools cannot have significant effects on it. If it is not too big, maybe I can use some other methods to break it. Maru thought for a moment and said. It doesn't matter. I can break it sooner or later, so don't worry. Leon waved his hand, not caring about the meteorite. After all, this thing is placed on the farm and can't run away. If he upgrades the pickaxe in the future, are you still afraid that you won't be able to break the meteorite? Compared to meteorites, Leon wanted to ask Maru more about what she wanted to eat at noon. According to Maru's request, he decided whether to cook by himself or go directly to Gus for dinner. After all, this pump helps me so much, Leon has to thank Maru for giving away children. As for giving away children, it is just a joke and random thoughts. In serious practice, Leon was worried that a daughter would give up the bright future of land research and devote herself to chemistry research, and then find a way to take it away. There was beef in the canteen at noon. I thought the boss had made a fortune, so I rewarded the 3 armies. The result was that the meal was added only because the partner came to visit the company. It was really shit. This means I have to work overtime again tonight, it's irritating. Chapter 265 Festival Outlook. Maru thought for a while and finally decided, just make an ordinary lunch. I'm not picky about what you eat. Do you usually do whatever you eat at lunch? Okay. Leon breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Fortunately, Maru didn't say anything casually, otherwise he would have dragged Maru to the star fruit to have a meal. If you want to eat at lunch, it must be beef stewed with potatoes. You can eat it with a simple meal and be enough. Although you have been eating it for several days, the gold content of half a beef is not a trace of moisture. If Leon is happy, the remaining beef can be eaten for another 3 months. However, in addition to beef stewed with potatoes, Leon also added a lean meatball soup at noon. After all, there is still half a pork slap in the box, so it cannot be overestimated. Seeing Lion's busyness, Maru stood beside Leon with interest. Without disturbing him in cooking, she carefully wrote down Lion's cooking techniques, as if she wanted to learn so much. Leon didn't mind Maru's onlookers. He even wanted Maru to learn secretly. If he could spread the cooking methods he had been used to the hands of everyone in Stardew Valley, he would be more comfortable to eat when he came to the door for free in the future. Most people in Stardew Valley cook salads, fried fish, stewed meat and stews, and various breads and fruit pies. Although they can be eaten, they do not fit the oriental stomach of Leon. After Leon finished serving the dishes, he shared lunch with Maru. Facts prove that eating meat makes people happy. At least Maru never stopped smiling while eating. Leon, Easter is coming in 2 days. Are you planning to participate in the Easter egg treasure hunt? Maru suddenly asked Leon during the meal. Is Easter coming soon? I didn't pay attention, but if it's the game, I won't participate. Leon thought for a moment after hearing this, then shook his head. Why? Maru asked in confusion. I don't plan to bully the kids. Leon replied. If he remembered correctly, the participants in this event included Jas and Vincent. These 2 little guys are serious kids. They compete on the same stage with them. If they win, they can't brag. If they lose, they are unpredictable. No matter how they calculate, they are quite embarrassing. But besides children, other young people will also participate. Maru reminded Leon, for example, Abigail, Sam, and me, etc., we are not children. Let's talk about it then. Actually, I want to be a spectator. Leon waved his hand and said perfunctorily. Maru didn't say much, but her expression was a little disappointed. After all, she originally planned to explain the details of Easter's Easter egg treasure hunt to Leon, and use it as a topic of chat. However, there was no topic here in Maru. Leon was reminded by Maru and remembered another festival in spring. Actually, compared to Easter, I'm more curious about the Flower Dance Festival. Can you tell me about this show? Maru can understand Lion's curiosity. Easter is a traditional festival, so Leon may have experienced Easter activities elsewhere, but the Flower Festival is a unique festival in Stardew Valley. It just so happened that she didn't want to have a meal so quietly. Since Leon had raised the topic, she was happy to talk to Leon about the issue of the Flower Dance Festival. The Flower Dance Festival is a very lively festival. It is a tradition in Stardew Valley. On this day, everyone will gather in the Flower Dance Square in the coal forest to celebrate. While enjoying the various flowers in spring, it is also a large dance banquet. On this day, everyone will join in and dance with their familiar friends, lovers, family, and even strangers to see off the auspicious spring. I heard from my mother that this is also the best dance party to find their future partner. Many couples in the town met and fell in love at the Flower Dance Festival. Mom and Dad met at the Flower Dance Festival. My father came to Zingd Valley as a tourist and happened to meet the Flower Dance Festival, so he invited his mother, whom he met for the first time at the dance party. After that, the two fell in love and finally entered the marriage hall. Listening to Maru's description, Leon was a little surprised. After all, the Flower Dance Festival in reality seems to be much more lively than in the game. In the game, the young people can participate in the Flower Dance Festival dance. In reality, it seems that everyone can dance at the dance. Who did you dance with in the Flower Dance Festival in previous years? Leon continued to ask, wanting to determine whether the official CP in the game can continue in reality. After all, the changes of the bachelors in Stardew Valley made Leon not sure whether everything is the same as in the game. What am I? Most of the time I am with Penny, and occasionally I will dance with Harvey, and I have the experience of dancing with Alex. But don't get me wrong. The dance at the Flower Dance Festival is not a social dance for intimate contact. There is a distance between the two dancers, and they use the dance they are most familiar with to show their dance postures and charm, but there is no physical contact. Halfway through his speech, Maru hurriedly explained the details of the dance, fearing that Leon would misunderstand that he was a fickle radish. So that's it. Leon nodded in agreement, but he didn't care much about Maru's explanation. On the contrary, it was because he knew that dancing was each other and there was no fixed dance type that made him relieved, because he had never learned dance much. If it was a social dance that hugged each other, now one might step on the other person's feet into pig's trotters. If you just dance yourself, don't think so much. If you really participate in it, you can't be a shooker. It's a bit more rustic, but at least it's more reliable than standing there stupidly. After all, the only thing Leon can show publicly in the dances learned by various short video platforms is this only shaking hand that can be used regardless of age or gender. As for other big pendulums, trains, etc., it is really not suitable for me as a big man. At the same time, Leon also found this face-to-face dance mode of the Flower Dance Festival quite interesting. Combined with Maru's statement, the Flower Dance Festival seems to be a large blind date scene. This face-to-face dancing made Leon inexplicably think of the feeling of courtship dance among animals in nature. The Flower Dance Festival is really interesting. Everyone will gather in the Flower Dance Square before 9 a.m. to start celebrating and will dance until 10 p.m. During this period, there is a buffet prepared by Gus to provide energy for everyone. A bonfire will be lit before nightfall. Leon, you must come at that time. Looking at Lion's thoughtful look, Maru couldn't help reminding. I will go when I go, but then I should only watch the fun. After all, I just came to Pelican Town and may not find a dance partner. Leon said with a smile. When Maru heard this, she immediately spoke, "It doesn't matter, I will invite you to dance at that time." Chapter 266 Boys must protect themselves outside. After all, we are friends, I can't watch you be marginalized. Looking at Lion's strange eyes, Maru hurriedly added. Okay, then I'll thank you for your care first. Leon thanked Maru with a smile. In fact, he was just talking casually, and Leon didn't think he would be in a situation where no one would pay attention to it. At least there is Abigail as a guarantee, both of whom are their own brothers. Abigail is also a playful and fresh person. At that time, he will show off his cool flower playing culture. Perhaps Abigail has to beg him to teach her. However, since Maru made such a kind proposal, Leon would not reject her proposal. Anyway, it was not a social dance that hugs and hugs. If there was no physical contact, just treat it as an ordinary friend to go dance together. Because of the topic of the flower dance festival, Maru and Leon had a very happy chat. Maru shared many interesting stories about the flower dance festival with Leon, such as Vincent threatening at the dance party last year that he would marry Jas in the future. For example, Abigail rejected Alex's invitation and picked up the chocolate milkshake on the table and smashed it on Alex's face. Anyway, Leon heard it with relish and even became more active in dry rice. Gossip is sometimes a good recipe for serving rice. After the two finished their meal, Maru took the initiative to take charge of washing dishes, and Leon was not at ease to let Maru work alone. The two divided the work and washed the other, and soon got the few tableware. It's time for me to go back, Leon, thank you for your hospitality. Standing at the eastern entrance of Red Star Farm, Maru looked at Leon who had sent him over and spoke. Do you need me to send you a ride? Leon asked politely. No need, I've eaten too much at noon. I have to take a walk to digest food. I'll go see Penny by the way, so I won't bother you. Maru explained. Then I wish you a good journey. Leon did not force it, and watched Maru leave and return to the house. Because when he was in the kitchen, he vaguely heard the phone ringing in the room. When I arrived at the landline, Leon saw the missed call displayed on the phone. The number was quite familiar. If I remember correctly, it should be Gus' number, so Leon immediately called back. Hey, is it Leon? Soon the phone was answered, but it came from the other end of the phone. But it was Louis' voice. It's me, Louis, why did you call me? Although Leon was puzzled, he still asked why Louis called himself. The reporter from the Stardew Valley local forum has arrived in Pelican Town. I told you to come to my place for a visit. I originally planned to invite you to have a meal with us, but you didn't answer the phone. I thought you were busy and was going to go directly to your farm to find you later. Louis explained. Did you come so quickly? Leon was a little surprised when he heard this news. He originally thought that this interview would take some time, but who knew that Louis had just explained this matter to him yesterday, and today the reporter arrived. It's already slow. If I hadn't stopped me, they would have arrived last night. Louis complained, you underestimate your appeal to local news. Okay, then I'll go there later. Leon asked. Well, if it's inconvenient, I can pick you up. Louis suggested. It's okay, I have a bicycle, I'll be here soon. Has the interview location been confirmed? Leon continued to ask. Of course, right at Gus Star Fruit Bar. In addition to interviewing you, the reporters interviewed many local residents in the morning about you and your farm. I have arranged people to be with Starfruit. Louis explained. Okay, then I'll arrive later. Leon hung up the phone after saying that, and then quickly changed into a clean casual suit, but he had never considered it as a suit. Although wearing a suit makes him attach great importance to this interview, Leon still remembers that the other party came for his identity as a farmer. Then Leon cannot make people misunderstand that he usually wears a suit when working on the farm. After changing his clothes, Leon took out his bicycle and headed straight for Pelican Town. He encountered Maru on the road. After all, how could he be as fast as riding a bicycle on foot? Leon took it on his bike with his hands. But as soon as he arrived at Pelican Town, Maru suggested getting off the bus, but Leon did not force him. After letting Maru get off, he continued to head towards the Fruit of the Star. Maru, who was put down, squatted on the spot with her chest covered her chest and slugged for a long time before calming down her violent heartbeat and dizzy head. Leon, who parked the car outside the Star Fruit Bar, pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he entered the door, Leon saw a man carrying a camera, wearing a work clothes, and a petite lady wearing professional clothes, glasses, holding a road recorder, interviewing Gus. Louis stood by and watched with a smile. "Oh, our protagonist is here." Gus, who was the first to discover Leon, suddenly changed from nervousness to smile, because he knew that once Leon came, he could leave the reporter's interview. "Hi, Leon, I'm waiting for you." Louis also noticed Leon's appearance and waved his hand happily at Leon. The female reporter and the cameraman turned their heads and looked at Leon standing at the door. The cameraman dutifully took a close-up of Leon, while the female reporter couldn't help but smile. She didn't expect that the new farmer in Stardew Valley was so young and so handsome, which made her look forward to the next separate interview. "Guess, Louis, good noon, and there are two guests who came from afar. Hello, I am Leon, the farmer of Red Star Farm." Leon stepped forward without fear and greeted everyone, and introduced himself to the female reporter and the camera. "Hello, Mr. Leon, I am a reporter from the Stardew Valley local forum and an external filming reporter from the Stardew Valley Daily News. I am very happy to see you. All those without names are passers-by." After the female reporter finished speaking, she stretched out her hand and shook Leon. Leon obviously noticed something was wrong, because when the female reporter shook hands, she actually gently stroked her palm with her nails, which was obviously intentional. Thinking of this, Leon raised his brow, then pretended that nothing had happened and spoke, "When will the interview start?" "It's okay at any time," the female reporter replied, and did not forget to ask Gus, "Do you have a more private room here? I want to borrow it." "No need, just be in the hall, so I won't be too nervous," Leon said quickly when he heard this. He dares to make small moves on himself in front of others. In a confined space, who knows what this female reporter will do? Although the professional outfit looks very attractive, the female reporter's grade looks quite good. Leon doesn't want to suffer a big loss. After all, boys have to protect themselves outside. The French Ring Road DLC will be on sale tonight, but I am now selling for $299 in the Hong Kong area. I can't go back to the national server for the time being, the national server only needs 198. Feeling uncomfortable. Chapter 267. That's all. The female reporter was a little disappointed when she heard this, but she still agreed to Lion's choice. However, she chose a dining table in the corner of the Star Fruit Bar for the interview. "Do you need me to introduce the interview to you?" After sitting down, the female reporter asked Leon with a smile. "Isn't it a simple question-and-answer mode?" Leon asked back. "Well, I can also say that, but I'm worried that you are a little uncomfortable, so I plan to check with you first," the female reporter explained. "Let's start directly. After all, you want to understand the problem of Red Star Farm and this bus repair. I can give accurate answers to these. There is no need to make the manuscript. Let's talk with facts." Leon politely declined this proposal. God knows when making the manuscript. Will the person make small moves or induce himself to say something that should not be said? The female reporter nodded, then called the camera beside her to prepare, then placed the recorder on the table, adjusted her sitting position slightly, and started the formal interview. Hello, Mr. Leon, I am a reporter from Stardew Valley Local Forum and Stardew Valley Daily News. I am honored to interview you, the new farmer who came to Stardew Valley to build a farm. What decided you chose to start your own farm life in Stardew Valley? Because the Red Star Farm where I am now is my grandfather's former masterpiece, he passed on this farm to me, it's that simple. Leon replied. I have had some investigations. Before inheriting this farm, you worked in Hoja Group and was also an independent store logistics manager at the headquarters. This was a very decent job, but you resolutely gave up this job and came to the farm that has been abandoned for more than 10 years in Stardew Valley. What drove you to make this choice? The female reporter continued to ask questions, and Leon raised his eyebrows when he heard this because there was a pitfall in this question. But Leon, who noticed this, naturally would not be fooled. He replied with a smile, of course it's because of love. I like pastoral life. Hoja's job is very good, but people always have some pursuits of their own, so I gave up Hoja's job and came to Stardew Valley to live the pastoral life I yearn for. Your idea is very unique. You know, nowadays, most young people like to leave the countryside and go to big cities to work hard, but Mr. Leon is the other way around. So what do you think is the difference between you and those young people who go out to explore? The female reporter missed a blow and launched a second round of offensive. Faced with this inquiry that can use contradictions to intensify the interview topics, Leon replied with a smile. If you want to say something different, it's just because you have different pursuits for lifestyle. Isn't it because you have a farm waiting for you to run it? The female reporter asked back. This is the reason on one hand, and on the other hand, I think I am quite suitable to be a farmer. I manage the farm well, and the mayor of Pelican Town is very supportive of my work. The governor once sent me blessings and encouragement. I think the affirmation and attention of these people are all indicating that I chose the right path. Leon didn't want the female reporter to lead him away, so he didn't mind giving the female reporter some small intimidation. Sure enough, after hearing Leon mention the governor, the female reporter's expression froze. However, after all, he had seen a big scene, he immediately asked, "The governor is also paying attention to your farm?" Yes, Mr. Governor cares about the development of the local economy, and my appearance will bring some interesting changes to Stardew Valley and Pelican Town. Leon nodded and asked back to the female reporter. Do you know high-quality crops? Of course, this is the ultimate pursuit of every farmer. The female reporter replied subconsciously, and then seemed to realize something. You can already cultivate high-quality crops. It seems that your investigation is not detailed. Leon teased the female reporter with a smile. Although there was no positive answer, the female reporter also knew that Leon's joke was actually another way of affirming, and cold sweat immediately broke out. If she is just an ordinary farmer in front of her, maybe she can use the language trap to get the answer she wants, but when the farmer can cultivate high-quality crops, then such an existence is completely a big shot that she can only flatter and please and cannot offend. After all, being able to cultivate high-quality crops means that he will be the target of countless powerful and wealthy people who want to take the initiative to make friends with each other. The social status and connections brought by this kind of friendship can easily crush the reporters of the local TV station. Once the other party has this idea, his work may end here. Thinking of this, the female reporter sweated more and quickly changed her words. It is honored that Stardew Valley can welcome fresh blood like Mr. Leone. This is indeed a thing to be happy about. Mr. Governor's vision is as outstanding as ever. Don't you talk about the issue of the Calico Desert bus. Seeing the female reporter's attitude change, Leone nodded with satisfaction and then reminded. Of course, this is exactly what I want to ask. What made you think of the bus that restores the Stardew Valley to the Calico Desert? The female reporter asked immediately. Because of personal needs, there are many special crop seeds in the Oasis store in the Calico Desert. Leone replied. That's all. The female reporter was a little unbelievable. After all, repairing a bus or changing a new bus was just to facilitate Leone to go to the Calico Desert by himself, which was too luxurious. He could clearly use the money to buy a private car and fulfill this requirement instead of specifically repairing a public bus. Yes, that's all. Leone confirmed, not talking about the idea that he was trying to promote the prosperity of Pelican Town. Because of these contributions, Leone really doesn't want it, because once Leone recognizes this statement, then what awaits himself is all kinds of speculators who are looking for his own gold coins in the name of investing in the construction of Pelican Town. Maybe for you, Mr. Leone, it's just for the convenience of going to the Calico Desert, but for Pelican Town, this is a very important tribute. After all, most of the tourists who visited Stardew Valley were traveling to Pelican Town with exclusive buses that quickly enter the Calico Desert. The female reporter reminded Leone. Isn't it good to win? After all, this is not a bad thing. Leone replied, do you think I should set this public project as a private project? No, of course you won't do this. Facing Lion's inquiry, the female reporter waved her hands repeatedly and explained. Are there anything else I want to ask? If not, I should go back to work. In fact, it is better to interview Mr. Lewis, the mayor of Pelican Town, who can help you answer many questions. Seeing that the female reporter had no combat effectiveness, Leone shrugged his shoulders and suggested to the female reporter. This interview is really meaningless, and this female reporter doesn't look like a good person, so Leone doesn't intend to give her a good face. As for whether the other party will go back to use this interview to take it out of context and discredit herself? Leone was not afraid at all. The moment he spoke of high-quality crops, the gap between the two sides was already divided. As long as the female reporter was not stupid, she would not dare to do anything randomly. Chapter 268. The interview ends. I have 2 more questions. These 2 questions are very simple and will not take up too much of your time. I hope you can help answer them, Mr. Leone. The female reporter said quickly after hearing this. Yes. The other party made it clear that there were only 2 problems left, and Leone would not be embarrassed. The first question is, Mr. Leone, what are your plans for the future development of Red Star Farm? The female reporter asked a serious question. Is the development plan? It is basically the planning of ordinary farms, with planting and animal husbandry simultaneously, cultivating high-quality crops, and perhaps joining the ranks of winemaking in the future. This question does not involve any privacy issues, so Lion's sincere answer is also very real. Winemaking? This is a very challenging industry. Are you going to compete with the Blue Moon Vineyard? As soon as you heard this, the female reporter's old habit was broken again. Leon looked at the female reporter who liked to create topics and conflicts speechlessly, and replied, I don't think of wine produced by Blue Moon Farm as a competitor, because I won't consider making wine, so there is no competition. We are not on the same track. But wine is the most enjoyable wine on the market. Without wine opening, what kind of wine will Red Star Farm choose as the main project? The female reporter continued to ask. But at this moment, Leon had already stood up and reminded the female reporter, the 2 questions have been answered, it's time to end. The female reporter was a little embarrassed when she heard this and wanted to continue to say something to Leon, but when she saw Lion's bad eyes, she could only shut up awkwardly. Leon, who had left the interview area, found Louis in front of the bar and said, This reporter is not right, Louis, please pay attention. Well, don't worry, I still have some connections, I'm sure she won't cause you any trouble. Although he was at the bar, Louis was not unaware of this interview. He, the old man, could naturally see what Leon could see, so he was still very confident to deal with Lion's concerns. Sorry, I didn't help you promote Pelican's Town well. Leon felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. After all, he agreed to the interview to help Louis promote Pelican's Town. Who knew that this female reporter did not play by the routine and was always thinking about creating conflicts and topics? No, on the contrary, this is a good publicity. A farm that can produce high-quality crops is located in the area, but it will attract a lot of tourists, especially the believers of Yuba. Louis said to Leon happily. Because the areas where high-quality crops can be cultivated will be regarded as land blessed by Ba. Leon asked back when thinking about the status and belief of the farmers that Louis and himself had said before. Yes, you have a good memory. Louis nodded and confirmed. And I think the report will also mention that Stardew Valley has resumed the operation of buses to the Calico Desert. Those tourists who are interested in the Calico Desert will probably come to Pelican Town. After all, compared to the long-distance trips that day in Zuzu City, the Stardew Valley buses can run 7 or 8 times a day. It's good that it helps, then I'll take a step first. Leon nodded and then said to Louis. Okay, just leave the next thing to me. Louis said, and walked towards the female reporter. Gus complained to Leon from the side, it seems that you have been made difficult by that female reporter. The same was true when she interviewed you before. Leon frowned and asked. It's almost the same, but with Louis' help, nothing went wrong. Gus nodded and replied. It seems like I have to find a way to teach this reporter so that she can understand what the real meaning of journalism is. Leon said, and began to think about how she could use to practice her words. Gus understood Lion's idea and hurriedly spoke to dissuade him. She just wants to hype some hot topics, probably not out of malice, so don't do anything nonsense. I'm a good person and I won't do illegal things. A mess of discipline. Leon replied with a smile. After all, he is not a gangster. If he disagrees, he will have to kill someone to vent his anger. Well, that's good, that's good. Gus breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He was afraid that Leon would move. After all, he had a clear understanding of Lion's strength. Leon is a fierce man who can fight a huge python in the sea and kill it without any damage. If he wants to attack an ordinary female reporter, it will definitely be a crush. By the way, how are you doing about barbecue? Do you need me to experiment with you? Looking at Gus' expression, Leon was speechless. He didn't know what his image looked like in Gus's heart, so he had to change the topic and try to make Gus understand that he was just a harmless farmer. It's almost done, but I don't plan to launch these new special dishes for the time being, because I feel that this cooking method is not suitable for spring, but rather for summer. However, I will add it to the dance buffet menu on the day of the Flower Dance Festival to take a look at the experience feedback from potential customers first. When Gus heard Leon talking about cooking issues, he immediately talked about his thoughts to Leon with great enthusiasm. Barbecue is indeed suitable for summer. Gus, your vision is very fierce. Leon nodded and recognized Gus' decision. After all, the peak season for barbecue is basically in summer and autumn. Gus is worthy of being the owner of the catering industry and has a keen sense of the market. That's right, after all, I'm a gluttonous rice bowl. Don't forget to join me at that time. I want to see what the difference between the barbecue I made and what you, the proposer, is. Maybe I can learn something new. Gus nodded and then made an agreement with Leon. Well, but the Flower Dance Festival is still early, so you should consider Easter the day after tomorrow. Leon complained. Easter is egg festival, all egg dishes. I have been doing them for many years and don't need to prepare anything. Gus replied confidently. When it comes to egg cooking, I have a good way to cook eggs. I don't know if you are interested. When he heard this, Leon thought of a food that he hadn't tried for a long time, and immediately spoke to Gus. Oh, what egg dishes? Let's talk about it. Gus was obviously curious and couldn't wait to come to Leon and asked. The name of that dish is tea egg. Leon replied with a smile, and then taught Gus how to make tea eggs. When Gus heard this, he patted Leon's shoulder excitedly. It sounds much more interesting than boiled eggs, I have to try it in the kitchen. Come on. Leon was very happy that Gus would like this recipe. He hadn't tasted tea eggs for a long time. If Gus could make it, he could also reminisce about this food that he once had for breakfast. After all, this is one of Leon's favorite egg dishes. It's a pity that he doesn't have tea and 5-spice powder on hand, otherwise he would have cooked a big pot for himself on the farm and threw it into his backpack and ate it slowly. Chapter 269 Don't Forget It Is a Mouse. Gus went to the kitchen, Louis went to entertain the female reporter, and it was meaningless to stay in the starfruit, so he directly carried the fishing rod to the mountain lake to fish for an afternoon of fish. Before nightfall, he returned to the farm. I went to see the chicken coop first and found that the little chickens had already fallen asleep together, not as if they were hungry. When I went to the cave again, I didn't find any fruits. Instead, the number of fruit bats hanging above my head increased. Finally, Leon returned to the field and looked at the only small area that had been watered with a pump. He found that the land was still moist. Then he turned around and threw the fish caught in the mountain lakes into the shipping box to prepare for supper. After eating and drinking, taking a shower, and then watching TV, Leon fell asleep peacefully. It was already dawn when I woke up again. I got up and washed and had breakfast. This time, unlike before, the water pump used for watering has improved efficiency. I usually work for more than an hour, but it took less than 5 minutes today. Then I went to the chicken house to caress and feed the chickens, and then went to the cave to harvest a wave of mushrooms. The daily work of getting up early is over. Purple mushroom, collection. A rare mushroom in a cave. One purple mushroom appeared in the 6 mushrooms, and the others were all ordinary mushrooms. Leon was prepared for the appearance of this purple mushroom, because when he was visiting the fruit bat the day before yesterday, Leon noticed the purple mushroom umbrella that emerged from the mushroom cultivation tank. But when facing this purple mushroom, Leon was still a little panicked. The plump and fat umbrellas were covered with small white dots, and the rich purple-like purple filled every corner of the umbrella, and even the stalks below were light purple. Although eating purple mushrooms in the game can restore a lot of physical strength and health, and are edible mushrooms, the reality of this thing does not look like something that can be eaten. Fortunately, Leon didn't take it directly. After all, this thing can be used as a life potion, which is not as insurance as a direct person. At least the life potion clearly indicates the description of the complete healing of the body's injuries. After finishing the work on the farm, Leon left the farm from the northern exit and took a look at the resin collector. He found that the bucket was only half filled, so he skipped it. On the way to the northern foothills, Leon did not forget to pick up the leek wild wasabi and dandelions found on the walk, and at the same time, he heard the system prompt again. Long-term wild picking allows you to collect with new insights into wild plants. Your wild harvest level will be increased by 1 level. After a long period of wild mining, you have mastered new skills. The production bar has unlocked 2 formulas, summer seeds and coal kills. You have received blessings from nature and have a chance to collect more wild berries when collecting wild berries. Has it been upgraded? If he hadn't heard this prompt, Leon almost forgot that his wild picking skills could be upgraded. After all, after successfully completing the 3rd level wild harvest, Leon did not abandon logging and collect, but there was no experience for reference. Leon didn't know how long it would take for 3 to 4. In reality, the need to upgrade skills felt much more stringent than in the game. However, if you can upgrade, it proves that the system is not broken yet. This is a good thing. If you upgrade again, you can choose the specialized talent that is exclusive to your skills. Yes, CAI's upgrade made Leon very happy and kept a smile throughout the whole process. It was not until after seeing Linus that this smile was destroyed by Linus' complaints. Did you think you could bully the child tomorrow, so you laugh so slutty? How can you insult others' innocence out of thin air? When did I say I want to bully a child? Leon asked back after hearing this. Because I heard that Lewis added your name to tomorrow's Easter egg treasure hunt. Most of the people participating in this competition are children. What are you not bullying children? Linus replied seriously. Ah! Why don't I know? Leon was stunned when he heard this. He hadn't decided to participate in the Easter egg treasure hunt. Why did Lewis sign up for himself by making his own decision? Maybe it's because this is your first festival in Stardew Valley. Lewis wants you to have a sense of participation and belonging. Linus was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then helped analyze. Will you go to the holiday banquet tomorrow? Leon felt it was quite reasonable after hearing Linus's statement, and then asked Linus's plan again. Of course I have to go. After all, it is a festival celebration in the town. But I won't bother everyone. I just plan to stay quietly in the edge area and watch. Don't bother me at that time, just pretend I don't exist. Linus replied, not forgetting to remind Leon. That's not, I don't dislike you, and you don't need to worry about being disliked by everyone with strange eyes because I'm close to you. I feel that the residents of Pelican Town are all very good." Leon gave Linus a hug and comforted him. "No, I dislike you." Linus pushed Leon away without hesitation and complained, "I don't want people to know that I have a good relationship with a guy who likes to bully children." I have to go find Louis and ask him to cross my name out." Leon looked at Linus speechlessly and decided at the same time. "Are you sure? I know you participated in this festival and specially gave Louis a magic hat as the first gift for the Easter egg treasure hunt. Don't you want that magic hat?" Linus reminded Leon after hearing this. "Magic hat? Have you also gone to buy things with Hat Mouse?" As soon as he heard of the magic hat, Leon thought of the Hat Mouse and immediately confirmed to Linus. "What kind of hat is it? Can you tell me in advance?" "I used to collect the hat. I can't tell you what it is. You have to get the first place yourself to get the answer." Linus shook his head and refused to disclose the news about the hat. "As for the little thing that Hat Mouse, I think you should be on guard against it. This little guy is not honest. Some of its hats are not from the right place. If you buy a stolen hat and are unlucky to be seen by the original owner, you will suffer a lot." "What? The hat on the Hat Mouse actually has robbery?" After hearing this information, the lions were stunned. After all, no matter how magical it is a mouse after all, right? Some habits are born and cannot be changed. Linus replied with a smile. "Then it dares to buy hats in Stardew Valley publicly, and after doing these things, it has not been beaten to death until now." Leon couldn't help but complain. "Don't underestimate these wilderness children. The descendants of these forests have their own special features, not to mention that they know the limits. They never touch the things in their hands. The flexible moral bottom line is its life-saving rule," Linus explained. "First of all, I would like to thank the innocent young man for his 100 starting point coins." "Thank you, boss, but I have to ask, you should be an adult. I will not accept rewards from minors in terms of law or morality. Secondly, I was in a bad state today. I stayed up until 4 o'clock last night and slept for more than 2 hours. Now I am dizzy. I originally wanted to get a leave note, but I thought about it, and today I will have 2 updates guaranteed." Chapter 270 I'll be polite. So, what is the Son of the Wild? In fact, Leon wanted to ask this question for a long time, but when he was looking for Master Razmeti's last time, he temporarily forgot about the inquiry of this information because of the concerns of the eater of the fruit of the devouring star. This time, Leon happened to mention this point, so Leon asked with the opportunity. "You can understand it as a high IQ animal who has mastered special magic." Linus did not hide his weakness. Since Leon wanted to know, he didn't mind making it clear to Leon. Every son of the wilderness is born with wisdom far beyond ordinary animals, and under the guidance of nature, he realizes his own talents and potential, and eventually becomes promoted to the ranks of sons of the wilderness. These wilderness sons who are protected by nature are between monsters and humans, and their social status is similar to those of the mermaid dwarf clan. However, compared with mermaids and dwarfs, the number of wilderness sons is even smaller and more pleasing, because the wilderness sons are basically friendly. Of course, except for the hat rat, the little guy is obviously a special case of bad learning. "Are there many sons in the wilderness in Stardew Valley?" Leon asked. "I know only 4 of them. You have seen the giant bear in the secret forest, and you have also seen another hat mouse. There are 2 that you should see in the future. These 4 are permanently resident in Stardew Valley. Of course, there are also children of other places who will pass by Stardew Valley and even settle here again. So I don't know much about other existences besides the 4 of them. If you want to know, you have to ask Rasmides. Linus replied. Are there 2 more? Leon was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then searched his memory for a while. Finally, he could only infer that the 3rd person should be the big raccoon, Mo, who appeared near the sewer outlet on the sunny day in the 3rd year. Although many people like to call it garbage to clean the bear, the iconic raccoon tail really made Leon unable to admit that it was a bear. After the player finds this big raccoon, he asks for 4 gifts from the player. After eating all the gifts, the big raccoon will help clean up all the garbage near the outlet of the sewer and Pelican Town, and can also renovate Alex's doghouse. I did it on purpose. And the 4th Leon has no clue. You don't have to look for it specifically. These wilderness sons are basically harmless, and most of them don't like to be disturbed. Don't cause trouble for them. Tell me what I'm doing when you come. Linus looked at Lion's thoughtful gaze and quickly interrupted. Can't I come and see you? Leon came to his senses after hearing this and looked at Linus with a grievance. Do you believe this? Linus directly ignored Lion's worry and complained without hesitation. Okay. Leon instantly took back his pitiful look and took out the mutated carp produced from the sewer from his backpack. Old man, let me ask you, how should I eat this fish? You are really hungry, you dare to even put on the mouth of this distortion. Looking at the abstract appearance of this mutant carp, Linus took a step back and complained. Can't you eat it? Leon felt that the system's notes should be fine, so he asked Leonas. You can eat it, but it is not recommended to eat it. There are too many messy impurities in the body of this thing, and you may regret it if you eat it. Linus explained. I still want to try it. Leon breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that he could eat it, then licked his lips and decided, I'm really curious about what it tastes. I won't help you deal with this fish. If you want to eat it, you will find a way to go. Linus declared his attitude without hesitation. Why? Leon once again put on a pitiful expression and said to Linus, Old man, I dare not speak without your cooking. You know you don't dare to whine. What if I have something wrong with you after I'm done, what should I do? Linus scolded Leon in anger and said, Can you restrain your curiosity? Although curiosity will make you expect everything in life and give you the motivation to seek knowledge, excessive curiosity will kill people. Isn't this a forest protection? I shouldn't die. Leon replied with a wry smile. Okay, if you are willing to die, then I will be willing to bury you too. But today won't work. Wait tomorrow. Tomorrow's holiday celebrations are over. I will make this fish for you. Linus looked at Leon without giving up and immediately refused to persuade him. Are you afraid that I wouldn't be able to attend tomorrow's Easter after eating today? Leon was a little moved when he heard this. After all, Mr. Linus was still quite considerate of himself. I'm asking for you to prepare for a doctor. Linus replied without hesitation. It's almost the same, hee, then I'll end the festival tomorrow, let's come back to make fish together. Leon happily made an appointment with Linus, and then ran away before Linus lifted up the broken shoes in his hand and was about to throw them towards him. After leaving Leon in the northern foothills, he had no intention of farming, so he took the lead and went directly to Pelican Town. On the square of Pelican Town, he saw Louis, who was commanding the engineering team to prepare for the Easter Festival celebration venue tomorrow. Does Louis need help? Seeing this scene, Leon didn't want to pretend that he didn't see it, so he said politely. "Oh, are you done on the farm?" Louis, who heard Lion's voice, turned his head and asked at Leon standing behind him. "Yeah." Leon nodded. Louis immediately grabbed Lion's shoulder and said, "Of course I need help, but Hoja's engineering team is busy with the matter here, so you can go to the Starfruit bar to help. Help Gus prepare food for tomorrow?" Leon asked curiously. "You will know when you go." Louis did not say it clearly, but hugged Lion's shoulder and carried him towards the Starfruit bar. After he took Leon into the Starfruit, Leon saw the scene at this moment in the bar. Marnie, Jody, Emily, and Haley were all in the bar, and on a table covered with soft tablecloth, holding oil-colored pens and graffitied bright colors on the eggs as embellishments. "Ladies, I have brought you a helper to welcome the enthusiastic farmer Mr. Leon to our Easter preparation team." Before Leon could greet everyone, Louis shouted and pushed Leon into front of the four people, and shouted, "Play!" The four ladies put down the eggs and oil-colored pens in their hands and applauded, which made Leon embarrassed and wanted to use his toes to smear their sneakers. However, in terms of momentum, Leon still did not intend to admit defeat. "Hehe, thank you, thank you. I just want to take action, and I still have to rely on all ladies as the main force. As long as everyone doesn't blame me for being clumsy. I sat up in a panic during the dying illness. I met a big boss. Thank you for the reward of 10,000 starting point coins. The boss is tired of making a plan. Thank you for your appreciation. I wish the boss good health and happiness every day." Chapter 271 Drawing Easter Eggs. Louis pushed Leon after he finished speaking. "I'll go outside to supervise the construction team. Let's take one step first, and Leon will be handed over to you." After saying that, Louis left and left Leon to stay here alone. Fortunately, Leon was thick-skinned and was full of acquaintances here, so he was not too nervous. He came to the side and looked at the large basket of eggs on the table and asked, "Are there any oil paint pens? I can help too." "Give it." Emily handed out her oil paint pen directly. "Then you have a rest." Leon took the oil paint pen calmly, pulled a stool and found a separate direction to sit down. "I have some preparations." After Emily said that, she found her own bag from the stool behind her butt and took out a new oil paint pen. "Are there any requirements for the color to be applied?" Leon didn't say anything when he saw this, and asked Jody. After all, he had drawn Easter eggs once and had no experience or relevant knowledge reserves. "No, it's good to look good," Jody explained with a smile, then took out a clean egg and added a layer of green, red, and purple to it with oil paint pen in front of Leon, which looked fancy. Leon also followed suit, but when he was stained with pigments, he keenly smelled the smell in the pigments. It is not pungent, but it has some floral and grass scent. Obviously it is not a chemical seasoning. Are all plant pigments? Leon, who noticed this, couldn't help asking. Wow, how did you guess this? Emily looked at Leon in surprise and asked. I smelled it. Leon replied truthfully. Since he ate the fruit of stars, he found that his 5 senses had been significantly improved, so even the slightest smell could be easily captured and identified based on the memory of his brain. Do you have such a good nose? You can smell such a light smell? It seems that I can ask you for help when I make perfume in the future. Haley looked at Leon unexpectedly when she heard this, and asked Leon at the same time. Looking at Lion's words, Haley seemed to have thought of something, and added before Lion's words came out, paid. It's easy to say, I'm the most helpful person. Leon, who wanted to refuse, changed his tone in an instant when he heard the word paid. Haley sneered and glanced at Leon with a smug feeling, very proud. She felt that she had found Lion's weakness. Jody and Marnie, who watched Leon chatting with Emily Haley, smiled with anties on their faces, which made Leon, who discovered this, silently picked up the fresh eggs and began to apply them to the color they like. I don't know if it was because of Lion's arrival that made everyone embarrassed to chat, or if the 4-person group who originally used to describe the Easter egg were working hard and didn't want to be diligent. From Lion's sitting down to finishing the 6th egg, no one said a word on the scene. In addition to the slight collision between the eggs and the tabletop and the rustling sound of the oil brush smearing on the eggshell, the scene was quiet and terrifying. This made Leon swallow his saliva. While applying the eggs, he couldn't help but speak. Are these eggs provided by Marnie? No, it's wholesale from Hoja. Marnie immediately explained when she heard this. After all, there are too many, and Marnie can't produce that many for a while, and these Easter eggs need to be recycled in the end. Everyone will take them home to clean the pigments as ingredients. It would be a waste to use the eggs produced by Marnie's ranch. Jody also helped add. Looking at the expressions of the two, Leon was sure that the atmosphere was so stiff because of the former. In fact, if someone raised a topic, everyone could still talk and immediately acted as a liven up the atmosphere. No wonder they are all plant pigments, so you won't have any chemical pollution when you take them back for consumption. Yes, and these plant-based pigments are made by Emily and Haley. These 2 girls are good girls with cleverness. It will be blessed who can marry one of them in the future. What do you think? Jody said to Leon with a smile. Yes, you're right. Just finished saying this, Leon felt that Emily and Haley couldn't help but take a sneak peek at them, which made him instantly enter the posture of looking at the nose and nose. I wanted to liven up the atmosphere so that everyone could chat and relax after work, but who knew that Jody actually brought the topic to this level of gratitude? Leon directly gave up the idea of livening up the atmosphere and turned into a speechless Easter egg depicting robot. However, Lion's state did not affect others, because Leon broke the tranquility and the 4 of them started to talk about daily topics again. They were basically all about family matters in the town, and there was not much meaningful content, but it was quite appropriate to listen to it as a fun. After all the eggs in a large basket were drawn into colorful Easter eggs, the Easter egg drawing activity officially ended. As the only male, Leon took on the task of giving the Easter eggs to Louis, and left the star fruit bar with a basket of Easter eggs with relief. Although the 4 of them still had the job of preparing lily baskets later, Leon had no intention of going back to join and helping. Leon, carrying the egg, could easily see Louis in the square. Louis, the Easter egg is ready. Thank you. Hard, put the Easter eggs here. In the evening, I'm looking for someone to spread them in the town as the target of tomorrow's Easter egg treasure hunt. Louis signaled Leon to put down the basket and said, "Do you need my help?" Leon asked subconsciously after hearing this. "No, after all, you are a contestant. If you ask you to join the Easter egg, it will be too unfair to other contestants." Louis waved his hand and refused. "When it comes to this matter, I feel a little embarrassed. Why do you want to join me in this event? This is obviously a game part for the children." Leon couldn't help but complain when he heard this. "Isn't this trying to have a better experience of Easter? And who said there are only children in this event? Abigail Marupani Alex has participated, and you are not an exception." Louis comforted Leon. "And don't underestimate the children in Pelican Town. These little guys are energetic and physically energetic. Even adults may not be able to compare with them. You have to work hard tomorrow, otherwise you will find less Easter eggs than the children, and you will be really embarrassing." Okay. What else can Leon say? Louis also had good intentions. He could not ignore the praise. "Thank you to the 500 starting point coin from the C919 boss and the 300 starting point coin from the No EA boss. Thank you for your support and support from the two bosses. I wish you good health, everything goes well, and I love you." Chapter 272 Amazing. Leon, who no longer resisted participating in the Easter egg treasure hunt, looked at the construction team that was building temporary shelves and tables and chairs everywhere, and asked Louis, "Are all the festivals in Pelican Town so grand?" Of course, after all, a large number of tourists visit Pelican Town every festival. This is a good opportunity to promote Pelican Town and drive the local economy. Louis replied. "So can the budget prepared for this event be reimbursed?" Thinking of the economic situation of Pelican Town, Leon was still a little worried. "Of course, don't look at the many things you have prepared, but most of them are sponsored. For example, these engineering teams are provided by Hoja's family, and so are eggs." Louis replied proudly. After all, the Hoja family will not miss such a good publicity opportunity. I just need to agree that they can save a lot of money by hanging banners sponsored by Hoja at this celebration. "What a good fat sheep!" Leon quipped with a smile. "Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have been willing to do such a big scene." Louis nodded in agreement and sighed. "It's just that I think Hoja is not only for promoting their purpose at this festival celebration, but also for showing me the meaning of financial resources and influence. When talking to Morris about the sponsorship of this event the day before yesterday, he mentioned to me the idea of transforming the old community center into a Hoja's logistics warehouse." "Is this a necessary condition for their sponsorship?" Leon asked. "No, I just mentioned it." Louis replied. "Then pretend that I didn't hear it. We will eat the bait. Don't touch the hook. I have my own arrangements for the old community center." Leon breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and comforted Louis. "Trust me, Louis, give me some time, I will surprise you." "Of course, I believe you, Leon. After all, when I learned that you took the initiative to repair the bus, I knew that you had already regarded yourself as a Pelican Towner." Louis replied with a smile. Then he couldn't help but come to Leon and whispered, "And you have repaired the vault in the old community center so well. I have now stored some important documents in the vault safe, and I have done a pretty good job." Leon just smiled and didn't answer. Louis was not surprised that the repaired Vault Leon in the old community was not a game, and no one would step into it before the restoration of the old community center. After Louis discovered this, he did not make any statement, which could already explain many problems. It is obvious that the old mayor of Pelican Town also hid a lot, or knew a lot. Seeing that Leon didn't want to talk about this topic, Louis also tacitly did not mention it, and instead continued to direct Hoja's engineering team to build. After watching for a while, Leon left silently and returned to Red Star Farm. After lunch, Leon took the fishing rod to go fishing in the coal forest. He caught until the sky was declining, and then embarked on his journey back to the farm. After throwing all the smallmouth bass and various water garbage collected in the afternoon into the delivery box, Leon began to prepare supper. But Leon had just cut the beef tenderloin and was about to fry it into a steak. When I ate it with my own steamed bun, I found that there was an uninvited guy in the kitchen. "So, are you planning to have a meal with me again?" Looking at the long bright purple hair in the reflection of the lid of the pot, Leon sighed and complained. "Hee, don't you know that you cook delicious?" Abigail didn't look embarrassed at all, but instead found a stool to sit down, shook his legs and asked, "What are you going to eat tonight?" "Lose weight, don't eat any more," Leon replied with a straight face. "Who are you lying to me? Do you think I didn't see you preparing to fry steak? By the way, I want to be 70% mature." Abigail stuck out his tongue and complained to Leon. "I'm only familiar with it here," Leon replied. "That's fine. Although it's a little hard, my teeth are good and I can bite it. You are the chef and you have the final say," Abigail replied indifferently. Abigail's appearance of not getting into oil and salt gave Leon a headache, but she was afraid she would not be able to drive her away. Leon simply prepared a piece of beef tenderloin and marinated it and prepared to fry double steak, otherwise one piece would definitely not be enough. Accompanied by the volatile aroma of the butter-fried steak, Abigail swallowed and came over, staring at the steak in the pot and asked, "How long will it take?" "It's almost done, you're not just here for dinner, right?" Leon answered, and was also inquiring about the reason why Abigail appeared. "I heard you also participated in the Easter egg treasure hunt for the Egg Festival." Abigail did not answer directly, but asked Leon instead. "Yeah." Leon nodded. "You are not planning to ask me for the location of the Easter egg, are you?" "I originally had this idea, but since you are one of the contestants, you will definitely not participate in the preparation for the Easter egg release, so I won't ask," Abigail replied. "You knew the news before you came, but you still came, so what are your thoughts? Let's hear it," Leon continued to ask after hearing this. "You are all good, but you always think too much, it's really annoying." Abigail curled his lips dissatisfiedly, complaining about Lion's meticulous thinking, but he did not forget to answer Lion's question. "Since both of us are contestants, we can be competitors or partners. I like the latter, so I plan to work with you. Let's look for the Easter eggs together and count them on one person's head," Leon asked tentatively. "Well, that's what I think, but it has to be counted on me. As a reward for cooperation, the honor belongs to me and the reward belongs to you. What do you think?" Abigail nodded and replied. "Can you be allowed? This situation?" Leon asked after hearing this. After all, if it was an illegal operation, Naeun would refuse without hesitation. After all, it's okay to compete with your children, but you still have to do small moves. If you are discovered, it will be a little embarrassing. Of course, this is a way of competition that everyone defaults to, and this precedent was made by Vincent. When he and Jas participated in the Easter egg treasure hunt for the first time last year, Vincent handed over all the Easter eggs he found to Jas, allowing her to win the Easter egg treasure hunt for that year. After that, everyone knew about this method and could compete in cooperation by default. Abigail replied to Leon with resentment, "You know, if it weren't for this special situation, I would still be able to defend the throne of the Easter egg treasure hunt. No wonder you only have honor." Hearing this, Leon understood Abigail's thoughts and joined in with her to avenge her shame. At the same time, Leon was also impressed by Vincent's operation. Vincent had mastered such a fresh and refined way to flirt with girls in his early years, and his future will definitely be bright. When Leon was so old, he was still catching shrimps and catching eels with his friends in the field. Not to mention flirting with girls, the behavior of playing with girls was regarded as a sign of shame and sissy by Leon at that time, and he did not realize that this was the best opportunity to cultivate childhood sweethearts. After such a comparison, Leon couldn't help but sigh again. Stardew Valley is indeed a place for crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and even children are so alive. Chapter 273 Various Plans. Make every effort to prepare for the battle. While chatting, we prepared supper. Time passed quite quickly. When Leon fried 2 steaks and brought out the steamed buns he had himself, Abigail was confused. "Is this milky bread? But I obviously don't smell the milk." White steamed buns are the main reason why Abigail was able to ask this sentence. After all, common breads are basically baked and contain ingredients such as corn flour and buckwheat flour, so the color is burnt and yellow. The white bread cannot be said to be none, it can only be said to be rare. The white and fat steamed buns on Leon really touched Abigail's blind spot in knowledge. It's bread, but an improved version. Leon is too lazy to popularize the difference between Abigail and steamed buns, because there are too many knowledge points involved. If you tell a Westerner the story of steamed buns and Mr. Zutch, Westerners may not be able to understand it, let alone popularize the stories of this aspect to people in another world. It looks pretty good, and it looks very nimble, it's quite fun. Abigail, who picked up a steamed bun, kneaded and made various situations when he saw a new toy. Leon was so angry that he saw it. After reaching out his hand and burst out his chestnut, bounced on the forehead, on Abigail's forehead, Leon spoke seriously, "Don't treat food as a toy." Oh. Abigail hurriedly restrained his DIY bun operation and sat obediently on the chair, waiting for Leon to eat first. After all, this is the first time she has seen this new style of bread and doesn't quite understand how to eat it, but Leon must know it, so she only needs to refer to Lion's meal to be ashamed. Leon also noticed Abigail's thoughts, and first cut the steak in front of him into small pieces with a knife and fork, and then broke the steamed bun and filled the cut pieces of beef and clamped it. It was a big mouthful. Abigail took the same food and ate it, and instantly felt a novel and sufficient experience. Later, I saw Leon dipping the sauce on the steak plate with white bread, and imitating it for a while, and found that the white bread that absorbed the sauce was more rich and unique. "Leon, do you have fresh jam here? I want to eat it with it." Abigail, who unlocked this way of eating, immediately had a new idea, and then asked Leon. No. Leon shook his head and replied. This was not a lie to Abigail, but that he really didn't have jam on hand because he didn't like that kind of sour and sweet thing. Moreover, dipping steamed buns with jam always makes him feel strange. Even if there is one, Leon would not allow Abigail to eat it like this. At least he doesn't want to see this scene in front of him, because it's terrible to think about it. He can accept dipped sesame paste, chili sauce, soybean sauce, bean sauce, or even seafood sauce, but he is absolutely unable to accept dipped fruit paste. This feeling is like watching a Sichuan opera face change. No matter what type of facial makeup you switch to Shendon, Jingmo and Zhou, you will only be amazed at the performer's superb skills and techniques. But when black question mark faces or panda head emoticons appear in these facial makeup, what will you feel? That's a pity. Abigail sighed with regret when he heard this, but he didn't force it. After all, it was actually quite delicious to dip the steak sauce. After finishing the meal with Leon, Abigail was not in a hurry to leave. While helping Leon clear the tableware together, he asked, "So do you agree to cooperate with me?" "Do you really need to cooperate?" Leon thought for a moment when he heard this and reminded Abigail, "Although 2 on 2 may make you win, it will be embarrassing if you don't win." "Don't worry, I have a lot of preparations." Abigail patted his chest and promised, "I will definitely win." "Let me tell me." Leon asked curiously. "You promise to cooperate with me first." Abigail bit this condition to death. Okay. Thinking that Easter egg treasure hunt was not a serious competition, but just an entertainment event on the festival, Leon agreed to cooperate with Abigail. "Hee, I knew you would agree." Abigail slapped Leon's back proudly, not caring about the fact that his hand was soaked in water would leave a slap on Leon's clothes. Fortunately, Leon has the habit of taking a bath and changing clothes every day, so he doesn't care about this watery slap mark. "So what's your preparatory plan? Are you going to contact someone to work together or are you going to interfere with Jas and Vincent's treasure hunt?" "I don't have any promises to cooperate with one more person. The combination of 2 people is enough. As for the matter of interfering with the contestants, don't mention it. I'm not that despicable." Abigail replied righteously. "My preparation plan is actually to secretly check the spots in advance at night and mark the location of the Easter eggs that have been placed. How about it? Do you want to go together?" "Isn't this preparatory plan despicable?" Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly and complained. "This is called being prepared for any trouble, and you won't think I'm the only one who will do this." Abigail rolled his eyes and said, "Leon, although Vincent would not be released by Jody at night, Vincent's brother Sam will definitely help his brother and himself to check in advance, and we must even be prepared to win 3. Is the competition so fierce? Is this activity that important?" Leon was so irritated when he heard this. He didn't expect that there would be so many twists and turns in a festival celebration game project, which would be the same as a large-scale competition. "Anyway, you have to make every preparation, are you going?" Abigail asked, shaking Leon's arm. "Go and go." Abigail took out a coquettish offensive. What else can Leon do? He is a person who is soft or hard. Immediately after the bowl washing activity ended, Abigail and Leon headed towards Pelican's town. The means of transportation are still bicycles, and it is still the position of Leon riding Abigail sitting on the horizontal bar. This time, there is no need to take a small path, but it is openly riding along the path outside the farm that leads to Pelican Town directly. Waiting in Pelican Town, Leon and Abigail separated at the entrance of Pelican Town. Abigail began exploring along the east, while Leon was looking for the location of the Easter eggs from the south. The two finally agreed to meet in the cemetery. Although it is a bit resistant to the proposal to converge in the cemetery, it always feels strange to run to the cemetery when you have nothing to do in the middle of the night. But when Abigail said, "Are you afraid?" Leon agreed to the meeting place. Although this is a very low-level provocation, it is really useful. Chapter 274 is a poor person. After parting with Abigail, Leon began to look for Easter eggs in the direction he was assigned. Not to mention, combined with the memory of the Easter eggs in the game, Leon actually found 2 Easter eggs on the grass on the north side of the square, and walked down the grass and saw one behind the fence in Jody's backyard. There is also a bush not far from the fence. Continue to walk along the south side to the road in front of Lou Lane. You can also see an Easter egg lying quietly under the street light. After crossing this road, you can also see a bush above the river bank. This is how the 6 Easter eggs are determined. In order to win in the game, you only need 9 or more Easter eggs from the player to lock in the victory. However, in reality, how many Easter eggs can be found by others are still unknown, so Leon did not stop looking. When drawing Easter eggs in the morning, Leon also estimated the approximate number of Easter eggs drawn, at least 200. Compared with the total amount of 6, the gap is still a bit huge. Then Leon went around number 2, Liuxiang, which was next to Emily and Haley's villa, and continued to search along the fence of their house. When he saw an Easter egg hanging from a vine hanging on the fence, Leon suddenly noticed a throwing object flying above his head. While subconsciously avoiding it, Leon set his eyes on the direction where the thrown object flew, and glanced at the true appearance that the thrown object showed after it landed on the ground. It was a pine nut. It is not a dangerous item. Obviously, this pine nut became an attack item for the purpose of prank. In fact, even if there are not many lions, it is probably not a big deal. What are you doing outside my fence at night? Do you want to be a voyeur? The person who threw this pine cone over was Haley, standing on the balcony on the 2nd floor of Villa Number 2, Liuxiang. You're exposed. Leon raised his head and reminded Haley. Ah! Haley subconsciously closed her legs and stretched out her hand to cover her lower body, but immediately remembered that she was wearing fluffy pajama pants and it was impossible for her to expose herself. She immediately turned her eyes to Leon. This joke is not funny at all. But you still believe it, right? Leon teased. It's not because of your bad record that I subconsciously guard against you. Haley complained angrily, and urged Leon to tell her purpose of appearing near the fence downstairs of her house in the evening. I'm here to check in advance to find the location of the Easter egg. In order to avoid being misunderstood by Haley, he spread the situation where he touched the 2 single women in the middle of the night as gossip. Leon naturally had to explain his true purpose. No wonder. Haley suddenly realized when she heard this. This instantly changed expression also made Leon realize that it seemed that looking for the place where the Easter eggs were placed in advance was not a shameful thing, but it made Leon breathe a sigh of relief. But I didn't expect you to attach so much importance to this activity. Are you so competitive? Haley couldn't help but complain. I'll just be entrusted to help with things, Leon explained with his shoulders shrugged. Abigail. Haley guessed the mastermind who asked Leon to come out to find Easter eggs as soon as he heard this. Leon looked at Haley with some surprise and joked, "Do you know her quite well? You guessed it so easily." After all, she is a fellow town partner who grew up together. Everyone knows her personality and other personality. She is also the one who can do such a thing and asks you for help. Speaking of this, Haley continued to complain to Leon with a strange expression, "But I didn't expect you would agree to accompany her to make trouble. When did your relationship become so good?" "Haha, I don't know when, but there is no doubt that she is my good friend now," Leon replied with a smile. "Brother? Haha, poor Abigail." Haley's expression soothed a lot when she heard this. While muttering secretly, she did not forget to continue talking to Leon. "If you really want to help her, go to the grass near the sewer to find it. When I came back in the evening, I saw an Easter egg delivery staff staying there for quite a while." "Well, thank you." After hearing this, Leon waved goodbye to Haley. He walked towards the sewer according to Haley's reminder. Sure enough, on the grass near the sewer, Leon found the location of 4 Easter eggs. In the fence surrounding the sewer, 2 Easter eggs distributed on both sides of the sewer manhole cover can be seen. There are 6 Easter eggs distributed in this area. After scanning the nearby river bank, he found the location of an Easter egg again. Only then did Leon arrive at the cemetery not far from the sewer. In the cemetery, Leon also saw traces of 2 Easter eggs, but Abigail had not arrived yet and was idle, so Leon took the opportunity to stroll around the cemetery. It's actually quite chilling to visit the cemetery at night, but in fact, as long as you have nothing to do with your worries and are an existence that does not believe in ghosts and gods, then you will not be so scared. Leon is the kind that is not afraid, but being afraid does not mean disrespect. So while waiting for Abigail, Leon patiently cleaned up the vines and mosses climbing on some tombstones, making these tombstones cleaner, which is also a kind of compensation for coming here to disturb the deceased at night. During the cleaning process, Leon also noticed some of the words engraved on the tombstone, one of which made him feel quite touched. In memory of Robert and Alice. This should be a cemetery where couples are buried together. Judging from the time span and the common time of death above, this should be a middle-aged couple who died unexpectedly. This tombstone is the cleanest piece in the entire cemetery. It is obviously someone often takes care of it. As for who it is, Leon is not very clear. The main reason why Leon pays attention to this tombstone is that there is a line of small words in the corner below the tombstone, "I would have been there too." The sadness and despair revealed in this passage made Leon sigh. The crooked handwriting was obviously a child's handwriting. It should be the descendant left by the couple in the world, but it was obvious that the child was in a bad mood at that time. "What are you looking at?" At this moment, Abigail appeared behind Leon and asked while slapped his shoulder. "Look at someone else's tombstone," Leon replied. "I have some impression of Robert and Alice's cemetery. It seems to be Sophia's parents." Abigail came over and took a look after it, and then spoke. "Who is Sophia?" Leon looked at Abigail blankly when he heard this. After all, he seemed to have never seen this name in the game. A friend of mine, but later, because of an accident with her parents, moved out of Stardew Valley and didn't know where to go. Abigail explained. He's a pitiful person. Leon sighed. However, since people are no longer in Stardew Valley, Leon is not paying much attention to this matter. Instead, he asked Abigail, I have finished shopping here and found a lot of Easter eggs. Where are you? I have also found a lot, but it's too dark, and it's hard to find it carefully with the moonlight alone. However, if I can follow tonight's route as soon as tomorrow, I should be able to gain a lot. What about you? I also found the specific location of the 16 Easter eggs. Leon replied. In addition, there are more than 30 of them that I found, and the chance of winning is very high. Abigail patted Leon's shoulder happily when he heard this. It's a good job, Leon. When we win tomorrow, I will invite you to the Star Fruit for a big meal. Okay. Leon nodded with a smile, and then suggested, it's getting late. We have to go back and rest. If we don't keep our energy, we can't escape others tomorrow. Then the Easter egg you found in advance may be taken first. Don't worry, I have great physical fitness. Abigail replied confidently. Chapter 275 Festival Stalls. After parting with Abigail, Leon rode his bike back to the farm, took a shower, took a clothes and went to bed. After dawn, after washing up, Leon didn't even eat rice, so he went to water and feed the chickens to see the cave. The little chicks grew up a lot again, and their orange fluff began to be replaced by brown feathers. In the cave, mushrooms are still growing rapidly. In addition to the mushroom cultivation trough on the ground in the cave today, Leon finally saw something different. Of course, it is not feces, but 2 strings of red raspberries with branches and tender leaves. These raspberries look like unpeeled lychees, and there are some small fluff on the fruit. If you look closely, you will find that their flesh is pieced together one by one. And it is said to be 2 strings, but in fact, there are not many American raspberries on one branch, there are only 2 on one string, and 4 on the other string. Fortunately, American big raspberries do not have the word big, and the size of each raspberry is basically beyond the size of sugar orange. American raspberry collection is spring berries with forest flavor. The sweetness and taste have been increased due to the wisdom of bears. I just picked up a string of American raspberries and noticed the additional notes on the system instructions, and I was surprised. He originally thought that the special ability of Bear's wisdom would require himself to pick it from the berry tree before it could take effect. Who would have thought that the American raspberry that had left the berry tree and lie on the ground for a while could actually enjoy the increase in the wisdom of Bear? It was a surprise. Leon left the cave with 2 strings of American raspberries. Leon went to the kitchen to pick the 2 strings of American raspberries and clean them, then picked one and stuffed it into his mouth. The raspberry has a soft mouth, and when the teeth are touched, it bursts out with a rich juice under the flesh. It is very sweet, with a little bit of unique acid as an embellishment, and you can also taste some indescribable freshness. It's delicious. Leon, who had eaten raspberries for the first time, nodded and exclaimed. He didn't expect the raspberries to taste so unique and stunning. It's a pity that only 6 pieces were picked and washed. Now I have eaten on it. Here are still 5 left, although Leon can pick them by himself after a while. But I don't know how long it will take to see the grand occasion of raspberries covered with bushes. Leon was reluctant to finish these raspberries for a while. The remaining raspberries were thrown into the backpack by Leon, which ensured that it would maintain the best taste and freshness. Leon returned to the iron cave again and looked up at the fruit bats hanging upside down. I don't know if these fruit bats have discovered that the fruit they brought back has been taken away by Leon, but they are quite calm now. Oh, it's a pity that these guys can't speak, otherwise they would have to ask where they found the raspberries. After looking around the raspberries that were not missing in the cave, Leon left the cave with regret, then rode his bicycle and headed towards the town. After working hard, the time is only around 7 o'clock. According to the nature of the game and the festival, you won't be allowed to enter the venue until 8 o'clock, but the reality is different. When Leon enters Pelican Town, the square is already very lively. The area at the entrance of Pelican Town is full of stalls, and Pierre's stall is the first to be hit. At this moment, Pierre saw Lion's appearance and immediately waved his arms enthusiastically and shouted, "Leon, come and see the special seeds. Here you come." Leon quickly walked to Pierre's stall, and Pierre immediately took out a bag of seeds and handed them to Leon. "The best strawberry seeds, I just got them from my friend a few days ago. Leon, do you want to try planting some on the farm?" Pierre, who pushed the bag of seeds in front of Leon, continued to ask. Strawberry seeds, seeds planted in spring, mature on the 24th, and then produce in a circular manner. How much does it cost per pack? One pack of 100 g, one pack is the same as the same, 20 pieces, Pierre explained. Come 1,000 g. Leon directly ordered 10 packs of 200 copies. Upon hearing this, Pierre immediately smiled and took the money and prepared the strawberry seeds for Leon. "Thank you for your patronage. I have prepared 10 packs in total. I didn't expect that you would pack them all by yourself. This is so exciting." Pierre, who collected the money and delivered the goods, said to Leon with a red face. "Are there any other good things?" All consumption has been consumed, so Leon naturally wants to see what good things Pierre has prepared. "If you want other things, I have rabbit dolls, flamingo ornaments, and potted green plants. Are you interested?" Pierre took out a bunch of things, and the flamingo ornaments at a height of 1.5 meters was very eye-catching. Unfortunately, Leon was not interested in these things, so he skipped Pierre and went to see the next store. This store is the signature of Hoja's house. The employee is a girl who has no impression of herself. She looks very mature, with a hint of fatigue on her face and some faint dark circles. She looks very outstanding in terms of appearance, but she is too energetic. "Hello, sir, are you going to see the holiday-style products launched by Hoja?" The other party saw Lion's appearance and immediately started selling them. His attitude was not very enthusiastic, and he had a bit of the meaning of reading according to the script. "No." Leon politely declined the clerk's sales because the small things placed on the stalls are rabbit toys, Easter egg models, etc., which cannot be eaten or grown, and do not meet Lion's shopping needs. "Sorry, Mr. Leon, this is a newly recruited employee of our Hoja. He is a little unskilled in business. Why would I come to entertain you in person?" Just as Leon was about to leave, Morris, the head of the Pelican Town supermarket in Hoja's home in a gorgeous suit, greeted Leon with a smile on his face. Morris, I really have no need for these. Leon explained to Morris helplessly, so you don't need to blame this lady. Okay, Claire, please go to the food showcase and give it to me. Morris didn't force it and walked to the stall belonging to Hoja's house and arranged for the girl who looked very depressed. He stayed at the stall and glared at Pierre beside him. Staying away from these two enemies who were not in a relationship, Leon looked at the third stall. The stall was a long-haired guy with a good temperament and outstanding appearance. His smiling face was full of confidence. His stall basically contains various books. Sir, do you want to buy 2 books and go back and read it? Seeing Lion's arrival, the long-haired guy immediately asked. Chapter 276 Leah's Painting. No, I don't have that free time. Leon declined again, and sighed that no wonder Louis valued the festival so much and made great preparations. It was early in the morning when foreign vendors appeared in Pelican Town. This means that these businessmen also know that there is a grand customer flow in Stardew Valley festivals. After all, most of the businessmen are full of people and wherever they are. The huge customer base represents a potential customer base. Okay, it's such a pity. The long-haired guy muttered with regret, then looked at Leon up and down. By the way, are you a local from Pelican Town? That's right, I just moved here not long ago. Leon responded politely in response to the other party's inquiry. Oh, then how do you feel about Stardew Valley and Pelican Town? The long-haired guy immediately lit up his eyes when he heard this. To be honest, I am looking for a new residence with excellent scenery and quietness. This time I came to Pelican Town to inspect this place. I really need the opinions of new residents like you. Fine, the mountains and rivers are beautiful, and the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. Leon gave his own evaluation in a pertinent manner. Is that so? Thank you for your opinion, it will be very helpful to me. The long-haired guy smiled and nodded at Leon and thanked. By the way, my name is Elliot. Maybe we can become neighbors in the future. What's Elliot? My name is Leon. When Leon heard this name, he suddenly realized why the long-haired guy in front of him looked so familiar. He was the slick-mouthed novelist in the game who liked to speak slutty. No wonder Leon didn't see this guy's cabin on the beach. He hadn't moved to Pelican Town yet, and he thought that this guy had been erased because he had brought someone some bad experiences. Is Leon? A very story-like name. Elliot praised Leon. As soon as I met, this guy started to talk to him. Lion's face turned dark and then waved his hand. I won't disturb your work anymore. I have other things to do, so say goodbye. After saying that, he fled directly from Elliot's stall. After all, Leon can't afford to offend him. I passed by several stalls, basically selling some festival-specific products. After looking around, Leon didn't have any interest. It was a stall in the corner. He saw Leah who hadn't seen for a long time. She also set up a stall, and the stall was filled with various paintings and wood carvings. The scenery on the paintings were basically landscape paintings of Stardew Valley, and the wood carvings were all like small animals. Long time no see, Leah. Leon stepped forward and said hello. Hi, Leon. Leah put down the carving knife in her hand and the half-carved rabbit statue, responded to Lion's greeting, and joked. You may not have seen me for a long time, but I have seen you a lot in the coal forest, but I haven't greeted you. Why is that? I didn't notice you, sorry. Leon replied awkwardly when he heard this. He does often go to the coal forest, after all, there are rich natural resources there, and various wild plants, fishing, green onions, and excellent tree resources are the reasons why Leon often visits the coal forest. It's okay, I know you're very busy, so I didn't take the initiative to disturb you. Lee replied with a smirk when she heard this, then took out 2 unframed sketches from the paintings placed on the table and handed them to Leon to explain. I drew this when you were working, you probably wouldn't mind it. After all, it's rare to see such an excellent model as you were during the field trip. It's always a pity that I didn't record this picture. Leon looked at the 2 sketches after hearing this, one showed lions logging scene, and the other was lions fishing on the coal forest pier. Leah has excellent painting skills, and her composition and details are handled well, but the simple lines outline a real picture that is comparable to the photos. Especially the drawings related to Leon are highlighted, and they look like colorless artistic photos that belong to Leon alone. I don't mind, but can we pay for the use of the portrait rights? Leon quipped at Leah with a smile. Then I have to wait for someone to buy these 2 paintings, otherwise I won't have the money to pay the fee. Leah could see that Leon was not really asking for money from her, but she still cooperated with Lion's statement. Then let's wait until you sell it. Leon continued to follow Leah's words. Don't you plan to buy it yourself and hang it up? Lee suggested. Do you think I'm like that kind of narcissist? Leon complained to Leah speechlessly. That's a pity. Lee shrugged her shoulders and sighed, I may have missed an excellent big customer. Ha ha ha, that's right, then I have to support it. How much does this one cost? Leon asked when he heard this, pointing at an oil painting depicting the scene of the coal forest under the setting sun. Do you need to do not have framed services? Lee asked. Of course, otherwise how can I hang up? Leon nodded and confirmed. Then I will charge you 80G. Lee immediately started to work hard and quoted the price. Okay, pack it for me. Leon didn't have any traces of ink, took out 80G and paid, quietly waiting for Leah to frame the painting. Leah's movements were very fast and her technique was very skillful. She completed the framework in more than a minute. Leon was also very satisfied with the color of the solid wood frame that Leah chose, which was the same color as her wooden house. It would not look too abrupt when hung on it. Just as Leon was admiring this framed oil painting, someone suddenly took a photo behind her back. Leon turned around and found out that it was Emily and Haley. Leon, what should I buy? Seeing Leon turn around, Emily asked Leon with a smile. I bought a painting of Leah, which is quite beautiful. Do you want to see her works? Leon showed off the painting in his hand and then suggested. I can also help you draw personal portraits on the spot. Lee, who was standing beside her, heard that Leon actually introduced her customers, and was happy, but she did not forget to promote her extra services. Let's take a look. Emily was a little moved when she heard this, but she still asked Haley for her opinion. After all, the 2 sisters came out together, and the money was also placed on Haley. Yet, Haley originally wanted to refuse, but when she glanced at the painting on Leah's stall, she changed her mind. Then you guys are her, let's choose from. I'll go find Gus to get something to eat, and I haven't had time to have breakfast in the morning." Leon looked at the way the two of them started to communicate with Leah, and took the initiative to say goodbye. Chapter 277 I Don't Seem to Offend You. The two sisters had no intention of stopping Leon, and Leah was still busy selling her paintings, so Leon easily parted with the three of them and came to Gus, who was busy at the dining table below the square. "Are the egg dishes prepared on these tables eaten casually?" Leon asked when he saw the various egg dishes on the large dining table beside Gus. "If you want to buy a meal coupon from me, it's just yours, of course you can eat whatever you want," Gus replied with a smile. "Then let's have a few meal coupons. I'm not short of money, my brother." Leon refused the fun of having sex without hesitation when he heard this. After all, Gus gave face, and he could not take advantage of Gus. He still had to pay what he should pay. "Okay, but you only need to buy one meal coupon. The adult meal coupon is 20g each. If you hold this meal coupon, you can eat here all day," Gus explained to Leon. "Oh, is it a buffet? But what if you encounter a big eater at such a cheap price?" Leon took out the 20g that Leah had found for him and handed it to Gus. He got a note with the star fruit printed on it, and asked by the way. "It doesn't matter. Just eat as much as you want. After all, I'm not preparing these for money." Gus replied with a smile, "It's mainly for those upcoming tourists. You can't let people play in Pelican Town hungry. My bar doesn't open during festivals." "It's worthy of you, Gus." Leon patted Gus on the shoulder and gave the good man a thumbs up. He could earn a fortune even if he was just an ordinary person. Gus really didn't plan to make money. And if Leon is right, the adult meal coupon is 20g each, and children may be free, and the probability is very high, because he knows Gus too well, and this is absolutely possible. Sure enough, as if to confirm Leon's guess, the little guy Vincent also came to Gus's independent egg dishes table, said hello to Gus, and he took an omelette and started eating happily. During this process, Gus did not mention the issue of collecting money. "By the way, Gus, have you made the tea egg I mentioned?" Leon, who was not in a hurry to find something to eat, remembered the way of making tea eggs mentioned with Gus the day before yesterday. But this time, Leon did not show up on the dining table, so he had to ask about Gus. "Hee, of course, here." Gus smiled mysteriously, and then a large iron bucket was moved out from under the table. After opening it, the smell of spices and tea rushed straight into Leon's nose. This familiar smell made Leon instantly dreamed of the time when the boss packed it in front of the street breakfast stall in the morning. "Try it and see if there is anything different from the tea eggs you know," Gus urged Leon, handing a disposable plastic glove to Leon. Leon did not hesitate. After putting on his gloves, he skillfully peeled off the hot eggshell and put the ripe tea egg, which had been infected with brown on the surface and had darker cracked patterns, into his mouth. It is basically not much different from the taste in memory, but the taste is a bit sweeter, but it is not obvious. How is it? This practice was provided by Leon, so Gus attached great importance to Leon's opinions. It's very good, it's basically no different from the tea eggs I know, Leon confirmed to Gus. That's it, then I'll feel relieved. Gus breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then placed the large bucket of tea eggs on the dining table. Have you tasted it yourself? Leon was a little confused when he saw that Gus had received his approval and dared to add the tea egg to the table. Of course I've tasted it, and I've almost vomited. This is the result of the 8th improvement. I personally like this taste. But I am still a little worried about whether others will accept this new way of cooking eggs. After all, the tea eggs that are opened to the eggshells are not the familiar white protein, but the brown color. Gus explained. The taste of food is the key, right? Leon comforted Gus. Then, in order to establish confidence for Gus, Leon took another tea egg and put it into his mouth, and called Vincent to come and taste it. Although the little guy was a little afraid of it, he still followed Leon's command and tried the strange-looking coffee egg. But after taking the first bite, Vincent became a supporter of this new style of boiled egg, and he took a peeled tea egg, ran happily to Jas, who had just come to the square with Marnie and a young man. Good things will never be buried, right? Leon said to Gus with a smile as he watched Marnie and her group walking over under Vincent Amway, after buying 2 meal coupons. Your recipe is better. Gus did not forget that this special cooking method of boiling eggs with spices and tea was given to him by Leon. If I do it myself, I may not have yours yet tasty. Leon replied seriously to Gus, and I also benefited from your own. I can't make up all the materials. Ha ha ha, then if you have this kind of food you want to eat in the future, you can tell me, and I will help you make it. Maybe I can learn more from you. Gus replied with a smile when he heard this. Of course, this is a win-win situation. Leon had no intention of hiding his own private interests. After all, some of the cooking methods he mastered are actually not secrets worth hiding. If it can be promoted in Stardew Valley, Leon is definitely the happiest one. Because of this, he can enjoy ready-made Chinese food without having to make everything himself. While chatting with Gus, more and more people appeared in the square, and Gus' egg buffet table naturally welcomed a group of guests who didn't have time to have breakfast. After buying meal coupons, they joined them one by one. The novel egg dish of tea eggs has naturally become a choice for many people because of their curiosity and has basically received unanimous praise. Leon also ate a full meal on the table. In addition to tea eggs, the omelets and custard made by Gus are also very popular among lions, especially the custard. Although it is different from the ones that he is familiar with, it has a caramel flavor, but its deliciousness cannot be ignored. Leon, who had enough food and drink, was about to go shopping in other places when he noticed Abigail appeared near the dining table with a resentment and stared at him, his fierce gaze like an evil ghost. What's wrong? I don't seem to offend you. Faced with Abigail's gaze, Leon asked with a confused look on his face. Chapter 278 Chapter 277 Why don't you chase me? Don't you know that it's not suitable for exercise when you're full? Abigail stepped forward and patted Lion's belly and complained. In order to ensure the treasure hunt for Easter eggs that starts at 10 o'clock, I only ate a little bit in the morning. You guy is actually eating a lot of things here, and don't consider the impact of eating too much. Is it really an impact? Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly and asked back. It's only 8 o'clock, and there are still 2 hours left. Even if you eat well, 2 hours will pass, and your digestion will not affect your actions. Abigail was stunned when he heard this. After thinking carefully, he found that what Leon said seemed to make sense. He immediately took out 20G to buy a meal coupon for Gus, and then went to eat tea eggs. She had already arrived when she was eating in Leon, and watched Leon eat for more than 5 minutes. She had been curious about the most tea eggs that Leon had taken. Seeing Abigail's wild appearance in eating, Leon scratched his nose and made sure that he treated Abigail as a brother. It's really impossible to blame Leon, Abigail also has to pay half of the responsibility. After all, which girl from the best family is shooting her left and right after dinner, and she even stretches her cheeks like a hamster? It's not a war. It's not a war. Seeing that Abigail probably had to eat for a while, Leon left the dining table and went to the rabbit statue in the middle of the square. This rabbit statue Leon is still very impressive because its image is anthropomorphic and is empty on the head, with only one face outline and rabbit ears. The empty area can perfectly fit the face, allowing the person standing behind it to put the face on it and allow others to take some interesting photos. This kind of design is actually quite common. Leon remembers that many internet celebrity attractions also have such designs. At this moment, the surroundings of this shameless man standing rabbit statue were basically filled with tourists, and the sound of the shutter was heard one after another, which was very lively. What's wrong? Do you want to take photos too? Haley appeared beside Leon and asked at some point while watching. No, I'll just take a look. Leon shook his head and explained, then he looked at Haley standing beside him alone, without seeing Emily's traces, and subconsciously asked, "Where is your sister?" Being a model on Leah's side, Haley complained helplessly, "It probably takes a long time, so I will leave alone and stroll around here." Then have you bought something? Leon asked. Why should I tell you? Haley subconsciously moved her small backpack behind her back when she heard this, and said to Leon in anger. You have such a bad temper. If you have a boyfriend in the future, he will suffer. Leon shrugged his shoulders and teased Haley. Humph, if you can't accept my temper, don't think about being my boyfriend. Haley replied proudly. Yes, yes, then come on. Leon nodded, then prepared to leave and go shopping in other places. But at this moment, a guy with unshaven beard and glasses came over with his camera and squeezed out a smile that seemed very friendly, but others asked Haley at the look of a very vulgar smile. Beautiful lady, can I take 2 photos for you? Of course, this doesn't require money. I just think a beautiful girl like you should be very good at filming. Then you have to ask him if he's happy. Haley widens her eyes, then turns her eyes and points to Leon and speaks. Ah! Leon looked at Haley when he heard this, and then looked at the photographer who came to meet him. Although it seemed that he had no objection, he gave up this idea when he looked at the other party's vulgar appearance. Since it was regarded as a shield, then Leon naturally entered the role. She rolled up her sleeves and showed off her thick arms and biceps, proposed to the cameraman. I think I'm more handsome than her, why don't you take 2 pictures for me? Ahem, forget it, I suddenly realized that my film was not enough. I had to get some film, disturb me. Looking at Lion's exaggerated muscles and the vicious expression on his face, the cameraman was so scared that he took several steps back, and then hurriedly found a reason to escape. It's embarrassing to come and chat with you with such a little courage. Looking at the man who ran away in panic, Leon complained with a look of regret. Who made you act like a murderer? Haley said a fair word as a bystander. After all, she also saw the expression that Leon showed unconsciously just now, and the murderous aura emitted from Leon with the expression. Even Haley, the bystander, was frightened. "Ah? Is there any?" Leon was a little confused when he heard this. After all, he really didn't mean to scare the other party specifically. He just subconsciously regarded this vulgar man as a gopher, because this guy looked like a gopher in a mine. "Leon, thank you." Haley looked at Lion's expression at the moment, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise a little. "No need to thank you." Leon waved his hand without caring. After all, this was not a matter of hard work, just a simple task. "By the way, if you really want to take 2 pictures, I can help you. I brought the camera out," Haley said, taking out the camera from her bag and proposing to Leon. "I won't need it. I was just an excuse to scare him," Leon explained. "But it was your first time participating in a Pelican Town festival. Wouldn't you feel sorry if you didn't take 2 photos?" Haley asked. "It seems to make sense." Leon thought for a moment when he heard this, and felt that it was really the case. After all, if you don't take photos and post on moments, how can you prove that you are out to play? "By the way, you've got enough film tape?" After thinking it through, Leon decided to take 2 photos, and at the same time joked with Haley to relieve the embarrassment that he had said he would not take photos and now he changed his words. Haley just turned her eyes on Leon when she heard this, then pulled Leon to the shameless rabbit statue and signaled Leon to stuff her face in. "Why do you want to find a place to take a few photos?" Leon shuddered as he thought of his face being placed on a fat rabbit doll with rabbit ears and in work clothes. He likes rabbit girls, but he doesn't like rabbit gods, and he doesn't want to leave a photo of himself as rabbit gods in the physical sense as a black history. "But I want to shoot like this." Haley couldn't help but smile when she saw this. The more Leon was reluctant to do something, the more she wanted to do it. But it was obvious that she found the wrong target. When she heard Haley's words, Leon escaped. He was just holding up the camera and looked at the empty faceless rabbit, and the passengers around him happily teased. "Your boyfriend has run away, why don't you go chase him?" Chapter 279 Festival News. "Hi, Leon, Happy Easter!" As soon as he ran to the small garden, Leon heard someone calling him. Looking in the sound, Leon noticed that Penny and Maru were getting together, and in front of them were Vincent and Jas playing the game of chasing each other. "Happy Easter, Penny, Maru!" Leon waved his hand to greet the 2 of them, then naturally approached them and asked, "Have you ever tried his egg dishes at Gus?" "I've eaten it, and I'm not hungry now," Penny replied, shook her head. "I'm not hungry either. In order to allow me to perform well in the Easter egg treasure hunt today, my father prepared a balanced breakfast for me early in the morning." Maru also answered with a smile, and asked Leon at the same time. "Leon, I thought you would have to arrive before the game started, why did you come so early?" "It's better to you. With the pump, the watering time will be greatly shortened." Leon understood what Maru meant. She felt that she might have finished her work on the farm before she would appear. "If there is no pump, it will take more than an hour to water the Leon. In addition, the extra chicken feeding to visit the caves now will probably have to arrive at the square after 9 o'clock, not as early as now." "It's good that I can help you." Maru said with a smile. Penny, have you participated in the Easter egg treasure hunt? Seeing that Penny was just listening, looking like she wanted to join the topic but didn't know how to get started, Leon led the topic to Penny. When Penny shook her head and replied awkwardly, she shook her head and said, I won't participate anymore. I'm not very good at sports. She is worried that she will lose if she competes on the same stage with her students. Maru, who was standing aside, added with a smirk. Actually, I'm afraid. Penny blushed and lowered her head when she heard this, while Leon sighed in time. After all, it's really embarrassing to lose to the child. I can understand Penny's concerns. Leon. Penny raised her head and looked at Leon with emotion. She just called out Lion's name, but she didn't know what to say to express her emotions. Maru took Penny's hand and patted her, relieved the strange atmosphere and said, It's okay, Leon and I will work together with your part. Penny, you just need to comfort Vincent and Jas after the game. Sister Maru, you may not win. Vincent, who was chasing and playing with each other, stopped and protested to Maru after hearing this. Yes, we are very awesome. Jas also echoed, but because Leon was here, she hid half of her body behind Vincent, a little afraid of being alive. Then you have to work hard. Leon encouraged the two children with a smile when he heard the words, and then ran away directly. Because he noticed that Haley came over. Bypassing the square with gradually increasing traffic, Leon saw Willie sitting on a chair near the Starfruit bar. Leon, who saw Willie, also noticed that Willie's hands were stained with various colors, which looked very similar to the color on the Easter egg. So Leon came directly to Willie and sat down and said, Willie, what did you do just now? I've gone to change the hiding point of the Easter egg. Willie had no intention of hiding it, and directly answered Lion's question and joked, then the location of the Easter eggs you recorded in advance last night will be meaningless. Louis is back. Leon complained speechlessly. Ha ha ha, after all, it has been held so many times. We all know what tricks you can do. The Easter eggs I put down last night were just a trick. In fact, the placement of the real Easter eggs started on the morning of the festival. Willie said with a wicked smile. After all, if there is no suspense in this event, it will be meaningless, right? Can anyone else opens the market outside? Leon couldn't help but think of this question when he heard this. You're thinking too much, it's just an event to celebrate Easter, there are not so many twists and turns. The reason I did this is just to give everyone a chance to win the competition. And Leon, don't forget that in addition to you local contestants, tourists are also one of the participants. You are familiar with the environment and let you know the location of the Easter eggs in advance, so it will be too unfair to tourists who come here. Wouldn't it be a pity if they didn't find a single Easter egg? Although it is a festival celebration, attracting tourists is also one of the purposes of this festival celebration. Willie patiently explained to Leon. So that's it. Hearing Willie's explanation, Leon instantly understood Louis' arrangements and ideas. It was also a difficult situation for Louis. When everyone was enjoying the festive atmosphere, as the mayor, he had to consider the benefits this festival could bring to Pelican's town. No wonder Leon has not seen Louis appear in the square so far. He should be quite busy now. Although this is Louis' arrangement, I still want you to win the event, so do I want me to reveal the place where the Easter eggs are hiding in advance? Looking at Leon sitting next to me, Willie suddenly suggested. I appreciate the good intentions, but I don't listen to the information. Leon shook his head when he heard this. It's an entertainment-oriented activity, so come with a playful attitude. Okay, then I'll go to Gus to get some food, and you can continue to hang out. This festival is basically everyone in the town, but don't forget to expand your social circle while playing. Willie did not force it, and then left after chatting with Leon for a few words. As soon as Willie left, the empty stool was occupied by Haley. Looking at the sweat beads on Haley's forehead and the camera in her hand, Leon smiled and said, "Do you want to take a photo together?" You guy, why do you run away? Do you know I've chased you for a long time? Haley turned her eyes blankly in anger. She was breathing slightly on the chair while sitting, and her chest was rising and falling, so she couldn't help but look at it. Because I don't want to take a photo with that shameless rabbit statue. Leon replied with confidence. You can tell me. Haley complained. I said, have you listened? If you listened, can I run away? Leon complained. Haley was a little speechless, and hesitated for a long time before speaking. Then you can't run slower? Do you know that you ran away? How embarrassing it is to me with my camera over there. At least you can wait for me to leave. So I'm waiting for you here, and I've found a place to rest. Leon explained to Haley with a smile when he heard the words, not revealing that he was chatting with Willie and forgot to hide from Haley. Thanks to the book friend 20240608222418004 for the boss's 222 starting point coin reward. The boss is generous. By the way, this is my first time meeting this amount. Is this boss really encouraging me? Fear. Chapter 280 No More. Haley had white eyes. Leon. She was used to Lion's actions of opening her eyes to tell lies, but since Leon gave her a step, she naturally wouldn't kick away and talk to Leon. So, can you still take pictures? Leon asked as the sweat beads on Haley's forehead had been wiped out and her undulating chest calmed down. I don't want to take pictures for the time being, unless you go and find me some drinks. Haley raised her head and said to Leon, I'm thirsty. Do you drink mineral water? Leon took out a bottle of mineral water from his bag as a regular supply in his backpack, and Leon basically has no shortage of water and food. I don't want to drink tasteless water. Haley was stunned for a moment when she saw that Leon could really take out the water directly, and then immediately changed her mouth. Then try this. Leon took back the mineral water and took out a clean beauty. The raspberry in the continent handed it to Haley. Wow, where did you get the raspberries? And it's so fresh? Isn't it time to pick raspberries? Haley asked curiously at the bright red and bright American raspberries in Lion's hands, which were full and shiny and tempting. Sent from a friend. Leon did not explain the truth. Based on his understanding of Haley, if this exquisite girl knew that the raspberry was from the nest of the fruit bat, she would probably have to directly distance herself by more than 5 meters in the next second and look at herself with a disgusting face. But I don't like raspberries very much, so you can keep them for yourself. Haley didn't think much when she heard this, but she didn't accept the raspberries in Lion's hand. After all, she doesn't like this food very much. Leon also remembered that Haley actually hates collecting objects when she heard this. However, Leon thought the American raspberry was really delicious, especially with the blessing of the bear's knowledge magic, so Leon still asked unwillingly, "Why don't you try it first?" "No." Haley refused without hesitation. "Oh." Haley, who refused for the second time, asked Leon to dissuade her from dissuading her. After all, she kept repeating her repetition. Although Leon teased Haley with her likes, she would not force the other party to do what she hated. Since Haley doesn't like it, Leon didn't plan to waste this American raspberry, and threw it directly into his mouth, feeling the delicious berries with an extremely outstanding and special personal style. Haley looked at Lion's enjoyment look and was very confused. She had tried raspberries before, but in those few memories, no matter how much I recall, I could not imagine that the taste of raspberries could make Leon show such an expression. Are raspberries really that delicious? After seeing Leon swallowing the raspberry, Haley couldn't help asking. I don't know about normal raspberries, but my raspberries must be different from normal raspberries. Leon replied confidently. After all, with the blessing of Brother Xiang's magic, his raspberries' taste and style are no less than those carefully cultivated fruits. What's the difference? Aren't it all berries? But your raspberries seem to be a little bigger than ordinary raspberries. Haley asked. Because there is the power of magic. Leon whispered quietly in Haley's ears mysteriously. The wind that Leon exhaled when he whispered and spoke unconsciously blew into Haley's ears, making Haley tremble slightly, and his ears turned red. However, curiosity suppressed the shyness. After hearing Lion's explanation, Haley widened her eyes and asked, "Magic? What magic?" "You'll know if you try it." Leon took out a raspberry again and placed it in the center of his palm to fully display it in front of Haley. He may not force Haley, but Haley is curious and interested, that is another matter. And Leon is happy to see this change. Netizens have a saying, men have two big hobbies, to invite good women to go into the water, and to persuade women to become good. Haley's current state is very consistent with the former description. As Leon thought, Haley was in a very tangled state at this moment. On the one hand, she was really curious about what an ordinary berry would taste with the blessing of magic, and on the other hand, her preferences were resisting her to stretch out her hand. But as Leon gradually moved his palm toward Haley's mouth, Haley shook more and more. Finally, when Lion's palm was about to touch her lips, Haley closed her eyes and swallowed the raspberry in the palm of Lion's palm with a mouthful. With a light bite, the plump berry juice exploded in Haley's mouth instantly, making her afraid that the juice would flow out of her mouth and dirty her carefully selected beautiful skirt. The unique sweetness and slight sourness that came back from the tip of her tongue made her eyes widen. She was a sweet party who was obsessed with sweetness, and this sweetness hit her favorite field just right. At this moment, Haley understood why Leon enjoyed the expression of eating raspberries so much, because this familiar and unfamiliar berry flavor really subverted Haley's understanding of raspberries. It was unexpectedly sweet and full of strong special flavor. With a slight sourness, this combination is so amazing. It's delicious. Seeing Haley licking her tongue after eating, Leon asked happily. This kind of change that was so interesting to watch Haley from disgusting to enjoying and then unfulfilled. It's average. Although she likes this unique berries, Haley still did not express her true thoughts directly, but instead answered calmly. Oh, if that's the case, I'll eat the rest by myself. Leon took out another American raspberry and threw it into his mouth under Haley's gaze. This scene made Haley feel itchy. She also wanted to try one, but she just said it was normal. If Haley changed her words and asked her to ask for it, she couldn't hold her face down. Fortunately, Leon just teased Haley. After eating his own one, he took out one and handed it to Haley and said, "One can't quench your thirst, and another one will be taken. After eating, you have to take a photo of me with a handsome shot. Since you said so, I will reluctantly accept your kindness." Seeing the big raspberry coming from Leon, Haley pretended to be reserved and then bit the big raspberry in small mouth and savored the indescribable special delicacy. And watching Haley finish eating this big raspberry, she was a little dissatisfied with his feet narrowed. Staring at his own appearance, Leon hurriedly said, "You ate the last one, I have no stock, so don't look at me." "If there is no, there is no, why are you explaining to me?" Haley pretended to be indifferent, then looked around and suggested, "There are no people nearby, let's go to a crowded place to take photos." Chapter 281 I Don't Believe It. "Well, as long as you don't go to the rabbit." Leon could understand what Haley meant. "It doesn't matter where you take photos normally, but in order to leave a holiday commemorative photo, you have to go to a crowded and lively place." "Okay, okay." Haley was also afraid that Leon would run away again. Although she was unwilling to give up, she did not force her. For the sake of the photo, Haley finally chose the most crowded one. Gus served the meal at the table. Leon also pulled Gus into the camera together. After all, taking photos alone is too lonely. In such a lively occasion, being with friends is of course the best choice. Gus did not refuse, but instead compared him happily, putting his shoulders on each other and took the first photo. Seeing this scene, Willie also came over and took a photo with Leon for the second photo. As for the third photo, Leon originally planned to pull Willie and Gus together, but under Haley's tough request, he was forced to choose a personal photo. "It's almost done." Seeing Haley pressing the shutter several times, Leon reminded Haley, "I haven't photographed the most suitable one yet. You stand up well. By the way, you have to show a natural smile. Your smile is too stiff now, and you can't pose a little. It looks strange to be so tight." When it comes to her professional field, Haley showed her strong professional qualities and a strong queen aura that seemed to control everything. A series of complaints made Leon avoid her sharp edge. Fortunately, after taking a few more photos, Haley put down the camera with satisfaction. "It's not bad, you have a good foundation and are very good at making films. If the clothes weren't too ordinary, maybe I could take these photos to the exhibition." When it comes to participating in the exhibition, have the photos taken during the last fishing. When you heard the topic of participating in the exhibition, Leon thought of the last time fishing in the river near Liuxiang No. 2 on the rainy day, so he took a photo of himself, and asked immediately, "It's pretty good. Many people like that set of photos very much." Haley immediately replied when she heard this, "And I also added the story you told to the photos, which has been widely praised." "Is there any bonus?" Leon asked subconsciously. Yes, but donated it. Haley replied, but I will replenish you the part that belongs to you. I donate it all, so I don't want it, but you should donate it to the right direction, but don't donate it to the so-called professional organizations who live better than us. Leon didn't care about Haley's compensation. He is no longer the same as before, and he is no longer petty for 1 cent or 2. Leon also recognized Haley's choice of donation, but was worried that the money might not go where they should go. Don't worry, I still understand this. I donated it to Pelican Town's Public Welfare Fund. Don't you believe me or not, but I don't believe in Mayor Lewis. Haley explained. What about Lewis? Leon muttered this name, but in fact he wasn't sure if he could believe Lewis. After all, this guy has a criminal record of hiding a golden statue in the game, but it is still unknown whether he owns this golden statue in reality. However, thinking about recalling the experiences he had seen during the period of contact with Lewis, Leon finally decided to believe Lewis. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Leon was thinking about whether he would find time to go to Lewis's back garden to see if he could find the box containing the statue of Lewis King, Abigail suddenly squeezed between the two and asked. I'm taking pictures for Leon. Seeing Abigail's appearance, Haley's expression became colder, but she still explained what the two were doing. Then are you over? If it's over, I have something to say with Leon. Abigail continued to ask. I don't know. As the person being photographed, Leon didn't know what Haley was thinking. It's over. You guys go and discuss how to bully the child. Leon, you'll send your photos to you when I have time to wash them out. Haley said with a stern face, then left with her camera. Why do I feel that she is weird? Abigail complained as he looked at Haley's departure. I don't know. Leon repeated the previous words again, and glanced at Haley's departure back. He looked at Abigail and couldn't help but sigh. Don't worry about this, Leon, do you know? Our scouting activity last night was wasted. Willie told me that he and the others would recycle the Easter eggs in the morning and resell them. Abigail turned around and forgot about Haley, then said to Leon with a serious look on his face. We have to make some new plans. What are your plans? Leon asked after hearing this. No, so I want to ask you. Abigail replied with confidence. I don't have either, so I'll look for it normally. After all, everyone is on the same level now, and no one has an advantage. Isn't it just luck and eyesight that are fighting now? Leon analyzed. It makes sense, let's get on. Abigail nodded, and she also felt that Leon was fine, since if you make preparations in advance and lose the desired effect, the same should be true for others. As expected, in the end, you still have to speak with your hard power. After saying this, Abigail looked at Leon and suddenly noticed a very inconspicuous red color on the corner of Lion's mouth. He immediately reminded him, there are some traces on the corner of your mouth. Hi. Leon subconsciously stretched out his hand and wiped the corner of his mouth, then asked Abigail, is there any more? Yes. Abigail said, and at the same time stretched out his little hand to wipe the corner of Lion's mouth. After confirming that he had cleaned it, he put his hand that he had helped Leon wipe to his nose and sniffed it. Are you making fun of me? Looking at Abigail's actions, Leon complained speechlessly, are you trying to investigate what these traces are from? Of course, who knows if it's something like lipstick or something. Abigail nodded and replied. Then do you guess what it is? Leon complained to Abigail after hearing this. It smells like fruit, it should be lip balm. Okay, Leon, I didn't realize that you had kissed someone after so long. Tell me who this unlucky girl is. Do I know her? Is it Haley? No, it's not like Haley, she doesn't know how to use lip balm. Abigail looked at Leon with a gossip and spit out a series of questions like a machine gun. It's not lip balm, it's juice flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Leon explained after blanching his eyes. Abigail. I don't believe it. Chapter 282 Rules. After a moment of silence, Leon silently took out the last big American raspberry under Abigail's eyes. Originally, this American raspberry was left for Abigail. After all, Abigail knew her hobby of eating, and as her good friend, Leon would never forget her. Who would have thought that this American raspberry that should have been kept as a gift for friends has become an important basis for proving its innocence? Are you a raspberry? Where did you find it at this time? And it's so big. Abigail looked at the American raspberry taken out by Leon and was immediately attracted by the attention. Don't worry about these things for now, take them, smell them, lick them, and finally taste them, and you will know if I have been lying. Leon handed the raspberry to Abigail and said. Abigail really followed Leon's description. He first took it to his nose and sniffed it, then stretched out his pink tongue and licked the surface of the raspberry, and finally gave it to his mouth and bit it gently. Perhaps because he was not prepared, the corner of Abigail's mouth, which had not been completely closed, splashed out directly as the juice burst out when his teeth bit through the raspberry. Fortunately, Leon hid quickly and was not shot in the face. Abigail hurriedly covered his mouth, not thinking that biting the juice would affect others or not, but simply because of the beauty she tasted at the tip of her tongue. It made her feel that the splashed berry juice was a wasteful act. The raspberries are very big, but in fact, except for the rich juice it contains, there is not much fiber of the pulp that can be chewed, so Abigail ate it very quickly. After a raspberry was eaten, Abigail licked his lips reluctantly and said to Leon. Wow, what a delicious raspberry, why is it so sweet? It's not sour at all. The berry juice is still so abundant. The feeling of chewing it is like biting an orange. One is not satisfying at all. Is there any more? It's really nothing, only this one is left. Leon replied with a shrug, his expression very serious, because once he showed a smile or something other unscrupulous expression, Abigail would definitely feel that he was lying to her. I don't believe it. Abigail looked at Leon suspiciously, but this thing was not installed by Leon, but hidden in its unique spatial ability, and Abigail couldn't search. Believe it or not, it's gone. Leon spread his hands, as if he could search his body if you don't believe it. Seeing that Leon was like this, Abigail barely believed Leon's words. But his expression was still a little regretful to complain, there are such high-quality raspberries next time. Remember to call me to pick them together. I want to have a good time. Ab doesn't like raspberries, don't take them as a gift. Lee Jody Sandy Robin likes them, you can give them. P.S. This section doesn't cost money. If you pick it, you won't have this kind of taste. Leon reminded, the raspberries I gave you involve some magical influences, which are different from ordinary raspberries. I don't believe it. You must be afraid that I will rob you of you, so you said that. Abigail looked at Leon with contempt and complained. But Leon just rolled his eyes at Abigail, believe it or not. Okay, I believe it. If Leon continued to explain, Abigail would not believe it, but if Leon responded to his own words like this, what now one could say was 100% true. Then Abigail couldn't help but sigh, magic is so good. I also want to learn magic. In this way, maybe I can create endless delicious foods. If I go on a risk, I can also ensure my safety. Leon was about to tell Abigail that she actually wanted to learn to go to the Mage Tower of the Coal Forest to find Razmades. After all, everyone has given precious magic talismans, which is clearly a way to treat Abigail as his future successor. Yes, if Abigail spoke, Razmades should be very happy to give it to him. But thinking that Razmades just sent the amulet and did not directly inform Abigail that he was a mage's secret, proving that Razmades had other concerns, so Leon did not urge this matter with enthusiasm. After all, who knows whether Razmades is huddling in a corner and peeking at the Easter celebration. If he notices that he has exposed him in advance, now Aang feels that he can consider who to help him water him in the next few days. Leon did not respond, and Abigail did not chat with Leon about this issue anymore, and instead brought the topic to the Easter egg treasure hunt that was not long after. By the way, Leon, you are participating in the Easter egg treasure hunt for the first time. I still have some things to pay attention to when participating in the competition. Isn't this a game? Are there any precautions? Leon looked at Abigail in confusion and complained. Of course there is, after all, it is a large-scale event. There must be specific rules and regulations. Otherwise, everyone will be in chaos and may cause some accidents and conflicts, and it will be bad for the lively celebration to become a scene of conflicts and disputes. Abigail explained. Do you want to say things are against your wishes? Leon subconsciously corrected, and then realized that the residents of this world could not respond to the idiom, avoid hyperlink that belongs to Chinese people, so he immediately changed his words. When I didn't say it, please tell me what are the precautions. Okay, you have to remember it, otherwise if you commit a foul, the number of Easter eggs will be deducted. Abigail nodded, then waved his finger and counted the rules carefully. First, when you find an Easter egg at the same time, whoever is closest to the Easter egg will get it first. Second, no Easter eggs are allowed or robbed, steal or lure other contestants. Third, you must return to the statistician within 5 minutes after the whistle at the end of the game, otherwise the results will be cancelled. Fourth, each active Easter egg has a special logo. Participants are not allowed to use homemade Easter eggs to pretend to be competition Easter eggs. If you find that the results will be cancelled. None. Leon asked tentatively as he watched Abigail stop his movements after breaking his fourth finger. There is another one, but I forgot. Abigail replied with an awkward look on his tongue. Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly for a moment, then comforted him, you have forgotten that it shouldn't be an important or common mistake, so just ignore it. Yeah. Abigail nodded, then added to Leon, after the ending whistle sounds, we will meet directly, and then you just give me the Easter egg, don't have any objection. No objection, after all, I have agreed, right? Leon replied with a smile. Okay, let's prepare for it. The time is almost over. After Abigail said that, he happily pulled Leon's arm and dragged him towards the center of the square. In the afternoon, I was called to the office to criticize and fight. This period of time was a bit bad, not working hard enough, etc. Alas, who knows the pain of the workers? If it weren't for the update of Palu on the 27th, I would have believed it. Shameless Capitalist. Chapter 283 Rule 5. At this moment, the center of the square was full of people. Not only were the residents of the town, but also tourists from other places. Everyone gathered together and gathered in front of a small booth. With Abigail, he squeezed from the crowd to the front. Leon saw Louis standing on the small platform, with many baskets of vines placed beside him. First of all, welcome everyone to Pelican Town to participate in the annual Easter celebration. In this traditional festival celebrating the revival of everything, there is naturally an Easter treasure hunt game with Easter characteristics. Now, please ask those who have signed up to participate in the event to take the stage. Those who have not yet signed up or who are interested in participating in this game can also go on stage and receive a basket for Easter eggs. As soon as the two arrived, they heard Louis announce that the Easter egg treasure hunt has entered the preparation stage. Then Abigail dragged Leon to the stage, and Maru, Vincent, and Jas, a blonde boy, Alex. With Leon and Abigail, Pelican's Town has 7 players. But there are not only 7 of them in this event. Some social terrorists also came on stage and joined the Easter egg treasure hunt. 4 men, 2 ladies, and a child half a head taller than Vincent, also happened to be 7. Then, under the command of Louis, everyone took a small basket and stood on Louis' left and right hands. Before Louis could continue to speak, I didn't expect that there were so many contestants in this year's Easter egg treasure hunt. This means that the competition is more suspense and more competitive. But it's a game after all. I hope everyone will keep playing happily and on this treasure hunt. I also hope that every contestant can fill the basket. Friendly reminder, as long as you put these Easter eggs into your own basket, these Easter eggs belong to you. Louis said with a smile, then declared some of the rules that participants in the Easter egg treasure hunt that Abigail and Leon had mentioned before should pay attention to, and supplemented the 5th rule that Abigail forgot. As for the 5th rule, it is also my favorite. One thing is that during the Easter egg treasure hunt, the contestants who collect the least Easter eggs need to wear the rabbit doll suit we specially prepared to take photos with you as the mascot for Easter today. Hearing this rule that was forgotten by Abigail but very important, Leon was silent while not forgetting to condense his threatening eyes on Abigail. Needless to think, Abigail must have deliberately forgot this rule to prevent Leon from changing his mind, in order to get all the Easter eggs from Lion's hands smoothly and enjoy the scene of Leon wearing a doll suit. What should I say or not? Abigail really shows my heart to the heart with my brothers, and my brothers and I have played with each other to the fullest. Abigail also realized this and explained to Leon with a smirk, "Don't worry, except for you, Vincent will also hand over all the Easter eggs to Jas. At that time, you both have 0 Easter eggs, and you just need to reserve 1 Easter egg on your body in advance." But I think I'll give up on cooperation and be an individual contestant, which will be safer. Leon asked Abigail with a smirk, "What do you think?" "Leon, you can't cheat. We agreed in advance. If you don't help me, I will definitely not be as good as 2 people." Abigail immediately softened when he heard this, and directly hugged Lion's arm and shook it. "Please Leon, I really want to win." "Oh, okay." Leon was actually joking with Abigail. Now Abigail took out this posture again, and Leon was embarrassed to speak if he wanted to refuse. "There is no way, he is soft or hard." "Hehe, I knew you would help me, but don't worry, I will never let you become a mascot. You will leave an Easter egg as I said, and it's absolutely fine." Last year's mascot was played by Vincent. If nothing unexpected happens today, Vincent should still become a mascot. If someone protects you, what are you afraid of? Abigail heard Lion's compromise and instantly comforted Leon with a smile. Leon glanced at Abigail and said nothing. The girl's face-changing speed was so fast that she was so quick that she was still delighted when she begged her. Now that she got her promise, she immediately let go of her hand and began to fool herself, highlighting her respectfulness in the front and arrogant in the back. While Leon and Abigail were chatting, Louis also discussed with the tourists who were participants. He confirmed that no one chose to give up the competition because he resisted the fifth rule, so he took out his whistle and spoke. "Okay, after my whistle sounds, everyone will have 15 minutes to find the Easter eggs. I will blow the whistle again in 15 minutes. Everyone must return here within 5 minutes to count the Easter eggs. If the timeout is over, you will be directly denied. Are you ready?" "Ready." The unanimous response made Louis smile, and then he put the whistle into his mouth and blew a loud and sharp whistle. With the whistle sounded, Leon and Abigail had a quick exchange, and the two of them spread to both sides of the booth, one left and one right. Still following the route of searching for Easter eggs in advance yesterday, Leon set out from the west of the square, and Abigail started from the east. In addition to Leon and Abigail, other participants also quickly headed around the square, and each contestant carrying a basket started his own Easter egg treasure hunt at the first time. Leon was the first to leave the square and headed straight to the grass on the edge of the square to start searching. The good visual environment during the day and the conspicuous color of the Easter egg made Leon lock in an Easter egg lying quietly on the grass. He stepped forward, pulled up the Easter egg and threw it into the basket. Leon continued to search along the path from west to south and began a quick search. He did not have the idea of carefully searching one by one. After all, the base of more than 200 Easter eggs is placed here. It would definitely be more than worth the effort to waste time for a few hidden Easter eggs. The real Pelican Town is different from the game. You can turn around the square in 1 minute. The space around Pelican Town Square is extremely empty and vast. For example, if you walk normally, you need to walk about 6 minutes to get to Emily and Haley's homes in number 2 Liak Siang. This is still a straight line. Thank you Brother Kun H for your reward of 10,000 starting point coins again. Thank you for your support, and wish you all the best, good health, and happiness every day. I love you. Chapter 284 You are great. So if you want to go around the outside of the square in a full 15-minute race, you may be able to complete the rushing journey, but you have to look for Easter eggs while walking, so you can only go around half a circle at most. In order to cope with this time limit in a wide treasure hunting site, Leon naturally chose to broaden his search area to find the easiest Easter eggs to the greatest extent. Without taking 2 steps forward, Leon saw another Easter egg placed under a bush. After picking it up, Leon noticed Vincent's appearance. "Hello, Mr. Leon." Seeing Leon, Vincent immediately greeted Leon politely. "Hello Vincent, have you found a few Easter eggs?" Leon naturally did not ignore this polite little Shota, and asked about Vincent's gains. After all, This little guy hid his basket on his back as soon as he met Dot afterwards. If you don't go around, you really can't see the situation inside clearly. I can't tell you that we are competitors now. Vincent shook his head and refused to answer. Okay, come on. Leon didn't mean to bully a child. After parting with Vincent, he walked directly through the grass and walked around the fence in Jody's backyard. After walking along the fence, Leon found 2 more Easter eggs, and at the same time, he saw the third one under the street light behind the fence of Jody's house. Just as Leon was about to continue looking for Easter eggs near Liuxiang number 2 next door, Alex walked out from the opposite side and was still holding an Easter egg in his hand. Obviously, Alex might have already been taken first by Alex. Seeing this, Leon quickly walked past Alex and headed straight to Grandma Evelyn's small garden. He found 2 Easter eggs hidden together under the pot of the small garden after arriving. Looking up, Leon found that there were still many people searching for this area, including tourists, and the blonde guy, who should be Vincent's brother Sam, and Maru, who was walking with Jas. There are many people nearby. Leon sighed and left the area at the same time. Because it is very close to the square, it is understandable that there are many people. Leon decided to search for the area where no one cares about it. For example, near sewers and cemeteries. Sure enough, these 2 places are basically uninvited. Not to mention tourists, the contestants are not interested in the nearby areas. After all, these 2 areas are too biased and not very pleasing. But the Easter eggs were placed in particular, and Leon harvested a total of 9 Easter eggs near the sewer manhole cover and the cemetery. Adding to the 7 I searched before, Leon now has 16 Easter eggs in his basket. There were quite a few, but Leon didn't know Abigail's situation. Neither of them had ever encountered it yet, so to be on the safe side, Leon left the cemetery and searched again along the path to the beach. During the Easter of the game, except for the areas near Pelican Town Square, other areas will be blocked, but in reality, they will not do this. After all, tourists who Lewis does not want to come to play are restricted to Pelican Town Square. The beaches, coal forests, northern foothills, and other areas are good places to visit and go out. How could Lewis stop tourists from exploring and sightseeing near Pelican Town? This also made Leon hesitate to think whether those who placed the Easter eggs would place the Easter eggs in areas outside Pelican Town. In the end, Leon gave up on the idea of exploring other areas, because once the whistle sounded, if he didn't hear it and rushed back, the fun would be great. Continue to rush along the southeast direction, and all the Easter eggs I saw along the way were taken into account by Leon. Finally, Leon met Abigail near the trailer of Penny's house. Abigail, how did you get it? Seeing Abigail squatting and groping in the area under a stool, Leon came over and said hello. It's okay, how many of them are there? Abigail stood up and had an extra Easter egg in his hand. It was obviously just taken out from under the stool. 24. Leon replied as he looked at the Easter eggs filled with half a basket. So much. Abigail was shocked when he heard this, and then turned his gaze into Lion's basket. I just found 11, are you twice as many as mine? Do you really want to win? Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly and complained. There are a lot of 11, okay. Last year, Jas and Vincent gathered enough 14 Easter eggs together and won the championship. This is the result of the 2 working together. Abigail rolled his eyes and complained. Now the amount you get by yourself seems to be able to crush everyone in this game. I think we should have won the Easter eggs together. Speaking of this, Abigail patted Lion's back with great joy. It's a good job, Leon. After the event is over, I'll treat you to a big meal. Then I'll give you 19 first, the time is almost coming. Leon said, and then he put the Easter eggs in the basket into Abigail's basket. Abigail muttered dissatisfiedly, give it all to me, so maybe we can create a very exaggerated record of searching for the highest number of Easter eggs. No, I have to keep 5 more pieces as insurance to avoid being put on a rabbit doll server and die. Leon refused Abigail's proposal without hesitation. That's fine, 30 pieces are already a lot. Abigail did not force it, and accepted Lion's distribution with peace of mind. Then he walked happily in front of Leon with a basket filled with 30 Easter eggs. Let's go, we can go back early. With these 30 Easter eggs, basically no one can win us. Ha ha ha, the honor of the #1 treasure hunter in the Easter egg festival is still owned by me, Abigail. Leon silently raised his middle finger at Abigail when he heard this. If it weren't for Abigail's promise in advance, the harvest of her 11 Easter eggs would have been definitely beaten by Leon. Fortunately, I thought Abigail was very capable of finding Easter eggs. Before I saw him, Leon felt that this guy should have at least 20 pieces. Who would have thought that she found only 11 Easter eggs? Do you have any objections? Isn't finding an excellent partner a manifestation of treasure hunting ability? Abigail was not angry at all when he saw Lion's middle finger, but instead asked Leon with great pride. Yes, yes, you know the beads with a keen eye. You are bold, you are great. Leon waved his hand and perfunctorily pointed at Abigail, and then did not forget to remind Abigail. Remember our agreement. The honor is yours, the reward is mine. I cannot want the others, but I must win the hat of the reward. After reading the ticket next month, it's 1,500. Can you guys give me 2,000 before the end of the month? I want to go to the monthly ticket lottery to draw a recommendation position, etc. It is too difficult to get a reliable recommendation position for niche topics. My friends' collections in the same batch start from 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. My buddy just got over 10,000 yuan. If my brothers weren't active, I would have thought I would have lost. Chapter 285 Straw Hat. Hey? Is there a hat for this reward? Why don't I know? Abigail asked with confusion when he heard Lion's words. It's an additional reward, sponsored by a friend of mine, Leon explained. Just a hat, just take it. Abigail replied indifferently when he heard this. What was the reward for the previous Easter egg treasure hunt championship? Leon was quite curious about the rewards besides the hat. Egg redemption coupons, Marnie provides them to exchange for 60 Marnie's preferred eggs. Abigail replied. That's pretty good, too. Leon did not underestimate the reward when he heard this. Marnie's eggs are different from those in Hoja's supermarket. One egg on her side is 5G, and 60 eggs can also be 300G, which is not a small amount. Moreover, Abigail also said that it is the preferred egg, and the price may have to rise. As a reward for a festival event, it is already considered generous. Yes, the eggs from Marnie's house are delicious, much better than those from Hoja's house and mine. After you exchange the eggs, I have to ask you to eat them. Abigail echoed. You keep that egg exchange coupon for yourself. I have raised chickens. The kind from Marnie's family shouldn't take too long to produce eggs of similar quality. Leon explained. But I promised that the rewards will all belong to you. Abigail complained after hearing this. You are not afraid that I will go and have a free meal, so you deliberately said that you don't need to exchange coupons. Of course not, but my goal is that hat, not an egg. Leon replied with his shoulders shrugged. Really? Abigail looked at Leon with a suspicion. Really? Leon nodded helplessly, and then added, and I can decide whether you want to come and have a free meal or not. When did you come here? I invited you on your own initiative. When did I drive you away and don't let you eat? That's right, then let's share it equally. Take the hat and I take the eggs, but I want to share half of the eggs, otherwise I will give it to me all the eggs, and I may not be able to eat much. Abigail suggested with a smile. Why can't I eat much? Will Mr. Pierre sell these eggs? Leon thought of Pierre's businessman habits and couldn't help but complain. That's not. My mother always likes boiled eggs in white water, and she gets tired of eating too much. Abigail explained, although eating eggs is the healthiest, I still want to eat some other flavors of egg dishes. It's understandable. Leon nodded, thinking about the aerobic exercise weight loss center held by Caroline, and understood the difference in ideas between Abigail and Caroline. During the chat, the two of them had already returned to the booth. At this moment, except for Leon and Abigail, the others were almost back. They should have rushed back with time. Leon glanced at the baskets in everyone's hands and basically gained something, but the number was not large. After a little eye-catching test, Leon confirmed that he should not need to wear a doll suit. Just then, Louis also blew a whistle, indicating that the Easter egg treasure hunt ended, and then the number of Easter eggs found by the contestants was counted. Without surprise, Abigail won the entire game with 30 Easter eggs, surpassing the number of JAS 13 in second place. When Abigail received the award, Leon also observed Ja's expression. He did not look disappointed. Instead, he was happy to comfort Vincent with a depressed face on the side. If nothing unexpected happens, Vincent once again becomes an Easter mascot that needs to take photos with everyone in a rabbit doll suit. He was not depressed for too long, so he ran to Louis to get his doll suit. Obviously, he was not resistant to the fact that he would wear the doll suit and become the mascot for Easter today. Abigail, after receiving the reward, came to Leon with a smile and put the traditional straw hat on Lion's head. Haha, I'll just say why you want this hat. It turns out to be a straw hat, which is very consistent with your farmer's identity. Looking at Leon wearing a straw hat, Abigail walked around the circle with no dead corners for 360 degrees. It's quite suitable for you, it's not bad. After Abigail's appreciation, Leon took off the straw hat on his head and held it in his hand. Straw hat, a light and cool hat, a farmer's favorite. Even in the hottest summer, bringing it will provide you with some cool. It's indeed a hat with special attributes. Do you have your own air conditioning skills? Looking at the system's notes to the hat, Leon put the straw hat on his head again, and it did feel that the somatosensory temperature was lowered a little, but because the temperature in spring was very suitable, it was not that obvious. But since the system has made such notes, I believe that in summer, Leon should not need to worry about the vicious sun roasting himself with heat stroke. Do you have any arrangements next? There will be a big eater competition. Who can eat the most boiled eggs in the short term? Do you want to participate? Seeing Leon focus on the straw hat, Abigail spoke with some displeasure. I won't participate. This competition sounds so choked. Leon turned his eyes on Abigail after hearing this. Are you going to try it? Let me forget it. Although I like to eat, it would be too torment to keep eating one food. Abigail shook his head and complained. Is there any more activities in the future? Leon changed the topic after hearing this. After all, as long as the Easter in the game is completed, it will end directly. This is the first time he participated in Easter in reality. I don't know what arrangements will be made after the Easter treasure hunt. There are many, such as flower arrangement competitions, Easter egg rolling competitions, and bunny sand sculpture competitions held on the beach, etc. Do you want to participate? Abigail said to Leon Kopp with knowledge of it. Don't you go to participate? Leon asked back. No, my main goal is to hunt for treasures and Easter eggs, and I have no interest in the others. Abigail waved his hand and replied. I think you are not good at it. Leon didn't believe that Abigail's playful personality could reject these complex kinds of festival game activities. It would make her say that she was not interested in it, because she was not very good at these projects. Judging from Abigail's competitive spirit, she should avoid any competition that cannot be stable in winning the championship. You're just talking too much. Abigail rolled his eyes and was about to leave. I have to go to my father's stall to help. You can play it yourself. As for agreeing to your big meal, let's talk about it after the festival is over. Well, wait for your big meal. Leon joked to Abigail with a smile, especially the word big meal was emphasized tone. But Abigail did not mean to answer him and left without looking back. Regarding the idea of asking for monthly tickets in the previous chapter, I want to say that it depends entirely on everyone's own wishes, because I can't give you a promise, so I dare not force it. I am not full-time, and typing is basically related to work and life. All I can guarantee is stable updates and how much I can write. I'm sorry to let everyone down. But I am still very grateful for everyone's enthusiasm. As soon as I said I wanted monthly tickets, I found that the frequency of everyone's monthly tickets has increased. Thank you very much for your support, I love you. Chapter 286 I have few friends. After watching Abigail leave, Leon wagged around in a straw hat. As for the festival games Abigail mentioned, Leon was not interested at all because he was also not good at it. If this is something like throwing sandbags, fighting cocks, taking cards, etc., Leon can still move up and gesture, and Leon has never played with what Abigail said. However, I felt a little loss when I went back so early. After all, it was my first festival in Pelican's Town, so Leon still planned to experience it for a while. Perhaps it was almost time for dinner, and most people gathered at the egg-based buffet table in Gus, and Leon also joined in it, but they didn't eat much. He was not very hungry, and he came here mainly to watch the Big Eater game. Among the participants, Leon knew Alex, but it was obvious that this guy was not good enough and he was so supportive that he leaned on the chair and rolled his eyes. There was a small wooden barrel next to each contestant, with cooked eggs in it, and there was also a Hoja Home logo on it. As the host of this Big Eater competition, Morris is also the agent of Hoja's home in Pelican's Town. Leon lost interest after just watching for a while, because he could not participate in this competition, and the championship reward was Hoja's Coke's unlimited drink coupon for a year, and Leon had no interest. "Why don't you go to the competition?" Leon, who had eaten something casually, noticed that Linus was actually squatting beside the grass and bushes outside the square, yawning against a maple tree, and then came over to ask with laughter. "I can't eat that much egg," Linus replied, waving his hand. "I don't like drinking Coke either." "But you can eat enough." Leon teased to Linus, "Are you pretending to be a homeless man now? Isn't this a role-playing stage that suits your current identity? Then do you know that you need to pay the entrance fee to register for this big eater competition? How can I, a homeless man, have the money to pay the participation fee?" Linus asked Leon with a smile. "I can help you out. Stop making trouble. I'm here to experience the festive atmosphere of Pelican Town, so I won't cause trouble for Louis. If tourists find a dirty homeless man running around the town, Louis will be in vain after working so long. I just want to be a bystander now." After saying that, Linus opened his eyes completely, leaned against the trunk of the tree and continued to look at the bustling crowd in the square and complained to Leon. "Also, haven't I told you I'll stay away and don't bother me? Why don't you listen to your advice?" Leon sat down after hearing this, leaned against Linus, put his straw hat on his face, covering his face. "Will no one notice me?" You. Linus smiled helplessly when he heard this. He actually knew Lion's thoughts. This guy Leon should have seen himself hiding in this corner and out of place with other people, and wanted to chat with him. But what Leon didn't know was that if Leon hadn't deliberately made Leon discover himself, now no one in the town except Razmedes would have noticed his trace. "Do you like this hat?" Since Leon planned to chat with him, this old guy, Linus could not refuse Lion's kindness and raised his own question. "It looks pretty, I like it very much," Leon replied. "Do you like its shape or its special effects?" Linus asked. "I like it all. It would be even better if there was a winter style," Leon hinted to Linus with confidence. "Then you go find a hat, Mouse. It should have a hat that meets your requirements." Linus would not be fooled. Although he likes Leon, the son of his old friend, this does not mean that he has to prepare everything for Leon. After all, the child has grown up and still holds a large farm that can continuously produce wealth. "It is shameless to ask for gifts from me, the old widow who is about to retire. Didn't you tell me to avoid contact with hat mice?" Leon complained to Leons after hearing this. "I just let you guard against it, not to let you not buy things with it. Most of the hats in its hands are very useful to you. If one day it suddenly sells a hat with you enthusiastically and the price is extremely low, that is the moment you need to pay attention to," Linus explained to Leon angrily. "I'm in a hurry to sell the stolen goods, right?" Leon said with a smile. Yes, although he is the son of the wilderness, he is still a little bit unfavorable in his grasp of people's hearts. Except for a real fool, anyone who wants to sell and give away when he sees it will be vigilant. Linus laughed when he heard this. "I'm thinking too much. Compared to it, you're more like a mouse, and you're the kind of cunning big rat." "Mister, you are slandering. I can go to the lawyer to accuse you," Leon heard this metaphor that he didn't know whether it was a praise or a joke, and he threatened to Linus helplessly. Then go, I'm half buried in the soil anyway, I don't care about these things. On the contrary, some people may not be able to find someone to answer his questions in the future. Linus directly counter-threat. Unfortunately, neither of them was scared by each other's threat. Leon raised his hat and looked at Linus, and both burst into laughter. Okay, it's time for you to leave. Go and enjoy the holidays with friends who are as big as you. Don't waste your time on me, the old man. After laughing, Linus pushed Leon with his hand, and then gestured to Leon with his eyes to look southwest of the two. Following Linus's guidance, Leon saw Emily and Haley walking with him. They were enjoying lunch at the egg cooking buffet table. Emily seemed to want to try something, while Haley was just eating honey egg bread. Can't you point out your peers of the same sex? Leon looked at Leon helplessly and complained. Then do you have same-sex friends of the same age as you in this town? Linus asked back. Leon was silent. Because Linus is telling the truth, he really has no one of the same-sex friends of the same age. The same-sex friends are Gus and Willie, and Clinton is also the same. However, until now, Leon has not seen Clinton appear near the square. Ha ha ha, I'm going to change places to continue experiencing this lively day. Linus laughed again when he saw Leon's expression. Then, without waiting for Leon to get up, he stood up and took a few steps, and disappeared completely within Leon's field of vision. Leon could only get up at this moment, glanced at the direction of Emily and Haley, thought for a while, then turned toward the farm. Chapter 287 Gus Values. When I went to find Haley and Emily, I didn't know what to talk about, so Leon simply chose to leave the festival site temporarily and go back to seeds of the strawberry seeds I just bought. After all, Leon is very ambitious. When the two of them get together, many things are not so easy to control. Without leaving alone, Leon really doesn't dare to come forward to find them. After returning to the farm, Leon reclaimed new land under the existing fields. Leon, who had taken out his hoe for a long time, bent his waist and turned the originally flat land into loose soil pits step by step. Then he sprinkled a portion of seeds in one pit. He dug 200 pits and planted 200 strawberry seeds. Then Leon sent the pump to the pond next to the farmland area, watering the newly buried strawberry seeds one by one, so that they can have a better growth environment. Then he returned to the wooden house, recreated 4 scarecrows, and inserted them into this strawberry field. I haven't opened a new land for a long time, and I'm quite tired. After doing everything, Leon wiped the sweat that was overflowing from his forehead. Rubbed his sore back slightly, sat on the steps of the wooden house, drinking water and sighing. Fortunately, with a pump, I can quickly complete the watering work. Otherwise, Leon would not believe how long it takes to get up in the morning to water it. It is indeed technology that changes life. I looked at the time and it was already around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When I was busy, time always walked very quickly. But the result is good. 200 portions of strawberry seeds are 200 strawberries. I don't know if these strawberries are ripe as in the game. Each strawberry can only harvest 1 strawberry at a time of ripening, or can produce multiple strawberries. It can also trigger the characteristics of cooling under the grass, complete the output that doubles the output, etc. These are unknowns for the time being, but fortunately, Leon should be able to get the answer 24 days later. After a while of rest, Leon got up and took out his bicycle and came to Pelican Town again. He found that the number of tourists in Pelican Town Square has dropped sharply, and the rows of stalls I saw in the morning have also decreased a lot. Only Pierre's stall and Hoja's stall are still insisting on it. Stores of retail investors like Elliot and Leah have been removed, so the square now seems much deserted. Leon was not surprised by this. After all, when he came, he saw many tourists rushing towards the bus stop. Obviously they were all going home. Seeing that Gus' buffet table was still open, Leon approached and touched an omelette to comfort his somewhat empty stomach. Leon asked Gus, "Gus, what time are you planning to open for business?" "Around 6 o'clock, when the tourists leave completely, they have to clean up and go back." Gus still looked smiling, and there was no sign of fatigue on his face. How to deal with the remaining food? Leon continued to ask, looking at the egg dishes with a lot of portions on the table. "Haha, of course we are summoning everyone to eat. If we can't finish it, let's pack it for the miners in the eastern mining area. After all, they are still working on this celebration festival, and it's quite hard," Gus explained. "Whose project is there in the eastern mining area? I don't let it take holidays on holidays." Leon was curious when he heard this. After all, he had heard about the eastern mining area several times, but he had never understood it seriously. "Who else can it be?" "Hoja's house." Gus glanced at Morris in the Hoja store in the stall area not far away and replied, "As long as you can't die, you'll do it to death. The Hoja family is still doing labor exploitation that should be hanged on street lights." Leon couldn't help but complain that he actually had a say in this regard. After all, before coming to Stardew Valley, he really worked at Hoja's house for a while. The intensity and working hours of work even Leon, who had experienced 996, was inhumane. Hey, but those workers have to compromise. Without the job provided by Hoja's family, their days might be difficult. Gus sighed after sighing. "I won't talk about this anymore. Let's talk about your income today. How much did you lose?" Leon hurriedly changed the topic. If he continued to talk about it, the topic would be too heavy. It would be better to talk about something else. "Are you sure I lost?" Gus looked at Leon helplessly and complained, "Can't you make a profit? Do you believe this? It looks like you are running a business, but what is the difference between it and free supply?" Leon looked at Gus with disgust and asked back. He has seen some parents with low quality bring their children to have sex with them. Although adults need meal coupons to enjoy the food on the table at will, there are always some who like to be clever and ask children who are specially exempted to take the food aside and share it with adults who are unwilling to pay. Gus should have stopped this kind of thing, but Gus deliberately pretended not to see it. Leon wanted to stop it and even was stopped by Gus himself. In this way, if Gus could make money, then there would be a ghost. It's mainly holidays, and everyone is happy, the most important thing. Gus' expression was a little awkward at this moment, but he still expressed his thoughts. Besides, these eggs are not produced by Marnie Ranch. They are products of Hoja. The cost is not high and they will not lose too much. You will sooner or later be deceived by your kind heart. Faced with Gus' thoughts, Leon was also very helpless. Actually, I'm past the age of making money. Now I'm just doing this because of my personal hobbies and habits. It's better to be happy for me, just have enough money and other external things. Gus explained while patting Lion's shoulder. But don't learn from me. You still have to earn more money to accumulate wealth. The expenses of operating a large farm are quite high, and you have to consider and prepare for your future family. Of course, I won't let outsiders get me for free. Leon replied with a smile. Haha, why are you free? I like this word very much. Although it is a bit vulgar, it is very interesting. Gus thought about the meaning of free sex in Lion's mouth after hearing this, and then said with a smile. But I shouldn't have been free. As a chef, the source of happiness is actually very simple. That is, the food I cook is enough to be loved by diners. Maybe these foods are not rewarded with money, but at least I have received praise and the smiles of diners, right? Isn't this a good thing? What about a special reward? Leon was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then smiled relievedly. At this moment, he no longer cared about Gus' profits and losses. As Gus said, he would be happy. Although Gus is a good man, it does not mean that he is stupid. He may really just don't care about these things. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for their monthly ticket support. Brothers are really giving me a look, which makes me a little flattered. Thank you. Chapter 288 Farming Level 2. During the chat, Leon took the opportunity to help Gus clean up some empty plates on the table. When the time was over 6 o'clock, there were basically no tourists in the square, and those who appeared at the square and dining table were basically residents in the town. Without notice, everyone came here consciously. Everyone basically held meal tickets in their hands, laughing, chatting, put the meal tickets in front of Gus, and then began to enjoy the remaining dishes on the table. Even Louis, who was busy during the day, could not see anyone, and Clint, who had never shown up during the day, rushed over and brought several boxes of beer and wine glasses to the party. It's so lively. Leon sighed as he looked at the familiar faces around him. This is the tradition after Easter every year. Gus did not forget to ignore Leon while greeting everyone. Leon, what performance has you prepared? Abigail, who came to the scene with his family, came to Leon and asked. Ah! Leon was stunned for a moment when he heard this. What program? It's just a show. Everyone gathered together to celebrate Easter after dinner. Abigail explained, and at the same time took out a flute. I'm ready to play the flute, where are you? I really don't know this. Leon scratched his head awkwardly, no one told me either. This is voluntary, not forced. Willie, who was standing beside him, comforted Leon. In fact, it was just to let everyone get together and relax and have fun. When Leon heard this, he couldn't help but look at Abigail. Abigail stuck out his tongue at Leon, obviously not guilty of not being able to fool him. Thank you all for your cooperation and help today. We have another perfect Easter. The next time is our own festival celebration in Pelican Town. Everyone can enjoy the fun of the holiday. After saying this, Louis raised his wine glass high and said, Happy Easter! Cheers! Oh! Happy Easter! Others also raised their wine glasses or juices in their hands, and touched them from a distance to express their holiday wishes. Then there was a lively scene. While everyone was having a meal, someone came to the crowd to show off their talents and brought more fun to everyone, such as Abigail's flute solo, Sam's chorus with Sebastian, Caroline, and Robin's dance to each other, Marnie's personal bel canto solo, etc. Even Gus didn't know where to find an accordion, and played the melodious tune and combined Willie's sailor song to climax the atmosphere. Everyone had a smile on their faces, and they were drinking the beer in the glass without restraint, chatting with their family and friends. Leon also integrated into the attack between Gus and Willie, drinking and chatting about the mountains. Everyone kept playing lively until 9 o'clock before they started to stop the carnival. Helping Gus pack up the table, and finally after everything returned to his usual square appearance, he dispersed and returned to his home. What a fun festival, much richer than in the game. With such an sigh, Leon fell asleep and opened his eyes again. It was already the next day's sunshine. It is a regular way to wash and have breakfast. The breakfast is the egg dish that Gus packaged for Leon last night. Although everyone in Pelican Town has worked very hard, Gus has prepared too much food and cannot be finished in one meal. So basically everyone got some leftover food. Even so, a lot of egg dishes were still not consumed. Then, under the combination of Louis and Gus, these egg dishes were sent to the eastern mining area and gave to the miners working there. After eating and drinking, Leon left the wooden house and began to water the crops in the fields. During this period, Leon noticed the fluorescence emitted by the green beans after they matured. Green beans, vegetable crispy and refreshing little beans. 20 green bean vines that climbed onto the shelf harvested 20 green beans. These green beans are very long and have a basic length of about 6,080 centimeters. The beans in the pods are full and have a slightly curved shape, and look very similar to the familiar cowpeas, or bean croakers of Leon. But it is thicker than cowpeas, and the yield is far less than that of cowpeas, and only one can be produced on each plant. After the picking, Leon also heard the system prompt. Long-term farming work has given you a new understanding of plant planting, and your farming level has been improved by 1 level. During the harvest process, you have new ideas about farming. You feel that you need a tool that can be watered automatically to relieve your burden. The sprinkler formula has been unlocked. The chickens raised during farming also give you some ideas. You have learned to make stone fences to solve the situation of running chickens, and mayonnaise machines to deal with overcapacity eggs. The cultivation skills have finally been upgraded. Lion's expression was not much surprised when he heard this prompt. After all, the potato tulips I harvested last time had not been upgraded. Now he has finally upgraded level 1 to level 2, which is reasonable. Moreover, the level 2 unlocking formula is not very helpful to Leon now. The small sprinkler range of the sprinkler is really not as good as the pump I use now. The stone fence is too late. The chicken coop is now wrapped in wooden fences. Leon does not plan to replace it until it is damaged. As for the mayonnaise machine, Leon did not have any mood swings. After all, he didn't like the product of mayonnaise. On the other hand, there was no place for mayonnaise in the sacrifice bags in the old community. In a short period of time, Leon did not intend to build it. I don't know if it tastes similar to beans when I use it to stir-fry it. On the contrary, what Leon is more concerned about now is what the green beans I just harvested are. However, it is impossible for Leon to keep all these green beans. The longest 3 lions should be considered high-quality crops. Then he threw it into the delivery box, and the rest picked out one and put it in a backpack to serve as a gift needed for the spring crop sacrifice bag. During the selection, the rest were left with 3 shortest preparations to stir fry and eat, and the rest were thrown into the delivery box. The green bean vines are still retained in the farmland. As long as they are not pulled out, new green beans can continue to grow and produce, so Leon only left the amount of fried 1 plate. After finishing work in the field, Leon went to the chicken coop and comforted the thriving chickens. Now they can no longer be called chickens, because these chickens have grown into fat balls, and when they were just bought, they were more than twice as big. If it weren't for the fact that these chickens were raised by Leon themselves, Leon would have suspected that these chickens were secretly fed to growth hormone because they grew too fast. After finishing the chicken coop, Leon did not forget to visit the cave. He did not see the fruit bats bringing him new fruits, and the mushrooms were not yet ready to receive the goods. Leon turned around and returned to the wooden house and took a look at his fortune today. It's neither good nor bad, and the fortune is as stable as water. Anyway, the mine cave cannot be achieved. Without good luck, Leon didn't intend to leave himself idle. He first went to his email to collect 412 g of fish sold before, and then kept tidying up his backpack and headed straight to the northern exit of the farm. Chapter 289 Green. The first thing I did when passing by the remote forest was to check the situation of the sap collector, and after Leon confirmed that the 3 sap collectors were still on at herd short of the time before they could be filled, he went straight through the remote forest, through the slopes of the northern foothills, and found Linus, who got up early and squatted beside the fire pit to sew his clothes. "It's early, old man." As soon as they met, Leon greeted Linus enthusiastically, then sat on the other side of the fire pit in a familiar way, watching the old man's movements. Leon was uncomfortable when he saw it. He put down the needle and clothing in his hand and said, "Are you just so anxious to suffer?" "I haven't eaten yet. Who knows if I'm suffering? What if this thing is delicious?" Leon replied with confidence, and sighed in his heart that Linus really remembered his own affairs. Before Leon could speak, Linus knew what Leon was coming, just to talk to Linus before, how to cook that mutant carp. This is also an inexplicable tacit understanding between the two. Forget it, young people don't suffer any losses. They will never know how much trouble they will cause to themselves if they are curious. "Give me the fish." Linus sighed helplessly, then reached out to ask for the mutant carp at Leon. Leon immediately took out the deformed variant carp from his backpack and handed it to Linus. After Linus took the fish, the disgusting expression on his face could be seen as long as he was not blind. But he still slaughtered the line and cleaned it up according to his own ideas, then took it into the tent, and soon he walked out with a pot and put it on the fire pit. "You said it would be great if you sold this fish and throw it into the shipping box. People from the Long Travel Chamber of Commerce will naturally find the most suitable buyer for you. With this special appearance and rarity, this fish can be worth at least 1,000 g. As a result, you have to taste what it tastes like. I don't know what to say about you." When Linus started stewing mutant carp after the pot rack was on the fire pit, he was not idle either. He kept scolding Leon. His posture was as if he had a rattan on his hand, and he was really going to greet Lion's butt. Leon could only smile and listen to Linus's scolding, and his main focus was on the pot stewed with mutant carp. Linus also noticed that Leon was basically perfunctory and did not listen to what he said, and was so angry that he was glaring at the beard. But there was no way to educate Leon about love, so he could only focus on the pot and try to use this pot of mutated carp soup to make Leon realize the sinister truth of the world. During the long wait, the lid of the steel pot began to slam. The steam evaporated from the boiling soup. Lester then extinguished the flames in the fire pit and opened the pot in front of Leon. Build. As the lid of the pot was lifted up, a dark green smoke surged out of the pot, bringing a strange smell to the air. It was not smelly or fragrant. Anyway, it was a smell that was difficult to describe in words. Then Leon put his eyes in the pot, and the soup in the pot was also green, but it was not dark green, but light green. The soup was a bit sticky and looked quite like matcha jelly. This color and unspeakable strange smell made Leon feel a little nervous at this moment, and then subconsciously spoke to Linus, "Why don't you try the salty taste first, old man? You can taste the evil you have done yourself." Linus put a bowl of fish soup with meat for Leon with disgust and handed it to Leon and replied, "It shouldn't be dead." Looking at the potion Rasmades handed him to himself when he activated the forest magic last time, Lion's expression was a little weak. "You can't die, don't worry." Linus waved his hand and said, "Drink quickly, this is what you want to try, so to satisfy your curiosity, drink it, don't be afraid of not being enough, this full pot belongs to you, no one will compete with you." "Okay, drink." Leon did not hesitate anymore. Since he was not in danger of life, it would be a big deal that would be uncomfortable for a while. Leon believed that Linus would not refuse to save him. At most, he would suffer. If he had learned a lesson, he would help him save him, so Leon had nothing to be afraid of. This is the benefit of relying on the boss, being arrogant. Thinking of this, Leon picked up the bowl and drank a large mouthful of fish soup. To Lion's surprise, this thing tasted okay. The fish was full of fresh flavor and a little bit of strange sweetness and a slight spicy taste. "Hey, it's delicious." After a sip of the fish soup, Leon waited for a while, but did not notice any adverse reactions in his body. He spoke to Linus, "You can try it too, it's really delicious." "Of course I know it tastes good, but don't you think something is wrong?" Linus said, looking at Leon now. "No, I feel pretty good." Leon looked at Linus in confusion and asked back, "Is there any change in my appearance?" "You can see it yourself." Linus sighed, then took out a small mirror from somewhere and showed the mirror in front of Leon, allowing him to see his current appearance through the mirror reflection. Green, literally, Lion's hair is black, his skin and pupils have basically turned green in the mirror. It looks like a disguised monster. But compared to Jim Carrey, Lion's facial features still remained as handsome as before, but the color of his skin was changed. Although he was a little surprised, Leon was not scared because he did not feel any discomfort except for the change in skin color, and immediately asked Leonas, "So, there are no other side effects except turning green?" Then you have to ask yourself, aren't you worried that this green will continue and make you a little green man? Linus reminded Leon, who looked speechlessly at the unworried expression. "It shouldn't be permanent, otherwise you may be more anxious than me." Leon replied, and complained, "By the way, when did you learn to speak to yourself and put subtitles? Or is it a regular font, is it to take care of the deaf and mute?" Okay, it seems that in addition to the greening of his skin, he also has hallucinations, which are exactly the same as what I guess. Hearing Lion's description, Linus couldn't help but cover his face, unable to bear to look at Leon, who spoke seriously with subtitles, and whispered. "Rasmides, I'm out to clean up the mess. This kid probably doesn't know what his situation is now." Chapter 290, Revealing the Shortcoming. My experiment is over soon. Remember to keep the soup. This is a good thing. This kid can only drink one bowl now, don't give him too much. Of course, he will probably see the spiritual world later. How can he have the ability to care about this soup? The grandfather and grandson will actually meet at this time. It's so interesting. I don't know if that old guy would be scared to life when he saw Leon appearing in the spiritual world. There is a high probability that I won't come forward on my own initiative. Now is not the time for them to meet. It's a pity that the spiritual world is controlled by that old guy, otherwise it's up to the bottom of the situation. Stop gossiping, come and clean up the mess. Arrived in 2 minutes. The communication between Linus and Rasmides was very hidden, but even with open communication, Leon could not find out what the two said at this moment. Now he only felt dizzy, and his eyes were full of colorful twisted light, a bit like an aurora, and a bit like the background board of Edward Munch's painting Shouting, which was quite twisted anyway. But the most fatal thing is that Leon feels that he is very clear now, in a state where he can think but cannot control his brain. This feeling is very familiar. The first experience of dreaming of returning to southern Yunnan is still an unfamiliar version. At this moment, Leon wanted to call Linus very much, but at this moment he couldn't open his mouth, even his limbs were a little uncontrollable. At the same time, the colors seen in my eyes began to become more and more dreamy, and some small fairies with translucent butterfly wings appeared, circling around Leon. Has he already entered? On the other side, as soon as Rasmides appeared beside the fire pit, Linus pointed at the side who was already lying on the ground with rolling eyes. Leon asked Rasmides. I've entered, my soul is no longer in my body, but I should be sent out soon. Rasmides glanced at Lion's current state and nodded affirmatively and replied. He only took a sip, but didn't drink a bowl. Did I add too much ingredients? Seeing that Leon still had half a bowl of soup in his hand, Linus asked with some uncertainty. It's okay, he is in good condition. I can feel the vitality in his body is growing, so let him lie down like this. Rasmides shook his head, then approached Linus, sighed at the pot of green soup in front of him and the white fish floating inside. I didn't expect that the combination of water in the sewer and void mayonnaise can actually cultivate this special fish between life and death. This is a major discovery. Aren't you observing the entire Stardew Valley all year round? You haven't even noticed such good things in the sewer. Linus complained to Rasmides without hesitation. I don't pay much attention to the situation of the sewer. Korob's is special. It requires some space of its own. I trust it and respect it, so I won't monitor it. Moreover, I'm not observing Stardew Valley all year round. I just occasionally look at Stardew Valley. Rasmides explained. Forget it, don't explain it to me. I don't understand the rules of you Guardians. Anyway, I just want to ask, can this thing really increase in soul strength and naturally be friendly? Linus waved his hand indifferently, and then pointed to the strange pot of fish soup and asked. I can't be wrong. Although I don't know much about the secrets of Stardew Valley, my eyesight is still there. This special mutant fish is obviously a special product that combines shadow and nature, and completely neutralizes its attribute conflicts. It is definitely a good product that is beneficial and harmless. Razmedes answered confidently. You keep half of it and use it yourself. I will take the remaining half back to do research. When Leon wakes up, he will drink the bowl, and everyone will be happy. After all, that kid took it out. You have to give him some compensation if you take it away. Linus couldn't help complaining to Razmedes when he heard this. You can't just take advantage of the younger generation, just keep it a penny. But, I'm taking advantage of him? Do you know how many troubles I've blocked him? And I haven't blamed him for harassing Abigail. If this guy hadn't been his own, I would have cleaned his memory and threw him into the cave in Lantref to feed the toads. Razmedes complained with disgust. Are you so cruel? I now suspect that the little girl named Abigail is your daughter. The rumors are true. After hearing Razmedes' statement, Linus couldn't help but tease him. Don't talk nonsense, she is really not my daughter. Razmedes hurriedly denied. Then why did Miranda leave you and become a curse witch because of her jealousy? Lester asked back. I'm indeed sorry to Miranda, but it has nothing to do with Abigail, she's just a child. Razmedes' expression was a little awkward at this moment. Yes, it's just a child. You shouldn't have such a young illegitimate daughter, so that illegitimate daughter is her mother, Caroline. Linus thought for a moment when he heard this, and suddenly thought of something. Well, it's about the same. Judging from Caroline's age, when she was born, it happened to be when Miranda broke up with you, so that's it. Enough. These are all past tense, don't mention these. Do you still want this kid's soul to return? Razmedes asked Linus in a fury hearing this. No need for your help, that old thing won't let Lion's soul sway in the spiritual world now. Linus complained with a smile indifferently. But it is limited to the spiritual world. If his soul wants to return to the material plane, it still needs my guidance. Razmedes added. Or why would I ask you to come? Don't stand there. Start work. Fish soup is not for nothing. Linus urged Razmedes. Razmedes looked at Linus speechlessly. If you don't understand magic, don't command it blindly. If you can pull me, I'll be able to pull it. This kid's soul is still wandering in the spiritual world. The old guy really wants to talk to him? Isn't he afraid of Leon spitting his saliva? After all, he lost a lot of messes for Leon and went to the spiritual world to live his retirement life. Linus couldn't help but complain. The key is that Leon knows these messes. Razmedes asked back. I don't know, yes, this adopted grandson is different, poor Leon. Linus reacted instantly and complained. Don't make a fuss, it's useless to sow discord here. Leon can't hear it now. Moreover, he is the grandson of the old guy, not yours, and he won't call you grandpa. This will only make you look jealous of the old guy who found an excellent heir. Razmedes easily exposed Linus's idea. I'm not in a hurry. The old guy and I have a little insight. My future grandson is still on the way. Alas, we both have our own grandsons to support our future, but you can only watch your daughter marry a Philistine businessman, and you don't even dare to visit your granddaughter in person. It's miserable. Linus said sarcastically at Rasmides without hesitation after hearing this. Old ghost, do you want to die? Rasmides's face turned black when he heard this, and purple flames gushed out of his hands. I'm afraid you won't succeed. Linus also stood up, the soil under his feet began to surging, and a slender sword with a gradient of lilac to deep purple flew out of the soil and fell into Linus's hands. The war seems to be about to break out. Let's add a little more to the setting. The relationship between Abigail and the mage is an adaptation of the novel. Don't get the right one or the other. This is just a fan creation. Chapter 291 Grandpa is here. On the other side, Leon, surrounded by the little fairy, gradually discovered that the various colors in front of him began to condense, turning into big trees full of dreamy colors, and the trees were hung with all kinds of strange fruits. Below these big fruit trees is a large, plump mushroom. The mushroom stalks are artificially opened, and the umbrellas are also small holes that look like windows the size of a palm. As his vision became clearer, Leon also saw many crystal-like vines entangled together, forming various animal statue models, as well as the arched stone brick hut built on the low turf, and another familiar creature besides the little fairy surrounding him. The soft and cute little apples are like a little apple. You're here. Just as Leon looked at everything here, a kind old man's voice suddenly came to his ears. I am coming. After answering Leon subconsciously, he looked in the voice and found that he had not seen the person who spoke. You shouldn't have come. But I'm still here. The old man's voice appeared in Lion's ears again, and what he said made Leon instinctively follow up. There was no way, because he was very familiar with this conversation, just like the script that had been discussed in advance, and it happened naturally. What are you doing? Sure enough, as Leon expected, the next sentence was spoken from the old man who didn't know where he was located, and Leon continued to answer based on the lines in the script. I'll kill someone. At this moment, Leon was very sure that he was trapped in deep illusion, otherwise Leon could not explain why there were still people in this world who could use the lines of Gulong's novel to talk to him. It should be that the memories in the subconscious were at work. But to his surprise, the old man did not continue to ask who he was going to kill, but asked in a very surprised tone. You actually dare to kill someone? Ah! At this moment, Leon was confused because the dialogue in the hallucination had changed, which made him not know whether he should speak the lines. Then before Leon could figure out how to reply, he felt a chestnut on the back of his head. Although the person who was attacking was sensible, it still hurt quite a bit. Why did you hit me? Leon, who covered the back of his head, complained very unhappily. He is completely confused now. Logically speaking, there should be no pain in his hallucinations. Just like dreams, why does it hurt so much if he is beaten? If I don't hit you, do you have to give you a hug? Look at what you are saying. The old man's voice was a little irritable at the moment, as if he was very dissatisfied with Lion's answer. Aren't we talking about the lines? What exactly is this? Is it my hallucination, or something else I can't understand? At this moment, Leon also realized something was wrong. Perhaps he was not in an illusion now, but in an area that he should not have been involved in, such as the world of the dead? Could it be that the bowl of fish soup is almost poisoning myself to death, so it triggers natural protection? Now I am in a world protected by nature or something. Leon couldn't help frowning after guessing so much. There was too little information to analyze the specific reasons. On the line? Oh, so that's it. On the contrary, the old man who could not be observed by Leon breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Then he came to Lion's forehead and ignored Lion's hand covering the back of his head. The chestnut actually acted directly on Lion's head. At a young age, don't be addicted to those meaningless TV series, stinky brat. Listening to the other party's intimate but somewhat disappointed tone, Leon was stunned for a moment, and then asked tentatively, "Old man, who are you?" "I am your grandfather." The old man's voice resounded in Lion's ears again, and it sounded a little like he was taking advantage of Leon, but Leon obviously didn't think so. "Grandpa. I'm dead, I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky. Didn't it be agreed that I could avoid a dying state and get me time for effective treatment? I'm so cold." Leon believed in the old man's words quite well. Since he dared to say that he was Lion's grandfather, then Leon would dare to believe it. But these are not the key points. The key point is that Grandpa and Leon have long been separated from each other. Now that the two can meet, does that mean that Leon is gone? Damn it, you're just coming to the spiritual world for the time being. Although I don't know very well why you came in, I can feel that your soul is growing vigorously. This is a good thing, but you shouldn't come here now, so get out of here quickly." After Grandpa said to Leon impatiently, Leon felt that his whole body was kneaded into a ball, then loaded into a cannon, and fired out like a shell. At this moment, Leon only felt the darkness in front of his eyes, and the air around him was even more. It was cold and biting, as if naked and had been thrown into the Siberian ice field. Just when Leon felt that he was about to freeze, Leon felt that he was being caught by an invisible big hand. While his body temperature rose rapidly, he also restored his vision. The familiar blue sky felt the soft grass behind it, the fragrance of the mud filled the air at the tip of the nose, and the two old faces of Razmedes and Linus appeared in front of you. "I'm alive again." Sit up with both hands on the ground, Leon looked around, and he returned to Stardew Valley and to the edge of Linus' tent, as if everything he had just experienced was just a dream. "You have never died. It's just that because of some special reasons, your soul has temporarily entered the spiritual world. How about it? Have you seen your grandpa?" Linus asked Leon curiously. "I didn't see myself. He seemed to be hiding from me on purpose. He just said something to me, but I forgot what he said." Leon covered his forehead and recalled it, and found that the memory of his previous conversation with his grandfather was rapidly disappearing. In just a short while, Leon forgot what they had talked about. Looking at Lion's confused look, Linus and Razmedes looked at each other, and then Linus curled his lips and gestured to Razmedes to check Lion's condition. Razmedes shook his head and nodded at Linus. Linus immediately understood what Razmedes meant, that is, Leon himself had no problem. As for forgetting the conversation with his grandfather, it should have been done by the old guy on purpose. If you forget, forget it. It should not be an important conversation. What you need to do now is to go back and have a good sleep. Linus stepped forward and patted the grass leaves and soil particles stained behind Leon, while comforting him. Yet, Leon did not reject this proposal. He was still a little dizzy now. Perhaps it was the best choice to go back and lie down for a while. Chapter 292 Party Invitation. However, before leaving, Leon still did not forget to thank Razmedes and Linus. Thank you for your help. Without you, I might really die and cause trouble for you. It's okay. Linus waved his hand and comforted him, even without us, you can't die, don't worry. Then I'll leave first. Leon didn't know what kind of state he was in at this moment. He was very sleepy anyway, so he planned to leave first. After that, he was in better spirits and came back to talk to Linus about this matter. As soon as Leon spoke, he found himself in the farm room the next second. Leon naturally knew that this was Razmedes's work, and was not too surprised. He followed his instinct and lay directly on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Razmedes, who had sent Leon away, looked at Linus on the side and explained, it's just that his soul grows too fast, and his current body can't bear the strength of the soul, so he needs a good rest to get used to the powerful soul now. It's nothing big. Of course I know this. I'm just thinking about what this child and his grandfather were talking about in the spiritual world, and actually let that old man deliberately erase the memories related to the conversation when he sent him away. Linus complained. It shouldn't be anything important, otherwise it wouldn't be erased. According to my understanding of this stinky brat, Leon, he should be stupid. Razmedes replied with a look of my expression that I had seen through everything. It makes sense. Linus also felt that what Razmedes said was fine. After all, he had also experienced Lion's naughty and casual personality. The old guy is still very concerned about Leon. I originally thought that bringing his soul back from outside the spiritual world would help him stabilize the inflated soul power, but the old thing obviously helped Leon solidify his soul body in advance. If this kid wants to study the secret of arcane in the future, his talent may be no less than that of me when I was young. Razmedes couldn't help sighing at this moment. Take the path of a mage and then become an observer far away from the world? Don't think about it, it's impossible. The old guy won't agree, and I won't let him go this path. Linus looked at Razmedes with a vigilant look on his face and reminded. I'm just giving an example and not interfering with his ideas. Razmedes quickly explained. That's better, you think? Linus complained. You should go back, you got the fish soup, and Leon has also been reclaimed. There is no place for you to play here. Did you forget something? Razmedes reminded Linus with a bad expression. Oh? Want to continue the previous battle? Linus immediately reflected on his words. What else? After all, provoking a guardian is a serious crime. Razmedes replied with a sneer. Element City Gateway. Linus was not ashamed, so he started to choose a battlefield directly. I can't afford to lose that person. Go to the secret academy, where I have an isolated test ground. After Razmedes said that, he opened a portal directly in front of the two of them. Then the two of them walked into it tacitly. After that, only Linus appeared suddenly in front of his camp. At this moment, Linus's clothes were completely broken, and only half a piece of rotten cloth was wrapped around his waist to cover important parts. And its exposed body in the air is covered with dense scars, but none of them are produced now, they are all old injuries. If not, it was the clothes that were covered without any cover. It was hard to believe that the thin old man had so many exaggerated wounds on his body, and the terrifying muscles that were shining with a dull metallic luster. Despicable mage. Linus, who returned to Stardew Valley, muttered first, then got into the tent and changed into a new set of homeless clothes, and fell asleep. Rasmades on the other side also appeared in his magic tower at this moment, and found a bottle of black potion from his bookshelf. His pale face relieved a lot. Brutal warrior. He sighed similarly to Linus, then walked to the magic circle and sat down, and began to meditate with his eyes closed. No one knows who wins and who loses in this battle. On the other side, Leon woke up again and found that the sun had risen again from the east. After looking at the watch, Leon realized that he had slept for a long time and a whole night. After getting up, Leon clearly felt that he seemed to be reborn, with indescribable comfort and pleasure. I didn't expect that there was such a benefit. The fish soup of the mutant carp is not completely a hallucinogen. Leon couldn't help but complain. However, if he was asked to drink a bowl of green fish soup, he might refuse without hesitation, because he really didn't want to encounter that psychedelic experience again. After washing and breakfast, Leon started watering and feeding chickens on a daily basis, and went to the cave to pick a mushroom. The fruit bats still did not bring rent, but Leon didn't care. With the profits from the last American raspberry, Leon was still very satisfied with these big bats. As long as they could bring things back, the time span should not be too long. Leon was still very patient with them. After finishing all this, Leon returned to the wooden house, opened his email address, and found the letter of today. In addition to the green bean payment shipped yesterday, Leon actually found another letter. Leon, I originally planned to come to inform you yesterday, but I found out that you didn't seem to be on the farm, so I chose to write a letter. Today is Haley's birthday. I prepared a small birthday party for her. If you are not busy today, I hope you can come to attend Emily. The content of Juan Lee's font written on the simple letter paper is also very straightforward, so Leon can understand what is going on after reading it. Is Haley's birthday? It seems that it is about this time period. After reading the letter, Leon thought for a while and found that he did not register at this time. In the game, Haley's birthday is just after Easter. Although in reality, a year has expanded from 4 months to 12 months, the specific time should be only these 2 days, which is very reasonable. But Leon didn't expect that Haley would invite her to her birthday party, and she didn't even expect that in reality, she would hold a birthday party. I don't know if this is the tradition of Pelican Town, or if Emily and Haley have a lot of family backgrounds, but the invitation letters have been sent. Leon thought that he was idle anyway, so there should be no problem with attending it once. It's just a birthday gift, so you have to think carefully. It's the end of the month, and I have to sort out all the reports and contracts for this month, so today I have to wait around 3rd, because I don't want to work overtime, and I have to go back to curry favor with the leader to accompany him to Palu. I hope my brothers will understand. Chapter 293 You seem to be lucky. Although you can give it according to Haley's preference, it is a bit shabby to give a coconut or something on your birthday. Just Leon began to look for the right gift in his treasure chest and finally chose 2. One of them is the sunflower I bought from Traveler Iger before, and the other is the pearl that has not been sold out. Both are gifts that Haley will like, but compared to sunflowers, pearls are more valuable. As for which one to choose, Leon is still quite tangled, but Leon is not an indecisive person, so he finally decided to bring both gifts with him and buy a box to put them in, so that Haley could choose them himself. If you can choose between pearls or sunflowers, it depends on Haley's own choice, so that Leon doesn't need to worry about it. As for the value of pearls, Leon didn't care at all. He is not short of money now. Although pearls are expensive, Leon felt that he should have a batch of pearls to earn in the future. After all, the Mermaid Clan has notified the Mermaid Clan in advance to guard against the Shadowman's revenge. The Mermaid Clan has not yet repaid itself. Leon doesn't believe that such wealthy and powerful tyrants under the sea will be stingy with their gratitude to them. Not to mention the batch of pearls reserved by Leon are for use as gifts. After all, this thing is a universal gift and no one will hate it. It perfectly solves the potential risk of giving gifts and stepping on the mine. After choosing the gift, Leon took a shower and changed into clean clothes, then rode his bike to Hoja's supermarket in Pelican Town with sunflowers and pearls. Because there are all the items here, at least the boxes used to pack gifts are not sold there. But even if Pierre has something to sell, Leon would not dare to buy it from him. If he bumped into Abigail and Abigail had not received Haley's birthday party invitation, wouldn't that be embarrassing? After choosing a long gift box and a pair of gift boxes the size of a palm, Leon came to the front desk to check out. When checking out, he noticed that the cashier was the tired girl I met on Easter. If Leon remembered correctly, the girl's name seemed to be Clay.U. "Hello Mr. Leon, do you need me to wrap the gifts for you? This is a free service." At the checkout, Claire also recognized Leon, looked at the two gift boxes Leon selected, and asked with the opportunity. "No need, I'll do it myself." In front of residents in other towns, Leon would take out items from the system's backpack without hesitation, but in front of Claire, the Hoja employee, Leon really didn't have this idea. "Okay, this is the matching ribbon." Claire, who received the money, didn't say much. After handing the ribbon tied to Leon, he no longer paid attention to Lion's situation. Leon glanced at the girl with a gift box and found that she was leaning weakly against the cashier while yawning. As soon as she was about to leave, she noticed that Morris was walking towards her from the shelf not far away. Ahem! Leon coughed lightly, attracting Claire's attention. Claire looked at South Leon in confusion and asked, "Is there anything else that can help you?" Leon didn't say anything, but shook his head in the direction of Morris. Claire subconsciously looked over and noticed Morris's traces. He immediately realized that Leon was reminding himself. "Thank you." Claire quickly cheered up and whispered to Leon. Leon just smiled and didn't say anything, then left Hoja's supermarket with a gift box. He and Claire met by chance, reminding her that the leader came and did everything he wanted, and it was considered a daily good deed. "I found an uninhabited corner and took out the sunflowers and pearls, stuffed them into 2 boxes, and tied them into bows after they were tied." Leon took back the 2 packaged birthday gifts and rode his bicycle toward number 2 Liuxiang. As soon as I arrived at number 2, Liuxiang, Leon noticed that the door of Emily and Haley's villa was open, as if we were welcoming guests who came to celebrate Haley's birthday. After Leon parked his bicycle, he walked in and saw Haley, Emily, and Jody on the sofa in the living room. "It seems that I came quite early." "Hello, Jody, Emily." After saying hello to the other two, Leon said to Haley, "Happy birthday, Haley." "Thank you, Leon." Haley smiled and stood up to express her gratitude to Leon, then couldn't help but glance at Lion's body. "What are you looking at?" Leon probably knew what Haley was thinking, but he still teased her on purpose. "Nothing." Haley replied disappointedly without seeing what she wanted to find. "Haha, here." Leon took out two gifts he had prepared from the system backpack and placed them on his left and right hands. "Ah! Two." Haley covered her mouth in surprise when she saw these two gifts. "Are you the gift you brought for someone else?" "No, I just didn't think about what to give you, so I prepared two copies and asked you to choose them yourself." Leon explained with a smile, and also noticed the curious gazes of Jody and Emily. "You choose it yourself. After the selection, go to the room to tear it off, and tell me if you like this birthday gift." Seeing this scene, Leon couldn't help but remind Haley. Because Emily and Jody are here, if Haley chooses a box containing pearls and opens it, then this precious birthday gift from Leon may bring some psychological pressure to Jody. Haley didn't realize this problem, but she did not reject Lion's proposal. She was struggling for a while when she looked at the two gift boxes, one big and one small, and finally chose the small one. Because she thought the small box should be an interesting but inexpensive gadget, perhaps choosing this would make Leon, a greedy man, feel better. "It seems you are lucky." Seeing Haley take the gift box containing the pearls, Leon couldn't help but sigh. "Oh? What's in there?" Haley asked curiously when she heard this. "Go to the room and take a look," Leon reminded Haley. Haley nodded, then said goodbye to Emily and Jody, and ran to the room excitedly. After closing the door, she couldn't wait to open the small gift box. "Ah!" When Haley saw the round and white pearl in the box clearly, she made a surprised sound instantly. She admitted that she was frightened by this birthday gift. As a jewelry family, how could Haley not recognize the value and rarity of the round pearl in the box? Chapter 294 Concern. "No wonder this guy told me to avoid others opening gifts." Haley, holding this pearl in her hand, held it in front of her eyes and savored it carefully, and at the same time she understood the reason for the request that Leon specifically mentioned. After admiring for a while, Haley came to her senses and carefully placed the pearl in the drawer under the dressing table. She specially found a small box for jewelry to store it, locked the drawer before leaving the room. As soon as he came out, he saw Leon chatting with Emily and Jody. The smiles on the three of them had never stopped, and they seemed to be having a happy chat. "What are you talking about?" Haley sat next to Emily and asked. "We are talking about what Vincent brought back to the Easter egg festival the day before yesterday. Sam accidentally trampled on the egg," Emily replied. "This has been a big deal for me. I just mopped the floor, but I had to mop it again." Although it was a complaining tone, the smile on Jody's face didn't seem to be complaining, but it seemed to be showing off. "But Sam took the initiative to ask for help and offered to help, which saved me a lot of trouble." "Will Sam and Vincent come today?" Haley asked after hearing this. Because in Willow Lane, Jody's family is Emily and Haley's only neighbor, so the two families have a good relationship. This birthday party will naturally invite Jody's family to attend. Vincent will come. Sam is going to go to Zuzu City with Sebastian for a trial. It seems that he is preparing for the band's debut. There may be no way to come, but his gift will be sent by Vincent. Jody explained. Okay, serious matters, after all, this is their dream. Haley didn't say much when she heard this, but instead showed her considerate side. At this moment, Leon also joined the topic and asked, "Who else have you invited in addition to the Jody family?" "Well, a lot of people, Robin, Caroline, and Abigail, Louis, Marnie and Jas, and by the way, Gus." As the person in charge of this birthday party, Emily immediately revealed to Leon the people attending this birthday party. "Are Gus coming too? In this case, I seem to be coming too early. I originally planned to prepare lunch for you, but now with Gus, I, a housewife, can only fight." It seemed that this was the first time that Jody heard the invitation list and said in surprise, "Gus is here to visit. I don't really want him to work as a chef. He needs a break. As a guest, just enjoy the party well. Jody, you don't need to help. I'll just come by myself," Emily explained to Jody. "But you can't be busy alone," Jody reminded, "after all, there are many people today." "It's okay, actually I've prepared a lot of things in advance. I'll be busy for a while and I can handle it," Emily replied with a smile. "Based on my understanding of Gus, since he agreed to come to the birthday party, he was probably ready to enter the kitchen," Leon said at this moment. "Of course, I will help you too, Jody, you don't have to worry." "Ha ha ha, is this? It surprised me a little. Leon, I didn't expect you to cook." Jody covered his mouth and smiled and teased at Leon. "Most families in Stardew Valley are women in control of the kitchen. It is rare for men who can cook like this. As far as I know, there should be many men who can cook, such as Gus, Louis, Clint, Willie, and even Robin's husband Demetrius." Leon gave an example. "But you didn't realize that except Demetrius, everyone else was an old bachelor," Jody complained. "There is no woman in the family, so they can only passively learn to cook." "Okay, I understand what you mean, but today is Haley's birthday party, so it's not appropriate to talk to me about these things." Leon immediately understood the subtext of Jody's words, which was implying that he was looking for a girlfriend. God knows why Jody always focuses on this aspect, especially because she cares so much about her emotional situation. There is no girl waiting to marry at home. What does Jody want to do? After hearing Lion's answer, Jody muttered in disappointment, "Okay, then I'll invite you to dinner next time I have the chance, let's talk alone." "Next time," Leon responded with a dry smile, then snatched Emily's arm. Seeing Emily look at him, he immediately spoke, "Emily, can you take me to the kitchen to see? I'll see what you have prepared." Although Emily didn't know why Leon suddenly wanted to go to the kitchen, it was obviously too early to prepare lunch at this time, but she was smart and knew that Leon should have something else to do to say here, so she immediately agreed to Lion's proposal. After the two left the living room together and came to the kitchen, Emily closed the kitchen door and leaned against the cabinet and looked at Leon and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. It's just that I'm embarrassed to stay there and find a girlfriend when Jody urges me to find her. I want to take a breath away in another place," Leon explained helplessly. "Is that so? Haha, you can't blame Jody. After all, she is the community coordinator of Pelican Town and the most reliable marriage introducer in Pelican Town. Many couples got together with her help, including Robin and Dmitri. It was through Jody's help that they finally entered the marriage hall. Emily said to Leon Kopp at this moment. Is this Jody's part-time job? Leon asked in surprise when he heard this information he had never known. No, this is her hobby, not a profession, and she has never charged any fees. Emily replied. The social neighborhood committee aunt plus professional matchmaker, no wonder. Leon muttered in his heart, and he understood why Jody was so keen on brainwashing himself. Looking at Lion's contemplative expression, Emily hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, Leon, are you an unmarriager? Ah? No. Leon subconsciously shook his head when he heard this, then looked at Emily and explained, I just have some other concerns. What are the concerns? Emily asked curiously. Well, it's not convenient to tell you for the time being. Leon scratched his nose awkwardly when he heard this, without explaining it in detail. After all, if his concerns were really told to Emily, then it would probably be the ending of being swept out by Emily. It's okay, I'm just asking casually. Emily didn't force an answer, although she was really curious about what Lion's concerns were. And Leon didn't say anything else. For a moment, the atmosphere in the kitchen became silent. Chapter 295. Maybe it's because of personal charm. Fortunately, Haley opened the kitchen door and broke the atmosphere. Haley looked at Emily leaning against the cabinet and Leon standing in the wash basin, and asked in confusion, What are you doing? I'm talking about what to eat for lunch. Emily did not mention the topic just now. Is Leon still cooking today? Haley looked at Leon and asked when she heard this. I'm not sure, it depends on Gus's idea. Leon didn't mind being a chef, but Gus was there. He felt that Gus shouldn't think about bothering him, but would take the initiative to take charge of all the kitchen work. It's not that Gus has possessiveness in the kitchen, it's just because Leon knows that Gus has the kind of personality that he doesn't want to cause trouble for others when he is tired. Emily, go back with me. I can't handle Jody alone. Haley stuck out her tongue and asked Emily for help. After you and Leon left, I became Jody's attention, and I can't stand it. Then go to the living room first. Emily looked at Haley helplessly, and the two left the kitchen together. Leon looked at the ingredients Emily prepared in advance in the kitchen, and thought about what to do with these things, and left the kitchen. Although it is highly likely that I don't need to work in the kitchen, I have to be mentally prepared. In fact, Leon wants to take this opportunity to communicate with Gus to cook. After all, the things Gus made are really delicious. Lion's biggest hobby in his life is to satisfy his appetite. Although he has made some achievements after thinking about it. But compared with the serious chef, he is still much worse. He can learn a trick from Gus and can improve his own cooking in the future. When Leon returned to the living room, he found that Emily, Jody, Haley, and the other two had already started to work hard. Emily was weaving ribbons, Haley was writing a celebration sign, and Jody was cheering up the pink balloons. Obviously, this was the decoration of the party. Leon did not hesitate to see this and joined in to help. But he didn't have much to do. After all, Jody and the other two had a good job. At most, Leon used his height advantage to use his balloons as a sticker for sticking balloons. With the moment of decoration and layout, other invitees also came one after another. The first one was Robin. She not only brought her birthday gift, but also brought a large portion of fresh-cut fruits as a souvenir. These fruits were picked from the experimental greenhouse built by Demetrius to observe the growth and development of plants. Many fruits were not what they should appear in spring. Louis, Marnie, Jas, and Vincent, who came later, made the originally somewhat empty living room lively in an instant. Then there were Caroline and Abigail. Caroline brought 2 gifts, while Abigail was holding a double or pink birthday cake in his hand, with a somewhat reluctant expression, but when she saw Leon sticking to the balloon, her expression instantly became much more relaxed. Gus was the last one to arrive, and he also brought the most things. In addition to the gift, he also carried 2 large insulated boxes in his hand. It was food that Gus had prepared in advance. Haha, I knew there were a lot of people today, so I got up early and prepared some food, so I could alleviate Emily's trouble. Looking at the other people in the living room who participated in Haley's birthday party this time, Gus said with a smile. "You're troubled, Gus." Emily stepped forward and took the insulated box that Gusty came over, then opened it with Gus, and placed the steaming food inside on the dining table. "Hi, Leon, I thought you would be the last one to arrive. It seems you have been here for a while." Looking at the balloons covered with roofs, Gus greeted Leon, who was busy. "It's nothing today, so I came early. I don't like to wait." Leon stuck the last balloon and then got off the stool and put on his shoes and explained to Gus. "It's my turn to finish your work. I have to go to the kitchen to see what Emily has prepared." After Gus said that, as Leon speculated, he was about to go to the kitchen to work. Leon was about to discuss with Gus whether to join him, but he was intercepted by Abigail, who suddenly posted it. "I didn't expect you to be invited. It seems that you and Emily and Haley have a good relationship." As soon as they met, Abigail teased Leon. "I didn't expect you to be invited," Leon asked Abigail with a smile. "Didn't your relationship be good too?" "It's normal. The main reason is that my mother and Emily have a good relationship, and they also have some common interests and hobbies with Haley. As for me, it's just a big shot," Abigail complained. "If I hadn't seen you appear, I might have been preparing to make excuses to slip away after I gave the gift." "You are friends who have grown up together since childhood. Shouldn't the relationship be good?" Leon was suspicious when he heard this. He asked Abigail in confusion. "Then guess why there are only so many people at the scene? Maru, Penny, and those boys did not show up. Although they are from the same town, everyone has their own social circles and they may not be good friends," Abigail explained. "What's more, Emily and Haley's family situation is so good. When they went to school, they were basically in aristocratic boarding school, so there would be even fewer opportunities to get in touch with us. If they hadn't chosen to stay in Pelican Town after graduation, we might not have even met." Leon didn't say much after hearing this. After all, he didn't know much about the situation before. He was just a newcomer who had just moved to Pelican Town for more than a month. His understanding of Stardew Valley basically comes from the game. He really doesn't understand what the situation is in reality. However, the information provided by Abigail is quite meaningful to Leon. If these girls have a good relationship, some operations may be exposed at the beginning. "You haven't answered me yet. When did you get such a good relationship?" Abigail complained as he watched Leon not speak. Then do you think we have a good relationship? Leon did not answer directly, but asked Abigail. It's pretty good. Abigail admitted without hesitation. When did we start to have such a good relationship? Leon continued to ask. I don't know. Anyway, I'll be good friends with you for no reason. This question was stopped by Abigail. She recalled the moment she had been with Leon for a long time, and didn't understand why the relationship between them suddenly became good brothers and good friends. Will you get married? I don't know when my relationship with them became friends. Leon sighed with a smile, maybe it's because of my outstanding personality. Bah, shameless. Abigail complained to Leon in disgust when he heard this, I think it's because you are thick-skinned. Chapter 296 Happy Birthday. After chatting with Abigail for a while, Leon parted ways and ran to the kitchen to find Gus. Leon, why are you in the kitchen? Gus, who had already tied apron, was frying the processed fish at the moment. He asked in confusion after watching Leon appear in the kitchen. Come here to help, and learn your cooking skills by the way. Leon also explained his purpose directly. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about secretly learning? If you want to learn, you can come to me anytime. I can teach you step by step. Gus said to Leon with a smile. Now you should actually go to the living room to join everyone's chat, rather than staying with me, an old man, to study how to cook. I have social phobia. Leon said with confidence. Gus looked at Leon in surprise when he heard this. He couldn't tell that this guy was a social terrorist. He was shocked by Leon's words and forgot to turn the frying fish in the pot. Fortunately, Leon has been paying attention to the situation in the pot and reminded Gus of this point, which prevented the side of the pot from being fried to charred. Leon was forced out by Gus on the grounds of interfering with the operation of the kitchen. Without getting to Gus' open class, Leon had to go back to the living room and join the chatting of everyone. Except for the two little guys Vincent and Jas who played their own games and played the puzzles Emily prepared for him, the people chatting on the sofa were basically adults. The seats of these people are also very particular. Marnie and Louis are sitting together, Jody and Caroline are sitting together, Emily and Haley are sitting together, and Abigail is sitting alone on the single sofa, making Leon not know where to sit. Fortunately, Emily noticed Leon standing aside, and took the initiative to pull Abigail to her and Haley, so that Leon could sit on the single sofa where Abigail was before. As soon as Leon appeared, he basically became the focus of everyone's chat. Leon, how is your chicken coop now? Marnie was the first to talk to Leon. It's pretty good, the chicks grow very fast. Leon replied. There should be no problem with the chicken coop, right? Robin then asked Leon about the use of his construction project. No problem, it has relieved a lot of my work. Leon continued to answer. Next time, I'll probably see fresh egg products in your shipping box, but the farm's planting should not be relaxed. Leon, your high-quality crops have now gained a lot of fame for Red Star Farm, come on. Louis also joined in and encouraged Leon. Of course, my main development direction is still crop cultivation now. Leon nodded and responded. It seems that Mr. Leon is very popular. This may be the first time we have officially met and chatted. Caroline, who was beside him, also spoke to Leon at this moment. "Yes, hello, Ms. Caroline, just call me Leon." Leon greeted the beautiful woman with long green hair with a smile. "Well, I have to thank you for taking care of Pierre's business. Since you came, Pierre is also very happy. After all, you will buy a lot of seeds from him every time. He and I are discussing when you have time to invite your family to visit when you have time." Caroline reminded Leon. "There is a chance I will visit." Leon replied politely, but Leon really doesn't have much thoughts about whether to visit Pierre's house. This series of inquiries also allowed Leon to join the chat successfully. It can be seen that everyone is quite familiar with each other, so the chat atmosphere is also very relaxed. As the protagonist today, Haley is almost the busiest one, and basically most of the topics are related to her. When the chat was in full swing, Abigail suddenly spoke, "Haley, who was the most surprising gift you received today?" After this question was thrown out, almost everyone was silent and looked at Haley curiously. Only Caroline looked at Abigail helplessly, but because there were a lot of people now, it was hard for her to tell Abigail that her problem was a bit out of place. Haley was caught off guard by Abigail's inquiry, but she subconsciously replied, "It should be Lion's gift." "What kind of gift is it?" Abigail continued to ask. Ahem. Before Haley could speak, Leon coughed lightly. Haley naturally heard the reminder cough and replied with a smile, "The secret, maybe you will know it when you are on your birthday." "Oh." Abigail glanced at Leon, who was pretending to be calm, looked at Haley again, and then said nothing. It seems that the gifts prepared by Leon should be amazing. As the mayor of Pelican Town, Louis is still very good at engaging in the atmosphere. After the Q&A with Abigail in the sea, he immediately spoke. "But gifts are not distinguished from high or low. The intention is the most important thing. It turns out that young people understand young people." Then Louis took the initiative to change the topic, which brought the chat atmosphere back to the original liveliness. The chat will last until Gus greeted everyone to have a meal, and it was over. Gus' craftsmanship is as excellent as ever, and the portions and dishes of this lunch are also rich and sufficient, so everyone is basically full of food. After the meal, there is a regular birthday song plus candle blowing activity. In order to create a dark atmosphere, Emily also specially pulled up the curtains to keep the room dark. After Haley finished blowing the candles, the lively cake splitting process began. The cake was cut by Haley's birthday star. When she came to Leon to collect the cake, Haley suddenly said, "Don't hurry to leave later, I have something to hand it over to you." "Is it an Easter photo?" Leon reacted immediately after hearing this. "Well, it's already washed out, I've prepared an album for you." Haley nodded and replied. "Thank you." Leon smiled and thanked Haley, "Happy birthday." "Yet." Haley smiled and handed the cake to Leon. When eating cakes, everyone was not idle. They played some small games in the spacious living room of Emily and Haley's house, such as grabbing chairs and bingo. Leon participated in the chairs, but during the duel between Jas and Vincent, Leon specially put water on, allowing the two children to get tickets to the finals. In the bingo game, Leon acted as a bystander because he was not very good at this game. Instead, Haley was killing all over the world in this game, making Abigail, who was regrettably defeated, so angry that he was irritated. It was not until the end of various celebration games that the time came to about 3 o'clock in the afternoon that everyone dispersed. Waiting for the end, only Leon and Jody stayed. Jody was to help Emily clean up the mess and clean the house, while Leon was to deliver the photos taken by Haley to him from Easter. These chapters are a little bit miserable, so I have to skip it quickly. Chapter 297 I'm Happy. Originally, Leon was planning to wait in the living room, but after all, it was quite rude to enter a girl's room rashly. Last time I saw some sensitive things in the bathroom, I almost got hammered by Haley. This would be a big deal if I went to the room. But Haley didn't think so. While opening the door, she looked at Leon, who was standing outside the door in confusion and complained, "You don't need to change your shoes when you enter my room, so what are you waiting for?" "Waiting for you to get the photos back," Leon replied. "Don't you come in and choose by yourself? After all, there are a lot of photos." Haley continued to ask. Leon waved his hand and said, "No, I don't want to be arrested by you because you saw something you shouldn't see." Haley, who rolled her eyes at Leon, walked around behind Leon, pushed Leon hard, and tried to push him into the room. But Leon's current physical shape, let alone Haley, the fortune comes. Well, the fortune comes, it should have to trigger the natural protection, but Haley will definitely not be able to push it. The brute force was ineffective, as if pushing a big stone, and Haley couldn't help but pat Leon on the back and sighed, "I didn't see you are so strong." "Stop making trouble, I've taken the photo back. I still have work to do," Leon reminded Haley helplessly. "Okay." Haley stopped forcing Leon into the house and went into the house by herself. After searching in the drawer, she walked out with a stack of photos and a brand new album and handed it to Leon. "These are photos that have something to do with you. Are you taking them all or are you going to choose some to take them away?" "Let me take a look first." Leon took the photos and album, then walked to the sofa in the living room, and spread the photos. The first photo is a photo of Leon and Gus, with Leon holding one hand in the grid on C's shoulder. A silly scissors hand stood up with his right hand, while Gus looked at the camera with a smile on his face, but his expression was a little stiff. The second photo is a photo of Leon and Willie. Willie let go of it a lot. While holding her arms and posing with Leon, she did not forget to pose for coolness. The third photo is a photo of Will Igers and Leon. The expression of Gus in this photo is much more natural. Most of the subsequent photos were unique photos belonging to Leon, and they were not facing the camera lens. From the shooting perspective, it should have been taken by Haley secretly. No wonder there are so many photos, and you have taken so many secretly. Looking at these photos recording her wandering around on Easter, Leon complained to Haley helplessly. "Because you were too stiff in the photos you took before, there was no beauty in the camera at all." Haley complained to Leon without hesitation, "There are no artistic elements in this kind of photos, but the subsequent pictures are obviously much more natural. Don't you think?" "You are professional and you're right." Leon doesn't have much appreciation of photos, so he won't discuss with Haley because he has self-knowledge. But to be honest, the subsequent snapshots of the group photo are actually quite good. Although Lion's front face was not taken most of the time, the side face alone looks very harmonious when paired with the scene, and it is precisely the side face. Leon feels that he is quite handsome in these photos. Maybe it's because the jawline looks good, or Haley's shooting skills are excellent. Anyway, these side face photos look more comfortable than the front face. Is it because I'm also looking at the side like a flower and looking at the slag in close view? Leon, who had compared the front photo with the side photo, couldn't help but think. Have you finished picking? Seeing Leon staring at the photo in a daze, Haley couldn't help but urge, didn't you say you still have a job to work with? Yet. Leon came to his senses, took away all 3 photos, and grabbed a few independent photos, even if the selection was completed. He actually didn't care about the content on the photos. He just took the photos to commemorate his first holiday experience in Stardew Valley. Haley's photography skills are very good. In addition to Leon, which is the main target, he also has a very good choice for backgrounds. So Leon doesn't need to specifically select photos in the background that expresses himself participating in Easter. Each background has Easter elements in it. That's all. Haley looked at Leon and asked unwillingly, don't get more, after all, these are the results of my shooting for a long time, and I used 2 rolls of film. That's enough. Are there other festivals in the future? If a photo of Easter fills the album, what should I do in the future? Leon replied. Wouldn't it be enough to prepare a few more albums? Forget it, you probably won't consider these things. So what do you plan to deal with the remaining photos? Haley was about to persuade Leon, but when she thought of Lion's personality, she didn't plan to say it, because she knew that saying this would only waste words, and Leon would definitely not adopt her opinion. You see, deal with it, I don't know what to do. Leon handed over this matter to Haley without hesitation. If he asked him to deal with it, it would be a good idea to burn it, but there was always something wrong with this. Haley turned her eyes on Leon, but she still did not refuse Lion's proposal. After packing up the photos on the coffee table, she said to Leon impatiently, you can leave now and go to work on your farm. Well, thank you, Haley, the photos are taken very well. Leon smiled and nodded, then put the photos and albums into the system backpack. Then Leon noticed the gift box containing sunflowers that occupied a space in his backpack. Without hesitation, he took it out and handed it to Haley. By the way, this gift is just regarded as a thank you gift for the photo. It doesn't make any sense to keep it in my hands. I think it's better to give it to you to bring its value. The things in it won't be very expensive, right? Haley did not take the gift box immediately, but instead asked Leon. After all, the pearls contained in a small box have scared Haley. If this big box is still a valuable gift, she would be embarrassed to accept it. It's just an ordinary thing, not precious. Leon comforted. Okay, I'm just curious about what's in this big box. Hearing this, Haley breathed a sigh of relief. After taking the gift box with peace of mind, she sent Leon out of the door. After watching Leon leave, Haley returned to the room with the big box, carefully unpacked it, and saw a huge fresh sunflower placed inside. So it's sunflower. I didn't expect this guy to know my preferences so well, and he didn't step on the wrong side of both gifts. Taking the sunflower out of the box, Haley admired the sunflower for a moment, then went to find an empty vase to insert the sunflower into it. Then he picked up the photos that were abandoned by Leon. After thinking for a moment, Haley found a new album and deposited them one by one. Finally, she took the album back into the cabinet, left the room with a smile, and helped Emily and Jody clean up the house. "Will you take the initiative to help today?" Looking at Haley's appearance, Emily sighed in surprise. "I thought you would take a nap after putting out the gifts in the room. After all, it's my birthday party, so it's not natural for me to clean up," Haley explained. "But I didn't see you help after the previous birthday party," Emily complained. "I'm happy if you want to care." Haley turned her face and refused to look at Emily, as if she didn't want her to find the smile on her face. "It's been 2,000 monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. I don't have to vote next. I'm satisfied. He, I love you." Chapter 298. This chicken and Dawang must be relatives. Leon, who had left Liuxiang No. 2, rode his bicycle and planned to return from the coal forest route. "By the way, I went to near the outlet of the sewer to see if the green onions have grown." Living around the area where the green onions grew, looking at a large area of vibrant green onions, Leon nodded with satisfaction and stepped forward to pull away all the slender green onions. After pulling the green onions, Leon did not rush to peel off the roots of the green onions in the nearby river channel to deal with the parasitic insects inside, but instead took the green onions back to the farm. The chicks in the fence are now scattering in the area surrounded by the fence, digging the land with their claws from time to time, then lowering their heads and pecking some kind of bug out of the soil and swallowing it into their belly. Leon had long been accustomed to this scene. These little chicks from Marnie Ranch seemed to have a special talent to automatically locate bugs hidden in the soil. So Leon planned to try whether he could hand over the green onions to these chicks for treatment. A green onion was taken out from the backpack. For the purpose of the experiment, Leon did not directly peel off the roots of the green onion and showed the small insects inside, but instead threw a complete green onion in front of a chick. When the green onion suddenly landed on the ground, it scared the unprepared chick. After clamoring and running away for a long time, it realized that the green onion lying on the ground did not seem to be a threat. But before it could go back and take a look, the other chicks who were attracted by the movement came to the vicinity of Chingchun. They were very interested and wandered around the green onion, but none of them dared to stretch out their beak to peck at the green onion on the ground. Is it because I hate the smell of green onions, or is it simply being tamed with the instinct to not harm the plants? Leon thought about it as he looked at the state of these chicks. Then, in order to verify which point it was, Leon got on. Perhaps because they were familiar with each other, these little chickens did not flee in all directions after seeing such a giant as Leon. Instead, they came to Leon like they found a hen and surrounded him, looking very intimate. Leon casually stroked the chicks around him, but compared with the furry little dumplings they first met, the chicks now have grown smooth feathers, which feel much worse. After touching the chicks, Leon picked up the green onions on the ground, then peeled off the skin at its roots, revealing the little bugs inside. As soon as these little bugs appeared, the chicks surrounding Leon became restless and kept clamoring, but none of them dared to pounce on them and snatch the green onions from Lion's hand, which looked quite regular. But these little chickens nodded at Leon from time to time and digged the land under their feet with their claws, as if they were suggesting something to Leon. Seeing this, Leon couldn't help but complain, "Are you relatives to the village's Dawang? You actually have the habit of eating only the food on the ground." After complaining, Leon put the green onion back on the ground, and immediately saw these chicks surrounding the green onion and began to peck at the pink insects exposed to the air at the roots. It was obviously a sharp beak, but during the pecking process, Leon was surprised to find that these chicks could basically peck away the insects accurately while not hurting the green onion. This really made Leon stunned. And after the green onions were pecked by the little insects exposed in the air, the smart chicks would turn the green onions over, turning the side that was originally close to the land, and continued to peck at these little insects, which eventually left a clean green onions without any small insects. Green onions, collected products growing wildly in spring. Picking up the green onion that had been cleaned up by the insects and looking at the system's logo, Leon found that the description of the green onion in the system's logo did not change much. I don't know how much the green onions cleaned up in this way, but the chickens seem to like these small insects very much. No matter what the price is, it is absolutely fine to feed the small insects on these green onions to chickens. So Leon took out all the green onions he collected and helped peel off the outer skin of the roots before throwing them on the ground. The 8 chickens gathered around, but they were not panic. Basically, each of the green onions scattered on them was assigned a chicken, each of which was quickly lowering his head and beak, enjoying this high-protein insect feast. After all the little bugs on the green onions were pecked by these chicks, Leon took all the green onions back into his backpack. He looked at them together and didn't want to move. It was obvious that the full chickens smiled. He didn't expect these chicks to have these characteristics. Today's unexpected move gave Leon a new understanding of these chicks. No wonder Robin admires the animals from Marnie Ranch so much. These little guys are really he is smart and well behaved. If it were ordinary domestic chickens, they would probably fall to the ground and would be pecked and devastated. Even if they are not interested in green onions, when the insects at the roots of green onions are exposed, they should be pecked everywhere, and they will not only peck on the insects without hurting the green onions themselves like these chicks. You get what you pay for, and you are indeed not wrong with this, except for luxury goods. All the green onions treated with biological control were thrown into the shipping box, and Leon ignored the others. After returning to the room, I watched TV for a while, and went to cook when I arrived at dinner. After eating, I walked around the farm and took a look at the 30 oak trees I planted. They were already taller and more than 2 meters tall, but they were still a little different from adult oak trees. When these oak trees mature, they will become suppliers of lion's oak resin, so Leon is quite concerned about the situation of these oaks. After looking around for a week, he found that there were no debris and weeds that affected the growth of these oaks. Leon left with satisfaction. After returning to the house, I washed up and went to bed. When I woke up naturally the next day, Leon became more awake by a wet cold wind. Oh, it's actually raining. Looking at the drizzling raindrops outside the window falling from the dark sky, Leon raised his eyebrows and showed joy. After washing up, Leon turned on the TV as soon as possible. Found Velvic's divination today. Today's elves are very happy. Child, you have to have good luck. Hearing Velvic's words, the smile on Lion's face became even brighter. It rains and is lucky. If you don't go to the mine, it's hard to tolerate it. Thanks to Boss Kun H for his reward of 10,000 points of starting coins again. Boss H is handsome and charming, and loves you. Thank you brothers for their monthly ticket irrigation. In fact, we are like taking a piece of cake to get a recommendation red envelope, which makes you spend money. 2,000 is enough, and it is really a waste to spend too much. But thank you for your support and encouragement, I love you. Chapter 299 Ice Cave. But before going down the mine, Leon had to feed a chicken. He took out the sailor's hat from the box and put it on his head. It seemed that a layer of protective barrier was applied around Leon. All the rain was bounced away the moment it fell to Leon, and no drop of rain could soak Lion's clothes. Moreover, the feeling of wearing a sailor hat on your head is much more comfortable than a raincoat, and it will not be too stuffy or too hot at all. Rain boots are still a must, otherwise the muddy land will teach you what stickiness is. Because it was raining, all the chickens in the chicken coop were huddled in the chicken coop. After feeding a few handfuls of rice, Leon stroked them one by one. Although he didn't know if this would increase the favorability of the chickens and allow them to produce higher quality eggs in the future, it would always be no harm to try it. It's a pity that these chickens do not eat hay. Leon has tried it and spread the hay they collected before in front of them, and they have no interest at all. After completing the daily routine of the chicken coop, Leon headed towards the mine cave under the rain. However, before arriving at the mine cave, Leon did not rush to the mine cave, but went to the central area of the mountain lake where the wooden bridge connected to the mountainous lake, took out his fishing rod, and threw it into the obvious sinking wood in the water. He wanted to try the spring fish king while the first 3 fish were quickly hooked and the buff that never decoupled every day. Unfortunately, 3 fishing times, a largemouth bass and 2 silver carp consumed these 3 opportunities, and Leon did not try it. After putting away the fishing rod, he entered the mine and took the elevator to the 35th floor of the underground mine. While knocking on the mine, Leon, who was guarding against the stone demon's sneak attack, arrived at the 40 floors without any resistance, and felt a biting cold wind sweeping across his body. Cold is the first feeling, but it is still in an acceptable range. The rock walls of the 40th floor of the underground mine are basically hung with ice crystals, and there is a thin layer of frost attached to the ground, which is completely different from those before the 40th floor. Leon, who came to this floor, did not rush to connect to the elevator's power supply, but went straight to the treasure chest placed in the center. After lifting the box, Leon saw a wooden handle, and a I-shaped slingshot lying quietly in the box. The tops of the 2 I-shaped segments are linked to such a rubber rope that is both flexible and elastic. At the end, it is an ammunition pocket made of soft unknown animal skin. Slingshot, tool you need stones as ammunition. Leon, holding this slingshot, tried to pull it twice. Apart from the fact that the slingshot was made very good and the materials used for making the slingshot were also very durable, he did not find any other advantages. There is no special change. Is this the gift Mr. Chi prepared? Leon, who did not notice any difference between this slingshot and the slingshot he played when he was a child, couldn't help but complain, and then put the slingshot into his backpack and then connected the elevator power supply. Then I looked for the stair pit leading to the 41st floor underground. When I saw the stair pit in the corner, Leon climbed down the stairs. The crawling experience was not very good this time. I felt as cold as ice when I put my finger on the stairs. The stairs themselves were quite slippery. Leon, who climbed down the stairs, had to slow down his movements so that no one could fall down without grabbing them. Fortunately, the length of the stairs is not too exaggerated, so it costs too much. At one point, Leon arrived safely at the 41st floor underground. I don't know if it's an illusion, but when I came to this layer, I felt that the somatosensory temperature had dropped a little. If I didn't feel it carefully, it would be really not easy to detect it. Subconsciously tightened his clothes, Leon looked around the mine terrain on this floor. There was no trace of monsters within his vision, so he did not immediately take out the Galaxy watermelon knife, but took out the pickaxe to start continuing his mining career. The surface of these stones that have been eroded by cold air for many years is blue-gray. In addition to the appearance changes, the hardness has also been significantly improved. A common stone needs to be knocked 2 to 3 times before it can be broken. However, the issue of spending more time did not cause much trouble to Leon. In addition, Leon also found that after the rocks after 40 layers were broken, not only did the number of stones left behind, but some rocks could even leave copper ore, coal, and even crystal balls after they were broken and disappeared. Ice crystal ball, crystals wrapped in various minerals, requiring specific tools to open them. Looking at the conical blue crystal in my hand, I felt very heavy and I could feel a little chill. This is the special crystal ball that belongs to the 40th to 80th floors of the mine. Some special minerals that cannot be obtained through mining may be produced in the frozen crystal ball. It is completely different from the collections in ordinary crystal balls. The biggest similarity between the two crystal balls may be that they can produce some common minerals, such as clay, stone, copper, and iron ore, which are common mineral mining materials. However, if Leon remembers correctly, there is a chance of gold ore being opened in the ice crystal ball. However, according to the game settings, players must go down to the 75th floor of the mine cave before they can be opened from the ice crystal ball. I don't know if there is any such restriction or setting in reality. After putting away the frozen crystal ball, Leon continued to mine these frozen rocks. Because it was a lucky day, Leon quickly found a stair pit leading to the next floor. I went down the stairs to the 42nd floor. As soon as Leon landed, he saw a group of dark spherical creatures jumping towards him. Dust elves. Looking at these gadgets, Leon immediately recognized their names. After all, they are small things that can drop coal. Lion's favorite group monsters in the game. It looks quite fierce, but in fact, it only takes one knife to easily kill these dust elves the size of a ball. Leon, who holds the Galaxy weapon, is basically an executioner in the mine at this moment. After the bodies of these dust elves disappeared, the fallen objects on the ground also attracted Lion's attention. In addition to coal, Leon also noticed a light blue translucent crystal in the droplet shape of a water drop, as well as a fruit with sky blue branches and dark blue skin. Tear crystal, mineral legend is a crystal made of the tears of the snow monster. Crystal fruit, fruit a delicious fruit that appears in winter. This drop is outrageous. It is understandable that the dust elf can drop coal and tear crystal Leon, but it is strange that this dark-looking thing can drop a fist-sized fruit. Although this is a delicious fruit in the systematic description, Leon lost his appetite when he thought that this thing was dropped by the dust elf. Fortunately, this thing can be used as a collection of winter in the sacrificial bag, so Leon did not ignore it, but if he tried the taste, Leon did not consider it. Chapter 300 Frozen Boots. Iron ore, resource a common ore that can be melted into iron ingots. Looking at the iron ore in his hand, recalling the hard silver-white iron ore rough stone that had just been knocked for more than a dozen times, Leon moved his fingers, silently putting the iron ore into his backpack. The ordinary pickaxe has obviously felt difficult when facing the rocks and mineral rough stones in the mine at this depth. It's time to find Clint to upgrade the strength of the pick. Leon plans to take advantage of his luck today to get more iron ore and directly upgrade the pick to steel. At this moment, Leon could no longer notice the cold air in the mine. The large amount of physical work allowed him to vent his physical strength at all times and mobilize his body's muscles. The heat brought by exercise made him feel cool when facing these cold air. The only thing he wanted to complain was that the boiled eggs he brought as snacks and rations were still hot before they came out of the backpack, but after peeling off the eggshell, it was basically cold. This shows how cold the underground mine is, but it is not very cold for Leon. From this point of view, Leon was sure that his current physical fitness had been significantly strengthened to an exaggerated level. Perhaps in winter, there was no need to wrap a thick cotton jacket or down jacket. Continue to dig up frozen stones in the mine cave, and occasionally take out the thirsty watermelon knife from the backpack to open a scoop of those frozen slimes and dust elves that are not long-lived. Time quietly disappears in labor and battle. Long-term combat makes you stronger, and your combat level is increased by 1 level. In battle, physical energy consumption during battle makes you realize that a high-quality food may bring you more physical supplements, and the tuber platter recipe has been unlocked. You have received the blessings of the god of war and your physical fitness has been improved. Tube platter, dish. It makes people's index fingers move and they can't stop. After use, it restores a lot of physical energy and provides a +3 attack power buff effect for a duration of 5 hours. Required materials: cave radish 1, winter root 1. Good thing. Seeing the recipe introduction of the tuber platter, Lion's mouth couldn't help but rise. Among the system unlocked recipes, this is the only dish that he can make now with special gain effects. Although winter roots are collected only in the Stardew Valley soil in winter, monsters in the frozen mine environment after the 40th floor of the mine can also provide Leon with ways to obtain winter roots. For example, frozen slime. In addition to dropping the essential slime mud in the slime clan, there are 2 winter roots with curved canes on their heads, which are also from the corpse of frozen slime. In addition to the inventory of cave radish that I had stored in the mine before, at least 2 ingredients needed for the tuber platter have been collected by Leon. Leon actually doesn't care about the bonus of the 3-point attack power. What he cares about is the replenishment of physical strength by the tubers. Sometimes the importance of physical strength is much more useful than the meager attack power increase. Continuing to start his own mining career, Leon was full of energy, and the remaining cherry bombs in his backpack were consumed. There was no way, and the single piece of iron or rough stones were still unwilling to use, but several iron or rough stones were put together, and Leon was really unreasonable without using cherry bombs. After all, these iron or rough stones not only require multiple knocks when they are broken. Their hard texture causes the anti-shock force feedback during the knock also makes Lion's tiger's mouth numb. If each iron or rough stone has to be broken by hand, Leon feels that his hands may lose consciousness after such a day. Moreover, the texture of the stone becomes harder the lower the further down. For example, the most ordinary frozen rock can be broken in just 2 or 3 strokes at the beginning, but at the 49th floor, a regular frozen rock Leon even needs to be knocked 4 or 5 strokes. At the same time, the temperature in the mine cave on the 49th floor was obviously much lower than when it was on the 40th floor. Even Lion's current physical fitness was so cold that he had goosebumps, and even had a slight nasal congestion. This is a sign of a cold, so Leon didn't plan to continue his ink tracks. He quickly knocked out the stair hole leading to the 50th floor and slid down the stairs directly. As soon as it landed, Leon went to connect the elevator's power supply. Seeing the button representing the 50th floor next to the elevator shaft light up, Leon breathed a sigh of relief and focused on the treasure chest placed in the center of the 50th floor. Another reward from Mr. Chi for exploring the mine cave. Opening the box, Leon saw a pair of brown leather uppers stored inside, soft white fluffy filling the leather boots inside the shoes. Frozen soil boots, shoes +2 defense +1 immunity. Plush material can keep your feet warmer, and uneven soles can make you walk on flat ground on the ice. The footwear equipment is better than the leather boots that Linus took away in advance and gave to Leon. The plush inner liner looks very warm, so Leon took off the frozen rain boots under his feet and changed into these frozen soil boots. After putting his feet in the frozen soil boots, Leon felt that the lazy blood on his feet began to resume rapid circulation, which made Leon feel his feet getting hot again. The fluff in the inner liner of the boot is also very soft and smooth. The feeling of penetration is the same as inserting the foot into the cat's arms, and the touch is extremely outstanding. The rise in the temperature of the feet also made Leon clearly feel the temperature of his body rising. The cold temperature that originally made him so cold that he couldn't help but fight with his upper and lower teeth was no longer making Leon feel cold, and he regained his ability to move freely again. This situation gave Leon a confidence to continue exploring the mine. This boot is a little bit of a thing. No wonder Mr. Chi would put it here as a reward. Leon, who had jumped on the spot for a few times, felt the comfort and heating effect of these frozen soil shoes, and couldn't help but sigh. For a moment, Leon couldn't help but think that Mr. Chi should be in the second-floor casino of Sandy's store now. Maybe he had time and could go to the desert to have a look. If he could make friends with Mr. Chi in advance and get familiar with him, then he would be able to rely on his multiple thighs again. The body that had recovered its vitality and temperature made Leon unable to help but start exploring the mine again. He found the stair pit leading to the 51st floor in the corner. Leon finally chose to go down. In just a moment, Leon climbed back from this stair pit. It's a scam. Why is the temperature on this 51st floor so low? With such a roar, Leon climbed the elevator unwillingly, pressed the 0th floor button leading to the surface, and returned to the ground.